Chapter 1. The Death of Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai has perished. After accompanying Yi Hongyu for a full 16 years, he was ultimately met with a tragic end, having his divine bone cruelly extracted from his sacred body by her own hands, dying in the wilderness. In a state of ethereal disembodiment, Jiang Huai hovered in midair, staring blankly at his own corpse as it rapidly desiccated. Half an hour prior, within Yi Hongyu's secluded abode, the two had just concluded a session of dual cultivation. Jiang Huai had intended to share the joyous news that he could finally sense the spiritual energies of the world. The sacred body was not the worthless vessel that many claimed it to be. His ability to perceive the world's spiritual essence meant he could cultivate. He would become a formidable force, and more importantly, her protector. Yet, at the moment he opened his mouth, an excruciating pain ripped through his chest, rendering him speechless. Yi Hongyu paid no heed to Jiang Huai's discomfort, instructing him to descend the mountain for spiritual liquid. Jiang Huai complied, knowing that Yi Hongyu might be on the verge of a breakthrough. This matter could not be delayed. The agony in his chest persisted, but he hastily donned his clothes and descended. Since the age of 7, when Yi Hongyu had brought him to the mountain, he had been nothing more than her servant, faithfully by her side. Yet, Jiang Huai bore no resentment, having long regarded Yi Hongyu as his salvation. Without her, his so-called sacred body would have faced endless ridicule. Without her, he might never have tasted the sweetness of the world's spiritual essence. In contrast to him, Yi Hongyu held a transcendent status within the sect, and to be allowed to serve her, even to become her dual cultivation partner, was an honor beyond measure. After all, he was merely a commoner, the most despised being in the realm of cultivation. Commoners held a status in the immortal gates lower than the spirit birds raised by cultivators for sustenance. Yet Yi Hongyu had shielded him from the chaos of the sect and the cultivation world. However, in the end, the one he viewed as his salvation had brutally taken his life for her own desires, extracting his divine bone with merciless intent. Without the divine bone, the sacred body became frail and weak. In just a quarter of an hour, he witnessed his corpse transform into a pile of brittle bones. Even at the moment of his demise, Jiang Huai could hardly believe it. Yet the truth lay stark before him. All of this was a scheme. Everyone claimed that the sacred body was incapable of cultivation. Yet thousands of years ago, it was the most powerful cultivation vessel in existence. Alas, the current cultivators had long since lost the secret arts to develop and mold the sacred body. Yet Yi Hongyu possessed such secrets. She regarded Jiang Huai as a cauldron, nurturing him with her essence. But the moment the cauldron matured, she would pluck away the most precious element within. That agonizing pain was the moment of the sacred Bodhis maturation, when the divine bone was forcibly extracted at its most vulnerable. Jiang Huai felt a wave of disorientation. His soul was beginning to dissipate, and he knew he could not hold on much longer. He drifted back to Yi Hongyu's abode in a daze. Now in a spectral state, Jiang Huai triggered none of the wards in the dwelling, and he beheld Yi Hongyu, her flawless visage unmarred by makeup, standing before him. Her smooth, snow-white back was adorned in a crimson garment, resembling a bride on her wedding day. However, once Yi Hongyu rose, she did not proceed to the inner cultivation chamber, but instead paused to glance toward the entrance. Jiang Huai's heart momentarily halted. He was at a loss as to how to confront the reality he had long hoped to dismiss as mere illusion. Could it truly be that his fate had run its course? Had the heavens abandoned the sacred body? Before him stood Yi Hongyu, the woman he regarded as his redemption, the one he cherished. The moment he felt the spiritual energies of the world, he had never envisioned being invincible or carefree throughout his life. His only aspiration was to become a sanctuary for the woman before him, just as she had sheltered him for the past 16 years. That was a decade and a half of companionship. Even a stone would have grown warm in such time. How could Yi Hongyu possibly have killed him with her own hands? He was but a worthless vessel in her eyes, devoid of any value. Jiang Huai tugged at the corners of his mouth, only to find himself incapable of smiling. In the distance, Yi Hongyu frowned, believing it to be a misperception, and turned away from the entrance, heading toward the cultivation chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Huai hurried after her. His soul would soon dissipate. He only wished to understand the truth behind his demise. Within the cultivation chamber, Yi Hongyu sat cross-legged in a spirit-gathering formation. Jiang Huai stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon her, as though he sought to imprint her visage indelibly upon his mind. Yet in the next moment, Yi Hongyu slowly extended her hand. A golden bone materialized from her delicate alabaster fingers, and upon sensing the spiritual essence, the bone radiated a brilliant golden light. Yi Hongyu's eyes gleamed with surprise and greed with this freshly matured divine bone. Her cultivation would yield extraordinary results. Jiang Huai was rendered speechless. The golden bone seemed to beckon to him, and he felt that it was a part of his own being. The truth became glaringly evident. Even if Jiang Huai wished to deny it, he could no longer deceive himself. It was indeed all part of this woman's machinations. The torment in his chest surged forth, overwhelming him, and Jiang Huai felt himself teetering on the brink. It was you. You were the one who killed me. Why? Why? Jiang Huai stumbled closer, trembling as he questioned her repeatedly. Yet in his spectral form, he could utter no sound. Yi Hongyu remained oblivious, her gaze fixated on the golden bone in her hand. In the next moment, Jiang Huai chuckled, the bitterness and fury within him coalescing at the depths of his soul. His eyes, stung by betrayal, burned a fierce crimson, contrasting starkly with the greed reflected in Yi Hongyu's gaze. Jiang Huai had lost his mind, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He felt not only pitiable, but also absurd. Merely half an hour ago, he had foolishly dreamed of becoming this woman's protector. He could no longer restrain himself. Tell me, what have I done wrong? What could I have possibly done to deserve this? Even if you told me you wanted my life, I would have given it willingly, for I know that without you bringing me back all those years ago, a 7-year-old orphan like me would not have survived long. That year, I might have frozen to death in the bitter cold. But 16 years. 16 years. I had come to see you as everything in my life. What do you truly consider me? He lunged forward, his hands gripping Yi Hongyu's alabaster neck. And at that moment, she seemed to him a vessel of poison, devoid of beauty. However, he was merely a soul as his hands reached for her neck. They passed through without leaving a trace. In that moment, Jiang Huai comprehended the grim reality of his demise. He slumped despondently to the ground. 3 years ago, during our dual cultivation, you told me, you did not regard me as a servant. I understand now. I finally comprehend. I was never a servant. It was merely a tool. A tool you could destroy at your whim. Yi Hongyu. Chapter 2. Yi Hongyu has gone mad. In a tumult of grief and rage, Jiang Huai found himself utterly lost, unsure of where to turn. Each time he met Yi Hongyu's avaricious and satisfied gaze. Even though he had already transformed into a soul, the agony of his existence threatened to resurface. Jiang Huai rose unsteadily from the ground, for the first time feeling an overwhelming urge to flee this place. He could sense his soul gradually weakening. It would not be long before he completely vanished from this world. Stumbling, Jiang Huai exited the cave dwelling, having traversed this world for over 20 years. He yearned to savor the remnants of this unfamiliar realm with the little time he had left. Yet, standing at the entrance of the cave, he was taken aback. The path leading down the mountain was one he had walked countless times. But each descent had invariably been for the purpose of retrieving cultivation resources for Yi Hongyu, in the vast Tianxian sect. Jiang Huai could not fathom where he might go to meet his demise. He stood there in a daze, and, after a long pause, he seemed to relent and took a step forward. Returning to the mountainside, he sat beside the long-dried corpse. Within the cave's cultivation chamber, Yi Hongyu had stowed away the divine bone, a crucial element for her future cultivation, finally acquired. All those years spent nurturing Jiang Huai and engaging in dual cultivation were for this day. Now, all was accomplished. Yet, why had Jiang Huai, tasked with fetching the spiritual liquid for her, not returned? What was merely a quarter of an hour for Jiang Huai had transformed into over an hour. Could it be that something had occurred along the way? A furrow formed on Yi Hongyu's brow, an inexplicable anxiety enveloping her heart. She hesitated no longer, even though she needed to calm her mind in preparation for her breakthrough. With a swift stride, she stepped outside the cave, suspended in midair, her eyes closed and consciousness extending outward. Her awareness enveloped several surrounding peaks. Everything appeared normal, devoid of Jiang Huai's presence. Even the Yuqiang Peak, where Jiang Huai was supposed to procure the spiritual liquid, was absent. Yi Hongyu's frown deepened. Where could he have gone? To flee the sect? Was this not his long-held desire? She understood Jiang Huai's thoughts all too well. He had long accepted the fate of a mortal, wishing only to live out his days as an ordinary man. Jiang Huai. Yi Hongyu inhaled deeply several times, disregarding the turmoil of spiritual energy surging within her. For you, I have restructured the Dacian dynasty. You sacrificed the divine bone to assist my cultivation, so that you may live as a mortal in peace. Once I break through, you will inherit the imperial throne, and I can grant you the dynasty's fortune to aid your longevity, serving by my side. Yet you choose to leave at this moment? Yi Hongyu's expression was laden with sarcasm. However, her formidable consciousness failed to notice the weathered bones on the mountainside, nor the nearly transparent soul of Jiang Huai at that moment. Jiang Huai gazed skyward. He too caught sight of Yi Hongyu's figure. Her crimson robes were striking, impossible to overlook. An instinctive urge to turn away stirred within him. Yet he beheld the tight frown etched on Yi Hongyu's brow, her hands clenched in fury, and the anguished cry of Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai scoffed, utterly bewildered. How could she still be so enraged after he had perished by her hand? In the next moment, Yi Hongyu darted swiftly towards Yuqiang Peak. Confused, Jiang Huai followed closely behind, questioning what this woman intended to do. Upon his arrival, he found Yi Hongyu embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the elders of Yuqiang Peak. In her fury, Yi Hongyu stood alone before the Grand Hall, an oppressive aura rendering many Yuqiang Peak cultivators unable to stand upright at the forefront. Elder Zheng of Yuqiang Peak was already sweating profusely. In just a few short years, this woman's power had escalated to a terrifying degree. Where had Jiang Huai gone? I will give you but one chance. If you cannot explain, Yuqiang Peak shall cease to exist today. Yi Hongyu's voice was devoid of emotion. Elder Zheng struggled to respond, recalling that Yi Hongyu referred to Jiang Huai as her servant, taciturn and rarely departing from Hongya Peak unless summoned by her for the spiritual liquid. What could possibly be happening? Elder Zheng turned to glance at the trembling disciple kneeling nearby. He presumed today's turmoil was due to the disciple's mischief, perhaps having inadvertently harmed Jiang Huai. Inciting Yi Hongyu's wrath, there's a saying, even when striking a dog, one must regard its master. Jiang Huai, even as a mere mortal, was not someone they could treat lightly. Disciple, I did not know Jiang Huai had not come today. I had prepared the spiritual liquid needed by Senior Yi several days ago, and it remains in the back hall, with everyone in Yuqiang Peak able to attest that Jiang Huai was not seen today. Upon hearing such a definitive response from the disciple, Elder Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. His demeanor shifted from submissive to upright. Why, Yi Hongyu, do not think that just because you are from the Dacian dynasty, you can act recklessly in my Tianxian sect. Even if this matter reaches the sect leader, I will demand justice for Yuqiang Peak. You think to destroy my Yuqiang Peak. You are not capable. Yet before Elder Zheng could finish his words, Yi Hongyu casually waved her hand, and he was sent flying, his fate uncertain. Witnessing all this with cold detachment, Jiang Huai felt a surge of sorrowful indignation. Elder Zheng had always been kind to others. Had it not been for his oversight, as a mere mortal, Jiang Huai would have surely faced ridicule and hardship at the hands of the sect's stewards and disciples over the years. This woman had personally ended his life, yet now feigned concern and sought to blame others. The sect leader is coming. The sect leader is coming. At that moment, a disciple's voice rang out from afar. As a white-haired elder descended before Yi Hongyu, he first glanced into the depths of the hall, where Elder Zheng was located, then turned to Yi Hongyu, merely frowning slightly, before the sect leader could speak. Yi Hongyu took the initiative. My servant Jiang Huai is now missing. Find him for me within 3 days. Without waiting for the sect leader's response, she turned and departed. This woman is truly mad. Jiang Huai sighed softly, wholly unaware of the motive behind her theatrics. With her status, she would not be concerned about the opinions of elders or the sect leader. Would she really go so far as to stage a performance over the death of a servant? Was there even a need for such pretense? Amidst the turmoil at Yuqiong Peak, Jiang Huai felt his soul growing weaker. He sensed that he might not even last an hour, steadying himself before leaving Yuqiong Peak. Yet, when Jiang Huai intended to return to retrieve his corpse and await his inevitable end, he spotted Yihong Yu at the foot of Hongya Peak, her expression forlorn as she stared blankly at the path leading up the mountain. Given her strength, it was clear she had returned here some time ago. Had she been standing here all along? Normally, she traversed the air. How could she be here? In Jiang Huai's astonished gaze, she took a step forward. Ascending the mountain path, their journey was silent until they reached the location of the long-dried bones on the mountainside. Chapter 3. Do not touch my corpse. Yihong Yu ascended the path slowly, as if wishing to feel the struggles Jiang Bei had endured as a mere mortal while retrieving the spiritual liquid from Yuqiong Peak over the years. When he first arrived here, there had been no path on Hongya Peak, as she had been the sole inhabitant, and as Jiang Bei had presumed, she had always traversed the air, never needing to toil up the mountain like a mortal. It was only after she brought Jiang Huai back that this path began to form, for it was a road Jiang Huai had carved out step by step since he was 7. No one knew the immense cost of Yihong Yu's simple command to Jiang Huai. Why Yihong Yu walked slowly, stopping occasionally to observe the minutiae along the path, as if pondering how long it had taken Jiang Huai to carve out this route. No wonder, during his first trip for her spiritual liquid, he had taken an entire half-day. That time. She had thought it was due to the vastness of the sect, causing him to lose his way, or perhaps that he had been playing around. Even when reprimanded upon his return, Jiang Huai had never refuted her. Why Yihong Yu closed her eyes, recalling how tattered Jiang Huai's clothes had been at that time. Jiang Huai followed closely behind her, observing the woman's feigned demeanor with a cold smirk, his gaze dripping with mockery. The two, one in front of the other, finally arrived at the site of the skeletal remains on the mountainside. For reasons unknown, Jiang Huai felt a wave of panic. He positioned himself in front of Yihong Yu, desperate to prevent her. I am dead. You killed me with your own hands. What more do you want? Do not touch my corpse. You are unworthy, he shouted in anger. Yet Yihong Yu passed right through him, rendering his obstruction utterly futile. She finally relinquished her attempt to ascend further, darting swiftly toward the remains. Upon approaching, her eyes locked onto the dried bones. The bones still bore the clothing Jiang Huai had worn in life, a simple green robe faded but still clean and neat. Jiang Huai stood before his own remains, as if confronting Yihong Yu with evidence against her. Yet he finally beheld the expression on Yihong Yu's face. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with resentment. Jiang Huai, is this your scheme? Very well, you have succeeded. Yihong Yu scoffed. You have successfully enraged me. Did you think that by procuring some corpse, dressing it in your clothes, and placing it atop my Hongya Peak, I would actually believe you are dead? Jiang Huai, no matter where you run, I will hunt you down. Yihong Yu roared with wild fury. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her hand. A tremendous force of suction lifted the entire Hongya Peak, uprooting the surrounding trees. Jiang Huai's corpse was similarly drawn up, but at this moment his bones had already shattered. Jiang Huai's soul, too, was helplessly pulled away, as if Yihong Yu had a firm grip around his neck, rendering him immobile. The dissolution of his soul accelerated. Jiang Huai's eyes glowed crimson. He lowered his head slightly, observing his fragmented bones and soul, both clutched in this woman's grasp, a profound sense of desolation flooding his heart. He had met his most tragic demise at the hands of the person he loved most in this life. Now, as a mere soul, he finally beheld the true nature of this woman, comprehending everything. Yet was he to be killed by her a second time, with greater force, end my suffering, utterly extinguish me? Jiang Huai was unwilling. His silent roar reverberated through his very being. This soul form teetered on the brink of collapse, on the verge of dissipating entirely. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Meanwhile, Yihong Yu stood frozen, as if witnessing something unimaginable, staggering back a few steps, staring blankly ahead. That I must have been mistaken. I must have misjudged. Jiang Huai cannot possibly be dead. How could he die? He is the sacred body. Even if he cannot cultivate, his physique surpasses that of an ordinary mortal. Yi Hongyu shook her head vigorously, pressing her hands tightly against her temples. Moreover, this corpse has long been desiccated. It must have died ages ago. It cannot possibly be Jiang Huai. Absolutely impossible. She abruptly raised her head, directing her gaze toward Jiang Huai's direction, her eyes narrowing as they fell upon the scattered bones on the ground, as if cut by a knife. Jiang Huai, I will find you. Just wait for me. I will definitely locate you. I will keep you by my side, so that no one can take you away from me. Yi Hongyu suddenly erupted into madness, as if it was Jiang Huai who had betrayed her. She extended her hand, and that fragment of bone appeared in her palm. Gripping it tightly, pointing at the scattered bones on the ground, as if determined to expose Jiang Huai's deceit. Jiang Huai, this is your divine bone. Do you see it? This is the divine bone that I have nurtured within you for a full 16 years. Do you think a naturally useless body like yours could ever deserve my affection? Cultivating with a mere mortal? Don't be ridiculous. It was all merely for the sake of benefit. You stayed by my side, flattering me, solely because I could offer you protection. We were merely using each other, Jiang Huai. Yi Hongyu had long lost her previous grace, her expression twisted with rage as she glared at the skeletal remains. Her hand, which gripped the divine bone, trembled. Finally, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed, I figured it out. I will expose your scheme. I will unveil it. A surge of true energy coursed into the divine bone. However, before her words could finish, she appeared as if confronted by a specter, her face draining of color. The next moment, Yi Hongyu stumbled back several steps, collapsing to the ground. The divine bone, aglow with brilliant light due to her true energy, now resembled a venomous serpent to her, and she cast it aside, allowing it to fall amidst the shattered bones. Influenced by the divine bone, those long-dried fragments of bone began to emit a radiant glow. This could only signify one thing. These bones were of the same origin as the divine bone. It confirmed that Jiang Huai was truly dead. The Jiang Huai from whom she had extracted the divine bone was dead. Dead at her hands. Yi Hongyu was utterly stunned. It cannot be true. This must not be true. How could Jiang Huai possibly be dead? She trembled violently, completely oblivious to her position on the ground. Her eyes fixated on the radiant fragments of bone, which seemed to hiss like venomous snakes, causing her to inch backward in fear, as if dreading their sudden lunge to tear her apart. That night, the Tianqian sect was abruptly graced by an unparalleled female demon, who, in a single night, obliterated 17 celestial mountains. Even the sect master could not withstand her, forced to allow her to wreak havoc. It was said she was in search of a man. 3 days later, at the grand coronation ceremony of the Dacian dynasty, a woman clad in a red gown with flowing white hair sat upon the dragon throne. Chapter 4. The useless son-in-law, a slender man, stood dazedly before the window. The day had grown late, and the bright red lanterns in the courtyard appeared glaringly bright to him, as did the celebratory robe he wore. It felt as though he had been trapped in an exceedingly long dream, one where he lived a life that was far from complete. In his youth, he encountered a woman of extraordinary power, and the once mocked sacred body was fortuitously taken under her wing, only to meet a tragic end at her hands, witnessing her descent into madness through a thread of his lingering soul. But did I not already die? Why am I still able to recall these memories? So who exactly am I? Jiang Huai, or Jiang Bei? The man's brow furrowed. Yet the heart-wrenching pain, akin to being torn asunder, resurfaced at that moment. All of it was something he had personally endured. It was not a dream. I am Jiang Huai. His mind swirling, the man collapsed into a chair, his gaze still vacant, until suddenly a knock echoed at the door. A woman adorned in a brilliant red bridal gown entered without waiting for him to speak. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with fair skin, an exquisite oval face, and almond-shaped eyes, her figure enchanting enough to captivate nations. Yet her countenance remained chillingly aloof. She seems to be my newlywed wife. At this moment, memories surged forth like a tide. The name of this body is Jiang Bei, a mere mortal who harbored the universal dream of cultivating the way of immortality. Yet, he was more stubborn than most. exhausting his parents' inheritance on a cultivation method found by chance. Yet to this day, he could not even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 3 days prior, it was the woman before him, Yining Shuang, the daughter of the Duke of Fortune, who threw an embroidered ball in front of the imperial city, and he was struck by it. He became the fortunate one amongst countless others, envied by many. The most absurd part was that the original body believed Yining Shuang to be the truly fortunate one, for he would eventually ascend to immortality, and his current submission to her was merely because she could provide him with cultivation resources. However, at today's wedding banquet, he was provoked by the guests and, upon returning to his room, forcefully attempted to cultivate that method, hoping to prove himself to Yining Shuang and those who looked down on him. Ultimately, he fell into madness and died. Fortunately, the original body had not yet found the opportunity to reveal his daydream to Yining Shuang. Jiang Bei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. In this second life, he found himself in the same predicament, still a useless individual unable to cultivate. However, this wasn't entirely bad. Although he had become a son-in-law, at least he could live a stable life. The experiences of his past life were too painful. He wished to avoid repeating them. From now on, there would be no more Jiang Huai, only a useless son-in-law named Jiang Bei, living a life of ease and waiting for death, content to fulfill this greatest dream of his. His thoughts were interrupted by Yining Shuang's voice. Jiang Bei, our marriage was bestowed by the emperor. From now on, as long as you remain in the City North Supervisory Office, behaving yourself and causing me no trouble, I will not annul our union. Yining Shuang seated herself before Jiang Bei, speaking in a calm tone, but you had better suppress any thoughts regarding me. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to defy the emperor's decree. Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback, instantly understanding his purpose for existing. A shield, the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, out of respect for Yining Shuang, as the Duke of Fortune's only daughter, treated him as if he were a princess, even granting this useless man a nominal position as the head of the City North Supervisory Office. The primary duty of this office, to put it nicely, was to handle local affairs, but in reality, it was merely responsible for trivial matters like late-night patrols, fire prevention, theft prevention, and maintaining street cleanliness. Mortal cases were dealt with by the Dali Temple, while demonic disturbances were handled by the Demon Suppression Office. Who would dare to cause trouble under the Emperor's watchful eye? This position was nothing more than a way to pass the time, I understand. Jiang Bei smiled, not surprised by Yining Shuang's indifferent tone. After all, the Duke of Fortune had only passed away 10 days ago. It would be strange for Yining Shuang to treat him kindly, as for why she was seeking a husband so soon after the funeral. Jiang Bei couldn't be bothered to speculate. The power struggles within royal families had always been rife with intrigue. Did he have any improper thoughts regarding Yining Shuang? Though she was stunningly beautiful, Jiang Bei did not believe himself fortunate enough to attain that level, thinking that he could merely be a son-in-law living a life free of worries and ultimately win her heart, just because he was a useless man who had died from his own folly. There's a saying about dreams containing everything. I will select another residence for you in the City North in the coming days. You can move there then. Yining Shuang stated plainly. You stay in your own courtyard, and I will reside in my princess's manor. We shall not disturb one another. This arrangement aligned perfectly with Jiang Bei's expectations. Otherwise, living together in this courtyard would likely lead to ridicule from the servants, who would surely say that a son-in-law was no better than a dog. Will I still receive an allowance? Jiang Bei suddenly inquired. In his memory, the head of the supervisory office, such a minor official, received little pay, or rather, throughout the Dacian dynasty, aside from the Demon Suppression Office, salaries were pitifully meager. Joining the Demon Suppression Office had been the original body's dream, exorcising demons and protecting the dynasty as a proud worker. As for the current, Jiang Bei embraced the essence of simplicity in the face of futility. Yining Shuang nodded gently, seemingly pleased with Jiang Bei's candid request for financial support, 500 taels of silver each month. Will that suffice? Indeed. Jiang Bei's eyes sparkled with delight. I hope you are a person of decorum. Do not misuse my name for nefarious deeds. Should enmity arise, I will not intervene, Yining Shuang stated coolly, regarding our marriage. If in the future you wish for a separation, you may speak candidly with me, but do not tarnish my reputation in public. With that, Yi Ningshuang rose to leave. Of course, Jiang Bei replied warmly. Seeing her off, it was only when her graceful figure had vanished from sight that he reluctantly retreated to his chamber. What an admirable young lady she was. She intuitively understood my desires and generously offered them. Her sole request being to avoid causing her trouble. Is this truly a demand? Jiang Bei mused, glancing at the temporary abode Yi Ningshuang had prepared for him, feeling quite satisfied on the day of their grand wedding. They would sleep apart, and customary rituals such as lifting the bridal veil were entirely omitted. This arrangement suited him well. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to face Yi Ningshuang, especially given the lingering shadows cast by the Yi surname. Reclining in a chair, Jiang Bei stretched languidly. Although he still bore the regret of being unable to cultivate immortality, the painful conclusion of his previous life had imparted upon him a profound sense of acceptance. Rebirth necessitated a mindset of rebirth. This was not his first experience of such a phenomenon. Jiang Bei couldn't help but rub his forehead, reflecting on the memories he held of the great Qian dynasty. A name that seemed vaguely familiar. The world was in chaos, citizens resorting to cannibalism, demons wreaking havoc, the fate of the great Qian collapsing, and the dynasty on the brink of ruin. 7 days prior, the empress ascended to the throne, consolidating the nation's fortune. That moment, Jiang Bei was struck with a jolt. His body tensed abruptly. Memories surged forth, recalling the woman seated in the honored guest position during his marriage ceremony with Yi Ningshuang. Clad in a crimson gown, it was the attire most frequently worn by Yi Hongyu during her time at Tianxin sect, and one he had cherished deeply. Jiang Bei's body trembled violently. His gaze gradually ascended. It was that familiar visage, yet compared to the dignified demeanor of his recollections, Yi Hongyu now appeared far colder, as if perpetually shrouded in an unyielding frost. And that glaring white hair. Chapter 5. The Empress's Methods. Jiang Bei's body quaked uncontrollably. His complexion had turned ashen, and the memories long sealed within his mind now surged like ravenous ants, overwhelming his spirit. Jiang Bei's eyes fixated ahead, his thoughts locked onto Yi Hongyu's indifferent countenance. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Have the chance to live again, yet still remained ensnared in Yi Hongyu's grasp. In his previous life, he had been her servant, a mere vessel for her cultivation. Now, he had become a subject beneath her knee. Thankfully, after several deep breaths, Jiang Bei managed to regain his composure. At least on this day of matrimony, he had not yet traversed to this realm, and Yi Hongyu had not paid undue attention to him, the so-called useless son-in-law. Gradually, Jiang Bei calmed himself. After his demise in the previous life, Yi Hongyu had proclaimed that once she consolidated the fortunes of the great Qian dynasty, he would become an absolute mortal, yet would enjoy the longevity bestowed by the nation's fortunes, serving her eternally. However, through recollection, Jiang Bei finally grasped how Yi Hongyu had amassed the great Qian's fortune. Upon reaching adulthood, she had entered Tianxin's sect for cultivation. Her arrival was jarring for the great Qian dynasty and its citizens alike. The sole reason for her ascension lay in the ominous signs of the dynasty's fortune collapsing. Yet this woman arrived bearing an overwhelming tide of fortune. None knew the astonishing method she employed to gather the dynasty's fortune, yet the price was painfully evident. The fortunes of the royal family and the princes had nearly dissipated, and the consequences could be described as rivers of blood. Just like his deceased father-in-law, the Duke of Fortune, who had once been the foremost figure of the royal family, yet perished tragically due to the loss of fortune while presiding over the Family Affairs Bureau. Had it not been for Yi Hongyu's sudden emergence, the Duke of Fortune, with his abilities and the fortune conferred by his control over the Family Affairs Bureau, would undoubtedly have had the opportunity to become the next emperor of the Great Qian. After all, the Great Qian was a realm of cultivation, and the succession of the throne was not merely a matter of familial inheritance. It required the favor of the dynasty's fortune. To obtain the dynasty's fortune equated to obtaining the throne. The Duke of Fortune had only one daughter, Yi Ningshuang. With his demise, there was no heir to inherit the throne, transforming the duke's residence into a princess's abode. The fortune belonging to the duke's lineage had dissipated. Such instances existed within the royal families, though their fates were not as tragic as that of the duke. Jiang Bei couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Why Yi Hongyu had gone to such a length for the sake of this throne? If the royal family had suffered so, what of the millions of citizens of the great Qian? Was it worth it for the throne? Jiang Bei took a deep breath, gazing at the silver-haired woman in his memories. Yearning to inquire about her motivations. Was it for the sake of cultivation, for personal desires, yet at the expense of these innocents? Jiang Bei sighed. Even in his memories of Yi Hongyu, he couldn't voice the question. The reason was no longer rooted in lingering feelings for her, but in the fact that she had attributed all her actions to the name Jiang Huai. Everything was done to secure Jiang Huai's immortality, the very mortal she sought to preserve. Yet, Yi Hongyu had failed to realize that without the divine bone of the holy body, death was inevitable, and there would be no chance to enjoy the longevity that came at such a bloody price. Jiang Bei slowly closed his eyes, the path ahead uncertain. How could he, a mere useless son-in-law, bear such a weighty responsibility? In the inner chamber of the princess's residence, Yi Ningxuang sat before her vanity, removing the golden ornaments adorning her, quietly gazing into the bronze mirror at her reflection. Only 20 years of age, she found herself compelled to seek a husband while her father lay cold in death. But did she possess any alternatives? To refuse her title as princess, to resist marrying, and to insist on inheriting the duke's residence would only lead to a fate akin to her father's. With the formidable Yi Hongyu now in power, she would not permit any uncertain factors to exist. That a glimmer of resolve flashed in Yi Ningxuang's eyes, that a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. And a figure clad in black slipped into the room. Kneeling beside her, a deep voice emerged. "Princess, we have uncovered information about why Yi Hongyu, at the age of 18, entered the Tianxian sect for cultivation. However, 10 days ago, a great upheaval erupted within the sect, resulting in the obliteration of 17 celestial mountains and countless casualties. It is said that a demon has emerged, leaving the sect's leader, Lu Wuji, gravely injured and currently in seclusion. Why did she not perish in this calamity?" Yi Ningxuang closed her eyes, a bitter smile escaping her lips as she murmured, 10 days ago was also the day of my father's tragic demise." The figure in black remained silent for a moment before continuing. "Yi Hongyu is the instigator of this upheaval at the Tianxian sect, the very demon rumored to have emerged, now that she has ascended to the throne. Those within the sect dare not speak out. We have paid a great price to uncover this information." The Yi Ningxuang's body trembled. The entire Tianxian sect could not contain Yi Hongyu. The figure continued. According to the deputy leader of the Tianxian sect, her sole purpose that night was to find a man named Jiang Huai. This Jiang Huai was a servant she had brought to the mountains 16 years ago. A useless individual possessing a holy body. It is said that Yi Hongyu nearly lost her mind that night due to his betrayal. Humph. Yi Ningxuang scoffed. Yi Hongyu operates with calm decisiveness. If she were merely betrayed by a servant, it would not compel her to recklessly strike against the entire Tianxian sect, nearly annihilating the entire sect in search of a single individual. Yi Ningxuang slowly shook her head. Such an outcome was simply impossible. My subordinates are unaware, but the Tianxian sect ultimately failed to locate Jiang Huai. Logically, an ordinary person should not be able to leave the sect so easily. The figure in black shook their head. The royal family's fortunes have plummeted to their nadir. It is now exceedingly difficult for us to confront Yi Hongyu. You may leave. Yes. Once the figure in black departed, Yi Ningxuang rose slowly. She now found herself in a precarious position. After the Duke of Fortune's death, the Family Affairs Bureau had become a hot potato that no one dared to touch. The prince overseeing the bureau would undoubtedly be a prominent figure among the royal family. And should they take control of the duke's authority, the fortunes derived from the bureau would also fall to them, signifying an inevitable conflict with Yi Hongyu. Naturally, Yi Hongyu would not permit such a situation to arise. Thus, after the duke's death, Yi Ningxuang was appointed to oversee the Family Affairs Bureau. But once Yi Hongyu secured her position as empress, she swiftly relegated her to the title of princess. As a result, Yi Ningxuang was left with no choice but to seek a husband in a show of weakness for self-preservation. The various royal princes, amidst such turbulent circumstances, dared not voice any dissent. Each of Yi Hongyu's maneuvers was nothing short of masterful. Within just 7 days of her ascension, she had utilized iron-fisted measures to stabilize the royal family, akin to a frightened kitten. Yet Yi Ningxuan understood that this was merely a temporary tactic employed by Yi Hongyu. The so-called root of the problem had not been eradicated, and new growth would inevitably emerge with the spring breeze. How could she allow the daughter of the Duke of Fortune to become the apex of the royal family? Sister, what are your next plans for me? Yi Ningxuan mused, shedding her elaborate bridal attire and reclining on her bed, stretching her limbs. Chapter 6. The rumors are true. The following morning, whether it was due to the inherent issues of his body or the profound influence of Yi Hongyu on his heart, Zhang Bei found himself unable to sleep throughout the night. Following the death of the Duke of Fu, Yi Ningxuan was left without any family, requiring him to pay her a courtesy visit for morning tea after their marriage. Otherwise, the dark circles under his eyes would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings that he still needed to meet Yi Ningxuan. If there were no pressing matters, he would report to the City Watch today, for such matters should not be delayed. After all, he was merely a son-in-law, and he did not wish to give the impression of being aloof. The City Watch was filled with individuals who were merely biding their time, and it was inevitable that there would be other officials' relatives placed within. Upon entering the back hall, he encountered Yi Ningxuan. To his surprise, her dark circles were no better than his own, both of them appearing equally haggard. Zhang Bei had suffered from insomnia due to his transmigration syndrome the previous night, while Yi Ningxuan was fully aware that the empress had further schemes awaiting her, leaving her only with the option to passively brace herself for the oncoming storm. Do you intend to report today? Yi Ningxuan inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhang Bei in confusion. Yes, Zhang Bei replied affirmatively. After a moment of thought, Yi Ningxuan said, Very well, I shall arrange for a carriage to take you there shortly. It is unnecessary to go to such trouble, Zhang Bei protested. Why? Yi Ningxuan interrupted him. Your concerns are valid. As far as I know, there are many relatives of court officials in the City Watch. Yet you are, after all, my nominal husband. It would be rather shabby for you to go alone, and you might face undue criticism and humiliation in the future. Zhang Bei silently commended this woman in his heart. Yi Ningxuan continued, The northern part of the city houses the Imperial Palace, where many royal relatives reside. Should you encounter a case concerning the royal family that you cannot handle, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhang Bei wholeheartedly agreed, feeling a surge of gratitude. He was not a narcissistic individual, and the appearance of this body was hardly captivating enough to render women speechless. He could not fathom why Yi Ningxuan was being so considerate. What are you thinking about? Yi Ningxuan frowned. I am now the clan ordinance of the Ancestral Hall, and cases involving the royal family naturally ought to be transferred to the Ancestral Hall for handling. Understood that it is indeed wise to possess self-awareness, Zhang Bei remarked. Having been useless for several lifetimes, how could I not grasp this principle? Any unrealistic mindset that surfaces is a form of disrespect towards one's own identity. Yi Ningxuan then produced a list and handed it to Zhang Bei. This is the internal list of the City Watch in the northern part of the city, along with their connections. Make sure to review it carefully on your way. This was a compilation she had hastily arranged overnight, anticipating that the Empress would target her, thus necessitating a thorough examination of all potential threats around her. Naturally, her husband could not be overlooked. In any case, Yi Ningxuan was quite serious about Zhang Bei's appointment to the City Watch, arranging for the highest standard carriage from her residence to escort him there. However, upon arriving at the City Watch, they were met by a man on a towering steed blocking the entrance. Zhang Bei could not help but raise an eyebrow. Was this a performance? I am Wei Daong, the brother-in-law of the Prince Jing. The whole capital knows me, he bellowed. The officer of civil affairs instructed me to give you a warning today so that you understand the City Watch is not a place for you to act arrogantly. After this, take me to the pleasure quarters. Wei Daong's voice was deep and resonant as he dismounted his horse. See, I have dismounted. Hey, kid, at least give me some response. Cooperate a bit. Zhang Bei opened his mouth. Still in a daze. Why did this man, standing over 6 feet tall, exude an air of such lack of intelligence? His eyes were filled with a naive clarity. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Wei Daong indeed had a certain reputation in the capital, which Zhang Bei vaguely recalled. However, His notoriety did not stem from the oppression of the common people, but rather from his formidable prowess, having bested all signs of the royal family in combat. Yet, the Prince Jing spoiled his wife excessively, leading to Wei Daong being granted a position within the city watch as a form of favor. Well, the warning has been delivered. Did the officer of civil affairs instruct you to do this? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. Indeed, it was my elder brother Yu Yang. Wei Daong replied with a cold smirk, sizing up the newly appointed head of the city watch. I advise you to be cautious in the city watch from now on. He had a particular disdain for slender individuals, assuming they lacked capability. To be fair, Jiang Bei was not sure at all, standing at a height of 1.78 meters, and he was hardly weak. After all, his previous self had been a cultivator. Although he had not achieved great heights, he had not wasted his physique either. Following the deaths of his parents, he had inherited a substantial fortune, most of which had been spent on supplements and cultivation resources. Yu Yang is your elder brother? Jiang Bei chuckled, recalling the official connections list Yi Ningxuan had provided him, which did not include a name like Yu Yang. The officer of civil affairs held a significant position in the city watch. Below the head, there were 2 deputy commanders, and beneath them was the officer of civil affairs, responsible for overseeing the lower-ranking officials. Indeed, my elder brother Yu Yang possesses a remarkable talent for governance. Wei Daong boasted he captivates countless beauties in the pleasure quarters. A casual poem from him can make even the courtesans swoon. Jiang Bei instantly understood. This was not the modern day. In this era, engaging in a fleeting romance for a mere hour required a steep price. In places like the music bureau and pleasure quarters, all one needed was the fare to gain entry. The rest depended on one's talents. A well-crafted poem could grant one an entire evening without charge. Money held little value in these establishments, especially in the music bureau. To obtain favors without cost in this era was a matter of great honor, evoking envy from other patrons. Jiang Bei studied Wei Daong once more, combining his knowledge of the man's notoriety with the realization that he was nothing more than a crude warrior, capable of recognizing a few characters. Asking him to compose poetry would be akin to demanding the impossible dough. I have heard of Yu Yang. His talent is mediocre. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally take you to the music bureau for a high-end experience. Jiang Bei declared. Wei Daong's eyes widened in surprise. Are you speaking the truth? If you can bring me into the music bureau, then you shall be my elder brother from now on. The music bureau was not a place one could enter casually. To gain entry, one either had to be a prominent official or a renowned talent. Clearly, Jiang Bei's position as the head of the city watch sufficed for entry. Agreed, Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. Have Yu Yang come to see me. With that, Jiang Bei strode directly through the gates of the city watch. Although the city watch had little practical utility, it had been a crucial department during the early years of the Great Qian dynasty. Responsible for public order and street sanitation, somewhat akin to modern city management. Thus, the premises were quite spacious, yet the situation inside was rather dismal. The officials seemed eager to lounge about and sleep. Jiang Bei was entirely unfazed by this atmosphere, finding it reminiscent of home. Comforting indeed. After all, he was there to pass the time. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 30s entered the back hall, inhaling sharply as he approached. I am Yu Yang, the officer of civil affairs of the city watch. It is an honor to meet you. Head Jiang, you truly live up to the rumors of your exceptional appearance. He raised his gaze and stared wide-eyed at Jiang Bei, exclaiming, Indeed, it is true. The rumors were accurate. Yu Yang lowered his voice. The fortunes of the great Qian are in decline, and a wise man once foretold that a savior would arise in this realm. I have long thought such tales were mere nonsense, but upon seeing you, I believe. Jiang Bei thought to himself that this line of flattery was beyond his comprehension, but of course, he was not easily swayed. Yet the original Jiang Bei would have been utterly confounded by such declarations. Please rise and speak, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Was he to receive a slap from Wei Daong first, only to be rewarded with sweet words afterward? The strategy was transparent, but such tactics were typical of seasoned officials, especially when a superior was treating a subordinate in this manner. Yes, Yu Yang rose. Displaying utmost respect, Jiang Bei casually remarked, You are overthinking this. I am merely here to pass the time. I came today to make an appearance to avoid being driven out later. That Wei Yang immediately understood that the earlier warning had indeed made an impact. Who would dare to disrespect the Lord? I, Yang, would be the first to object. He promptly adopted a servile demeanor, clearly becoming Jiang Bei's sycophant, 8S from managing the city watch. Jiang Bei felt it best to leave that to fate. After all, he was not destined to be the one. That this was a place ideally suited for idling away time. To aspire to achieve something more would be counterproductive. What could one accomplish? Perhaps become a powerful minister of the dynasty, or even a favored official of the emperor, where he might see the silver-haired empress daily. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Efforts must have direction, rather than replaying the drama with Yi Hongyu from his past life. He preferred to return home and take a leisurely nap on Yi Ningxuan's lap. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Bei suffered from insomnia at night and napped during the day at the city watch. The officials and subordinates alike praised Jiang Bei's laid-back approach as the newly appointed head of the city watch. In just 3 days, Jiang Bei had established himself as the true leader of the city watch. Regarding the modest residence in Jiangbei, Yi Ningxuan has already procured it, and once she acquires some furnishings to adorn the new abode, he shall soon relocate there, embarking on a life of separation from Yi Ningxuan. Upon learning of the news from the city watch, Yi Ningxuan felt a mix of amusement and irritation. After all, she is merely a young lady in her early 20s, who wouldn't yearn for a husband who arrives like a great hero, riding upon clouds of fortune. Yet, she cannot truly be angry at Jiang Bei's actions, as he has impeccably adhered to the standards they initially agreed upon, while Yi Ningxuan waved her hand to dismiss the attendants, urging them to expedite the arrangements for Jiang Bei's small courtyard, so he may vacate the premises. She let out a soft sigh, pressing her fingers to her temples, contemplating, "Sister, has it been 3 days already? How much patience do you possess?" At that moment, the chaotic sound of galloping hooves abruptly broke the silence, growing louder until it halted before the estate. Yi Ningxuan rose, her heart racing with urgency. It was clear that something was amiss. "Lord Zongling, there has been an incident." Upon seeing the visitor in the main hall, Yi Ningxuan's heart skipped a beat. It was the steward from the Zongrenfew. "Speak slowly," she urged, attempting to steady her voice, though her tightly clenched fists betrayed her anxiety. For if there were trouble at the Zongrenfew, it could only signify a major crisis. The messenger took several deep breaths before finally articulating. "This year's stipend for the royal family has been stolen." Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuan's body swayed slightly. Ever since the late emperor's passing and Yi Hongyu's ascension, the fortunes of the royal family had plummeted to an all-time low. Due to the late emperor's demise, this year's stipend had not been disbursed in a timely manner, now delayed for over a month. Just yesterday, the empress had ordered the release of this stipend, intending to stabilize the royal family and mend relations. For Yi Hongyu, as a female sovereign, needed the support of the royal family to secure her reign. She could not perpetually suppress them. Naturally, Yi Hongyu was no fool. Thus, this time the stipend was increased by 30%, a gesture of appeasement. However, no one had anticipated that the royal family's stipend would be lost. This was a grave matter. The royal family's fortunes were already at an ice-cold nadir. And now, with the loss of the stipend, their decline would only intensify, potentially reaching an irretrievable state. It could be said that everyone would share the same fate as the late one. The royal family truly faced a calamity. Almost immediately, Yi Ningxuan had formulated a judgment regarding the situation. "It cannot be Yi Hongyu. She would not be so foolish as to act against me directly. After all, she still requires my management of the royal family. Moreover, having already proposed a marriage alliance, if she were to eradicate me, she would first need to test whether I am truly weak. There is no way she would recklessly endanger the royal family she has painstakingly acquired. This could only be a conspiracy against the Qian. Come, we must go to the Zongrenfew," Yi Ningxuan declared without hesitation. The messenger hesitated. "There is more to the matter." "What else is there?" Yi Ningxuan's eyes widened. Could it be that she could not even go to the Zongrenfew now? Was Yi Hongyu truly prepared to abandon the royal family? The emperor has ordered the city watch to thoroughly investigate the theft of the royal family's stipend. Just as Yi Ningxuan stood, she found no chair to steady herself and stumbled back down. Entrusted to the city watch? The city watch? Such a significant case handed to her slothful and incompetent husband to investigate. At that moment, Yining Shuang felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. Although the theft could not have been orchestrated solely by the Empress, she could certainly exploit it. Such a major case should be directly handled by the Dali Temple. If deemed demonic, it would then be transferred to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Under no circumstances should this case be assigned to the City Watch, a department responsible for mundane tasks. Yi Hongyu intended to wield this as a weapon to eliminate her rivals. She was done with testing. If Jiang Bei could not uncover the truth, he would be exiled. And, as his nominal wife, Yining Shuang would not fare well either. Let us not forget, she was the Zongling of the Zongrenfu, and she bore her share of responsibility. The stipend was to be transported from the imperial capital, and the Zongrenfu was responsible for its receipt. As for the final resolution, the empress could simply withdraw some fund from the imperial treasury to compensate the royal family, thereby winning their favor. Even if only half was distributed, the royal family's fortunes would still be affected, but they would be grateful to Yi Hongyu. This could also render the royal family utterly incapacitated. How astute this strategy is, Yining Shuang suddenly inquired. At which stage did the problem arise? The steward replied, the stipend was stolen just after leaving the city, before reaching the handover point. The consignment officer responsible for transporting the stipend, Lu Fu, has already been detained at the City Watch's prison. Why Yining Shuang's heart sank. The investigation had not even commenced, yet the Empress's interference had already nullified any advantage to it. It was evident that Yi Hongyu no longer intended to recover the lost stipend. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei was abruptly awakened from his pleasant dreams by Yu Yang. Recently, he had not only been unable to sleep at night, but also found himself plagued by dreams. Perhaps he should consult a doctor to ascertain whether the previous absurdities of cultivating immortality had truly affected him. When Yu Yang explained the situation, Jiang Bei was bewildered. What does the royal family case have to do with me? Where's my wife? Chapter 8. The Imperial Edict arrives. Yu Yang grinned, struggling to explain. Lord Jiang, the stipend was stolen before it even reached the Zongrenfu from the imperial capital. The imperial capital is just north of the city. Typically, such thefts fall under the jurisdiction of the City Watch. Jiang Bei felt overwhelmed. Not only was he at a loss, but so was Yu Yang. This case was anything but ordinary. When he received the news, he had been napping soundly. Last night, he had taken Wei Daong out for a night of revelry, returning late and coming to work to catch up on sleep. A routine affair. Are there any suspects? Jiang Bei inquired. Wait, how much money was lost? The consignment officer for the stipend was Lu Fu, who has been detained at the City Watch's prison. And the total amount lost is 972,000 taels. Jiang Bei was taken aback. I earn only 60 taels a month. That means I would have to save for 13,500 years without eating or drinking, all while maintaining my job. Yu Yang, looking despondent, explained the royal family stipend is issued only once a year. It should have been distributed a month ago, but due to the late emperor's passing, it was delayed. Now that the empress has ascended, she ordered the distribution of the stipend to appease the royal family and decided to increase it by 30% due to the current turmoil in the dynasty. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang could only think of 4 words. Heaven wants to do me. But then he reconsidered. After all, he was well educated and could still make a valiant effort. What if, through my and Lord Zhang's brilliant collaboration, we managed to recover the funds? Perhaps it could lead to promotion and accolades. Success or failure would depend on the outcome. My talents have finally found an opportunity to shine. As long as Lord Jiang does not hinder me, I can turn the tide with this ragtag team. After pondering for a while, Jiang Bei, under Yu Yang's hopeful gaze, hesitated and then pulled the covers back over himself, saying, I understand. You may leave for now. We shall discuss this once I awaken. Why Yu Yang was left dumbfounded, feeling that life is short might be a more fitting description of his future. With such an incident occurring, Jiang Bei naturally could not return to sleep. He needed to calm himself and thoroughly sift through the events. He had never investigated a case before. However, the fact that this case had landed on his shoulders indicated that it extended beyond mere criminal proceedings. Lying on his bed, Jiang Bei furrowed his brow. He understood that with Yi Hongyu's consolidation of power, she intended to target those who could threaten her throne. Before traversing to this world, Jiang Bei had been a police officer, and he knew well that the longer a theft case dragged on, the slimmer the chances of resolution became. As the head of the city watch tasked with investigating, he was essentially the blade wielded by Yi Hongyu. Likewise, once used, a blade could be discarded without hesitation. Her target was none other than Yining Shuang, the current Zhongling of the Zhongrenfu. Given the methods Yi Hongyu had displayed since her ascension, how could she allow the orphan of the late Wang to survive? As for the position of Zhongling, she would certainly replace it with her own confidants. The royal family had been suppressed for so long. It was high time for someone to step forward and support the empress. Gasp. After piecing everything together, Jiang Bei couldn't help but inhale sharply, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he realized that the events of his past life seemed to be repeating themselves. He could only wonder whether this life would end in execution or exile. There was no longer any notion of him dragging Yining Shuang down or vice versa, enjoying the lavish life of a county lord's husband. He had to find a way to protect Yining Shuang, but he did not wish to die. Nor did he want to become the instrument of Yi Hongyu's murders. Who dares to invade the city watch's precinct? At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out, startling Jiang Bei. The voice belonged to Wei Daong. Jiang Bei shot up. Was it possible that the case's details had not yet been clarified, and Yi Hongyu was already coming for him? Stand aside. I am Zhongling Yining Shuang. I care not for your Zhongling title. Thus, when Yining Shuang burst into the back hall, she found Jiang Bei, still half asleep, tidying his BED. Why Yining Shuang's heart sank. What are you doing? The royal family's stipend has been stolen, and you remain oblivious? The emperor has entrusted the city watch with the investigation, and you still have the leisure to sleep? Isn't it obvious that I just awoke? Jiang Bei chuckled, avoiding a direct response to Yining Shuang's inquiry. Oh dear. Yining Shuang observed the state of Jiang Bei and realized there was little left to say. Her complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. And after a resigned sigh, she turned away to leave. This Jiang Bei, she no longer harbored any hopes for. Yet her own cards were woefully insufficient to topple Yi Hongyu, especially after learning that Yi Hongyu had nearly annihilated the Tianxian sect single-handedly. Yining Shuang arrived swiftly, and her departure was equally swift. Jiang Bei found himself in a state of bewilderment. Nonetheless, this only validated his suspicion that Yining Shuang would indeed be implicated by him. Moreover, this case was far from being as straightforward as it appeared. What kind of means could facilitate the disappearance of over 9 million taels of silver? The event from last night only surfaced today as a theft. Clearly, the steward responsible for the silver at the Zhongrenfu had been infiltrated by the thieves. It was possible that this batch of silver had already been transported away. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. At this juncture, even the god descending would find it difficult to investigate. However, the facade of work still needed to be maintained, so Jiang Bei swiftly convened the officials within the city guard to deliberate on the matter. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him. Each of them was merely a connection with no reliability. After all, when the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear the brunt. Even if the empress were to question the city guard regarding the ineptitude of the investigation, it was unlikely she would execute all the officials of the city guard in their eyes. The current Jiangxi master was already a dead man walking. The meeting proceeded with Jiang Bei stating his views, while they merely echoed him. Only the unconnected Yu Yang, initially eager to showcase his talents, soon realized he possessed little merit. Lord Jiang, I must apologize. Wei Daong, a coarse warrior, offered a surprisingly constructive suggestion. Search each household in the northern district. That 9 million taels of silver just vanish easily. It's likely still within the northern district. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Brother, could you at least consider who resides in the northern district before making such a statement? Who dares to search there? Given the corruption into Qian over the years, whatever is uncovered could easily provide the royal family with decades' worth of silver. It would no longer be merely a case of stolen silver. Wei Daong, this matter is utterly inadvisable. Yu Yang was nearly brought to his knees in fear. This incident occurred last night. By morning, over 9 million taels of silver could have already been transported out of the city. We must deliberate this matter carefully. We cannot allow it to escalate further. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. If nothing could be uncovered now, it would mean Lord Jiang would be sacrificed alone. However, if the entire northern district were implicated, then the entire city guard would be condemned alongside him. Out of the city. If so, what is the point of investigating? Jiang Bei scoffed, firmly establishing his stance. With Jiang Bei's declaration, the hearts of the assembly were reassured that Yu Yang swallowed hard. He merely suggested a possibility, and a faint one at that. The meeting failed to yield any concrete conclusions. Yet it established a foundational investigation. If nothing emerges, Lord Jiang, simply await your fate. Just as Jiang Bei was about to adjourn the meeting, a eunuch from the palace arrived. Imperial edict has arrived. The city guard chief Jiang Bei is summoned. Chapter 9. The Lost Two Spirits. By the grace of heaven, the emperor commands. The theft of silver is a matter of great significance, fraught with the potential to disrupt the fortunes of Deqian. Henceforth, I decree that the chief of the northern city guard, Jiang Bei, spare no effort in thoroughly investigating this case. The silver must be recovered within 3 days. I shall bestow generous rewards. Thus decreed. What? Just like that? This edict merely informs me that I have 3 days left to live? Jiang Bei stared blankly at the eunuch. Jiangxi master, should you not express gratitude for the decree? I thank your grandmother. You fool. Jiang Bei silently cursed. The officials from the city guard kneeling behind him wore equally perplexed expressions, let alone 3 days. Giving them 3 months wouldn't yield results either. They were merely here to pass the time. Who would truly investigate this matter? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. After 3 days, they could return to their routines, remembering to burn a bit of paper for Lord Jiang during the festivals. 3 days to recover the silver with rewards. Conversely, not recovering it would mean severe punishment. After dismissing the eunuch, the group returned to the main hall. The meeting, which had seemed to be concluding, was reignited by the imperial edict. Jiang Bei, in a foul mood, tossed the edict onto the table and feigned anger, saying, "What shall we do about this? How can we possibly investigate in 3 days, let alone recover the silver? Lord Jiang, it is utterly inadvisable to question the emperor's decree. It is an honor for us to alleviate the emperor's concerns." The officials trembled in response. Jiang Bei retorted, "So if I can't uncover anything, and my head is on the line in 3 days, I should thank them? Lord Jiang, when a monarch commands a subject to die, the subject must comply." Jiang Bei replied, "Then there is truly nothing left to say." However, the others viewed Jiang Bei's grievances as normal. After all, who would wish to offend a man facing death? Moreover, they were acutely aware that Jiang Bei was merely a useless son-in-law. He had merely been fortunate enough to catch the eye of the noble daughter Yining Shuang. Although the empress and Yining Shuang were not blood sisters, they shared a bond, which is why he was granted this position as a favor to them. A person like Jiang Bei was far more valuable dead than alive. Jiang Bei slumped despondently in his seat. Wei Daong, Yu Yang, remain here. The rest may leave. Yes, the crowd dispersed. Lord Jiang, Lu Fu is currently imprisoned. Perhaps Yu Yang began, his expression complex. Initially, he thought he could rely on Jiang Bei's support. But with this turn of events, he resigned himself to accompany Jiang Bei for another 3 days. Does Lu Fu know where the silver is gone? Jiang Bei raised an eyebrow. According to him, that night he and the escort responsible for the silver both collapsed, regaining consciousness only at dawn, at which point they were already detained. Yu Yang replied. Then that settles it. What can we possibly ask him? Jiang Bei waved his hand, having already resolved to give up. This relieved Yu Yang. Speak to me about which young ladies from recent households are noteworthy. Jiang Bei suddenly inquired. What? Yu Yang was taken aback, momentarily stunned before slapping his forehead in realization that he quickly rubbed his hands together, saying, "The Spring Rain Pavilion has a new courtesan with a remarkably curvaceous figure, and she is said to be quite alluring. Feng Mian Tower has one as well. Her beauty is beyond compare, and her verbal skills are quite profound. You're speaking of courtesans." Jiang Bei scoffed that Yu Yang appeared bewildered. Lord Jiang, you previously mentioned taking me to the Jiafangxi for high-end entertainment. Wei Daong reacted even quicker, altering his address entirely. Yu Yang hesitated for a while, then said, "Lord Jiang, do you truly wish to visit the Jiafangxi?" He was not eligible to enter, as his official rank was insufficient. and his knowledge was limited. However, upon realizing Jiang Bei's status, his eyes lit up. Surely, as the chief of the city guard, he would meet the entry requirements. What kind of place is the Jia Fangxi? It is filled with the daughters of officials and wealthy families. Not to mention, they are all exceptionally well-educated, know how to serve, and possess cultural refinement. However, to share a moment of intimacy is not merely a matter of wealth. They were all born into fortune and would not easily succumb to superficial charms. They place greater emphasis on talent. However, my Lord Yang began, but stopped mid-sentence. Typically, the city guard would be idle, passing the time discussing which brothel had quality women or gossiping about their superioress affairs, which was their sole pastime. Coincidentally, the gossip surrounding Jiang Bei was currently the hottest topic. It was rumored that within the princess's residence, Yining Shuang showed no leniency towards Jiang Bei. Their relationship was merely one of namesake, and Jiang Bei was undoubtedly feeling pent up. Previously, he might have had to consider Yining Shuang's status, but with only 3 days left to live, he naturally intended to indulge freely, enjoy these last moments of indulgence. Yu Yang shifted his tone, stating, given Lord Jiang's status, you would certainly be able to enter the Jia Fangxi. However, to engage with the courtesan requires some talent. Rest assured, with me around, I shall do everything possible. Ha ha, splendid. Jiang Bei laughed heartily. While Yu Yang and Wei Daong returned to groom themselves, eagerly anticipating their venture to the Jia Fangxi that evening. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei departed from the city guard. He needed to seek out a physician. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. As for the case, since he understood it was Yi Hongyu's scheme, there was no need to rush. Everyone was likely watching him, and any investigation was futile. Health was paramount. Recently, he had been plagued by insomnia and vivid dreams. Despite his diligent attempts to adjust his routine, there had been no improvement. Each day left him drowsy, yet he could not find rest even when lying in bed. Furthermore, there was another significant issue. Since arriving in this era, he had not felt the overwhelming vigor of life. Yet this body was remarkably robust. Thus, his desire to visit the Jia Fangxi stemmed from this reason. The women there might not possess great medical skills, but they should excel in the art of seduction. There are always more solutions than problems. This is what one might call a roundabout rescue. The physician he visited had been practicing medicine for decades, with several ancestors having served as court physicians. Thus, his skills were certainly commendable. However, he could not discern any underlying issues, asserting that Jiang Bei's health appeared entirely normal. The physician even suspected Jiang Bei was attempting to disrupt his practice. If not for Jiang Bei paying a consultation fee of 10 taels of silver, the physician might have continued doubting Jiang Bei's sincerity. However, "Doctor, please elucidate the path forward," Jiang Bei urged. Jiang Bei's expression shifted, and he spoke with great respect. Only he was aware that he had traversed into another's body, and that the original owner had perished due to a misadventure in their cultivation. Could it be that his current physical condition was indeed a consequence of the acquired cultivation method? The intricacies of this matter eluded him. The physician, with a troubled expression, regarded Jiang Bei closely. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Since Jiang Xiansheng can still function like an ordinary person, his 3 souls must be intact. However, the 7 spirits govern the corporeal form. Curiously, your symptoms correspond precisely with the conditions of the corpse d'Agent Sparrow's Ine, indicating a deficit in these 2 spirits. Are you suggesting that I am missing 2 spirits?" Jiang Bei's brow furrowed deeply. "This is merely my conjecture and should not be taken as definitive. I am but a physician, not a wandering Taoist or an immortal cultivator," the doctor hastily added. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively, but inquired, "Old sir, what are the implications of losing 2 spirits? If you have indeed lost 2 spirits, it is imperative to ascertain the cause of their loss. Generally speaking, spirits dissipate upon death, but if a living person loses all 7 spirits, they would be fortunate to survive for 6 months. Should only these 2 spirits be lost, the impact would not be severe. Perhaps you might still live for another decade or so." Jiang Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Just over a decade was hardly a trivial matter. Yet he understood the deeper meaning in the physician's words, having already lost 2 spirits. Was there a risk of losing a third, a fourth, until all 7 were gone? Moreover, he realized that the physician's assertions might indeed hold truth. The cultivation method he had stumbled upon contained a brief overview of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, a notion he had never contemplated before. If he had truly lost spirits, even the women of the brothel could not save him. As dusk approached, the 3 men boarded a carriage bound for the brothel. However, Wei Daong, towering over 1.90 meters, exuded a naive simplicity, unmistakably a figure of brawn over intellect. That Yu Yang, nearing middle age, possessed a certain scholarly demeanor, though his balding head was a notable flaw. Wei Daong gazed at Jiang Bei with a puzzled expression, perhaps softened by the proximity to the brothel, his tone less coarse than before. "Brother Jiang, why do you appear so troubled? I see. You are surely feigning profundity to attract the attention of the ladies. It is rumored that the women of the brothel are often sentimental." Yu Yang was taken aback, then mimicked Jiang Bei's demeanor, his gaze adopting a deep, contemplative quality akin to that of a middle-aged office worker burdened by stress. Chapter 10. Tactics for Dealing with Women in the Royal City. Within the inner court, the presence of the empress exerted significant psychological pressure on them while Yi Hongyu continued to peruse the day's memorials. While a group of officials knelt before her, the foremost being the current prime minister, Zhang Yinxing, "Is this what your cabinet has submitted?" Yi Hongyu threw the memorial she held onto the table in frustration. "The current state of the dynasty is chaotic, with calamities abounding." Zhang Yinxing, unable to voice his grievances, felt it inappropriate to lay blame at the feet of the empress, who sought to ascend but could not shield the populace from suffering. The royal family could not afford further discord. Zhang lowered his head even further. The theft of a salary has far-reaching consequences. The internal strife within the Great Qian is exacerbated by evil forces, while external threats loom ever closer. Who does not foresee the perilous path ahead for the Great Qian? This theft is merely the beginning. It is all premeditated. If not resolved adequately, the royal family's fortunes will collapse entirely. And should chaos ensue both within and without, even if the Great Qian does not fall, it will be severely weakened. What news from the city watch? The empress turned her gaze to the middle-aged man behind Zhang Yinxing, the commander of the Shadow Bureau, an institution that answered solely to the reigning emperor and handled all intelligence matters. "Your Majesty, the head of the city watch, Jiang Bei, convened the officers today to discuss the case. But there has been no progress, that he is currently en route to the brothel," the middle-aged man replied. Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged alarmed glances. Such audacity! The emperor had just issued a decree, and this man still dared to act in defiance. "Your Majesty, please issue an order for his arrest on charges of dereliction of duty. The theft is suspicious and significant, and yet he remains so neglectful." The officials voiced their indignation, yet Yi Hongyu merely frowned. And they quickly fell silent, for it was after working hours. Whether he was headed for the brothel or elsewhere was inconsequential. This was a scenario she was rather pleased to observe. Nonetheless, the officials harbored discontent. Forced to endure reprimands during their off hours, who wouldn't he wish to revel in the pleasures of the brothel? However, the matter at hand remained clear. Yi Hongyu's true intentions extended beyond merely the city watch's capacity to solve the case. If she truly wished for Jiang Bei to investigate, her edict ought to have granted him the necessary privileges. Alas, all they saw were the glaring words in the decree. 3 days left to live. Zhang Yinxing sighed inwardly. In 3 days, the stolen funds would likely have been dispersed. The empress desired a royal family soaked in blood, one that would be subservient. A sense of helplessness washed over him. The fortune of the dynasty was the foundation of the nation. Should the royal family descend into chaos, the common folk would suffer even more. Yet, this empress was a cultivator, and the dynasty's fortune greatly benefited her cultivation. To her, the lives of commoners perhaps held no more value than that of livestock. Should they perish, it was of little consequence. Meanwhile, observing Jiang Bei's actions was Yi Ningshuang. "Your Highness, the imperial decree arrived at the city watch this afternoon, commanding a thorough investigation of the case within 3 days," a woman reported, her expression grave. Why Yi Ningshuang slowly shook her head. "Let us observe the developments. We shall see what transpires in 3 days. Yi Hongyu will not let this matter rest easily." if it comes to that. She then inquired, what of Jiang Bei? Has he begun his investigation? He has gone to the brothel, came the response. What, he actually went to the brothel? Yi Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Her husband had only just married a few days prior, yet he was off seeking pleasure. Had they not agreed to avoid actions that might tarnish her reputation? Did he not understand what constituted a tarnished reputation? Upon his return, she would have to address this matter. Why Yi Ningxuang's complexion fluctuated between red and pale as she sighed softly. Very well. Jiang Bei must be acutely aware of his limited time left to live. Thus he seeks to savor these final 3 days. It is I who have implicated him. But thankfully, few know of our marriage. However, he has been using the royal carriage you had arranged to take him to the city watch. The cloaked figure reported with difficulty, why Yi Ningxuang. As the mid-autumn festival approached, the brothel buzzed with excitement. The courtyard was adorned with lanterns, and as the hour struck, elegantly dressed maidens emerged from within, warmly welcoming the evening's guests. Jiang Bei felt no inclination towards these festivities. Even if many perceived these 3 days as his last hurrah, he was unhurried in his investigation, harboring a degree of confidence. Though this was a world of cultivation, all paths ultimately converged, as expected. Everyone was now focused on his every move, and he intended to feign indifference for 2 days, all while discreetly searching for clues within the brothel. The 3rd day would herald both a new beginning and an end. Yet, it was quite possible that his spirits had truly been lost. Understanding precisely what had transpired with his body, whether further loss was on the horizon, and how to restore these 2 spirits was of utmost urgency. The thought of having at most a decade left to live weighed heavily on Jiang Bei. Master Jiang, we have arrived at the brothel. Yu Yang whispered excitedly. Jiang Bei responded without lifting his gaze. Beside him, Wei Daong was eager to leap into action, but Yu Yang cautioned Daong, exercise restraint. The women of the brothel differ from those of the pleasure houses. Mere riches will not sway them. After all, the brothel was a state-sanctioned establishment, frequented by the wives of high-ranking officials who had committed serious offenses. Redemption was impossible, and wealth would hold little value. Then we shall pursue something of spiritual wealth. Yu Durin, please enlighten me. Wei Daong humbly requested. Though he was the brother-in-law of the Duke of Jing, his finances were modest, reliant solely on his meager salary from the city watch. There are but 2 methods to engage the women of the brothel, Yu Yang stated confidently. Firstly, you must possess sufficient talent to draw them in. Wei Daong scratched his head. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Even I might fall short in that regard. Wei Yu Yang chuckled. Thus we must adopt an alternative approach, displaying indifference towards these women. This will amplify our merits in their eyes. Uteran, I understand. Wei Daong's eyes sparkled. Such as my physique and your mature hairstyle. Yu Yang's expression darkened. The latter part of your statement was entirely unnecessary. Master Jiang, when shall we? Patience, Jiang Bei shook his head, reclining against the soft cushions of the carriage. His mind still mulling over the intricate details relevant to this visit to the brothel, as well as the discussions regarding fortune within the cultivation method. Although Yu Yang and Wei Daong were anxious, they refrained from pressing him further, particularly Yu Yang, whose thoughts whirled as he pondered Jiang Bei's intentions. After a long moment, realization dawned upon him. Brilliant! Master Jiang is truly ingenious. Yu Yang's face was alight with astonishment. He had previously thought his own stratagem of indifference clever, only to discover that Jiang Bei was the true mastermind. Jiang Bei, Chapter 11. The courtesan of the teaching guild Jiang Bei was utterly bewildered. Wei Daong shared a similar state of confusion, gazing at Yu Yang with a look of incredulity. Could there possibly be any further explanation for this? Merely sitting idly in the carriage, what profound significance could that hold? At this moment, however, Yu Yang was entirely indifferent to the perplexity of his brother-in-law. The Prince Jing, his admiration for Jiang Bei had reached unprecedented heights, and his gaze had transformed entirely. It was no wonder that a mere mortal could soar to such heights. Ascending to the role of the chief of the monitoring city division, and standing out among thousands to become a county lord, was the embroidered ball that Yi Ningxuang tossed during her marriage selection truly cast aside carelessly? Jiang Bei's methods of courting women were alarmingly intricate upon closer inspection. Alas, with the imperial edict descending, it signified that his days of freedom were numbered. Otherwise, even if Jiang Bei lacked political acumen, what of it? It was merely a bureaucratic establishment where one could languish in idleness, and based solely on his talents, Yu Yang would willingly address him as master. What on earth was going on with Lord Yu? Wei Daong could no longer contain his curiosity. Sigh. Yu Yang let out a heavy sigh. Daong, do take a look at the women of the teaching guild outside. Are they not all gazing intently at our carriage? Upon hearing this, Wei Daong skeptically lifted the curtain and glanced outside. Indeed, the women, aside from attending to guests, occasionally cast glances in their direction. Though their movements were subtle, Wei Daong, having observed deliberately, could discern it easily. Moreover, upon noticing Wei Daong lifting the curtain, their faces flushed even deeper. Why is this, Lord Yu? Wei Daong was perplexed. The carriage of Lord Jiang belongs to the Fuwang mansion. Do you see any carriage around here that surpasses Lord Jiang's in opulence? Yu Yang chuckled. Indeed, there is none. Furthermore, it was the inaugural opening of the teaching guild, and the entrance was somewhat congested. Jiang Bei's carriage, having come to a stop, was indeed strikingly eye-catching. These women may not be enamored by wealth, yet it did not imply they were disinterested in powerful figures who could help emancipate them from this place. Lord Jiang is using this carriage to create a favorable first impression among these women. Yu Yang remarked with a sense of admiration. With Yu Yang's analysis, Jiang Bei felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, nearly scuffing his shoe to by heaven's grace. He truly hadn't considered so much. Ahem. Let us disembark. Wei Daong, who had been anxiously awaiting, was the first to leap from the carriage. As expected, his tall and robust frame caused the women's faces to flush even more. Who could resist such a physique? In the past, Wei Daong had been the quintessential image of brawn over brains. But now, disembarking from this lavish carriage, he embodied the very essence of a knight of revelry. Even the balding Yu Yang attracted the attention of a few women. For his refined demeanor suggested an intriguing appeal, and age often indicated a capacity for tenderness. His baldness hinted at the burdens of governance, likely signifying a man of high rank. Moreover, since they had never encountered these two before, it was likely their first visit to this alluring district, and they were to be well attended. Inside the courtyard, women were already surging towards the entrance, eager to engage in conversation with these newcomers and leave a favorable initial impression. As for Jiang Bei, the last to disembark, he elicited exclamations of surprise from several onlookers. So handsome. Indeed, Yu Yang's thoughts were correct. When Yining Shuang tossed the embroidered ball, she had indeed chosen Jiang Bei from among countless suitors. Even if Yining Shuang sought a husband for self-preservation, she must have considered whether any suitor would be pleasing to the eye. After all, one could not stand before the altar alongside a swine. Could they? Thus, the embroidered ball had gently landed in Jiang Bei's hands that, why Yining Shuang was satisfied with Jiang Bei's exterior qualities, not to mention the women of the teaching guild. The carriage had undoubtedly enhanced his allure. Particularly, the two women who disembarked before the young man treated him with utmost reverence. It was clear that their respect was genuine. The women nearest to the entrance could scarcely contain their excitement. The trio, with Jiang Bei at the forefront, made their way toward the grand entrance of the teaching guild. Jiang Bei had initially intended to display the token of authority from the monitoring city division. But surprisingly, the maidens at the door made no such request. As he approached, they greeted him with charming smiles. Gentlemen, please. They even neglected to collect the entrance fee. Yu Yang and Wei Daong's admiration for Jiang Bei swelled, for they had essentially gained free entry to the teaching guild, our model to aspire to. The three found a small table in the courtyard, not in haste to engage the women of the teaching guild in conversation, embodying the serene essence of sipping tea and enjoying the moonlit night. Even the typically impetuous Wei Daong had, under Yu Yang's earlier guidance, adopted a more composed demeanor. In truth, both men felt a twinge of nervousness on their inaugural visit to the teaching guild. Jiang Bei, however, was entirely preoccupied with other matters. Their demeanor captivated the women. Far too many men entered with advances, yet this trio was a rarity. The various guests had already taken notice of the three, unable to avert their gazes as the attention of the women remained fixated upon them. Yet, after observing for some time, those unfamiliar with the capital recognized that the daughter of the Fuwang, Yining Shuang, had taken a son-in-law, but aside from select few dignitaries who had attended the wedding, the vast majority were unaware of this son-in-law's name or appearance, lacking clarity about his background. They refrained from initiating contact, lest they provoke annoyance, but Wei Daong recognized him. The title of Prince Jing's brother-in-law was indeed well known. The presence of such an esteemed figure accompanying him would cause them to believe that Prince Jing himself had arrived. As the hour approached, the customary songs and dances concluded. The deputy of the teaching guild emerged, prompting the women to retreat. Esteemed guests, the teaching guild is hosting a mid-autumn poetry gathering tonight. Those who can triumph may earn the affections of Lady Yelyan. Tonight, Lady Yelyan would personally inscribe the poems for the guests. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy courtyard fell silent, with even the sound of breathing discernible. Within moments, it erupted into a fervor. They were aware of the mid-autumn poetry gathering. Yet none had anticipated Lady Yelyan's appearance, let alone her personally penning poems for the guests. "Who is this Lady Yelyan?" Jiang Bei inquired, lowering his voice. "Lord Jiang, Lady Yelyan is the most esteemed courtesan of the teaching guild. She is unparalleled throughout the capital." Yu Yang's face flushed with excitement at the mere mention of her name. "Is it truly so remarkable?" Jiang Bei was taken aback. "I have only heard tales, but never encountered Lady Yelyan. It is said she excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her handwriting is particularly captivating. With her personally writing guest poems, how could they not be thrilled? Why are you trembling?" Jiang Bei looked at Yu Yang, as if he had stepped on a live wire. "I am excited, my lord." Yu Yang rubbed his hands together. "Then why are you not expressing your excitement?" Jiang Bei turned away Daong that I cannot compose poetry. "What use is it to me, no matter how splendid a woman she is, merely for my eyes to behold?" Wei Daong scoffed. "Crass, utterly crass." Yu Yang trembled again, clearly irked. "Enough, esteemed guests. We shall proceed to the main hall to commence the poetry gathering. Lady Yelyan awaits you all." Chapter 12. The poetry topic that stunned all the trio of Jiang Bei moved leisurely toward the grand hall of the teaching guild, positioned in the middle of the crowd. One must acknowledge, the decor of the teaching guild was indeed lavish, yet maintained an air of sophistication, precisely to the liking of the esteemed and affluent. Upon the elevated platform, a graceful woman sat behind a curtain, playing the guqin. The music flowed melodiously, as though expressing deep-seated emotions. The guests entering were enraptured, not solely by the music, but rather by the enchanting woman concealed behind the veil. It was the first visit for both Wei Daong and Yu Yang to the teaching guild, and their reactions were pronounced. Upon entering, they were transfixed, unable to move forward. Observing their fascination, one could surmise they might stand at the entrance until dawn, and even when a designated host guided them to their seats. Their gaze remained glued to Lady Yelyan. Jiang Bei cast a glance, finding no clarity in their obsession. He couldn't help but muse about these infatuated fans. Perhaps they had never even seen the lady, and yet were already fantasizing about her flawless appearance. Were it not for his own dire predicaments, he would have contemplated employing knowledge from another world to establish a company dedicated to nurturing celebrities, surely far more comprehensible than what was being done here. Yet, it must be said, although her visage remained obscured, Lady Yelyan's figure was indeed extraordinarily alluring. As the melody concluded, the throng of guests gradually regained their senses, erupting into applause and cheers. The curtains slowly parted, and Lady Yelyan rose, advancing forward to offer her greetings to the guests. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Lady Yelyan, and I welcome you under the moonlight. It is through your kindness that I have earned the title of courtesan, and I am truly humbled. Since my youth, I have dedicated myself to the art of calligraphy, and on this auspicious mid-autumn night, I wish to record your poetry as a token of my gratitude." Her voice was melodious, yet it bore no hint of self-indulgence. They were enchanted. Each guest appeared mesmerized, akin to pigs in a trance, with drool unconsciously trickling from the corners of their mouths. Jiang Bei silently facepalmed, no longer disdainful of their expressions, instead grappling with his own plight. Had he truly become utterly ineffective upon crossing over? Why did he feel no impulse whatsoever? "It is imperative that I seize the opportunity this evening to have this woman examine my ailment. Should that prove unfeasible, I shall merely assume the role of a virtuous gentleman for the night, deferring deeper acquaintance for another time. Night Lotus continued. Since ancient times, the Mid-Autumn Festival has symbolized reunion, harmony, and happiness. Yet, as Night Lotus drifts through the mortal realm, she is particularly attuned to the essence of happiness. Her true happiness lies in choosing a companion for life, to share a lifetime together. Alas, this declaration rends the hearts of many. The emotionally sensitive elder brother discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Little did they know, the subsequent proclamation for Night Lotus was a thunderous revelation. Tonight, the Bureau of Music shall host a mid-autumn poetry gathering, and I dare to set the theme as the beloved in each of your hearts for poetic composition. Stunned, if they were previously captivated by Night Lotus's musical prowess and figure, now they were utterly bewildered by her unconventional prompt. On this splendid mid-autumn festival, instead of centering on the moon or the festival itself, she demanded they compose verses about their cherished loves. One of the poems they had prepared, rendered entirely useless. This was a blatant deviation from tradition. Yet, confronting her on this matter was futile. After all, to win her heart and share a delightful evening, one must adhere to her whims. Furthermore, a rather serious dilemma arose. Most attendees likely came with companions. Who in their right mind would dare dedicate a poem to Night Lotus? Such an act would inevitably compromise their standing with their peers. Should their verses be too exquisite, they would inevitably have to deny authorship, lest it become a matter of public knowledge, a fate far worse than death. The inability to utilize their prepared poems was already unfortunate. But now they found themselves incapable of crafting new ones on the spot. Even so, if they could not win Night Lotus's affection tonight, having her inscribe a piece of her artistry would still be a worthy consolation. Thus, that evening, a maiden named Flowing Moon became the beloved of the majority, as they hastily presented their pre-composed moon-themed poems for Night Lotus to transcribe. From across Jiangbei, one could observe Night Lotus's smile gradually stiffening. Not out of feeling neglected or overlooked, but rather because she had become a mere instrument for others' expressions. Dear friends, is there no one willing to compose verses for Miss Night Lotus? Suddenly, a young man clad in a scholar's robe stood up, smiling. I could see the sound. Night Lotus set down her brush and slowly raised her gaze. You have crafted such exquisite works for Miss Flowing Moon. I too wish to pen a piece for my beloved. The title of this poem shall be Night Lotus, declared the scholar with an air of confidence. Some in the crowd recognized him as Zhang Chunsheng, a renowned talent. Indeed, with his remarkable gift, it was plausible for him to compose a commendable poem in such a brief span. Whether this would win the heart of Night Lotus, however, remained uncertain, for thus far, no one had managed to enter her private quarters. Please, sir, Night Lotus replied with a gentle smile, picking up her brush once more. Lightly dipping it in it is my utmost honor. Zhang Chunsheng responded, pausing for a moment before uttering the first line, in the tranquil pond. Night Lotus blooms, bathed in moonlight that reflects her delicate visage. Instantly, a wave of heaviness swept over the crowd. How could he have penned such lines? Night Lotus swiftly followed suit, her brush dancing across the paper, and when she lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Chunsheng's, he continued, a subtle fragrance intoxicates the soul, as I stand by the water's edge, lost in myriad thoughts. With these 4 lines, he gifted them to Miss Night Lotus. Zhang Chunsheng smiled faintly, reveling in his advantage this evening. Thank you for your kind words, Night Lotus replied, bowing graciously. The audience couldn't help but exclaim their admiration. Indeed, education has its merits. Though the poem felt somewhat rushed, achieving this level of completion, especially with Night Lotus's name as its title, was no small feat. Clearly, this was a spontaneous creation, and it was unlikely to achieve lasting fame. The reason was simple. Should anyone inquire, who would admit to having composed a poem in honor of a courtesan? To have written such a piece merely for the sake of an intimate exchange with her would be tantamount to volunteering for the title of the best sycophant of the age. However, his intentions for the evening might very well be realized. The crowd was envious, yet powerless to act. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunsheng stood proudly, basking in the silent accolades of the audience, marking the competitive spirit among literary talents. His poem concluded, he became the reigning champion, awaiting the next challenger. Night Lotus gazed expectantly at the many guests present, yet the difficulty of the evening's theme loomed large, just as the crowd presumed that Zhang Chunsheng would triumph and retreat behind the curtains. A young man with a furrowed brow suddenly rose. His appearance stunned the assembly. It was Yi Liangchun, the eldest son of the king of Yin, a genuine noble. As he stood, the crowd's gaze shifted from Zhang Chunsheng to him, filled with regret. Chapter 13. Everyone, take your seats. In truth, even if Zhang Chunsheng managed to emerge victorious, the poem would likely remain confined to the Bureau of Music. At the very least, it would not circulate among the guests, which would only bolster Zhang Chunsheng's reputation. Although he had flattered Night Lotus, he had done so with clear intent. Let us not discuss how he sought to win the courtesan's favor. If one possessed the skill to compose poetry, would they not strive for it? The Bureau of Music was far less inclined to bind a penniless scholar to their esteemed courtesan. However, if it were Yi Liangchun, the situation would be entirely different. This could become a celebrated tale. It was well known that although Yi Liangchun was already betrothed to a noble lady, he still frequented places of revelry, and notably, he had not taken a concubine. The esteemed heir of the king of Yin was not one to be ruled by his spouse. Rather, he indulged in personal whims, understanding the value of quality over quantity. While he enjoyed the company of courtesans, it had never been reported that he sought to redeem anyone's freedom. He merely showered them with additional coins. Yet, the women of the Bureau of Music were left feeling utterly powerless in Night Lotus's presence. How could they possibly showcase themselves? Your Highness, Night Lotus respectfully bowed, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she inquired, might Your Highness also feel inclined to compose a poem? Yi Liangchun surveyed the audience haughtily, nodding and smiling as he replied, I happen to have a few lines I wish to bestow upon Miss Night Lotus, and since I have no concubines in my household, there are no concerns of jealousy from a back courtyard. Gasp! Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly astonished. Yi Liangchun, it seemed, could no longer withstand solitude. Night Lotus was indeed an extraordinary catch. Yet, no one anticipated that Yi Liangchun would fixate on someone from the Bureau of Music so quickly. His words were laden with implications. Should you accompany me, you would become my concubine, and potentially the concubine of the King of Yin. The abilities of the heir to the King of Yin were undoubtedly sufficient to secure the freedom of a woman from the Bureau of Music. Zhang Chunsheng's expression darkened, his fury palpable. In a contest of intellect, he resorted to leveraging his status and influence. This was nothing short of cheating. If he were to succeed tonight, it would be one matter. If he failed, the repercussions would be dire, tarnishing his reputation. No one would bother to clarify that it was Yi Liangchun's position that had triumphed over him. All would know that Zhang Chunsheng had composed poetry in the name of a courtesan, yet had failed to best his rival. Surprisingly, Night Lotus exhibited no overwhelming shock at this nearly direct proposition. Her smile remained gentle as she grasped her brush once more, dipping it into ink, and then gazed at Yi Liangchun with hopeful anticipation. Your Highness, please. Her expectations were solely for this poem, not the promise of a concubine's position that Yi Liangchun offered as for this evening. The courtesan would choose her companion according to merit. Observing this, Zhang Chunsheng's joy was evident, and when he turned to Night Lotus, his heart swelled with emotion. This was indeed his destined partner. She valued intellect above power, and such a person was worthy of a lifetime of devotion. He stood tall, directing his gaze toward the heir of the King of Yin. However, it was undeniable that Yi Liangchun, born into nobility, had received the finest education from esteemed scholars, and thus possessed a natural aptitude for poetry. Otherwise, how could he linger in such a realm? With talent and power combined, no woman could resist. Yet his literary prowess was somewhat limited, given that he had never needed to toil for scholarly accolades. Regrettably, Yi Liangchun did not spare Zhang Chunsheng a glance, his smile still directed at Night Lotus as he proclaimed, If I am to write for Miss Night Lotus, then this poem shall carry her name as its title. Lotus stands in the clear waves, reflecting the moonlight. The wind stirs the lotus leaves, dancing gracefully. The flowers bloom in vibrant hues, delicate forms displayed. Their subtle fragrance lingers long. The audience fell silent. There was something distinctly amiss about this poem. If he had merely written about the lotus, it might have sufficed, But the lotus in this poem was clearly a woman's name, making it feel more like a love poem. Furthermore, it seemed that the word night had been awkwardly inserted. Bravo! However, despite this, applause continued to resonate from the crowd below, and O1 was inclined to witness a destitute scholar triumph over the courtesan, yet they dared not offend this noble heir, although the royal family was currently in a dire state. The adage that a dead camel is larger than a horse was well understood by all. Ilian diligently recorded the verses before finally setting down her brush. She gazed at the poem for a moment, as if recalling something, and hastily offered a bow, expressing her humble gratitude for the heir's patronage, despite her limited poetic prowess. Zhang Chunxing's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. What a farce! It was merely a forced performance at this juncture. The profound talent of the impoverished scholar clashed directly with the overwhelming power of the influential. Regardless of pride or any other concern, Zhang Chunxing could not concede defeat and relinquish this evening's opportunity. Nor did anyone dare to step forward as a judge to declare a victor. Thus, the situation remained tense, with the pressure squarely resting on Zhang Chunxing. The atmosphere was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak first. While Liangshun merely cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chunxing, who continued to stand awkwardly, his brow glistening with sweat. How long is this going to last? Standing there is hindering my enjoyment of the beauty. Wei Daong could no longer contain his grumbling. The Liangshan was truly infuriating, obstructing his view perfectly. Jiang Beibei was still mulling over the case at hand, finally encountering a member of the royal family. But how to investigate the matter of fate? Upon further reflection, he recalled that Wei Daong's past actions had instilled both fear and resentment in the royal youth. Daong, go, slap his face, Jiang Beibei declared directly. What? Slap his face? Wei Daong was taken aback, staring blankly at Jiang Beibei, unable to comprehend. Daong, do you think his poetry is remarkable? Jiang Beibei suddenly inquired. Wei Daong pondered for a moment before commenting. It's nothing special. Jiang Beibei mentally commended him for exhibiting the spirit of a keyboard warrior from another realm. So, you come. Currently, Yi Liangchen and that scholar are at an impasse. If you topple Yi Liangchen, it will be tantamount to defeating the scholar and successfully claiming the courtesan. Wei Daong's eyes lit up. Ah, Brother Jiang speaks wisely. However, he then scratched his head, but Brother Jiang, I can't compose poetry. That assertion is misguided. Jiang Beibei shook his head, beginning to persuade. Oh no, to reason with Wei Daong. Daong, who do you think is better poetry, Yi Liangchen or that scholar? Wei Daong replied. Neither is impressive. Jiang Beibei took a deep breath and continued. In comparison, the scholar's is somewhat superior, wouldn't you agree? Wei Daong considered this and nodded. So, what is the reason for their stalemate? Isn't it simply that Yi Liangchen is the heir of the Yin King, possessing some influence? He is an heir. Do not forget that you are still the brother-in-law of the Jing King. Intimidate him? Wei Daong immediately shook his head. Not intimidated. I have even beaten him before. Jiang Beibei laughed. Then isn't that settled? He pressures the scholar, and you pressure him, treating him with his own methods. Besides, if he doesn't sit down, you get to see Miss Yi Lian tonight. Jiang Beibei's final remark nearly broke Wei Daong's composure, causing him to leap to his feet. Everyone, sit down. Chapter 14. Wei Daong's flattery. Yi Liangchen had not anticipated that, at such a moment, someone would dare to stand up for a struggling scholar. Yet that voice was oddly familiar. Upon turning, he was startled. Wei Daong stood there like a hulking bear, instantly evoking memories of a painful encounter from 2 years prior, when a single punch had left him black and blue. Moreover, the influence of the Jing King surpassed that of the Yin King. Besides, the Jing King's consort was no ordinary person. Wei Daong's grandfather was also a distinguished military official. Furthermore, despite being of similar age to Yi Liangchen, Wei Daong referred to the Jing King as brother-in-law, while Yi Liangchen had to address him as uncle, indicating a significant difference in their standings. Wei Liangchen had never expected that this oaf, Wei Daong, would show up today. Confused, he pondered how he could have gained entry. Moments ago, it had been pitch dark outside, and his focus had been solely on tonight's target, entirely oblivious to his surroundings once inside. You. Yi Liangchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Truly, One mountain cannot compare to another. However, Yi Liangshan reacted swiftly. After all, this was a poetry gathering. Although organized by the Music Bureau, it was a congregation of scholars and poets. Wei Daong, can you compose poetry? What are you doing here at this poetry gathering? Wei Daong snorted. I came to admire the beauties. Besides, even if I cannot compose poetry, anything I scribble will surely surpass your work. Such crude remarks drew a frown even from the poised Yi Lian on stage. All right, you can compose poetry? Then I must see what you can produce to speak so boldly. Yi Liangshan clapped his hands in mockery. In terms of physical prowess, he could not compete with the seasoned martial artist Wei Daong. However, this was a poetry gathering, where one's literary talent was to be judged, and Wei Daong, being rather simple-minded, had walked right into his trap. He would never be able to produce anything. Wei Daong felt disheartened. He barely recognized a few characters, let alone compose poetry. Yet his stubborn nature would not allow him to admit defeat. After a prolonged struggle, he finally declared, "Isn't it just poetry? I'll give it a go." He then turned to the bewildered Yi Lian on stage. Yi Lian was taken aback. "What do you want from me? If you wish to compose poetry, then do so." Suddenly, she remembered that she needed to write it down. As she dipped her brush in ink, she heard Wei Daong proclaim, "This poem of mine is also titled Yi Lian." A few could not suppress their laughter, but as they glanced at Yi Liangshan's expression, resembling one who had just tasted something foul, they quickly stifled it. However, Wei Daong seemed utterly engrossed, his mind filled with romantic musings about the night spent with Yi Lian. The lotus blooms for her. The lotus is named for her. Yesterday, the lotus flower bloomed. Tonight, the lotus flower closes. This poem, upon its utterance, was nothing short of earth-shattering, leaving the audience in stunned silence, setting aside the poem's content, and the fact that it lacked even the most basic rhyme. Indeed, it could hardly be deemed poetry. At the very least, it was a flamboyant compliment. Look at that. It spoke of Miss Yi Lian's appearance, causing even the lotus flowers to shyly retreat. Leaving all else aside, this moment was undeniably beautiful. While Yi Lian stood on stage, her hand gripping the brush, trembling slightly. It was not that she was overwhelmed with emotion. Rather, she was genuinely at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wei Daong relished the moment, quite satisfied, realizing he possessed a hidden literary talent. He turned sharply, eyeing Yi Liangshan with a predatory gaze. "What do you think?" Yi Liangshan wished to speak the truth but thought better of it. Noting Wei Daong's self-satisfied demeanor, he could only concede defeat today. This iron-headed brute, Wei Daong, had truly crossed the line. Should a brawl erupt at the Music Bureau, it would ultimately be himself who suffered, for he was the elder teaching the younger. Yi Liangshan, on the verge of tears, steeled himself. "Very well, a fine poem." He then plopped down on his seat. The crowd observed, realizing that the royal youths were ostensibly fearful of Wei Daong, but not to this extent. Yet, as the drama unfolded, it was indeed astonishing. However, the stage was not solely occupied by Wei Daong. The talented Zhang Chunsheng remained standing, observing the bear-like Wei Daong. Zhang Chunsheng felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he prided himself as a scholar and would never cower before authority, not even a show of brute force. Otherwise, how could one enter the path through literature? That is not poetry, Zhang Chunsheng declared outright. "What did you say?" Wei Daong's brow furrowed, fully aware that his poem was lackluster, even inferior to Yi Liangshan's work. His satisfaction stemmed from merely having created a piece. As for Yi Liangshan's capitulation, it was purely out of fear. Now, with Zhang Chunsheng's comment, Wei Daong felt his tender heart bruised. "Daong, this poem of yours is indeed not as good as his." Jiang Beibei interjected. Observing Yi Liangshan's swift and total submission, Jiang Beibei understood it was time to end this farce. Continuing to escalate would lead to chaos, especially since the 3-day period had yet to conclude. Now was not the time for recklessness. However, he had his reasons for wanting to secure Miss Yi Lian. Even though Jiang Beibei was reluctant, he still sat down under Jiang Beibei's stern gaze. Poetry was not his forte. He had studied criminal investigation, not literature. Nevertheless, he had absorbed the necessary knowledge. He diligently contemplated verses pertaining to the lotus. "Sir, do you also have poetry to share?" Zhang Chunsheng inquired, seeing Jiang Beibei rise, his brow furrowing in confusion. Others shared similar expressions, particularly Yu Liangchun. They could not comprehend. Moments ago, Wei Daong had intimidated the heir of the Yin King, yet now this young man. Jiang Beibei stood. Did he intend to repeat the earlier display of oppressive authority? But unexpectedly, Jiang Beibei grinned, candidly stating, I cannot compose poetry, nor can I write lyrics. The crowd realized they had underestimated him. He had no intention of composing, but rather sought to exert his influence. Zhang Chunxing's face flushed with anger. An insult. This was an outright affront to his dignity, an affront to his very character. But could literature withstand it? Jiang Beibei then turned his gaze toward Yu Lian. Zhang Chunxing grew even more incensed. How could he dare ignore me? Naturally, it was permissible, of course, Sir Jiang, pleased that Yu Lian nodded instantly and lifted her brush. Jiang Bei rummaged through his mind for poetry related to the lotus, yet he found nothing suitable, although he recalled On Loving the Lotus. However, that text was too direct and would undoubtedly circulate, making it impossible to control, and it was highly likely that his esteemed wife, the princess, would learn of it. After all, the poetry and classical literature lodged in his mind were the essence of the vast historical river of that world, and all of them could be found in textbooks. Yet he had no choice. Jiang Bei closed his eyes, beginning to reminisce. Fortunately, the text was brief, consisting of only 100 or so words, and was a mandatory piece. Moreover, the historical details could be slightly altered without much difficulty to the onlookers. It appeared as though Jiang Bei was in the throes of creative contemplation. Was he about to compose an essay on the spot? Before long, he opened his eyes, and the piece was titled, On Loving the Lotus, dedicated to Miss Yu Lian. Internally, he was already apologizing to the original author, Zhou Dunyi, for resorting to this out of necessity. Jiang Bei sighed softly and began, The flowers of water and land, how numerous are those that are lovely. Yet, I alone adore the lotus, which emerges from the mud untouched by filth and is washed by the clear water without becoming alluring. It is straight and upright, neither creeping nor branching, its fragrance distant and pure, standing tall and clean. It may be admired from afar, but cannot be profaned. Chapter 15, was it truly so urgent? Emerging from the mud yet untainted, washed by clear water yet not alluring, may be admired from afar, but cannot be profaned. Why Yu Lian was taken aback, even forgetting to respond to Jiang Bei. After writing, she stared vacantly at the Xian paper before her. That moment, all previous poetry paled in comparison. Was he using the lotus as a metaphor for me? Although I am the courtesan of the Jia Fangxi, I have never left my chamber, nor have I received guests with abandon. In other words, within the Jia Fangxi, only she could embody the lotus described in the text. The surrounding women of the Jia Fangxi, tasked with attending to the guests, were already in a state of dejection. Did they not yearn to be the lotus mentioned in the text? Their families fallen, relegated to the Jia Fangxi, they had no choice. Yet, regardless, none dared to dispute the quality of the text. The many guests who spent 50 taels of silver to attend the poetry gathering were undoubtedly individuals of some talent. Otherwise, their silver would be wasted tonight. However, at this moment, everyone remained silent, enraptured by this On Loving the Lotus. It was hard to imagine that this was a piece dedicated to the courtesan of the Jiao Fangxi. This moment, they had lost interest in the women around them. Intoxicated instead by the realm portrayed in the text and the lofty character of its author. This was indeed written for the courtesan. What kind of realm did the author possess? If only Jiang Bei had any inkling of their thoughts. He would surely return home to set up an altar in honor of Zhou, the predecessor, and offer incense and apology. Nevertheless, the piece was indeed remarkable, and they even wished to disassociate its origins from the Jia Fangxi once it circulated. As for Jiang Bei's direct rival, Zhang Chunsheng, he had unknowingly lowered his head, falling silent. He had yet to sit down, not out of unwillingness to compete, but rather due to forgetfulness. After a while, he lifted his head, gazing in Jiang Bei's direction, and respectfully said, Your talent is profound. I have just been disrespectful. The phrase those who excel are to be regarded as teachers rendered his address and self-reference to Jiang Bei not at all surprising. He promptly bowed and took a seat. Now, Only Jiang Bei remained standing, the unloving the lotus being the champion, and naturally, no one dared to compete further, especially since this individual seemed to possess a somewhat intimidating identity. The two beside Jiang Bei, Yu Yang and Wei Daong, were already dumbfounded. Wei Daong was simply in awe of Jiang Bei, who had silenced the crowd with a single display. Even the seemingly unyielding scholar had conceded. Truly impressive. As for Yu Yang, he was directly struck by the shock. Jiang Bei was utterly outrageous. Jiang Bei, how could you write a piece for a courtesan with such fervor? However, upon coming to his senses, Yi Lian's eyes were filled with joy. Though this piece still lacked the most crucial stroke, she offered Jiang Bei a courtesy and spoke. Jiang Darren, I am still unaware of your name. Just a single character. Bei. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. After Yi Lian signed off, she set down her brush and said to Jiang Bei, I invite you, Jiang Xiansheng, to converse with me in the inner chambers. Respectfulness is better than refusal. Thus, the guests watched as Jiang Bei and Yi Lian departed. To their surprise, their hearts felt no pain. The trope of a talented scholar paired with a beautiful woman was something many dignitaries present looked down upon. Scholars were often impoverished, and in their eyes, power was far more significant. Yet, Jiang Bei clearly did not belong to that category. Not only did he possess the talent to compose on Loving the Lotus, but he also wielded the kind of overwhelming power that commanded respect from someone like Wei Daong. Why did the name Jiang Bei sound so familiar? Someone could not help but speak up. Jiang Bei, Jiang Bei. Finally, someone realized, isn't Jiang Bei the one who, just days ago, fortuitously became the son-in-law of Princess Mingwei? Later, he was conferred some title by the emperor. What was it again? Chief of the city supervisory office. In charge of Wei Daong. Oh my. So that's why Wei Daong treated him with such respect. This fellow is impressive. He became a noble while still daring to seek out a courtesan at the Jiafangxi. You might not know, but the empress just issued a decree today. Jiang Bei has only 3 days left to live. The guests began to engage in fervent discussions about Jiang Bei. Initially, the text had quelled their desires to rendezvous with the women. But now, gossip had completely clouded their minds. Hearing their chatter, the women of the Jiafangxi who were still in attendance were left bewildered. So, tonight, Miss Yi Lian's first appearance was not just a wasteful son-in-law, but a condemned man with less than 3 days to live. This was truly surreal. Jiang Bei, meanwhile, could not be bothered with how his name would be discussed once revealed. With Unloving the Lotus coming to light, he was bound to become famous. It was only a matter of time. He might as well take the initiative. His mindset remained relatively optimistic. At this moment, he had followed Yi Lian into a standalone building in the rear courtyard, the residence of the courtesan of the Jiafangxi, which boasted an exceptionally elegant environment. Along the way, Jiang Bei felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was following closely behind Yi Lian, watching her curvaceous figure sway beneath the thin veil. Ordinarily, such a sight would be overwhelming for any spirited young man, especially one like him who had trained for years and maintained a fit physique. Yet, strangely, while his heart was stirred, his body remained unresponsive. At this point, it was evident he had indeed lost his spirit. Tonight, he would seek an opportunity to withdraw, leaving a good impression on Yi Lian. What he missed tonight could be pursued later, in this world. Visiting the Jiafangxi, while not entirely proper for a married man, was legal, especially as he was about to separate from Yi Ningxuang, each free to pursue their own pleasures, with the option to reunite or part ways at any time. So, would a transmigrator truly refuse the alluring women of the Jiafangxi? Jiang Bei did not believe so. Young master, this is my boudoir. Upon entering, Yi Lian turned to welcome Jiang Bei inside, her cheeks already flushed with shyness. Jiang Bei felt as though his very soul had been shaken. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance that Yi Lian approached Jiang Bei, sidestepping his form, and gently closed the door behind her. In that fleeting moment, a natural body scent wafted into Jiang Bei's nostrils, leaving his mind in a dizzying haze. In the next instant, Yi Lian had shed her thin outer garment, leaving only a light camisole that barely covered her ample bosom, exposing her smooth abdomen to the already humid air. Before Jiang Bei could gather his thoughts, Yi Lian stood before him once more. Young master, Yi Lian has lived in the Jiafangxi since childhood and has never left her chamber. My body remains pure. I await the arrival of a person of remarkable talent. And now, Jiang Gongzi is the one I have long admired. With a soft murmur, Yu Lian leaped into his embrace. Jiang Bei felt as if his breath was caught in his throat. Was this woman truly so eager? Yet there was no time to ponder further. His mind erupted like a volcano, and it seemed even his ailment was miraculously healed. All he could think of was to break free and indulge. Chapter 16. Good words are hard to persuade the deadly ghost. As the night descended, a whimsical atmosphere enveloped the room. The two had traversed from the entrance hall to the bed, and their garments had been completely shed during this brief interlude. With a sudden gasp from Yu Lian, the bed curtains were finally drawn, leaving only two figures entwined within. Their cheeks blushed as ripe peaches, easily yielding droplets with a gentle pinch. Soft whispers gradually intensified into heavy breaths, evolving into weak pleas for mercy, only to cyclically return to fervent encounters. Jiang Bei felt himself youthful once more. Yu Lian's initiative surpassed that of their entrance, proving far more adept at attending to a man's needs than he had anticipated. Lord Yu, how long must we wait here? Wei Daong scratched his head, feeling quite uncomfortable in the carriage, especially with so many eyes casting glances their way. Jiang Bei's carriage was undeniably conspicuous after the poetry gathering concluded with a definitive outcome. They had departed the Bureau of Courtesans early. This was primarily due to Jiang Bei's identity being revealed. Everyone was aware that he was the husband of Princess Mingyue, Yining Shuang, and although there was no issue with the two of them, the gazes from the numerous guests were decidedly unfriendly. Remaining any longer would not bode well. Wei Daong had a volatile temper, and Yu Yang genuinely feared he might clash with these onlookers. Currently, the supervisory city office was as precarious as the great Qian dynasty itself. Should tonight's events escalate, their names would inevitably be circulated on the day the imperial edict was issued. Not only would they not thoroughly investigate the case, but they also accompanied Jiang Bei to the Bureau of Courtesans. Wei Daong had the protection of Prince Jing, so he might only lose his official position, but Yu Yang would likely share the same fate as Jiang Bei. Moreover, even if Jiang Bei were to meet his end, he would do so as a notorious figure. One could only imagine him engaged in passionate revelry with a courtesan at this very moment, while he, Yu Yang, sat in this carriage. Though the carriage was comfortable, it paled in comparison to having a lady's thigh to rest upon. Originally, he had hoped to partake in an elevated experience at the Bureau of Courtesans with Jiang Bei. But instead, he felt like a mere bystander. To sum it up, it was far inferior to a brothel. Alas, Yu Yang sighed heavily. Where could he find reason in this? Furthermore, they could hardly leave now, forced to wait within the carriage. By dawn, the two had lost count of how many times they dozed off in the carriage. Finally, Jiang Bei emerged from the doors of the Bureau of Courtesans that Yu Yang, as if sensing something, suddenly jolted awake. Lord Jiang, you've finally come out. We must head to the supervisory city office to commence the investigation, and if we delay any longer, we may never recover our salaries. Yu Yang urged urgently. Feeling the need to at least feign diligence to make amends for the previous night's events. One cannot be too cautious. Without a background or support, it is already a feat for a person of my modest stature to attain a position at the supervisory city office. Seeing Jiang Bei so refreshed left Yu Yang with a complex mix of emotions. Have you all been waiting here? Jiang Bei asked, somewhat surprised by Yu Yang's presence, that we never anticipated that Lord Jiang would be so keen as to spend the night at the Bureau of Courtesans. Yu Yang replied, managing a somewhat awkward grin. Who could have guessed that Jiang Bei would dare to remain out all night? This son-in-law truly understood his role. Setting aside everything else, Yu Yang felt immense admiration for Jiang Bei. If he were in Jiang Bei's position, facing the imminent risk of severe punishment from the empress, he would lack both the courage to stay out and the audacity to neglect his duties. Could it be that the minds of such literary talents function differently from ours? Truly, he was the man capable of composing love for the lotus. Jiang Bei chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Let us go to the Bureau of Courtesans. Yu Yang interjected, Lord Jiang, you've just exited the bureau. We should return to the supervisory city office. However, what Yu Yang did not expect was that today, Jiang Bei was not as he usually was. Instead of collapsing into sleep upon arriving at the supervisory city office, he seemed invigorated. This left Yu Yang baffled. You could skip sleep any other day, but today of all days, you cannot, after a whole night of revelry at the bureau. How can you not catch up on your rest? This defies logic. Moreover, the head of the supervisory city office had only been in office for a short while, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he might still be unaware of how many constables the office had or what duties it was responsible for. Could he be forcing himself to maintain his energy in preparation for the investigation? Yu Yang watched Jiang Bei stride toward the main hall, soon realizing he had misjudged the situation. The official Lu Fu is still imprisoned. Yu Yang rushed forward. Which Lu Fu? Jiang Bei retorted, while Yu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The consul responsible for transporting salaries from the imperial city. The emperor has decreed that within 3 days. Yu Yang's cold sweat was already forming. But there are still 2 days left, right? Let us enjoy today and drink to our heart's content. We'll return to the bureau tonight. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with the details, that Wai Yu Yang realized he now understood the meaning of good words are hard to persuade a deadly ghost. What did you say? Jiang Bei spent the entire night away and only left the bureau this morning. In the inner courtyard of the princess's residence, upon hearing this news, Yi Ningxuang's eyes were filled with icy fury. She was no longer a child. Continue, she commanded through gritted teeth, her anger palpable. While she understood that Jiang Bei had few days left to live and was indulging in these final moments. Any woman would feel wrath upon hearing her husband had spent the night at the Bureau of Courtesans. Even a nominally married couple could not escape such a reaction. What on earth is going on? Yi Ningxuang's voice was low and stern. The woman in black then explained, Princess, last night at the Bureau, the courtesan Yu Lian held an outing for the mid-autumn poetry gathering. Lord Jiang Bei triumphed, becoming the honored guest of the courtesan. According to the coachman, he only emerged from the bureau this morning. And Yi Ningxuang pressed, and Lord Jiang Bei's name was revealed. Most guests at the bureau last night are now aware that he is your husband. And this news is already spread, why Yi Ningxuang's breath hitched. Yet, she soon grasped something. Wait, you said he triumphed at the poetry gathering? Her brow furrowed tightly, unable to comprehend. Before their marriage, she had investigated Jiang Bei. He was merely a delusional waste of a man, having squandered his family's fortune, leaving nothing behind. This perfectly aligned with Yi Ningxuang's criteria for a worthless son-in-law. Furthermore, to her knowledge, Jiang Bei possessed little talent, having only studied for a few years in his youth. This is Jiang Bei's composition from last night at the bureau. It has now circulated widely, the woman in black stated, laying a copied manuscript of love for the lotus before Yi Ningxuang. As Yi Ningxuang gazed at the piece with astonishment in her eyes, the woman in black unwittingly added, the title of last night's poetry gathering was True Love, requiring participants to compose verses inspired by their heart's true love. The courtesan's name was Yi Lian, chapter 17. The origin of Yi Lian today, Jiang Bei was brimming with vitality. He was determined to attend tonight. What was poetry, after all? At worst, he would simply apologize to some esteemed elder later. Ahem, regardless of the pleasure it arrived, the most significant aspect was that upon awakening in the bureau this morning, Jiang Bei was pleasantly surprised by his physical condition, and he could not recall how many times he had been engaged in revelry, or when he finally succumbed to sleep. Yet, no matter how one calculated, he had not slumbered for long. Yet upon rising, he felt remarkably refreshed, as if transformed. The previous Jiang Bei had always appeared drowsy, resembling a middle-aged worker burdened by years of relentless toil, plagued by stress and unable to find respite. His spirit and vitality were far from that of a young man who had practiced for many years. However, today, he had shed this languid demeanor, feeling as though boundless energy coursed through him. As for the situation at home regarding the love for the lotus, it should not have reached Yi Ningxuang's ears so quickly, right? Jiang Bei felt a certain regret about his visit to the bureau, but it was ultimately for his survival. This trip had yielded much. Jiang Bei picked up his pen, meticulously documenting his experiences from the bureau last night to facilitate a more thorough analysis. Aside from the case, there was no rush. 2 days remained, ample time. However, he circled several points of doubt from the previous night's events, confirming his physical condition had indeed faltered. It was conservatively estimated that he had lost 2 souls. As for why he could indulge in merriment all night despite this loss, though it had disrupted his sleep and bodily functions, resulting in insomnia and vivid dreams. Jiang Bei had still managed to catch a few hours of sleep during the day at the supervisory city office. This was far from sufficient to recuperate. If he had truly engaged for so long with the courtesan, disregarding his current state, what would the consequences of further energy depletion be during the time from the storm until dawn? Even if he had been in deep slumber throughout, how could he possibly shake off the fatigue of past days to feel this invigorated? This is utterly unrealistic. He seems to have slept for an extended period. Moreover, he had shown no reaction whatsoever towards that lady, Yilian. Even when she shed her thin veil, remaining only in a delicate camisole before him, his body still failed to respond appropriately. However, the subsequent reaction was abrupt and unexpected, deviating from the typical pattern of impulsive responses. Therefore, when considering all these factors, the only plausible conclusion is that everything that transpired last night was merely a dream. The instigator of this dream was none other than Yi Lian. Such tactics, could she be a cultivator? Jiang Bei's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Just then, Yi Yang entered the back hall. Lord Jiang. Jiang Bei put down his brush and looked up at Yi Yang. You arrived just in time. I have a matter to discuss with you. Wai Yu Yang appeared visibly taken aback. The expression on Jiang Bei's face was one he had never witnessed before, grave and serious. Moreover, he had just seen Jiang Bei engrossed in writing something. Could it be that this esteemed lord had indeed decided to pursue an investigation? The incident occurred the night before last, and it had already been a day since they received the news. Although somewhat delayed, at least this chief magistrate was taking action. How did Yi Lian manage to enter the pleasure quarter? What was her identity prior to this? Jiang Bei inquired. Wai Yu Yang hesitated. This is perplexing. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that after one night, Lord Jiang has begun contemplating the matter of redeeming Yi Lian? Lord Jiang, you don't have many days left to live. Yet you still concern yourself with others? Yu Yang paused for a moment, then shook his head. I am unaware. The women in the pleasure quarter are typically the relatives of high-ranking officials who have committed grave offenses. Their backgrounds are rarely disclosed. As it is a sensitive topic, guests seldom inquire about such matters, as it could easily dampen the evening's revelry. When did Yi Lian arrive at the pleasure quarter? Jiang Bei pressed further. 2 months ago, Yu Yang responded promptly. After all, Yi Lian's arrival had caused quite a stir in the capital's entertainment circles. On that day, all other women seemed to fade into the background. Jiang Bei furrowed his brow, jotting down the date of Yi Lian's entrance 2 months prior. Observing Jiang Bei's silence, Yu Yang contemplated speaking, but suddenly recalled that he had come to see Jiang Bei for a purpose. Jiang Bei's question had made him forget. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei remained engrossed in the paper before him, pondering what significant events had transpired over the past 2 months. Suddenly, Jiang Bei held his breath as realization struck him. 2 months ago marked the onset of the Great Qian dynasty's decline, marked by relentless natural disasters. Within less than half a month, the late emperor had passed away, followed by Yi Hongyu forcibly usurping the imperial fortunes. Ascending to the throne, resulting in rivers of royal bloodshed and countless corpses among the populace. Wai Lian's appearance was too coincidental. Had Jiang Bei not personally experienced her methods, he would never have connected these two occurrences. Is there something troubling you, Lord Jiang? Noticing the myriad changes in Jiang Bei's countenance, which could no longer simply be described as serious, Yu Yang could not help but voice his concern, his voice trembling slightly. It felt as though Jiang Bei was genuinely investigating a case and had uncovered something momentous. Jiang Bei shook his head, not answering Yu Yang's question, but countered, if the Great Qian were to fall, who would stand to gain the most? Yu Yang was taken aback. Lord Jiang's thoughts were leaping ahead, and he struggled to keep pace. Lowering his voice, he replied, if the Great Qian truly fell, the northern barbarians would benefit the most. They could descend upon the south, pillaging and dividing the Great Qian among themselves. Since the late emperor's demise, the barbarians have been gathering in the north, eyeing the Great Qian hungrily. Then why haven't the barbarians moved southward yet? Jiang Bei queried, because they cannot breach the defenses. The general station at the northern gate is Zhou Yuan, a cultivator of substantial prowess. Yu Yang scratched his head, as this was common knowledge among officials. Although they, as minor officials, lacked the authority to engage in court affairs, they still discussed these matters in their leisure. preparing for any potential upheaval. Is there a possibility that the barbarians are plotting from within the Great Qian, merely biding their time for the right opportunity? Jiang Bei asked. Absolutely not. Yu Yang immediately denied the notion. Though he was unsure why Lord Jiang had suddenly broached this topic, he still held a sense of patriotism. Despite the dynasty's corruption, officials would not conspire with foreign enemies to betray their emperor. Such individuals would be met with scorn from the populace. Jiang Bei could not help but smirk. Such scorn could be quite lethal. Yu Yang added, furthermore, the barbarians are crude and simple-minded. They lack the foresight for such schemes. This left Jiang Bei in contemplative silence. While the barbarians would undoubtedly be the greatest beneficiaries of the Great Qian's downfall, Yu Yang asserted that they could not be the instigators. Jiang Bei had initially speculated that Yi Lian might be a deliberate agent planted within the capital, waiting for the late emperor's demise and the ensuing chaos and the imperial fortunes to plot against the Great Qian. However, it appeared that Yi Hongyu had seized the opportunity, securing her position on the throne at the cost of royal bloodshed. Thus, Yi Lian's attempt to siphon off royal funds could be an effort to undermine the already weakened foundations of the dynasty. Yet, Yu Yang had outright dismissed this theory. Jiang Bei's brow knitted into a furrow. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Yang tentatively inquired, Lord Jiang, are you not suspecting that Yi Lian is a barbarian? Chapter 18. Interrogating the criminal. Jiang Bei nodded. In truth, he found this notion rather implausible. Even based on his previous life's scan impressions of the barbarians, tall, robust figures, typically around 2 meters in height, endowed with immense strength. He could not reconcile the idea. That's impossible, Lord Jiang. Yu Yang chuckled, shaking his head. If you said Yi Lian was a fox spirit from Qingqiu, I might begrudgingly accept that. But a barbarian? How could that be? A fox spirit from Qingqiu? Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback. Yu Yang nodded. Indeed, Lord Jiang, in the pleasure quarter, a fox spirit from Qingqiu at least possesses their innate charm, enabling them to captivate numerous patrons. In contrast, the barbarians are endowed with raw strength and vigor. Moreover, their limited intellect is primarily devoted to procreation and foraging for food. Without sustenance, how could they enhance their vitality? Jiang Bei, though Yu Yang's remarks were meant as jest, delivered a heavy blow to his thoughts. The allure of a fox spirit. Jiang Bei's pupils constricted sharply. The vivid dream he experienced last night must have been a result of Yi Lian's enchantment. Otherwise, how could it have felt so genuine? Lord Jiang, are you all right? Yu Yang regarded Jiang Bei with suspicion, even waving his hand before Jiang Bei's eyes, prompting the latter to snap back to reality. Unable to comprehend, Jiang Bei refrained from voicing any outlandish claims. These were merely common knowledge. Yet why was Jiang Bei reacting so intensely? Wait a moment. Hadn't Lord Jiang just suspected that Yi Lian might be a barbarian? Surely, he wouldn't be entertaining the notion that she is a fox spirit. Yu Yang's gaze toward Jiang Bei had grown increasingly complex. My lord, this case has already been classified as a crime committed by mortals. Otherwise, how could it have been entrusted to us? Yu Yang internally facepalmed. Jiang Bei remained silent. It was still too early to draw a definitive conclusion, but judging by the existing suspicions, it certainly seemed plausible. If not for such extraordinary means, how could a person who had lost 2 souls sleep soundly, or even experience multiple nocturnal encounters? Such occurrences were simply unfathomable. Jiang Bei glanced at the sky outside, which had already turned to dusk. It had been over a day since the empress issued her decree, and time was running short for him. What do you have there? Jiang Bei directed his gaze at the paper in Yu Yang's hands. Yu Yang smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the matter at hand. This contains all the information about Lu Fu. I gathered it promptly and brought it to you. Moreover, regarding the case, Jiang Bei took the document, glanced at it, and then rose to his feet, striding toward the exit. Take me to see Lu Fu. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the prison of the Supervisory Bureau. The atmosphere was dim and oppressive. Unlike the dungeons depicted in films and television, this place appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Upon entering, there were no cries or pleas for justice, as this vast prison housed only Lu Fu. Arriving at his cell, Jiang Bei finally laid eyes on the man. His head hung low, clad in tattered white prison garb. Lu Fu, nearing middle age, appeared utterly lifeless after being implicated in such a grave case. Remarkably, due to Jiang Bei's inaction, he had not been subjected to any torture since being brought to the prison. Jiang Bei instructed someone to unlock the cell door and stepped inside. Just as he entered the cell, the main door of the prison swung open once more, and a throng of officials from the Supervisory Bureau rushed in. These well-connected individuals may lack certain skills, but they certainly understood how to claim credit for others' work. Given that the Supervisory Bureau was responsible for this case, everyone was aware that an investigation was unlikely to yield results, nor was there any merit to be gained if Jiang Bei were to adopt a lackadaisical attitude. It could very well implicate them as well. Fortunately, Jiang Bei feared for his own life. Look, after visiting the pleasure quarter and experiencing the beauty of life, he has perked up again, hasn't he? Coming to see Lu Fu. Is it not to inquire about the details of the theft that took place that evening? Although it is highly unlikely to be fruitful, at least they made an effort and did not slack off. Thus, the chances of those behind him preserving their connections would significantly increase, sparing them from the repercussions of Jiang Bei's inaction. Yes, soon as they heard of Jiang Bei's arrival at the prison, they hurriedly made their way over. Jiang Bei was not surprised by their presence. His purpose in visiting Lu Fu was merely to engage in a casual conversation. In other words, to put on a facade for those watching him. If he could clear Lu Fu's name, that would be even better, as the case would escalate into one of demonic wrongdoing. Lu Fu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Bei, understanding that if no resolution was reached today, this county magistrate would not relent easily. What sort of cruel torture awaited him? Since death was inevitable, he might as well comply and avoid further suffering. Lu Fu smiled wryly to Lu Fu's astonishment. Jiang Bei did not adopt the usual authoritative demeanor expected of an official interrogating a prisoner. He simply sat down beside him on the straw pile in the cell. This caused a stir among the connections present. Lord Lu, are you the consul responsible for the transport of salaries the night before last? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile. This left Lu Fu momentarily bewildered, and he instinctively nodded. Yes, that as for the investigation. I am not well versed in that either. It merely requires a semblance of formality, Jiang Bei remarked casually. Lu Fu was at a loss for words after a long pause. Jiang Bei, unfazed, continued. As for the case, I too cannot unravel it. I will inevitably be questioned by superiors and may even perish before you that if fortune favors us, we may end up companions on our journey. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu stood in shock for a moment before finally sighing. Lord Jiang, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I am merely a prisoner now. This method of interrogating a prisoner was unprecedented. No one had ever witnessed or even heard of such an approach. What was Jiang Bei here for? Instead of investigating, he was conversing with a captive. Jiang Bei cast a glance at Yu Yang, who finally grasped that he was responsible for recording Lu Fu's confession. The night before last, we were tasked with escorting the royal salaries out of the imperial city to the ancestral house's treasury. The personnel from the ancestral house were supposed to meet us in advance. However, before we reached the rendezvous, just after exiting the imperial city, we lost consciousness. Lu Fu recounted the events of that night. When we awoke, we found ourselves in a prison cell, subsequently brought before Lord Jiang. The only thing I find perplexing is that when we lost consciousness that night, a strange wind blew. Lu Fu frowned. This wind caused me to lose awareness, and it was peculiar, imbued with a sinister scent that I cannot quite describe. Is that all? Jiang Bei's smile remained intact. Lu Fu nodded. Jiang Bei queried, Lord Lu, do you have any idea how much that salary amounted to? 972,000 taels. Lu Fu replied, over 900,000 taels just vanished into thin air. And it occurred not far from the imperial city. You truly believe, Lord Lu, that I have not uncovered anything? Jiang Bei scoffed. Before you were transferred to the prison, you were taken to the Dali Temple. Correct? Did they believe your story or not? Are you suggesting that the strange wind you mentioned was the work of demons? Why then was Dali Temple not turned over to the Demon Suppression Office, but instead sent here? You. Lu Fu was taken aback and furious, unable to fathom Jiang Bei's sudden change in demeanor. He had naively thought Jiang Bei was merely putting on show, only to realize it was an act of coercion. Whatever you say will be accepted as truth. I am already at a dead end, so you might as well draft a confession for me to sign. Lu Fu huffed, turning away from Jiang Bei and giving in. Jiang Bei, wearing a complex expression, sighed, "Do not give up so easily. I have yet to unleash my true power." Chapter 19. Corrupt official. Lu Fu's sudden resignation indeed disrupted Jiang Bei's rhythm. "You must stand firm." Yet this was merely a minor hurdle. "You facilitated the theft of over 900,000 taels. How much did you gain from it?" Jiang Bei rose slowly, his face still bearing a chilling smile. This scene sent shivers down the spines of those outside the cell. Were they already making definitive judgments? Yet, they could not comprehend that the empress had issued an edict. Jiang Bei's approach yielded only an inexplicable outcome, and recovering the stolen salary was of no utility. Jiang Bei remarked, "You are merely an 8th-grade consul, essentially a mere errand runner, with a monthly salary of 30 taels. Lu Fu ignored Jiang Bei. "However, we discovered 200,000 taels of silver in your home. Your wife has already confessed that you accepted the funds from treasonous individuals to aid in the theft of the royal salary for the purpose of usurpation." "You?" Lu Fu paused for a moment, then abruptly lifted his head, fixating angrily on Jiang Bei's mocking expression. He then stood up and lunged at Jiang Bei. Alas, his hands and feet were shackled to the wall. His eyes blazed with rage as he desperately lunged forward, as if he wished to strangle Jiang Bei. "You corrupt official! You will kill me! Spare my family! You are framing me! I have never accepted any silver! It is you! All of this is your doing!" Jiang Bei clicked his tongue and then delivered a powerful kick to Lu Fu's abdomen. Silencing him, Lu Fu was sent flying backward, curling into a ball as he groaned in pain, but his mouth did not cease its barrage of curses directed at Jiang Bei. "Corrupt official! You who trample upon human life! I will haunt you as a ghost." Indeed, Jiang Bei had fabricated all of this. Not only was the figure of 200,000 taels a mere invention, but even Lu Fu's wife was a figment of his imagination. Lu Fu, however, was not foolish and knew how to play along. Yu Yang. Document Lu Fu's confession. Jiang Bei turned, his smile grotesque, organizing the details of the case to inform the emperor the next day that the case had been solved. Yes, that Yu Yang's hands trembled. It was hard to fathom that the man before him, a life-taker, was also the author of On Lotus. Meanwhile, the other connections, witnessing this spectacle, began to depart. "Lord Jiang, since the case has been resolved, we shall take our leave. We have seen nothing. The resolution of this case is entirely due to your efforts." Once everyone had left, Jiang Bei exhaled deeply. Inside the cell, only Jiang Bei, Lu Fu, and Yu Yang remained. "Stop pretending. I did not exert much force earlier," Jiang Bei stated calmly. "Lord Jiang," Lu Fu no longer feigned ignorance, slowly sitting up with a humble expression. "Do you truly intend to save a man destined for death?" "Saving you is also my salvation," Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Lu Fu fell silent, having grasped the peculiarities of the case. Based on his confession at the Dali Temple, the case was bound to be transferred to the Demon Suppression Office. However, the reality was that over 900,000 taels of royal salaries had been handed over to a powerless department in the northern city for investigation. This operation itself hinted at numerous inconsistencies. "I can only save you under one condition. You must prove your innocence." Jiang Bei's gaze bore into Lu Fu. "Lord Jiang's suspect that the strange wind was caused by demons?" Lu Fu inquired. "Indeed, I suspect the Qingqiu Fox clan is responsible," Jiang Bei replied directly. "You must prove that you are not susceptible to their enchantment." Lu Fu pondered for a long time before finally grasping the situation. "No wonder my confession does not align with those of my companions." "What do you mean?" Jiang Bei was visibly taken aback. "When we were detained at the Dali Temple, our confessions differed," Lu Fu explained. "The others claimed that a fragrant wind had suddenly blown in, while I alone spoke of a sinister wind. Thus, I was sent here, while the others remained detained at the Dali Temple. If that night truly was a fragrant wind, it is indeed plausible that a fox demon was at play. How could Lord Lu remain unaffected by the fox demon's influence?" Jiang Bei asked, puzzled. He had lost the very essence meant to combat such enchantments, and still could not withstand their allure. Lu Fu stood up and surprisingly removed his trousers. Both Jiang Bei and Yu Yang were taken aback. Lu Fu chuckled wryly. "Do not mock me, Lord Jiang. I sought a master to perform a castration procedure in hopes of serving as a eunuch in the palace. However, fate is capricious, and I unexpectedly found myself in this consul position that I had hoped that with the new emperor's ascension, I might still have a chance to become a favored eunuch. But alas, the new emperor is a woman, and upon her ascension, many of the previous eunuchs were dismissed, let alone the recruitment of new ones that was being a eunuch his obsession. Jiang Bei could not help but smile. It truly was a tragic tale. The information on Lu Fu only noted that he had elderly parents, with no mention of a wife or concubines, nor children. Furthermore, Lu Fu, despite being an official, had a stable and well-paying job, which was not easy to come by in these times. Who would have thought he was a eunuch? Regret comes too late, Lu Fu lamented. Meanwhile, Yu Yang was left in a daze. He was able to hear all of this dialogue. Coming back to his senses, he met Jiang Bei's meaningful gaze and suddenly knelt. Rest assured, my lord, Yu Yang harbors no ulterior motives. What transpired today will not escape my lips. Rise, Jiang Bei commanded. Jiang Bei casually remarked, after observing for several days. He concluded that Yu Yang, a man without powerful connections, would be suitable for assisting him in certain matters. He could potentially be cultivated into a trusted confidant. And furthermore, this individual exhibited a degree of intelligence, albeit with the singular flaw of overanalyzing his superior's intentions. Do you find this speculation reasonable? Jiang Bei inquired that why Yu Yang fell silent. How should he respond? Is it reasonable or not, and you remain uncertain? After all, the courtesan of the teaching bureau has been seduced by you. Naturally, it is reasonable. Yu Yang nodded. If that knight, Lotus, truly belongs to the Qingqiu Fox clan, it possesses the capacity to incite turmoil among the populace. And should this matter serve as a catalyst, it could utterly devastate the royal family's fortunes, jeopardizing the very foundation of the dynasty. With the Qingqiu Fox clan and the northern barbarians colluding, the great Qian is indeed in peril. The barbarians would surely be swayed by the Fox clan's machinations. Yet, a shadow of melancholy crossed Yu Yang's mind. If it were truly the work of malevolent beings, it would indeed necessitate the intervention of mages. However, if it is the case of demons wreaking havoc, so much time has elapsed that the over 9 million taels of tribute must have already been spirited away from the imperial capital. How can we possibly locate it if we cannot recover the tribute? This case will inevitably implicate Lord Jiang. Upon finishing these thoughts, Yu Yang's body involuntarily swayed. He had initially thought Jiang Bei was akin to previous bureaucrats, a mere idler. Yet Jiang Bei was far more direct. However, he had not anticipated that this individual possessed intellect. Following such a person could indeed present opportunities for him in the future. Yet, the demon case had been assigned to the City Monitoring Bureau, which was the most disheartening predicament. Should the tribute remain untraceable, Jiang Bei would be subject to severe punishment. The tribute is still in the imperial capital, and it is located in the northern district, Jiang Bei stated bluntly. Chapter 20. Pressuring the Empress. The moment these words escaped his lips, Yu Yang was rendered speechless. Ever since the tribute's theft, he had been by Jiang Bei's side, priding himself on his abilities. Yet he had made no headway in the case. In his eyes, the investigation had barely begun. He could not fathom that Jiang Bei, having only just met with Lu Fu today, had already thoroughly analyzed the case, with every deduction traceable to tangible evidence. The scapegoat Lu Fu could indeed prove to be the key to unraveling this dilemma. Yu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze glazed over. Is this even human? How on earth did he deduce that the tribute remains in the imperial capital, specifically within the northern district? Yet, evidently, Jiang Bei had no intention of providing a detailed explanation, and Yu Yang's expression had shifted. Having just risen, he fell to his knees with a thud. Lord Jiang, this cannot be done. It cannot. Yu Yang cried out in anguish. What do you mean it cannot? Jiang Bei asked, astonished at the bureaucrat's reaction. I absolutely do not wish to meet my demise. My lord, this is absolutely unthinkable. Yu Yang's eyes were filled with terror. The residences in the northern district must not be searched. Jiang Bei understood that Yu Yang had once again succumbed to his old habit. He believed he had confirmed that the tribute remained in the northern district. Hence he sought to conduct a house-to-house search. Of course, such searches were out of the question. How much tribute are we talking about? Over 9 million taels. If one were to comb through the residences of the nobles in the northern district, Uncovering even 90 million taels of dirty silver would be a conservative estimate. At that point, it would be futile to protect him. Even divine intervention would not suffice. Rest assured, I'm not that foolish. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. The Empress has granted me only 3 days. And with less than 2 remaining, given the limited manpower of our City Monitoring Bureau, is it feasible to uncover the tribute in such a short time? In other words, do the idlers in the City Monitoring Bureau have the audacity to search every household thoroughly? Then how does Lord Jiang propose we locate the tribute? Yu Yang pondered, perplexed. Let us not forget that the case remains unresolved. We do not even know the identity of the thief. We can only speculate that it was the work of demons. Perhaps a collusion between the Qingqiu fox spirits and the northern barbarians. Even if we were to deduce the identity of the thief from that night, what difference would it make? Without concrete evidence. Capturing a thief requires apprehending the spoils. If we cannot retrieve the tribute, our fates will ultimately be the same. Jiang Bei's capacity for deduction indicated he was no fool. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Yang felt bewildered. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Bei decided to elaborate further for his subordinate's benefit. The demon case should not have fallen under our jurisdiction. What then should we do? We should return it to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yu Yang promptly suggested, but that was still incorrect. However, we cannot do so. The Empress has already decreed that we investigate. Jiang Bei shook his head, recognizing this as one of Yi Hongyu's tactics, designed to suffocate any dissent. Yu Yang pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the implications. How could the Emperor possibly revoke her own decree, especially since she had only recently ascended to the throne? To do so would be to admit to making a mistake. And that would be a grave error against the royal family, already diminished by her actions. Such a possibility was inconceivable. Why Yu Yang stared blankly at Jiang Bei, rendered speechless. Thus, we must find the tribute ourselves. Jiang Bei smiled. However, our manpower is insufficient. That does not mean the Demon Suppression Bureau lacks resources. Our mortal capabilities may be limited, but that does not imply the abilities of the cultivators in the Demon Suppression Bureau are also lacking. Yu Yang was utterly bewildered. Feeling as though his worldview had been shattered, he had climbed his way up to this bureaucratic position from humble beginnings, possessing some talent, yet he was still struggling. What of Lu Fu, who was merely a messenger? Even with the gravity of this case weighing upon him, threatening his life, he had been striving to think it through, but could not conceive a solution. Especially when Jiang Bei proposed leveraging the power of the Demon Suppression Bureau, their minds were on fire. I understand. The personnel from the Dali Temple are implicated. Lu Fu interjected. Jiang Bei glanced sideways. You finally caught on. Thus, it was evident that Yi Hongyu had initially refrained from targeting the royal family, but she did not mind stirring the pot, aiming to thoroughly eradicate Yi Ningshuang and eliminate the threat entirely. This was all foreseeable. Yet, Yu Yang shook his head vigorously. Lu Fu may not have known the specifics of the imperial decree, but he understood. That decree was essentially a death warrant for Jiang Bei. Yu Yang hesitated for a moment before stating, if the emperor truly desired us to investigate the case, she would have granted us certain privileges, such as mobilizing the other 4 city monitoring bureaus to assist the northern district. Yet, none of this was provided, compounded by the series of actions the emperor has taken since her ascension, which are aimed squarely at the royal family. The former Prince of Fortune met a tragic end due to the collapse of his fortunes, while the Mingyue princess, for her own survival, was compelled to take a husband. Yet, the authority over the Royal Clan Affairs Bureau still fell into her hands. Lord Jiang, you are wed to the Mingyue princess. Thus, the emperor seeks to use your heavy punishment for dereliction of duty as a means to eliminate the Mingyue princess, replacing her with her own trusted confidant to oversee the Royal Clan Affairs Bureau. This is an opportunity. As for the royal family, a slight compensation would enable the emperor to maintain complete control. To speak ill of the emperor behind her back is a crime punishable by death. However, by voicing such sentiments, he was effectively pledging his loyalty to Jiang Bei. Clever, Jiang Bei smiled. Therefore, our best course of action is to present evidence of Lu Fu's innocence, using my own neck as a guarantee. Allowing the power of the Demon Suppression Bureau to serve our purposes, Jiang Bei stated directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu inhaled sharply. He finally understood the true purpose behind Jiang Bei's visit today. But through their conversation, Lu Fu also grasped. The Empress intended to eliminate the Prince of Fortune entirely. Thus, Jiang Bei too was an indispensable pawn in the Empress's scheme. They were all unfortunate souls. Lu Fu silently sighed, then declared boldly, "Lord Jiang, rest assured, I will unveil my frail self before all." Jiang Bei immediately shivered at the thought. If this man were stripped before the officials of the court, the spectacle would truly be outrageous. "Lord Jiang, this requires a suitable opportunity," Lu Fu remarked, and the most challenging aspect lies in the fact that the Empress is covertly manipulating the situation, that if you wish to utilize the power of the Demon Suppression Bureau, you must directly pressure the Empress. Directly pressure the Empress? Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's face drained of color, his demeanor one of utter despair, and he understood all too well that Jiang Bei had no other path to pursue. Jiang Bei offered a sheepish smile, fully aware of the implications, but what alternative did he have? He took a deep breath, once more envisioning that woman from his memories, clad in a red dress with white hair, seated in the esteemed position. Unexpectedly, it had not been long since he was reborn into this unfamiliar body that they would meet again. "I shall return to meet with Lord Lu tomorrow morning," Jiang Bei said, bowing slightly to Lu Fu before departing the dungeon with Yu Yang. Yu Yang's gaze was filled with complexity. The man walking ahead was utterly inscrutable. The thought of pressuring that Empress sent shivers down Yu Yang's spine. This was the true essence of swordplay and bloodshed. Moreover, he could only envision one method to bring Lu Fu into the court session, to pressure Yi Hongyu before all the officials. "Lord Jiang, shall we proceed now? To the teaching bureau." Jiang Bei waved his hand grandly. Lu Fu exclaimed, Chapter 21. The legendary man, Yi Ningshuang, suddenly felt that it was time to have a serious conversation with Jiang Bei. Initially, she had perceived Jiang Bei as nothing more than a useless son-in-law. However, it now appeared that such a subjective assessment was far from accurate. At the very least, this man possessed remarkable talent. The ability to compose Ode to the Lotus was sufficient proof of his capabilities. After acquiring this piece, Yi Ningshuang had remained indoors for an entire day, losing count of how many times she had read it. The allure of scholarship is a man's greatest charm, and it was not difficult to discern what kind of person Jiang Bei truly was from this essay. He was proud and aloof, although Yi Ningshuang could not fathom what exactly he had to be proud of. Moreover, such exquisite writing was directed towards a courtesan. Nevertheless, Yi Ningshuang could not help but feel drawn to it, repeatedly admonishing herself to disregard those trivial details. Just look at that line. Emerging from the muddy waters, yet remaining untainted, washed by the clear ripples, yet not becoming demonic. How beautifully it describes the lotus. But upon reflection, the lotus refers to that courtesan from the brothel, and the title of Ode to the Lotus was written for a beloved. Why Yi Ningshuang spent the entire day entangled in such a complex mindset. "Your Highness," a woman cloaked in black suddenly appeared in the room, her voice heavy. Why Yi Ningshuang's voice faltered as she responded. The news that had just arrived was surely from the Imperial City. Indeed, the spies from the Imperial City reported that this afternoon, Prime Minister Zhang Yinqing met with Yi Hongyu again, aiming to expedite the investigation into the embezzlement of the royal stipend. Although they were fully aware that this was the Empress's tactic against her, they did not wish to witness further bloodshed among the royal family. Why Yi Ningshuang chuckled lightly, saying, "They are pressuring my imperial sister, but surely she cannot genuinely agree to that." The black-clad woman's gaze dimmed as she replied weakly, "Of course not. If the stipend cannot be recovered, a portion will be taken from her private treasury to compensate and placate the royal family, thereby alleviating the cabinet's unrest." At why Yi Ningshuang smiled. "Now that makes sense. This is the imperial sister I know." The black-clad woman was utterly perplexed, wondering how Yi Ningshuang could still smile at such a time. Was she finding joy amidst suffering? The black-clad woman continued, "Your Highness, Jiang Bei cannot possibly escape this predicament now, unless he can truly uncover the truth behind the case through his own abilities, which is unlikely. When the Empress imposes heavy penalties upon him, you too will inevitably be implicated." Why Yi Ningshuang casually waved her hand, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Then I shall have no choice but to plead with my imperial sister. I will willingly relinquish my authority in the royal clan office, and, like Jiang Bei, obediently assume the role of a useless princess. Surely, she would not drive me to the brink of annihilation? The black-clad woman could only offer a bitter smile, for she alone understood that after the death of the Prince of Fortune, this seemingly delicate woman had managed to regain her composure within a day. At that time, the struggle for the throne had not yet erupted in full force. But regardless of who ultimately ascended, she would exact revenge for the Prince of Fortune. However, Yi Hongyu's sudden emergence had extinguished everyone's ambitions. And this woman was indeed ruthless. Her political machinations were formidable, forcing Yi Ningshuang into such a precarious position. The black-clad woman let out a long breath. As long as you understand, Your Highness, patience in small matters leads to success in grand strategies. She genuinely feared that Yi Ningshuang might act rashly. The Empress's position was currently unassailable. There is one more thing. This afternoon, Jiang Bei went to meet Lu Fu, the consul responsible for escorting the royal stipend. The black-clad woman suddenly remarked, "Oh?" Yi Ningshuang's curiosity was piqued. "He has begun investigating the case?" "No." The black-clad woman hesitated, struggling to find the right words. After a long pause, she finally said, "He went to have a heart-to-heart with Lu Fu." Yi Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. But Jiang Bei knows he is not far from death. He still wishes to coerce Lu Fu into confessing to save himself? The black-clad woman added, "Yes." Yi Ningshuang shook her head, exasperated. "That is futile. Does he not realize this? Even if Lu Fu were indeed the thief, recovering the stolen stipend would be meaningless. The intricacies of court politics are entirely different from writing essays or composing poetry, especially when it involves Yi Hongyu's scheming." "Where is he now?" Yi Ningshuang inquired. "The sky already darkening. He should have returned by now. That I ought to have a word with him. After all, his current predicament is entirely due to my involvement. I do not know how to make amends, nor how to speak with Jiang Bei. Yet, pretending that nothing has happened and casting him out as a scapegoat is not in my nature. Perhaps even if I exhaust all my efforts, I can only ensure Jiang Bei's survival, allowing him to face a fate of exile. That much I can still accomplish." The black-clad woman hesitated, unable to respond. "What is it?" Yi Ningshuang turned her gaze, still contemplating how to navigate her relationship with Jiang Bei. Should he survive but be exiled, it would truly be unprecedented for a princess to be exiled. "Is he still investigating the case at the City Watch?" Yi Ningshuang asked again. He has already left the City Watch. He has gone to the brothel." The black-clad woman stammered. "Why?" Yi Ningshuang exclaimed. Let him perish. Not only could Yi Ningshuang not comprehend what Jiang Bei was thinking, but also Yi Yang was equally bewildered. Here he was, needing to exert pressure on the Empress, yet he had the audacity to seek pleasure at the brothel. Did he think no one was watching him? Surely, he should have been able to anticipate this. However, Wei Daong understood that it must be the enchantingly delicate Night Lotus that had captivated Jiang Bei, rendering him unable to resist. In truth, Jiang Bei had no interest in Night Lotus herself. Rather, he was fascinated by her beguiling arts. To enjoy a good night's sleep was indeed a luxury for him in his current state. After his identity as a prince was revealed, Jiang Bei could no longer enjoy free lodging. He had to dutifully pay to enter, lamenting that the cost of a good night's sleep was exorbitant. Upon entering, Jiang Bei and his two companions were met with an unexpected scene. The brothel was even more vibrant than the previous night. As they entered, a voice rang out, prompting all the guests in the courtyard to turn and gaze at them. Their eyes filled with admiration. Last night had been the poetry gathering at the brothel, and even the courtesan's debut had not garnered as much enthusiasm as tonight, despite the absence of special performances and Night Lotus needing time to recuperate. A cursory glance at the number of guests revealed a remarkable increase compared to last night. The reason was simple. Jiang Bei had become famous. Within just a day, the Ode to the Lotus had spread throughout the imperial capital. Though this world lacked the internet and newspapers, it was not devoid of means to disseminate gossip and intrigue. The storytellers and tea houses were a crucial part of this. Naturally, last night's brothel had become the most prized source of gossip for these storytellers. Jiang Bei had thus become the focal character in the narrative. Moreover, with Jiang Bei's unique identity as a prince and the astonishing peace he had created, even the conflict between Wei Daong The younger brother of Duke Jing and Yi Liangchun, the heir of the Duke of Yin, paled in comparison. Not to mention that this prince had successfully entered the inner chambers of the courtesan and remained there the entire night. Now, throughout the imperial capital, aside from the complex-hearted Yi Ningxuang, who had remained at home all day, everyone likely knew that this grand princess's head had been turned green. This was indeed something Jiang Bei had not anticipated. He had not expected to sleep so soundly after losing two of his souls. Thus, the guests who came to the brothel for entertainment were no longer merely seeking pleasure with the women. They came to see Jiang Bei, this man who seemed to exist only in legend. Chapter 22. An unexpected surprise. The women of the brothel exhibited remarkable professionalism. Yet even so, upon Jiang Bei's entrance with his companions, they were momentarily taken aback, forgetting their intended tasks. "What are you all staring at? Continue the music and the dance." Jiang Bei waved his hand. He sought a discreet corner to sit, enjoy some refreshments, and take in the performances. Unfortunately, there was simply no available space for the three of them tonight, and the brothel had only just opened, with a continuous flow of guests arriving. The aging deputy of the brothel was beaming, unable to contain her delight. Tonight's business was booming. Just then, a young man in a scholar's robe stood up and called out, "Mr. Jiang." When Jiang Bei turned to look, he discovered it was a young man dressed in a scholar's gown. After rifling through his memory, he realized he did not know this person. "Mr. Jiang, there is still space for three here. If you do not mind, please join us. I have long admired your literary talents," the young man said. Jiang Bei was taken aback, clearly aware that the notoriety from last night's Ode to the Lotus had significantly elevated his profile. He could not help but think how fortunate this world was. If one possessed talent and could compose poetry to win a woman's heart, one could enjoy free indulgence. Yet in another world, reciting ancient poetry in a club would likely result in being treated as a fool and thrown out. With this scholar taking the lead, many others around them began to extend invitations to Jiang Bei. He politely declined each one, ultimately choosing to sit beside the first young scholar, to say the least. The guests at the brothel tonight, primarily those there to witness the spectacle, held a significant degree of admiration for Jiang Bei. Although his status as Night Lotus's guest might incite jealousy, he remained a paragon for their generation. The talented gentlemen do not harbor any resentment towards the courtesan being taken advantage of. Rather, their ire stems from the oppression of women by those inept second-generation scions wielding power. Furthermore, their address for Jiang Bei is not the Master Jiang of the supervisory city, nor the county magistrate, but simply Mr. Jiang. Their respect for Jiang Bei is rooted in the scholarly prowess he exhibits and on the love of Lotus. "I am Tang Jinchao." The scholar respectfully greeted Jiang Bei, expressing his delight upon discovering on the love of Lotus this morning. His mentor also spoke highly of it, asserting that Mr. Jiang ought to enter the academy of the Taishui. "You are Tang Jinchao. Your esteemed teacher must be the venerable Wang and Jie, the grand scholar of the Taishui," exclaimed Yu Yang, who had just taken a seat but stood up in astonishment. Tang Jinchao nodded gently, his face still adorned with a warm smile. Upon hearing this name, the many talented guests present collectively inhaled sharply. While Tang Jinshao's name resonated widely, few had the opportunity to meet him. Jiang Bei, on the other hand, was oblivious to all this. Having never heard of Tang Jinshao, as his original identity was that of a cultivator who held disdain for the literary pursuits of such scholars. However, he had heard of the Taishui. It was regarded as the highest institution of learning, from which civil officials emerged. Aside from the usual imperial examinations, the title of ritual master was akin to that of a school principal. Although merely a third-rank official, even the chief minister would show respect to Wang and Jie. This esteemed scholar had served as ritual master for over 200 years, embodying the righteousness of a sage. Even Jiang Bei's previous incarnation had heard of his existence that I dare not presume. Jiang Bei hurriedly returned the courtesy. "Mr. Jiang is being too courteous. In all these years, I have never heard my teacher praise anyone," Tang Jinshao remarked, gazing at Jiang Bei with envy. In truth, when Tang Jinshao presented the On the Love of Lotus to the grand scholar Wang, the latter, upon merely glancing at it, was overcome with excitement. Words such as noble and aloof poured forth from him. From a distance, Tang Jinshao could sense the surging aura of a sage emanating from Wang. Yet at that time, he had not had the chance to mention that Lotus was a courtesan's name. Observing Jiang Bei's silence, Tang Jinchao then took the initiative to express the purpose of his visit. Had it not been for pressing matters at the Taishua, I would have certainly paid a visit to the supervisory city, although it might seem abrupt, and I would not wish to disturb Mr. Jiang in his investigations. After much consideration, I thought that with your talents, you might still come here tonight. So I arrived early to await your presence. Jiang Bei mused. Could you not simply say that I wish to indulge a little before my demise? Mr. Jiang finds himself in a predicament. My teacher may wish to ensure your safety. Tang Jinchao whispered. He was indeed quite direct, implying that Jiang Bei needed to display more of his scholarly talents. As time was of the essence, Jiang Bei smiled and nodded in silence. Tang Jinchao, observing this, did not press further. While he held great admiration for On the Love of Lotus, he knew that many talented scholars of both ancient and modern times left behind works without names. Merely by the stroke of inspiration, with a single piece crafted by deft hands. Should Jiang Bei manage to produce a work comparable to On the Love of Lotus, he would not hesitate to lend his support. Though the Academy of Courtesans was not hosting an event that night, the gathering of literary figures constituted an impromptu poetry meeting without a prescribed theme. The women of the Academy were also tasked with providing companionship. It was still too early for amorous rendezvous. Where is Miss Yilian? Jiang Bei inquired when the deputy director of the Academy personally brought tea and refreshments to his table. Miss Yilian is resting in the back courtyard. I shall inform her that young Master Jiang has arrived. The deputy director promptly replied. That is unnecessary, Jiang Bei responded. In truth, he knew well that Miss Yilian was already aware of his arrival at the Academy. And her health was perfectly fine. Why then did she not come out? The reason was simple. Her name, Yilian, might not even be her own, let alone a single essay on love could sway her. Regardless of who entered her chamber last night, the outcome was the same, an exhilarating dream. Even if he were to shamelessly enter Miss Yilian's chamber tonight, it would likely result in a repeat of last night's situation, where he would be utterly captivated. This was entirely contrary to Jiang Bei's intentions. Knowing that Yilian was a fox demon, and suspecting that this case was orchestrated by the Qingxiu fox clan, he, as the scapegoat, needed to seek self-preservation. Establishing a connection with Yilian would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. At the very least, he wished to have a proper conversation with her to address the matter at hand, rather than rushing into intimacy. Coupled with the information conveyed by Tang Jinchao, if the Grand Scholar Wang was indeed inclined to protect him, the situation would be markedly different, as he was a figure of great repute. While he need not fear for his safety, as he had nearly resolved the case, Jiang Bei was more concerned about how he had lost his two souls. With Wang's experience, he should be able to offer assistance or at least illuminate a path forward. To his surprise, an unexpected delight awaited him that night. Just as the deputy director set down the tray and intended to leave, Jiang Bei called out to her, Miss Yilian is unwell. It would not be appropriate for me to disturb her today. I ask that you bring her a piece of poetry instead. If I cannot procure On the Love of Lotus, I shall write my surname Jiang in reverse. The deputy director halted, her gaze filled with astonishment. Tang Jinchao's eyes lit up with excitement. Wei Daong was left bewildered, wondering what was afoot. Wei Yang's pupils contracted, regarding Jiang Bei as if he were a monster. Jiang Bei's voice was barely above a whisper, yet the surrounding scholars and guests seemed to be pulled by an unseen thread, all turning their attention to him. The courtyard of the Academy of Courtesans fell silent, so quiet that one could distinctly hear the breaths of those present. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Bei, awaiting his new work. However, as time passed, Tang Jinchao's brow began to furrow in concern. What did Jiang Bei's prolonged silence signify? Wait a moment. Tang Jinchao's breath caught his throat as he pondered an alarming possibility. Could it be that he was not presenting an existing piece tonight, but rather composing a new poem on the spot? If, only if, he could produce a work worthy of comparison to On the Love of Lotus, even if it were merely a draft, it would be enough to earn Tang Jinchao's admiration. But if he truly could create such a piece spontaneously, then his talents would be beyond imagination. Before long, Jiang Bei's brow gradually unfurled. At last, I have found the right words to the deep autumn. The bitter sorrows of separation through nights of wind and rain filling the courtyard. Contemplating in silence, furrowing my brow, a solitary heart feels at odds. Upon the emergence of this first half of the poem, Tang Jinqiao was rendered speechless. No one could comprehend better than he what Jiang Bei was articulating in those lines. Chapter 23. Do not let me see you at the Academy of Courtesans again. There are many poems capable of enchanting women. However, each field has its specialty. The love lamentations of the Huajian school serve as a veritable weapon against the women of the Academy. The potency of this weapon is such that, with any verse presented, the women dwelling in the Academy would pour out their hearts to you throughout the night. It is simply outrageous. Yet, this is merely one of the reasons Jiang Bei chose this particular poem. His aim was not to captivate the many sorrowful women present, but rather to enchant the fox demon, Yilian. Furthermore, he sought to impress the eager Tang Jinqiao, who was waiting to witness Jiang Bei's talent. To sway a man, especially one who has attained the rank of a contemporary grand scholar and whose own future is bright, is no trivial task. Thus, he was compelled to seek a poem that suited his current circumstances. After searching mentally, he indeed found a fitting piece. This Gung Lu Zi, to the deep autumn, would serve as a decisive blow, both to Tang Jinqiao and to Yi Lian, who had traveled far from home to cause upheaval in the imperial capital. Just the opening lines of this poem ignited a fire within Tang Jinqiao's very being. The autumn deepens, and the bitterness of separation weighs heavily. Through nights filled with wind and rain, I sit in contemplation. My brow furrowed, a solitary heart feels a discord. This half-verse conveys Jiang Bei's current predicament, the impending exile he faces. The line about furrowing one's brow indicates that Jiang Bei, having heard his teacher's assurance of protection, no longer worries about life and death, thus shedding his sorrow. The final line, a solitary heart feels at odds, reflects his reluctance to place hope in others, nor to burden them with his troubles. This is in direct contradiction to Jiang Bei's innermost feelings. In another time and place, this poem might enchant women, but not necessarily men. Yet in the context of the Academy of Courtesans tonight, it would surely captivate Tang Jinqiao. Mr. Jiang, please allow me some time. Tang Jinqiao gasped, his breath quickening. He turned to the middle-aged woman beside him. Deputy Director, please fetch me ink and paper swiftly. His legs trembled. Why did he feel an inexplicable urge to kneel? The numerous guests were also taken aback, yet their reactions were not as profound as Tang Jinqiao's. After all, not everyone had come prepared like him, having an understanding of Jiang Bei's situation. Still, they could sense that this was an extraordinary poem, yet extraordinary it may be. Whether it could achieve lasting fame akin to On the Love of Lotus depended on whether the second half could elevate the entire poem's essence. There was a sense of urgency. However, since it was Tang Jinqiao who had spoken, they had no choice but to endure, continuously savoring the first half of the poem. It was indeed quite remarkable. Finally, as Tang Jinqiao awaited the ink and paper, the assembled scholars began to find themselves in a state of confusion, even questioning whether their own talents paled in comparison. They could see that Tang Jinqiao's hand trembled as he gripped the brush. Even though his left hand struggled to steady his right arm, it continued to quake. Even with each word he wrote, Tang Jinqiao found himself pausing to take several deep breaths before he could continue. Were it not for the fact that this individual was Tang Jinqiao, the talented scholars might have already begun to suspect that he was merely a pawn sent from Jiang Bei. However, their peripheral vision had already caught the subtle unease among the women of the teaching bureau who accompanied him. At that moment, Tang Jinqiao had completed the first half of his poem, the characters crooked and awkward, in stark contrast to his usual fluidity. What he would have previously deemed an eyesore was now regarded by him as a treasure. Repeatedly reciting, in the depth of autumn, parting sorrows are bitter, counting the nights of wind and rain in the courtyard. Pondering, I sit, furrowing my brows. A lonely heart seems to stray. At this juncture, Jiang Bei recited the second half of the poem, his voice imbued with desolation. The crimson window is still, the painted curtain hangs low, souls wander to the farthest corners of the earth. Listening through tears, heartstrings break, as the lamp dims and the darkness deepens. Beneath the tranquil night sky, it seemed as if the sound of a heart shattering echoed through the air. Accompanying this was the soft sound of weeping, as the women in attendance lifted their sleeves to wipe away the tears that welled in their eyes. This latter part of the poem seemed to evoke the image of a woman sitting by the red window, lamenting her sorrows and yearning for her lost love. This time, as Tang Jinxiao wrote the second half. Though he no longer exhibited the earlier signs of distress, he could not refrain from sighing. The weeping of the surrounding women harmonized with his own melancholy. Jiang Bei had anticipated that such a poignant expression of sorrow would wield significant power. Yet he had not expected it to be so profound. Upon completing the transcription, the entire room was in tears. Even a middle-aged woman, the deputy prefect in her 40s, had tears glistening in her eyes. And then there was Tang Jinxiao. While it was understandable for women to weep, why was this man casting such a sorrowful glance in his direction? Jiang Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Were it not for pressing matters that evening, he would have fled. He lamented to himself, "I should have anticipated this." Tang Jinxiao repeatedly struck his own head in frustration. This poem, composed within the teaching bureau, was intended for the courtesan, and thus the second half naturally had to reflect such sentiments. The first half focused on Jiang Bei, while the latter was crafted for the perspective of the women of the teaching bureau. To have a single poem seamlessly unify two distinct viewpoints without any awkwardness was remarkable, especially considering it was a spontaneous creation by Jiang Bei. Tang Jinxiao felt that he could do nothing less than kneel in admiration before such talent. He now harbored a deep-seated resentment towards himself. Why did he have to wait for Jiang Bei at the teaching bureau? Why didn't he simply seek him out in the supervisory city? Otherwise, the ultimate essence of this poem should not have been thus. It absolutely could not be. It was precisely for this reason that his gaze appeared so sorrowful. But it was too late to voice any of this now. In the inner courtyard of the teaching bureau, at the small building, Yilian stood by the window, draped in a delicate white shawl, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her fair skin and perfectly contoured face were beyond reproach. Her hands gently resting on her abdomen. Her pair of bluish-green, almond-shaped eyes sparkled like gemstones, gazing vacantly at the gathering of guests in the courtyard. Her lips parted slightly, as if reciting Jiang Bei's recent lines. Listening through tears. Heartstrings break, as the lamp dims and the darkness deepens. Before long, the deputy prefect knocked on Yi Lian's door. "Miss Yi, Mr. Jiang from last night has come. I have brought you a poem from him." The deputy prefect announced from outside. Once she finished reading, Yi Lian replied, "Please invite him to the small courtyard this evening." The atmosphere of the teaching bureau that night seemed unlikely to embody the essence of a spring evening. The purpose of the distinguished guests visiting the teaching bureau was certainly not solely to meet Jiang Bei. When comparing Jiang Bei to the enchanting women of the teaching bureau, there was simply no contest. Yet, it was this very man who had brought tears to the eyes of all the women present. This was a splendid opportunity for comfort. Even Wei Daong and Yu Yang, having accompanied Jiang Bei, found themselves in a position to embrace their partners for the night. The pressing question arose, how could they possibly ignite passion in such a state? Observing the woman in his arms with reddened eyes, were they to simply resign themselves to a night of platonic slumber? Fortunately, the women in the teaching bureau possessed a high level of decorum. Otherwise, the guests might well have awakened the next morning with the resentful mindset of jilted lovers, wishing to devour Jiang Bei whole. "Never let me see you in the teaching bureau again." Before the banquet had even concluded, Tang Jinxiao hastily took his leave. Jiang Bei, too, departed early, heading toward the inner courtyard in the distance. He spotted Yi Lian waiting at the small building, her arms wrapped around herself against the evening breeze. "Young master, you have arrived." Yi Lian greeted Jiang Bei with a gentle bow. Chapter 24. I have yet to reveal my grand move. "Miss Yi, it has been quite some time," Jiang Bei replied with a light smile, while Yi Lian chuckled softly. "Young master is jesting. We merely met briefly last night, did we not?" It was evident that Yi Lian's gaze towards him had taken on a more intricate nuance, and Jiang Bei understood that the poem had begun to work its magic. This poem was a potent weapon against the women of the teaching bureau, but for someone like Yi Lian, a fox spirit of the Qingxiu clan, its effects remained uncertain. At the very least, it had made an impression. However, the ultimate impact of the poem would depend on his subsequent performance. That a day apart feels like 3 autumns, Jiang Bei sighed. although he and Yulien had been apart for less than a day. It felt as though 3 years had passed. He felt somewhat embarrassed uttering such trite romantic lines, yet he had little choice that he hoped to deepen his connection with Yulien, wishing she would remember the effort he had put into transcribing poetry for her. Should there be any future upheaval in Dakian, don't let me take the blame again. The woman, Yi Hongyu, had sought to deal with Yi Ningshuang, and though she had failed this time, she would not easily relent. As long as she kept her distance from his small supervisory city, he would be content. Are you teasing Miss Yi again? Yulien's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, biting her lip. When Jiang Bei drew near, she took the initiative to link her arm with his, the fullness of her bosom pressed against his arm, leaving him momentarily flustered. Jiang Bei steadied himself. After all, he had not succumbed to the allure of her charms. Why does your arm feel oddly stiff? Yulien inquired softly as they entered the small building. Can you blame me for feeling stiff? Jiang Bei thought, as he had been on high alert during the entire journey. Although it was of little use to guard against her, he had to at least ascertain whether he had been enchanted. Fortunately, it seemed that he had not yet succumbed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bei replied, "It is always difficult to relax when one has matters weighing on their mind. The world of politics, driven by flattery and self-interest, is never a comfortable one. Yet, coming here brings me much more ease." Yulien contemplated this for a moment, then simply nodded, refraining from coaxing Jiang Bei into discussing more. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Bei seemed to see the layout of the small building for the first time. Surprised by its design, he had been too preoccupied the previous night to notice, and upon realizing this morning that he had indeed lost his soul, he had deduced that Yulien was a spirit, leaving him with little leisure to appreciate his surroundings. Thankfully, he had not encountered Yulien upon waking. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to face her. Both of them tacitly avoided mentioning Jiang Bei's abrupt departure that morning. Jiang Bei did not rush upstairs, but instead approached the screen before him, and he suspected that this was likely written by Yulien herself, as it bore some resemblance to her handwriting from the previous night. The decor of this small building was not as ancient and grand as the main hall of the teaching bureau. Instead, it exuded a fresh and elegant charm. Besides this screen, there were 3 pieces of calligraphy hanging on the walls, all evidently penned by the same hand. Though the styles varied slightly, it was likely due to the differing moods in which they were written. So she's indeed a calligraphy enthusiast. Today, Jiang Bei had come with the intention of fostering a closer relationship. To achieve this, mere flattery would not suffice. The talented guests of the teaching bureau could certainly do better in that regard. To win over this spirit, he needed to delve into her heart. Is there something wrong with this writing? Yulien inquired curiously. Jiang Bei shook his head in silence, and seeing this, Yulien did not press. She stood slightly behind him, awaiting his evaluation, eager to hear how such a talented individual would assess her writing. This handwriting belongs to you, does it not, Miss Yi? Jiang Bei suddenly asked. You are correct, young master, Yulien replied with a light laugh. Not surprised. After all, she had written extensively the previous evening as a mere tool. The strokes are sharp yet graceful, imbued with a lingering melancholy that gradually transforms. Jiang Bei mused, in your poetry, though it may depict landscapes, it lacks a sense of ebb and flow, leaning more towards longing. Are you perhaps yearning for home, Miss Yi? He did not turn to look at Yulien, seemingly fixated on the characters on the screen. Had he turned to face her, he would have seen the smile on her face gradually fade, her expression growing increasingly complex as Jiang Bei spoke. He had already reached the wall beside him, observing the 3 pieces of calligraphy hanging above. The words were heartfelt, yet the strokes were more forceful. Miss Yi, it seems you also have your own convictions. Jiang Bei shifted his tone. The small script was distinctive, the strokes sharp as a sword. Such a fierce style of writing was challenging even for a man, indicating that Yulien possessed a strong sense of purpose. At this moment, Jiang Bei finally turned. Indeed, as he had surmised, Yulien's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. The reason for this was clear. He had guessed correctly. Despite being a fox spirit from the Qingqiu clan, she was still a woman, and how could she possibly not miss her home? Were it not for necessity, how could she possibly greet those mortal guests of the teaching court with a smiling face? As for Jiang Bei, he could only comprehend the words penned by Yulien, while the profound realms of thought were mere fabrications born from his own judgment. Neither of them hurried to ascend the stairs to their chambers for that matter. Instead, they lingered in the hall, admiring the calligraphy and paintings. After a moment, Yelyan finally replied, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. You flatter me, young master. Though I possess my obsessions, what can be done when I find myself ensnared here? Jiang Bei found himself at a loss for words and could only divert the conversation. Every woman is like a book, and the tales within each one are captivating. Yelyan's gaze sparkled for a moment before she inquired. But are we women of the teaching court, or the peasant women, who toil merely to fill their bellies, equally captivating? Equally captivating, Jiang Bei affirmed, meeting Yelyan's eyes with certainty, for we do not read mere stories. We experience life itself. One can undermine another's existence, even if it seems mundane from an objective standpoint. The truth lies simply in the fact that one has not ventured into her heart. Yelyan's spirit jolted, her lips pressed together in silence as she pondered Jiang Bei's words. Yet I cannot decipher the pages of your book, Miss Yelyan. Jiang Bei sighed softly, his gaze returning to the screen, lost in contemplation of the delicate script. When I attempt to open the pages of your book, I find that my utmost efforts reveal only the first page. You must be a truly remarkable person. Would you like to turn a few more pages? Young Master Jiang? Yelyan instinctively responded, then fell silent, momentarily taken aback. No. Jiang Bei suddenly shook his head. Under Yelyan's astonished gaze, he steadied himself and continued, every heart harbors its own obsessions. I am ensnared in mine, just as you. Miss Yelyan, possess your own. We are of the same ilk. Yet as we strive to unveil the next captivating page of one another, we often overlook the marvels present before us. Jiang Bei's gaze was profound. While his heart raced with anxiety, I merely spoke in jest, following the words of the venerable Mr. Shuren, that I hope you one day accidentally reveal your longing for Qingqiu and then silence me for it. And please, do not disclose your obsessions to me. I simply wish to live well and enjoy this carefree life. My esteemed lady has even procured a house for me. Yelyan's voice softened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Bei's heart finally settled. You see, even if she is a fox spirit, at the very least, she is a female. With these words, coupled with the foundation laid by a previous lament, whatever Jiang Bei said now resonated as truth. Just as Jiang Bei contemplated how to proceed with his heartfelt persuasion, he noticed the mist in Yelyan's eyes had crystallized, and 2 tears trickled down her fair cheeks. Young master, you must not mock me. Yelyan abruptly turned away, her shoulders trembling slightly. Jiang Bei stood frozen, taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Is this truly the time for such emotions? Can we not maintain our composure? Meanwhile, Tang Jinqiao had arrived at Wang and Jia's residence. The guards at the entrance, upon spotting Tang Jinqiao, were taken aback as he approached with urgency. Tang was growing increasingly impatient. Could he afford to wait for these two to open the door? Step aside. I seek my teacher on urgent business. Tang Jinqiao bellowed, lifting his leg to kick the door. Boom! The imposing entrance was shattered under his force. The 2 guards were left dumbfounded. Midnight robbery? Surely not. Is there truly someone so foolish as to attempt a heist at the residence of the great scholar? They couldn't help but wonder if they had misidentified Tang Jinqiao, who had just called for his teacher. Why would a student of the esteemed master kick down the door in the middle of the night? Yet, what could they do? To obstruct him now would be futile, as he had already rushed inside. Looking towards the backyard, a light hiss was followed by a white figure soaring from the inner courtyard, ascending above the residence, radiating an aura of righteous authority. The figure, with hair streaked with gray and a stern visage, donned a simple sleeping robe. Hovering in the air while gazing towards the door, there was an evident weariness and confusion in his eyes. The great scholar, now over 3 centuries old, found it challenging to fall asleep. Tonight he had been stirred by the poem love for the lotus and lay awake in bed, tossing and turning without a hint of drowsiness. However, knowing he was to deliver the inaugural lecture to the new students at the academy the following day, he needed rest. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a thunderous crash erupted from the direction of the door. The great scholar immediately realized that a thief had broken into his home. Typically, few dared to intrude upon his residence. for there was a lack of security awareness, and the household servants were merely common folk. Yet, tonight, it seemed someone was courting death. The great scholar's anger flared, and he was determined to uncover the identity of the intruder. Indeed, the door lay shattered, collapsing before him, and upon seeing the intruder, he was momentarily stunned. Teacher, he beheld a young man clad in scholarly robes, moving with blinding speed, leaping several steps to kneel before him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Jinshao, one of his most prized disciples, the great scholar pondered the cause of his student's fervor. Was he thrilled by the act of kicking down the door? The great scholar remained silent as he observed Tang Jinshao's reddened eyes and trembling form. Was the boy possessed? Yet, even if a powerful being sought to seize control, they would surely target a cultivator, not a scholar. What could they gain from a mere scholar? Thus, it seemed Tang Jinshao had come to seek his counsel, but, in his excitement, had kicked down the door of his own home. A reasonable deduction. The great scholar hovered above, scrutinizing the kneeling Tang Jinshao for a long moment, still grappling with the remnants of drowsiness. He pointed at his own forehead, commanding, "Clear." Then he gestured toward Tang Jinshao, and a beam of light shot forth. In an instant, the great scholar's mind cleared, and Tang Jinshao's eyes ceased their redness, leaving only excitement. The great scholar then descended steadily into the courtyard, his voice grave. "Enter with me. What urgent matter compels you to breach my door at such an hour?" "Teacher, it's a matter of great importance. The teaching court has produced another significant work tonight," Tang Jinshao exclaimed with fervor. "Another?" The great scholar's attention piqued, his curiosity stirred by the mention of an incident at the teaching court. "Did you visit the teaching court tonight?" "Teacher, let us not dwell on the details." "Please hear my tale," Tang Jinshao urged, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. However, the great scholar was not easily swayed. He fixed his gaze on Tang Jinshao. The great scholar was displeased. Tang Jinshao coughed lightly. "I went, but I did not stay overnight. The music had yet to finish when I came here. That still counts as a visit." The great scholar frowned, unwilling to grant Tang Jinshao any leeway, for he despised the notion of scholars mingling with the women of such establishments. Tang Jinshao suppressed a grimace, realizing that no words of his could quell the teacher's ire. After the earlier command of "clear," he recognized his impulsiveness. Thus, he pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket, inscribed with the lyrics to Gung Lu Zi, "On the depths of autumn," and laid it before the great scholar. Yet as soon as the great scholar cast a glance at it, his brow furrowed tightly. Why does this handwriting appear so? Then the great scholar stood abruptly, exclaiming in astonishment, "This lament is exquisite, especially the latter half. Filled with subtle grievances. It originates from the teaching court? Who penned it? A guest of the teaching court? A man? Who could compose such verses?" Tang Jinshao smirked inwardly. Now he sought answers. I shan't say, just for fun." "I demand answers," the great scholar snapped, glaring at the fidgeting Tang Jinshao. "Yes," Tang Jinshao replied absent-mindedly. The old man thought, "I hope you don't drive me to my wit's end." Bang! The great scholar slammed his hand down on the desk. The precious Wang Wali was splintering under the force, yet he managed to conceal the unsightly paper. This display made Tang Jinshao gulp nervously. "Teacher, there's no need for such anger. It's not worth it. Life is challenging enough, and you wouldn't want to harm your health over it, would you? Haven't you always taught us to remain calm and adhere to the teachings of the sages?" Tang Jinshao trembled under the great scholar's reddened gaze, realizing he could no longer afford to speak, lest he provoke the teacher further. "Teacher, the verses indeed originate from the teaching court, composed by Jiang Bei, the very same individual who penned Love for the Lotus this morning," Tang Jinshao hurriedly declared. "Jiang Bei?" Wang Duru pondered deeply. He shook his head, reflecting on Ai Lian, which expressed a sense of aloofness, a commitment to purity, and a disdain for the current wretched state of the world, embodying a yearning for lofty ideals. In writing about Love for the Lotus, he was unmistakably likening himself to the flower. Yet this particular poem was penned for a heartbroken courtesan in the music house, presenting a starkly different style. How could it possibly be the work of the same individual? No, Wang Duru furrowed his brow. With his scholarly acumen, he instantly discerned the stylistic disparity between the two pieces. After all, they were evidently the creations of two distinct authors, their styles too disparate to reconcile. Indeed, it was not right. Tang Jinxiao opened his mouth, struggling for what felt like an eternity to produce a few words. "Do you dare to deceive me?" Wang Deru's gaze sharpened fiercely. Tang Jinxiao was taken aback. He could feel the overwhelming presence of his teacher's righteous indignation surging, threatening to shatter him at any moment. The teacher was truly enraged. In the eyes of a Confucian scholar, deceiving one's teacher was akin to betraying the emperor. With a thud, Tang Jinxiao knelt down, stammering, "Teacher, I would never dare." "Then what nonsense are you uttering?" Wang Deru retorted angrily. Tang Jinxiao trembled, realizing he might have truly crossed a line, hesitatingly suggesting, "Teacher, is there any chance? Is it possible that AI Lien was also written by someone from the music house?" Wang Deru, Chapter 26, Surely, she does not truly wish to act upon something. Does she? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Deru declared vehemently. How could such exquisite literature emerge from a place like a music house? Yet it was evident that he had begun to entertain the possibility. Such matters could easily be uncovered with a modicum of inquiry. Even if Tang Jinxiao dared to deceive his teacher, he could not possibly mislead himself on such a matter. But why could someone in the music house produce such refined work? Wang Deru's brow furrowed. Utterly perplexed, he retrieved a piece of paper from the pocket of his robe, unfolding it to reveal none other than AI Lien, a testament to his affection for the piece. So beloved that he could not bear to part with it, even in sleep, that he stared at it for a long while. Impossible. How could this be? Tang Jinxiao understood that once he uttered these words, his teacher's composure might shatter. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own life and to clear his name, he declared, "Teacher, I apologize." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Is there any possibility?" Wang Deru abruptly raised his head. "Do you dare to present me with possibilities?" Tang Jinxiao trembled at the sudden outburst. Yet, mustering his courage, he pressed on. What if the courtesan in the music house bears the name Lien? Could it be that AI Lien was written for the courtesan? Last night at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering in the music house, the courtesan made her debut, and the title of the poem was centered on an enduring love that in that instant, Wang Deru's eyes widened. Bloodshot with realization, his head, which had shot up in astonishment, lowered just as quickly as he scrutinized the AI Lien in his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. He muttered in a daze, his voice quavering, emerging untainted from the mud. Washing in clear waters, yet not becoming alluring. If the courtesan is indeed named Lien, then there is no contradiction, and it aligns perfectly. Yet, Tang Jinxiao sensed that his teacher's mental state was on the verge of collapse. But he had no choice that, if there was a possibility, he too wished to be a respectful and devoted student. "Teacher, remain calm. Please, you tell me how I can remain calm." "How can one possibly be calm?" Wang Deru roared. After a beat, he called out, "Someone, come." "Yes, sir." A servant rushed in. "What is the name of the courtesan in the music house?" Wang Deru asked directly. "Why, Lien," Tang Jinxiao replied with a slight smile. "You see, everyone knows. The courtesan is quite renowned." "Teacher, then why was this poem composed? Do you still wish to hear?" Tang Jinxiao chuckled nervously, gesturing toward the other hand of Wang Deru, holding the more intricate piece. "Listen." Without hesitation, Wang Deru declared, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. The noble AI Lien had been transformed into a love letter for the courtesan. What else was there that he could not accept? "Teacher, this poem is not actually written for the courtesan," Tang Jinxiao hesitated to say. "You are belittling my scholarly knowledge." Wang Deru was furious. What was meant to express my own love for the lotus has now been turned into a tribute to a courtesan, while what ought to be a lament for the courtesan has become something else entirely. If it is not written for the courtesan, then who could it possibly be for? Oh, perhaps for other women of the music house? Tang Jinxiao shuddered. The righteous aura of his teacher was truly formidable. "Teacher, in fact, this first stanza was written by Mr. Jiang for himself," Tang Jinxiao explained, attempting to clarify. Wang Deru, observing Tang Jinxiao's demeanor, felt a tinge of confusion. Tang Jinxiao began to recount the situation in Jiangbei, embroiled in a scandal over embezzled funds, facing severe punishment. Then, that night, while waiting in the music house, he spoke of the teacher's praises and the crucial statement. If the teacher were willing to safeguard him. Did you truly say that? Wang Duru was both astonished and enraged. Yes, the student dared to invoke the teacher's name. Should the teacher accuse the student of deceiving him, the student would plead guilty. Tang Jinxiao knelt, genuinely remorseful. Wang Duru pondered for a moment, shaking his head. This does not constitute deceiving a teacher. If Jiang Bei truly possesses talent, what harm is there in me meeting the empress to secure his protection? Tang Jinxiao nodded, understanding his teacher's appreciation for talent. Subsequently, Mr. Jiang composed this poem. Teacher, why not take another look? This time, having learned the full story, Wang Duru's perspective on the poem had entirely shifted, but a series of sighs lingered between the teacher and student. After a while, Wang Duru finally chuckled wryly. Ah, what a splendid line. A solitary heart seems to defy. This first stanza is indeed a reflection of himself, to be why this measure. This individual possesses truly noble character. The AI Lien was not genuinely written for the courtesan of the music house. It merely borrowed her name to signify his intent. Humph. This much I can discern. Then he shifted the conversation. Yet the latter stanza is still about the women of the music house. Tang Jinxiao replied, so, it seems you hold a particular disdain for the music house that he dared not speak further. However, Wang Duru increasingly appreciated this lament for the courtesan, unable to part with it, exclaiming, this individual's talent is indeed formidable. Tang Jinxiao was taken aback. Could the teacher truly describe it as formidable? Was it really that extreme? Teacher, I truly cannot comprehend. What was meant to be a personal homage to the lotus had morphed into a gift for the courtesan, while what was clearly a poem for the courtesan had become personal, much like the chaotic world we live in. Who could discern truth from falsehood? Yet, both pieces were composed spontaneously. Does that not constitute a terrifying level of skill? Indeed, there is no refuting that. Tang Jinxiao swallowed hard. So, what is your decision regarding Jiang Bei, teacher? Will you protect him or not? Wang Duru sighed again. As for Jiang Bei, bring him to meet me. Tang Jinxiao interjected, teacher, he is currently in the courtesan's chamber. I cannot possibly disturb their intimate evening, can I? Wang Duru, resigned, replied, very well. Very well. Tomorrow morning, I shall attend court to meet the empress and request that Jiang Bei be brought to our academy. Tang Jinxiao remarked. Teacher, your appreciation for talent is evident for all to see. But Jiang Bei is entangled in a web of hidden truths that I must discuss with you in detail. In the inner courtyard of the music house. Within a small building, Jiang Bei remained unaware that Wang Duru had resolutely resolved to protect him, a scholar of such lofty stature, detached from the realm of politics, was willing to present himself before the empress on Jiang Bei's behalf. This was indeed a significant favor. He had only briefly appeared during Yi Hongyu's ascension, and it had been at least 20 years since he last attended court. Despite Wang Duru holding the position of the third-ranking Grand Academician, it was due to his unwillingness to engage in political affairs. He preferred the tranquility of academia, teaching and nurturing scholars. However, in reality, every major minister of the court had heard him lecture, with half of the cabinet emerging from the academy. Upon encountering him, they all respectfully referred to him as teacher. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei and Yi Lian had already strolled hand in hand to the boudoir on the third floor. Jiang Bei entered first, but Yi Lian lingered at the door, suddenly asking, what kind of person do you think Yi Lian is, my lord? Jiang Bei paused, realizing the moment had finally come. This question would determine whether their conversation would unfold as an intimate discourse or lead directly to seduction. Jiang Bei hesitated, turning to face Yi Lian, who had a hint of redness in her eyes, clearly still affected by her recent emotions. I do not know. Jiang Bei shook his head. At the very least, you are gentle and beautiful. I have never encountered a woman as lovely as Miss Yi Lian. At it was evident that a flicker of disappointment passed through Yi Lian's eyes. Jiang Bei, unhurried, continued, but our experiences may be quite similar. This time, he dared not speak carelessly. The experiences of women in the music house were indeed quite similar, allowing for a uniform narrative approach. However, the woman before him was not one to fit that mold. I would prefer to believe what I feel when I open a book, that people eventually grow old, so why cling to this outer form? Jiang Bei mused, I am but an ordinary man, Yet the genesis of affection often begins with appearances. And what lies beyond that? Yi pressed eagerly. Jiang Bei replied, it begins with appearances, is respected for talent, aligns with character, endures through kindness, and culminates in integrity. These 20 words were his prepared revelation for Yi. I do not know what kind of person Miss Yi is, but those writings lead me to believe that she is a talented individual, constrained by her circumstances. Moreover, within the heart of Miss Yi, there lingered an obsession, propelling her to resolutely forge ahead. I could see this moment. Yi finally stepped into the boudoir, her eyes brimming with tenderness that I too am unaware of what kind of person the gentleman is. Yet I believe he must be Yi fated companion. I watched her gradually approach, now standing right before me. A chill crept into Jiang Bei's heart. This is bad. He had yet to feel that surge of impulse. Every word that needed to be spoken had been uttered. All his trump cards had been played, so why was this woman not enchanting him? According to the natural rhythm of events, shouldn't they be spending a lovely evening together by now? Wasn't he supposed to be able to enjoy a peaceful slumber? The delay in her actions surely didn't indicate that she genuinely wished to engage with him, did it? Chapter 27. The enchantress is also made of water, to be honest. Jiang Bei had never contemplated this situation. His intentions were remarkably simple, merely to penetrate the depths of Yi heart, ensuring that when the demon clan wreaked havoc in the imperial capital again, he would have a connection to rely upon. As for whether he had a delicate wife at home, that was beside the point. He had never considered such matters, primarily because he had lost those two vital essences and felt utterly powerless. His performance tonight seemed to have been a tad excessive. It was all that damn Tang Jin Xiao's fault. Of all the nights to come seeking him at the brothel, why did it have to be tonight? Initially, he had merely intended to have a simple conversation with Yi. Even if his trump cards were exhausted, it shouldn't have escalated to this point. At most, they would have gained a basic understanding of one another. However, he had not anticipated that the melody of Gung Lu Zi would possess such potency, compelling Yi to await him at the small building. Coupled with his nonsensical ramblings tonight, Yi still showed no signs of wanting to enchant him. At the very least, he had yet to feel that reaction in that moment. With Yi weeping in his embrace, her face streaked with tears like delicate blossoms, she lifted her head to gaze at him, a sight that shattered his heart. Jiang Bei sighed, extending his hand to gently wipe the tears from Yi face. Causing a woman to weep is indeed a rather troublesome endeavor, even if she is a demoness. Women are inherently emotional. Once stirred, they could be easily driven to impulsivity. As for the extent of that impulsivity, it was certainly beyond Jiang Bei's control. Why Yi remained dazed for a while, as if coming to a realization, and hurriedly extricated herself from Jiang Bei's embrace, bowing slightly as she spoke. My lord, it is Yi who has lost her composure. The hour is late. Yi wishes to share a pleasant evening with you. With that, she turned to prepare the bed. Jiang Bei watched her graceful silhouette, his emotions growing increasingly complex. Soon after, once Yi had tidied the bed, she turned back towards Jiang Bei, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yi has come to assist you in changing. Before long, Jiang Bei found himself stripped down to his undergarments, lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. So, what now? How could he prompt this woman to act swiftly? In contemplation, he heard a rustling sound beside him. Turning his head slightly, he caught a glimpse of Yi loosening her garments. Jiang Bei inhaled sharply. Goodness, avert your gaze, avert your ears. Yi was equally anxious, though she belonged to the Qingxiu Fox clan. Inherently gifted with the art of seduction, she had no knowledge of what a man might perceive after being enchanted to sleep. Having spent 2 months at the brothel, she grasped some basic principles within the boudoir. But that knowledge was merely theoretical. Not to mention, she had never engaged in practical experience, nor had she even observed such a scene. Resolutely, she decided that once Jiang Bei made a move, she would enchant him once more. Surely, there would be future opportunities. Thus, clad only in her undergarment, Yi stealthily approached the bedside, lifting a corner of the quilt before slipping beneath it. Both lay flat on the bed, each stiff with tension, gazing up at the ceiling. While one awaited Jiang Bei to take the initiative, he dared not move. Yi, feeling increasingly anxious, wondered if Jiang Bei was simply too fatigued to respond, perhaps already asleep. Her gaze began to wander, repeatedly stealing glances at Jiang Bei's profile. His breathing was uneven. He was not asleep. "Why, Lord, are you asleep?" Yi Lian gently called. Not Yi Ti. Yi Lian's heart tightened again, but soon, as if enlightenment struck her, her eyes grew even more reddened. She understood. Though she was inexperienced, she recognized why Jiang Bei had not acted tonight. He must be concerned for her well-being. Last night, Jiang Bei had taken everything in her dreams as reality, which had been rather intense. He was worried for her health, hence reluctant to ask for more. Coupled with their conversation that evening, it seemed he was even more reluctant due to her tears. "My lord, are you worried about Yi Lian?" Yi Lian softly inquired, her cheeks as rosy as a ripened peach, seemingly ready to drip with juice at the slightest touch. Jiang Bei turned his gaze. His mind went blank, and a giant question mark appeared in his thoughts. Soon, he understood. Perhaps she believed that tonight he was refraining from touching her out of sympathy, unsure of the consequences, yet at least they could pass the night in peace. One step at a time. Jiang Bei nodded. Tonight, they would either sleep separately, without touching one another, or she would simply enchant him, as that was his intent for the evening. Indeed, tears welled in Yi Lian's eyes once more. Jiang Bei secretly grinned. His predecessors had not deceived him. Women truly were made of water, even enchantresses. The next moment, the body he had just managed to relax stiffened once again, for Yi Lian had nestled into his embrace. No peeking at Yi Lian, and no moving. "It's late, let us sleep." Jiang Bei took a deep breath. All right, this enchantress, this demoness. He could hardly sleep due to having lost the essence of the corpse dog. And now she lay in his arms, clad in naught but an undergarment, their skin pressed together. His inability to sleep was now exacerbated, with the loss of the essence of the sparrow shadow. Even disregarding the existence of his nominal wife at home, he found himself unable to act upon this enchantress. The despair was overwhelming. In his heart, he swore a solemn oath. Once tomorrow's matter was fully resolved, he must find a way to recover those two essences he had lost. He could endure such a life no longer. At that moment, the first target would be this Yi Lian. Beside him, Yi Lian was not asleep. She could feel Jiang Bei's heartbeat accelerating, and she herself was no different. This was her first time lying beside my lord, unable to sleep. Being so close. Is he feeling uncomfortable? Yi Lian lightly bit her lip. Yet if she blushed, how would she explain last night's events? "My lord, Yi Lian is perfectly fine." Yi Lian suddenly spoke. "I have good health. I rested all day today," she said softly. The warm breath brushed against Jiang Bei's ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. Jiang Bei turned to meet Yi Lian's gaze, filled with tenderness, and he felt both alarmed and delighted. Two extreme emotions. This enchantress clearly sensed that he was unable to sleep and felt pent up. Thus, she faced two choices. Either she was finally ready to enchant him, or she had decided to engage in a genuine confrontation. Jiang Bei's heart raced. Fortunately, the next moment, he felt a powerful impulse. This woman had finally made her move. "Tonight, Yi Lian is here to serve you, my lord." Jiang Bei felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Then he pushed the woman who had mounted him aside, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I can finally sleep in peace." The next morning, Jiang Bei awoke to find Yi Lian still nestled in his arms. He rose quietly, dressed himself, and made his way outside. As Jiang Bei exited the room, Yi Lian sat up. "My lord, you did not wish to wake me." "Lord Jiang, you are out." Wei Yang stood at the entrance of the brothel, looking somewhat fatigued, evidently having overexerted himself last night. In contrast, Wei Daong appeared refreshed. "Indeed, people are different." Jiang Bei nodded, addressing the coachman. "First, take Lord Yu and Lord Wei to the supervision city, then return me to the Duke's residence." Subsequently, Jiang Bei turned to Yu Yang. "It is still early. I will be attending court with the Duke shortly at that time. You will take my token and bring Lu Fu over. I intend to apply pressure on the empress during the morning court." Though Yu Yang had already anticipated this possibility, the moment Jiang Bei revealed his intentions, he was still struck with shock, his face turning pale. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences that he longed to dissuade Jiang Bei, but seemed to have no other options. Wei Yu Yang knelt. "Lord Jiang, Rest assured, I shall not disgrace your command. After seeing off Yu Yang and Wei Daong, Jiang Bei soon returned to the duke's residence, changed into his official robes, and arrived at the entrance of Yi Ningxuang's courtyard, just as he intended to summon a maid to notify her. He noticed Yi Ningxuang, clad in a striking red garment, emerging from within. Chapter 28. The morning court. This red attire startled Jiang Bei. Aside from their brief encounter on the night of their wedding, they had not met again. On that occasion, she had been veiled. Although Jiang Bei had long since accepted the reality of his marriage and had somewhat alleviated the shadow cast by the surname Yi, the specter of the red garment still loomed large. Fortunately, Yi Ningxuang was not clad in the vibrant red attire typical of Yi Hongyu, but rather in a dark crimson ceremonial robe. At this hour, she was undoubtedly preparing to attend the morning court. Given the current tumultuous state of the royal family, coupled with the unresolved theft of her stipend, it was only natural for her, newly appointed as the ceremonial leader after the demise of the Prince of Fortune, to make an appearance. The dark circles under her eyes clearly indicated that Yi Ningxuang had not enjoyed a restful night. Jiang Bei offered a faint smile, greeting her, "Good morning, Your Highness." Why Yi Ningxuang was taken aback by Jiang Bei's presence. What business did he have in seeing her so early? Hadn't he gone to the Bureau of Song and Dance? He had even composed an ode to the lotus for the courtesan. Her initial surprise quickly morphed into indifference. Well, it seemed her spouse was not particularly thrilled to see her either. Jiang Bei mused, "I must attend court. We can discuss matters upon my return." Why Yi Ningxuang replied coolly, her thoughts of engaging in a meaningful conversation with her nominal husband dissipating. With that, she turned, making her way towards the mansion's grand entrance. Jiang Bei, undeterred by her apparent disregard, followed closely behind. As they reached the entrance, Yi Ningxuang paused, glancing back at him with a slight frown, her expression tinged with impatience. "I shall accompany you to court," Jiang Bei declared. It was then that Yi Ningxuang noticed he was dressed in the official attire of the city watch's chief. Had it not been for the emperor's summons, a sixth-rank official would have no right to attend court sessions. Why Yi Ningxuang shook her head. Only officials of the fifth rank and above were permitted into the court. "That is precisely why I sought you out. I hoped you would bring me to court with you," Jiang Bei said, rubbing his hands together. But before he could elaborate, she firmly rejected him, stating, "That is against protocol." With that, she proceeded towards the carriage waiting at the entrance. Jiang Bei found himself in a quandary. As mere nominal spouses, they seldom even met, let alone shared a carriage. He was certain that if he attempted to pull Yi Ningxuang back, he would be met with a fierce rebuttal. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Ningxuang had already boarded the carriage. Jiang Bei resolved not to hesitate further and followed her inside. "You!" Yi Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze sharp with irritation. Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly. "Just this once, Your Highness. Moreover, I attend the court for. I do not care why you attend, but should you provoke the emperor's wrath and be expelled, do not expect me to assist you," Yi Ningxuang interjected decisively. "Now, get out. How can I leave now? I have not received the emperor's summons. I must ride in your carriage," Jiang Bei replied, feeling embarrassed. "Also, Lu Fu has taken my token, so I can only fabricate an excuse." Why Yi Ningxuang, however, did not insist on ejecting him. She leaned back against the soft cushions of the carriage, closing her eyes to rest. Jiang Bei, sensing her dismissal, refrained from further pressing the matter. He pondered where he might resolve his current predicament regarding his health. One option was the Demon Suppression Bureau, where he might encounter someone capable of addressing his ailments. Unfortunately, it seemed unlikely he would form any alliances there today. His other prospect was the esteemed scholar Wang Deru, whose admiration for the lotus had been spurred by Tang Jinshao, who had been frightened half to death the previous night. Jiang Bei believed he could secure an audience with this venerable figure. He resolved to explore this avenue first, for when he next confronted the Bureau of Song and Dance, he would not be the same youthful adventurer he once was. What traveler could resist the allure of the Bureau of Song and Dance? A place where one could indulge without cost? The layout of the imperial city bore some resemblance to a world from his memories, yet it was markedly more intricate. There were a total of 7 gates. The central gate was reserved for the reigning emperor and the top scholars who would attend the imperial examinations once a year. The remaining 6 gates had their own significance. Members of the royal family would enter through the smaller gates, flanking the central one, while ministers would follow, scholars on the left and military figures on the right. Officials of the third rank and above could use the second gates on either side, while fourth and fifth rank officials were relegated to the outermost gates. Only those of third rank or higher had the privilege to enter the main hall and meet the emperor, while the more numerous fourth and fifth rank officials awaited outside. Jiangbei had gleaned much of this knowledge from Yiyang, who, despite his lowly position in the bureaucracy and never having attended court, was well versed in such seemingly trivial matters. The journey to the imperial city had proceeded without incident. They dared not search Yi Ningxuang's carriage. And even if they did, Jiang Bei's status as her husband was a valid excuse. It was not uncommon for officials to bring their concubines to court, allowing them to rest their heads on their laps during the journey. You should use the gate on the far east, Yi Ningxuang instructed, her tone remaining icy. I will only be responsible for bringing you in. The rest is not my concern. With that, she strode toward the second gate on the left, leaving Jiang Bei momentarily stunned. After all, she was the daughter of the Prince of Fortune, a genuine member of the royal family, yet she chose to enter through the gate designated for ordinary officials. As the ceremonial leader of the royal family, she held a third-rank title, which typically warranted use of the second gate. However, such positions were traditionally occupied by aristocrats. Even the former Prince of Fortune had to use the third gate, for no official title could surpass royal lineage. Yet here, Yi Ningxuang seemed to reverse the norm. Did she consider her third-rank status superior to her identity as a princess, or had she renounced her noble heritage altogether? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bei decided to put the matter aside. Regardless, Yi Ningxuang was clearly yielding to Yi Hongyu, just as she had when she sought a husband before. Before court, the area before the main hall was as chaotic as a marketplace. Few noticed him disembarking from Yi Ningxuang's carriage. After all, the perceived weakness of Yi Ningxuang rendered her almost invisible in court, drawing little attention. As he entered through the least frequented gate, a colleague approached him, asking, "You seem unfamiliar. Have you just returned to the capital?" Jiang Bei observed that the individual appeared youthful, likely a newly appointed scholar who was about to make his mark, given the current tumultuous political landscape. Any returnee from the female emperor's inner circle was bound to be a trusted confidant, making it essential to cultivate good relations with such individuals. Jiang Bei turned to face the newcomer, but the latter's expression shifted to one of surprise as he recognized Jiang Bei's official garb, which signified his status as a sixth-rank official. "I haven't heard of any sixth-rank official returning to court during this period." The colleague remarked, "I am Jiang Bei of the City Watch, attending court for the first time, that I hope for your kind guidance," Jiang Bei said, offering a courteous bow. To his astonishment, the man's demeanor changed abruptly, and he fled in alarm. After all, few wished to converse with someone branded as a dead man, for it was deemed unlucky. As the news of Jiang Bei's identity spread, others nearby also recoiled from him as if he were a venomous snake or scorpion. The name he bore carried the weight of a curse. The once crowded passageway quickly emptied at the sound of Jiang Bei's introduction. "Am I truly that terrifying to you all?" he pondered, standing alone in the wind. This was, after all, the easternmost gate, where only military officials passed. If they reacted this way, one could only imagine the trepidation among the more intricate-minded civil officials on the western side, should he attempt to greet them. They might very well soil themselves in fear. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Bei exited the corridor and made his way towards the west. Chapter 29. The remarkable elder's intention was not to offend the civil officials, but rather to inquire about Wang and Jie, who could be considered Jiang Bei's greatest ally moving forward, and at this juncture, his only opportunity to connect with someone potentially capable of assisting him in his cultivation endeavors. While all military officers had, without exception, engaged in martial training, they typically remained entrenched in the martial arts, never fully transcending that realm. Achieving enlightenment was a rare feat, with the majority of practitioners failing to attain it throughout their lives. Jiang Bei himself was a testament to this, having invested all his resources into his training, yet failing to enter the martial path. Beyond the necessity of abundant resources, innate talent was paramount. The road to enlightenment was long and arduous, especially when it came to achieving true mastery. Attaining such mastery signified transcending the mundane and entering the ranks of true cultivators. Among those permitted to enter the hall to meet Yihong Yu, the vast majority had yet to achieve this level of enlightenment. Affiliated with the dynasty, those who aspired to enlightenment relied heavily on the fortune bestowed by the imperial lineage, which is why the powerful were particularly anxious about fluctuations in the dynasty's fortunes. Cultivators valued fortune, as it facilitated smooth progress, transformed misfortune into fortune, and quelled inner demons and karmic obstacles. Based on his recollections of Wang and Jie, he was indeed a true scholar of the present age. He entered the scholarly path at 13, achieving the highest honor in the imperial examinations that same year, but declined an official position, instead choosing to cultivate his character at the Academy of Higher Learning. After a century of dedication at the Academy, he achieved enlightenment before the statue of the literary sage and subsequently assumed the position of the Academy's head, a role he has held for over 2 centuries. No one knew the extent of his abilities, but all scholars who attained enlightenment possessed an extraordinary capacity. They could cultivate the righteous chi of heaven and earth, allowing them to act in accordance with their words. Conversely, those who had yet to achieve enlightenment found themselves in a precarious position, left to continue their arduous training. The path to enlightenment was akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst a tumultuous sea. Most scholars pursued their studies with the aim of gaining fame and fortune, and the difficulty of attaining enlightenment was exponentially greater than that of achieving the highest honors in the imperial examinations. "Excuse me, esteemed colleague, has the great scholar Wang and Jie yet arrived at court? I have long admired his work." Jiang Bei inquired respectfully of a middle-aged official he encountered. This time, he dared not identify himself as Jiang Bei. The official, upon noting Jiang Bei's 6th rank title, appeared delighted, mistaking him for a trusted confidant returned by the female emperor. Such individuals were worth cultivating relationships with. The middle-aged official asked, "I see you are a newcomer to the court. Are you not?" "Indeed," Jiang Bei affirmed. "Your Excellency may not be aware, but Wang Duru typically does not attend court. To meet him, one must go to the Taishiwa, where he is known for his amiable disposition. And today presents an opportunity to hear him lecture." The middle-aged man smiled and patiently explained to Jiang Bei. In a short while, a considerable crowd had gathered around Jiang Bei, all eager to enlighten him on the remarkable prowess of Wang Du. A treatise he authored on governance was revered as a sacred text of the age. Furthermore, he has cultivated the righteous aura of a sage for 200 years. Should he take another step forward, he would attain the status of a literary saint. Yet, that step is exceedingly difficult. The scholars around were oblivious to the challenges, having never even reached the 1st rank themselves. Attaining the 1st rank among scholars is a rarity, let alone achieving the status of a literary saint. One can expect only a single figure of such caliber to emerge in a millennium. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man diverted the conversation, asking this young friend, "We shall also head to the Taishiwa after court to hear the esteemed Wang and Jie impart wisdom to the new students. Why not accompany us? It would be my honor to do so." Jiang Bei replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. "I am Gao Jini. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" The middle-aged man inquired. "Jiang Bei," he responded with a slight smile. "This is your inquiry, not my own declaration. It seems we can still be unknown acquaintances online." Upon uttering these 2 characters, the surrounding officials were visibly taken aback, their gazes fixating on the insignia emblazoned upon Jiang Bei's official attire. And soon their faces turned pale to a 6th rank official who had never attended court. Jiang Bei is indeed the son-in-law summoned by Princess Mingyue, a pawn in the schemes of the empress. He must be dealt with by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Gao Jini retreated several steps, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Bei. His complexion ashen, he seemed on the verge of exclaiming, "I treated you with sincerity. Why have you betrayed me?" Yet, recalling that they had just referred to Jiang Bei as young friend, he felt as though he might vomit blood. Jiang Bei blinked and asked, "Is something amiss, Master Gao?" Gao Jini stammered, I have an upset stomach. Ate something bad last night. I must take my leave." The official bowed and excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to at home. It was clear that the area around Jiang Bei had become eerily vacant, a 5-meter radius devoid of even a fly, despite the bustling crowd in the palace courtyard. As the hour for court approached, officials of the third rank and above began to make their way toward the main hall. Just then, an elderly figure emerged from the corridor, clad in a blue and white scholar's robe. His demeanor radiated authority. He was the only individual not dressed in official garb during the morning court. The crowd had been discussing Jiang Bei's presence at the morning assembly, pointing and whispering. When the elderly gentleman appeared, akin to a thunderclap, silencing all chatter as they gaped at his figure, and no one dared to approach him. For Wang Du's demeanor today was decidedly unusual. The last time he had been seen was during Yi Hongyu's coronation ceremony not long ago. This elder was typically very genial, ready to engage in lengthy discussions upon being called teacher. He would eagerly recount tales of the lineage of his interlocutor. "Do, your father was one of my students. I even held you as a babe. Your grandfather, too, and your great-grandfather. What a coincidence!" Such sentiments required no effort to establish rapport with Wang Du. This was a testament to the flourishing literary scene of Deqian. How else could a figure over 300 years old, steeped in the righteous aura of a sage, be available to lecture new students at the Taishua? Yet today, Wang Du exhibited none of his usual geniality. The smile that perpetually adorned his face had vanished. Following him was a young man known to them as well, Wang Du's student, the now-renowned Tang Jinxiao. Like Wang Du in his youth, Tang Jinxiao had remained at the Taishua as an assistant, holding no official title. Yet all were aware of the reason for this. Wang Du intended to groom him for greater things, preparing him to assume the position of ritual master of the Taishua upon his eventual elevation to rank. Even officials, let alone royal family members, would treat Tang Jinxiao with utmost respect, for his intellect served as his greatest pedigree. It could be said that these two embodied the present and future of Deqian's literary realm. However, at this moment, the talented Tang was trailing behind Wang Du, head lowered, visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What grave matter could compel Wang Du to personally attend the court? Jiang Bei caught a glimpse of Wang Du's imposing presence, but did not recognize Tang Jinxiao, who followed him like a subordinate. Their only prior meeting had occurred the previous evening at the teaching bureau, shrouded in dim light, and throughout that encounter, Tang's expressions had been exaggerated. Now, with his head bowed and profile obscured, Jiang Bei found it impossible to recognize him. Moreover, with such a formidable figure leading the way, who would pay attention to his follower, Jiang Bei felt an unexplainable awe. The lack of official attire was itself a testament to the man's stature. Just look at how his mere presence silenced the previously animated officials, who quickly formed two respectful lines flanking him as they bowed. Even those high-ranking officials who had reached the entrance of the main hall paused to pay their respects. Had he not known that Yi Hongyu was the reigning emperor, Jiang Bei might have suspected that this elder was the true sovereign. As the grandfather and grandson ascended the steps toward the main hall, Jiang Bei began to find the young man's silhouette somewhat familiar. The once bustling courtyard had grown eerily quiet. The morning assembly had yet to commence, yet it felt as though it already had begun. Seeing the red-robed Yi Ningxuang also ascend the steps, Jiang Bei hurried to follow. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Wang Du's arrival had caused them to forget Jiang Bei's presence. But now, witnessing him attempt to enter the hall was perplexing. Without an imperial edict permitting his attendance at court, how could he dare enter? Was he not afraid of being accused of usurping the emperor's authority? What a strange series of events transpired today. Chapter 30. Seizing the opportunity. Yi Ningxuang furrowed her brows, watching Jiang Bei approach. This person. After a moment, she let out a resigned sigh. Regardless, she indeed owed him a debt. Never anticipating that Yi Hongyu would resort to such ruthless tactics, exploiting the theft of the official stipend, she could only hope he refrained from uttering anything too outrageous during the assembly. Otherwise, even divine intervention would not save him. "I hope you will conduct yourself with decorum today. I have already prepared a reason for your presence," Yi Ningxuang whispered, lowering her voice. "The princess treats me so?" Jiang Bei's gaze shifted, surprised. She had been reluctant to assist him earlier, yet now had found a suitable excuse. After all, she was merely a girl in her 20s. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid being entangled in your troubles." Yi Ningxuang's cheeks flushed, clearly agitated by Jiang Bei's words. Fear not, fear not. United in spirit, We shall sever all obstacles, Jiang Bei replied with a grin. You are nothing but a smooth-talking scoundrel, Yi Ningxuang retorted, her chest heaving with indignation as she hastened away from him. Yet despite her irritation, Jiang Bei's words lingered in her mind. United in spirit, we shall sever all obstacles. If only he possessed the talent to seize the opportunity to extricate himself from his predicament. He would not drag her down with him. She could see no glimmer of hope, let alone anything beyond that. He likely did not even comprehend what such an expression meant for her. Yi Ningxuang shook her head in silence as she entered the main hall. Inside, Wang Dru, a third-rank official, stood at the forefront, with no one daring to stand beside him. Even Chief Minister Zhang Yinqing was relegated to a position behind him. Under normal circumstances, such behavior was uncharacteristic for Wang Dru. Zhang Yinqing recalled vividly that during the coronation ceremony of the empress, Wang and Jia had merely stood among the officials as a third-rank official. Even decades prior, when Wang Duru occasionally attended court, he had never acted in such a manner. The severity of his expression raised alarm. Could it be that Wang Duru was displeased with the empress's conduct and had come to admonish her today? Yet, Wang Duru had never shown interest in court affairs or the political turbulence surrounding them. Even when the royal family was thrown into chaos following the tragic demise of Prince Fu, Wang Duru had remained silent, attending the coronation ceremony with a jovial demeanor. If he truly had grievances regarding the empress's ascent, he would not have appeared at the coronation. Moreover, today was a significant day for the Taixue, as Wang Duru was to lecture the new students. Zhang Yinqing pondered the situation from every angle, yet could not fathom why Wang Duru had come, especially considering the recent scandal of the royal stipend theft. As the hour approached, the officials had already taken their positions, prepared for the assembly. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxuang, concerned about Jiang Bei's potential for disruption, felt compelled to keep him by her side, which left Jiang Bei rather bewildered. He was about to encounter that woman again, and his heart felt somewhat heavy. Though he was grateful for the presence of his nominal wife, he occasionally glanced at Yi Ningxuang beside him. It must be said that her features were exquisitely perfect, her oval face serene and elegant, yet imbued with a delicate charm. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, reminiscent of a clear mirror, though she was youthful. There was a poignant vulnerability in her bright eyes that evoked a protective instinct. Jiang Bei swore he was merely admiring her beauty, but Yi Ningxuang could no longer contain herself, lowering her voice to say, "The assembly is about to begin. Do not stare at me." Jiang Bei chuckled, "Princess, what is the protocol for the morning assembly? Might you first enlighten me on whether the case concerning the official stipend will be brought up?" He must seize the opportune moment, Yi Ningxuang inquired. Jiang Bei has adopted a new title. May I ask, Lord Zonglin, what is the current stance of the royal family regarding the theft of the royal stipend? If members of the royal family see me here, will they turn their ire upon me? Yi Ningxuang expressed her distaste for this title. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bei asked, "My lady, will you be able to protect me?" Yi Ningxuang retorted furiously, "Silence." Her voice rang out in agitation. The assembled officials turned their attention towards her, while Yi Ningxuang abruptly lowered her head, delivering a sharp kick to Jiang Bei. It was this scoundrel who had caused her public humiliation. Were it not for her entanglement in profound grievances and vendettas, she might have desired to know more about such a talented man as Jiang Bei. Yet he had penned love letters to the courtesan of the pleasure quarters. Before long, a woman clad in a vibrant crimson robe emerged from the rear of the grand hall, taking her seat upon the foremost dragon throne. Her white hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her eyes, devoid of any warmth, gazed down upon the civil and military officials with an utterly indifferent countenance, reminiscent of a mere automaton. Before the customary rituals could commence, Yi Hongyu's gaze fell upon the elder occupying the foremost position among the officials. Yi Hongyu's expression shifted slightly as she rose, stating, "The esteemed gentleman has arrived." The emperor gestured for her to be seated, while the elder, Wang and Jia, replied nonchalantly, "I have come merely to listen to the latest happenings in the court." Yi Hongyu smiled faintly, recognizing the rarity of such leisure from the esteemed gentleman. As everyone knew, he was indifferent to the court's strife and any fluctuations in fortune, as they bore little relevance to him. Having attained his rank for over 2 centuries, If he truly possessed the talent to become a literary sage, he would have achieved it long ago. There was no reason to wait until now. The cultivation of sage's righteous spirit vastly differed from the attainment of literary sanctity. However, he had reached the pinnacle of his rank and no longer required the support of the dynasty's fortunes. Teaching at the Imperial Academy and nurturing new talents brought him joy in truth. When he had learned from Tang Jinxiao the previous night about Jiang Bei's entanglement in the stipend case, he had felt little anger. He presumed Jiang Bei's plight was merely a result of unfortunate circumstances, as many great works emerged from such turmoil, but he believed Jiang Bei was simply an unfortunate victim of political machinations, and thus he would assist in extricating him from this predicament. However, after hearing Tang Jinxiao's account, Wang Duru was infuriated. He felt a relentless animosity towards the daughter of the Duke of Fortune, Yin Ningxuang, as such a grave matter had inexplicably been relegated to the minor jurisdiction of the City Watch. Had they not considered that the royal family could scarcely withstand further upheaval? Such a talented individual was destined to perish amidst political schemes. No longer could he remain detached. Viewing the situation through Jiang Bei's perspective was unacceptable to Wang Duru. The court session commenced. Those wishing to present their petitions began to do so, voicing grievances of natural disasters and demonic disturbances from various regions. Several ministers recounted these calamities, causing Yi Hongyu to appear somewhat perturbed. Yet perhaps due to Wang Duru's presence, many felt emboldened to speak, resulting in a cacophony of disorderly petitions. Nevertheless, Wang Duru remained patient, awaiting someone to steer the conversation towards the stipend case. Jiang Bei, too, awaited the arrival of the silver-haired empress. His internal turmoil intensifying while Yin Ningxuang felt a grip on her wrist, and her expression shifted alarmingly. However, recalling her earlier lapse of composure before the court, she suppressed her reaction, furrowing her brow as she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Bei. That scoundrel her surprise. Jiang Bei's complexion had turned ghastly white, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The hand that gripped her wrist trembled. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Yin Ningxuang inquired softly. Fortunately, as she held a mere third-rank position, standing slightly behind the other officials. This exchange went unnoticed by Yi Hongyu. "I am fine. I am fine." Jiang Bei stuttered, his voice trembling. He slowly raised his head, offering Yin Ningxuang a weak smile, intending to convey that he was indeed untroubled. Yet, Yin Ningxuang was taken aback. His pallid visage was alarming, his eyes bloodshot. In those eyes, she recognized a familiar emotion. Hatred. She pressed her lips together, choosing silence, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Your Majesty, I have matters to present." An elder stepped forward, bowing deeply. "The case of the stolen royal stipend has lingered for over 2 days since your command to the City Watch, yet there has been no progress. Amidst this turmoil, the head of the City Watch, Jiang Bei, has spent 2 consecutive nights at the pleasure quarters. I beseech your Majesty to command his arrest and impose severe penalties." At last, Wang Duru had found the opportune moment. He stepped forward, while Jiang Bei suddenly released Yin Ningxuang's wrist, also taking a step forward. "Jiang Bei, have matters to present." Chapter 31. Witnessing a grand performance, Jiang Bei stood in the court, where many were already aware of his situation. Aside from those officials outside the hall who had been disgusted by him, there were also the third-rank officials surrounding Yin Ningxuang, clad in 6th-rank attire, standing next to Yin Ningxuang, especially one who dared to grip her wrist. It was clear that Yin Ningxuang had yet to retaliate against him. This person, aside from Jiang Bei, could hardly be anyone else. There was no need for a special effort to apprehend him. The moment the elder sprang forth, they had already begun to prepare to echo his sentiments. If it had merely been the first night at the pleasure quarters, some might have offered explanations, as it was known to be a place rich in information. However, spending 2 consecutive nights there, especially staying overnight, could warrant a death sentence for dereliction of duty. The edict stated that if the investigation yielded results, rewards would be granted. If not, severe punishment would follow. Yet, they clearly did not anticipate that Jiang Bei would act even more swiftly than they had. Now, those who knew Jiang Bei's whereabouts were astonished, and those who were unaware turned to gaze at the young man, standing in the center, including Wang Duru. The already stepped-out Wang Duru felt a tinge of awkwardness, silently retreating to his original position, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Though interrupted, Wang Duru was not displeased, inwardly commending. This lad has quite the audacity. A mere sixth-rank official dares to intrude upon the court. He had come today to protect Jiangbei. Yet if he could also observe Jiangbei's performance along the way, it would prove to be an amusing affair. When the time came for him to intervene, he would step forward to turn the tide. How delightfully clever. The more he contemplated, the more he found this situation to his liking, a smile creeping onto his face. Are you the head of the city watch, Jiangbei? A mere sixth-rank official dares to infiltrate the court, unafraid of your majesty punishing you for treason. The minister who had petitioned for Jiangbei's arrest whirled around. Glaring at Jiangbei with fury, Jiangbei did not rush to respond, for he caught a glimpse of Yi Ningxuang making a gesture. She pointed towards the minister and then to the mark on her chest. Jiangbei understood. She was indicating that the minister was of royal lineage. And no wonder. The royal stipend had gone missing, and the royal family was more anxious than anyone else, while Yi Ningxuang had managed to keep them calm. The news of Jiangbei's overnight stay at the pleasure quarters had unsettled them. Such a person in charge of the investigation was utterly hindering the progress of the case. Before Yi Hongyu could issue a command, Jiangbei had already straightened his posture, addressing the fuming elder. I went to the pleasure quarters for the purpose of the investigation. What is wrong with that? Jiangbei shifted the topic, speaking nonchalantly. Why Yi Ningxuang had mentioned that she had secured a reason for her attendance. Thus the elder's provocation could be disregarded. The elder retorted, nonsense. Even if it was for the investigation, why spend the night in the courtesan's chamber? Jiangbei replied, naturally, to investigate the courtesan's background if I did not uncover the truth on the first night. I must continue on the second. The assembled ministers exchanged bewildered glances. The elder was so incensed that he almost laughed. Ignoring whether Yi Hongyu had granted him permission to rise, he stood tall, fixating his gaze upon Jiangbei, finger pointing at him. Very well. Let us momentarily set aside the case itself. As the husband of the Princess Mingwe, how could you, mere days after your wedding, spend 2 nights in the pleasure quarters? What punishment should you face? Jiangbei frowned, thinking to himself, has this elder lost his wits in his fury? We aren't even discussing the case anymore. He reiterated, I have stated that I went to the pleasure quarters to conduct an investigation. But you have betrayed Princess Mingwe. At this, Yi Ningxuang clenched her fist. Jiangbei cursed inwardly. Damn this old fool. Why bring that up? I have not laid a finger on that courtesan that if she had not entertained anyone prior, she should still be a maiden. Jiangbei calmly asserted. So, can we now discuss the matter of the stipend? The elder was beside himself with rage, and though he was anxious regarding the stipend, he could hardly concern himself with anything else at that moment. Especially since Jiangbei's words were exceedingly infuriating. Which courtesan could possibly be a maiden? You expect us to believe you when you say you did not engage in any misconduct? Perhaps you and the courtesan have already colluded, and she would speak in your favor. Yi Ningxuang bit her lip, her expression complex. Should she believe him or not? Could it be that he truly went there for the sake of investigation? Otherwise, why would Yi Ningxuang, despite her usual sluggishness, suddenly realize early this morning that Jiangbei had come for the salary case? She was gazing at Jiangbei, who seemed to have transformed entirely. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, he now exuded an air of calm assurance. His eyes, no longer subdued, sparkled with a remarkable brightness. Yet, Yi Ningxuang could not comprehend the earlier glimmer of hatred. What did it signify? And whom was he resenting? Was it Yi Hongyu? The old man was trembling with rage, pointing at Jiangbei. You must not. You went to the Bureau of Songs. You betrayed Princess Mingwe. You have no way to defend yourself? Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Yinxing stepped forward, interrupting their quarrel. You claim to have gone to the Bureau of Songs to investigate, yet today you have come without an imperial edict. Have you truly clarified the details of the case? Indeed, I have clarified it. Jiangbei replied directly. He did not recognize Zhang Yinxing, but given his position just behind Wang Dru, it was evident he was a significant minister in court. What audacity! Zhang Yinxing exclaimed, his brows furrowing. After 2 nights at the Bureau of Songs, you say you have conducted an investigation. We shall take your word for it. But regarding the investigation itself, Did you not merely meet with Lu Fu once? How can you claim to have clarified the case? Where is the salary? If you have indeed clarified the case, then surely you must have recovered the salary. Zhang Yinxing scoffed. The salary has yet to be pursued. This is the court, not a marketplace. Otherwise, Jiang Bei's rhetoric would undoubtedly have provoked laughter from all but a case of theft, yet failing to recover the stolen salary. How could one claim to have clarified anything? We petition the emperor to punish Jiang Bei for deceiving the sovereign. Firstly, he appeared in court without an edict. Secondly, he has betrayed Princess Mingwei. And now he brazenly claims to have clarified the case of the stolen salary without any evidence. Each of these 3 points constitutes a serious crime. According to the laws of Dacian, he deserves immediate execution. Several ministers stepped forward as these words echoed through the court. A profound silence enveloped the assembly, all awaiting Jiang Bei's ultimate judgment. Today, Jiang Bei's demise would benefit everyone. The empress could fulfill her schemes, and the case of the stolen royal salaries could be expedited, seamlessly transitioning to the Dali Temple. At this moment, all gazes were fixed upon Wang Dru, standing at the forefront, his expression tinged with curiosity. They understood that Wang Dru's presence today was solely for the salary case. Even he, amidst this tempest, could not remain idle. They required Wang Dru to take the lead. As long as Jiang Bei perished, everything would revert to normal. Surely, the empress awaited his utterance as well. Only Jiang Bei was aware that Wang Dru was there to protect him. He noticed the young man standing beside him. Ah, that striking figure was none other than Tang Jinchao from last night. He even winked at Jiang Bei in greeting. Wang Dru had previously worn a bemused smile. Pondering how Jiang Bei would navigate this predicament, he wished to believe that Jiang Bei had genuinely clarified the case, yet the crux seemed to have shifted entirely. Then he noticed the court officials were all observing him. Instantly, his smile vanished, and he turned away. Jiang Bei understood that Wang Dru's intervention would be crucial at the most pivotal moment, yet that time was not now. If he handled the situation deftly, he might not even need Wang Dru's assistance. He glanced towards Yi Ningxuang. Your Highness, it is your turn to act. You must safeguard me from the first 2 accusations. You were the one who proposed them. Yi Ningxuang shot him a fierce glare before stepping forth from among the officials. Chapter 32. The court struggle for supremacy. I respectfully petition the emperor. Today Jiang Bei appeared in court without an edict at my behest. This morning, upon returning to my residence, Jiang Bei reported progress in the salary case. However, with the emperor's decree issued 3 days ago, and now nearly 2 days past, it was too late to report today. The incident was sudden, and thus he had no choice but to enter the court without an edict this morning. Furthermore, Jiang Bei's visit to the Bureau of Songs was also with my consent. There was no act of betrayal involved. Why? Yi Ningxuang nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Jiang Bei was taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yi Ningxuang, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. For she did not even realize that Wang Dru had come today to protect him. The pressure Yi Ningxuang faced in uttering these words was unprecedented. She did not resort to pre-prepared excuses. Instead, she aligned with his narrative, which indeed was the most persuasive approach. Yet the cost was equally steep. If Jiang Bei truly spoke without substance in the court, Yi Ningxuang would undoubtedly be implicated. Why Yi Ningxuang shot him another glare before continuing. I implore you to allow Jiang Bei to elaborate on the details of the stolen salary case. If he truly speaks without merit, we can still impose punishment later. Her gaze was tinged with complexity. After all, she felt indebted to him. Today, she would allow him a chance to speak freely. Once Yi Ningxuang finished her statement, the court officials fell into a stunned silence. There's an old saying, once you've come, you might as well give Yi Ningxuang some face and let him finish. Yet, at this moment, no one stepped forward to make a definitive statement that I end the court with Wang Dru present. Even the Prime Minister Zhang Yinxing could not assume that role. The one who could do so had to be either Wang Dru or Yi Hongyu. But now Wang Dru had turned his gaze away, no longer looking this way. As they glanced at Yi Hongyu, they observed the empress frowning slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Bei, as if attempting to see through him. So similar, his demeanor, his gestures, all bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual. Yet, regrettably, that person lacked the courage that Jiang Bei possessed. He would never dare to enter the fray and confront the powerful ministers in the Great Hall. Wang Deru's heart grew increasingly suspicious. He cast a cold glance at Tang Jinxiao beside him, his brow furrowing deeply. What if this lad has indeed clarified the salary case? What was I even here for? To simply spectate? Wang Deru was desperate to assert his presence. He could hardly wait. He had initially planned to intervene at the crucial moment to decisively secure Jiang Bei's safety. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. If Jiang Bei ultimately resolved the case without needing his assistance, how could he still bring Jiang Bei to the Taishua? Meeting Wang Deru's icy glare, Tang Jinxiao shuddered, quickly averting his gaze, too frightened to look. It was rather intimidating. Yet, the righteous aura emanating from Wang Deru seemed ready to engulf him. Even if Tang Jinxiao were timid, he understood that he must step forward now to express his support for Wang Deru. Common folk petition the emperor. The salary theft is of grave importance and may impact the very foundation of the nation. It cannot be delayed. I implore the emperor to command Jiang Bei to explicitly state the clues he has uncovered. We can impose punishment later at this moment. The gazes of the crowd grew complex once more. Was Wang Deru truly going to side with Jiang Bei? Would that not mean opposing the empress? Even Yi Ningxuang was taken aback. Tang Jinxiao would actively stand up to speak for Jiang Bei. Before they could ponder further, Yi Hongyu emerged from her earlier stupor, directing her gaze at Jiang Bei. Speaking sternly, if you have indeed clarified the salary theft case, then I shall let the past be the past. Jiang Bei chuckled inwardly. Let the past be the past? The previous decree stated that those who clarified the case would receive a great reward. Those were mere words. Yes, the salary theft case was not perpetrated by mere mortals. I surmise it was the work of demons. Jiang Bei directly tossed out the first bombshell. A stone stirred 1,000 waves. Nonsense. Utterly absurd. Just because you say it was demons, does that make it so? Do you have any evidence? The crowd turned their scrutiny towards Jiang Bei. If this were the case, it might implicate the Dali Temple. Should the Dali Temple become entangled, many officials' interests would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Collusion among officials is no trivial matter. Why Yi Hongyu's brow furrowed deeply. Yet what Jiang Bei had just thrown out was merely the first bomb. He continued to launch more. The salary has not yet left the capital. It remains in the northern part of the city. This time, the royal family was astonished. The royal family did not care about the intricacies of the matter. They simply wanted their salaries. The expressions of the officials changed dramatically. Most of them were high-ranking officials residing in the northern part of the city for safety and convenience in attending court. If the salaries were indeed in the northern part of the city, how could they pursue the matter? They had already begun to assess their futures. The fate of the Dali Temple was of no concern to them. They needed to protect themselves first. Among these hundreds of individuals, how many could be considered clean? Collusion among officials and shared interests meant that sometimes, if you did not partake in the dirty money, it signified you were not part of the same boat, and someone else who would accept the silver would take your place. Why Yi Hongyu had previously utilized the royal family to consolidate power. And after ascending the throne, she further suppressed them through the salary case. Did she not also consider targeting the current officials? Jiang Bei's words now provided her with the perfect opportunity. Their hearts grew cold. They even hesitated to let Jiang Bei continue speaking, fearing he might utter more shocking revelations. If Jiang Bei could indeed produce solid evidence to prove that the salaries were in the northern part of the city, would Yi Hongyu not directly employ the Shadow Division to search the northern part of the city thoroughly? If that were to happen, everyone would be left with nothing. How do you ascertain that the silver is in the northern part of the city? If demons were involved, why have they not moved the salaries in the past 2 days? Furthermore, why would demons steal the salaries? At this moment, the chief minister Zhang Yinxing spoke up, posing 3 questions in succession, each striking at the weak points of Jiang Bei's arguments. He understood that if the situation continued on its current trajectory, the court, which had only just begun to stabilize, would spiral completely out of control. As the foremost official among the ministers, he felt compelled to intervene and curb the impending chaos. In the past 2 days, Jiang Bei had not conducted any investigations, given the conclusion that demons were responsible. He was certain that Jiang Bei would be unable to procure irrefutable evidence, and could only resort to assertions that evidence superseded all else to mitigate this crisis. Without evidence, and lacking any understanding of why the demons would steal the tribute silver, Jiang Bei spoke candidly. Even Yining Shuang could not help but frown. This court was no place for childish antics. Investigations required evidence. Did he think this was merely a game? Without evidence, one's claims were nothing but empty words. Zhang Yinxing's voice turned grave, and he breathed a sigh of relief internally. Without evidence, the empress would have no justification for a sweeping search of all residences in the northern city. Jiang Bei felt helpless. In 2 days, where could he find evidence with the demons at large while he led the idling officers of the city monitoring division? Everything could only be inferred from the existing clues. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bei finally said, "However, regarding the demon's alleged actions as questioned by this esteemed lord, I can indeed provide evidence." Why? Yi Hongyu asked coolly, "And where might this evidence be?" Jiang Bei replied, "The consul in charge of transporting the tribute silver. Lu Fu has already been escorted to the outskirts of the imperial city." Announce, Chapter 33. The military decree, clad in prison garb, Lu Fu was brought into the Grand Hall, escorted by Yu Yang. Yu Yang, of the City Monitoring Division, pay my respects to the Emperor. Criminal Lu Fu, I pay my respects to the Emperor. Jiang Bei now. Please explain, where is the evidence? Yi Hongyu inquired coldly. The ministers looked at Jiang Bei with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Was it merely a matter of words again? Previously, it was Jiang Bei's words, and now it was the words of a criminal? Jiang Bei turned to Lu Fu. Lu Fu, please recount what transpired on the night the tribute silver was stolen, ensuring to speak the truth. Yes, Lu Fu replied. On that night, I was escorting 9,720,000 taels of tribute silver when a sinister wind suddenly blew, causing me to lose consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in the dungeons of the Dali Temple, and only I was subsequently transferred to the City Monitoring Division's prison. Is that sinister wind the work of demons? One official scoffed. Why could it not be that Lu Fu had prepared some sort of narcotic in advance, releasing it into the air after transporting the silver out of the imperial city? Jiang Bei countered directly. Lu Fu's testimony differs from that of the others. All others claimed they were overcome by a fragrant breeze, while Lu Fu alone spoke of a sinister wind. What of differing testimonies? Does it not further imply that the narcotic may have been Lu Fu's doing, with him taking the antidote beforehand? That's why the scents differ, the official rebuked. Jiang Bei shook his head, unwilling to argue further. Could it be that those with intelligence could forcibly twist the narrative? If Lu Fu were indeed the key figure aiding the thieves in absconding with over 9 million taels, wouldn't he have fled that very night? With no family or concubines, did he truly believe that this errand of a consul would elevate him to greatness? Were these officials so eager to resolve the case that they had lost their wits? Jiang Bei looked at Lu Fu, who, understanding the gravity of the situation, took 2 deep breaths before speaking with great difficulty. I implore the emperor to step aside. Wei Hongyu offered no response. Impudent, to dare ask the emperor to step aside in the court. Who do you think you are? An official thundered. Lu Fu, feeling helpless, stepped forward, turning his back to Yi Hongyu. Even in his recklessness, he dared not expose himself in front of the empress. If he were to perish, it would not be due to the case itself, but from such foolishness. Without hesitation, he unfastened his belt. The criminal is already a mutilated being, thus the sin I perceived was not of fragrance, but of an exceedingly strange, sinister wind. Gasps filled the room. Such a sight was indeed shocking. Yet, curiosity surged. Even as a eunuch, what could this signify? At this moment, Jiang Bei interjected, the barbarians possess courage but lack strategy, and their minds are consumed solely by procreation and sustenance. Yet now, the northern barbarians are amassing troops at the northern border of Deqian, casting covetous glances toward us. What are they waiting for? This query left many officials speechless. What connection did the northern barbarians have with the theft of tribute silver? Thus, I deduced that the barbarians have allied with the demon tribe, seeking to destabilize the royal family, while the emperor's reign is still nascent and the fortunes of Deqian remain unsteady. This would allow the barbarians to descend southward, collaborating to divide Deqian amongst themselves. For the barbarians to be so compliant, the other party must fulfill their most fundamental needs, combined with the actions taken during the theft of silver. The Qingxiu Fox clan. This realization struck everyone at once. Was it possible that a fox demon had indeed intervened that night, bewitching those responsible for transporting the tribute silver, but due to Consul Lu Fu's physical condition? His experience differed from that of the others who had been enchanted. Such a possibility existed. However, to deduce solely from this was somewhat lacking in substance. Whether or not one had truly been bewitched by a fox demon would require verification from the Demon Suppression Division. Jiang Bei remarked, "Lu Darren, please adjust your attire. This cannot be left exposed. My wife's head is nearly buried in the ground. Do you not see?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yinxing furrowed his brows, realizing that the case had indeed become considerably clearer. He seized upon a crucial detail, raising his voice to inquire who was in charge of this case from the Dali Temple at the first instance. Why was such an important clue overlooked? In response to Lord Zhang, on the night of the incident, Lu Fu and the others were brought back under the supervision of Jiang Zhang, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, who subsequently transferred them to the City Monitoring Division. The minister of the Dali Temple stepped forward, his expression grave. If this were true, it was highly probable that this deputy minister of the Dali Temple was in league with the demon tribe. Yi Hongyu spoke in a low voice. "Where is Jiang Zhang, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple?" The deputy minister of the Dali Temple held a 4th grade official rank and should have been present at court, awaiting outside the hall. However, Minister Jiang has been unwell at home for 2 days and has not attended court. Send someone to apprehend him. Yes, dispatch personnel from the Demon Suppression Division to verify whether Lu Fu had indeed been enchanted by a fox demon. And simultaneously send personnel to the Dali Temple's prison to investigate the remaining individuals. Understood. As the crowd turned their gazes to Jiang Bei, their expressions shifted somewhat. At least this proved he possessed a degree of deductive ability. Furthermore, he demonstrated an understanding of current affairs. From a theft case, he connected numerous threads and linked it to the northern barbarians' looming threat, thus qualifying the incident as the work of demons. But would that be enough? Wang Duru was also astonished. This young man had some skill. Through a single testimony from Lu Fu, he had indeed discerned some truths. But what about the tribute silver? If it could not be recovered, would it not all be for naught? Nevertheless, this was a promising start, as the case had now taken a clearer shape. Whether it was the work of demons would soon be confirmed by the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. The investigation into the demons should rightfully fall to the Demon Suppression Division, but the emergence of a traitor in the form of the deputy minister of the Dali Temple complicated matters. Coincidentally, this individual knew precisely what the empress desired most, to eradicate the widow of the late Prince Fu and completely control the royal family. Thus, he shifted the burden onto Jiang Bei's City Monitoring Division. Aiming to implicate Yining Shuang, the empress did not disappoint, smoothly utilizing Jiang Bei as a pawn. However, the 3-day period stipulated by the imperial edict had not yet elapsed. Jiang Bei had grasped a crucial thread, categorizing the case as one of demon involvement and transferring it to the Demon Suppression Division. But could he truly maneuver it? Wang Duru silently shook his head that it was unlikely. The imperial edict was no trivial matter, and the empress could not retract her command. The ministers would not stand idly by and allow the empress's plans to falter. They now feared that she might take this opportunity to directly raid the residences of the high-ranking officials in the northern city. This was Yi Hongyu's implicit threat. Wang Duru conducted a brief mental analysis and concluded that Jiang Bei's situation remained perilous. He was still the prime scapegoat. Fortunately, today he had arrived. At this moment, an official pressed on. Even if what Jiang Darren claims is true, how does Jiang Darren ascertain that the tribute silver still lies in the northern city, if it is indeed the work of demons? Given the time elapsed, it would be easy for them to transport the silver out of the city. You see, the questions had already begun to surface. Wang Duru sensed that now was an opportune moment. He stepped forward to assist Jiang Bei in pushing this matter, handing the case over to the Demon Suppression Division for investigation. Wang Duru turned to Jiang Bei, offering a subtle smile as a signal that the next steps were now his to take. Just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Bei, seeming to misunderstand, boldly declared, "Though I am merely inferring, I would stake my head on a military decree that the tribute silver is presently in the northern city." What? Wang Deru was momentarily stunned. That I beseech the emperor to issue a decree commanding the Demon Suppression Division to accompany me to the northern city to pursue the tribute silver. Jiang Bei stood tall, casting a defiant gaze upon the civil and military officials. At this proclamation, the ministers trembled in fear. After all, it was merely over 9 million taels. Surely, it could not necessitate the involvement of the Demon Suppression Division. When they conducted a simple search in the northern city, how many 9 million taels would they uncover? Ultimately, which 9 million would be the actual tribute silver? Look, Yi Hongyu is smiling. Chapter 34. The case concluded. This is enough to scare those old officials to death. Jiang Bei observed the fluctuating expressions of ministers, their faces alternating between shades of red and white, that a few of them were even swaying unsteadily, leaning against their fellow officials, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, he understood that moderation was essential. He was reluctant to offend these officials too gravely. With only 1 day remaining, even the Demon Suppression Division could not possibly conduct thorough searches in every household throughout the northern part of the city. I have a suggestion. Jiang Bei spoke once more. Although the Demon Suppression Division may possess extraordinary means, it would still be quite challenging to trace the whereabouts of the missing silver within a single day. It would be more prudent to seek out the aura of the rebellious fox demon. A commendable suggestion. You, young lad, have quite the way with words. The numerous ministers collectively sighed in relief. At this moment, none dared to further provoke Jiang Bei, fearing that this audacious youth might retaliate without concern for their status. Even if the Demon Suppression Division dispatched spirit-tracking beasts, which had the ability to pursue demonkind. The demons likewise possessed methods to conceal their own presence, making it unrealistic to rely solely on that for tracking. Zhang Yinqing shook his head. As the Prime Minister, his foremost duty was to ensure the stability of the court. As for Jiang Bei and Yining Shuang, their struggles were merely part of the Empress's schemes, serving her interests rather than those of the current officials. That it was impractical and impossible to trace the fox demon's whereabouts. Jiang Bei affirmed Zhang Yinqing's words. Despite appearing to dismiss his own suggestion, none dared to speak out further. This young man was quite enigmatic. However, the members of the royal family were not so timid. With only 1 step left to take, they hoped to thoroughly investigate the northern part of the city. Once the 3-day deadline passed, they would no longer concern themselves with Jiang Bei's fate. They merely wished for the silver to be recovered. Lord Jiang, how shall we proceed with the investigation of the missing silver? The elder from the royal family, who had first clashed with Jiang Bei, respectfully inquired. He certainly could not betray Yilian. Doing so would yield him no benefits and would instead place him squarely in opposition to the Qingxiu Fox clan. Having multiple allies was far more advantageous than accumulating enemies. Jiang Bei smiled. While it may be impossible to track the rogue fox demon, what about the over 9 million taels of missing silver? Surely, it must have been tainted by the fox demon's presence. The crowd nodded in agreement. A valid point. Jiang Bei continued. It has only been a little over 2 days. The scent should not have dissipated yet, although we may not be able to trace the rebellious fox demon. It should not be difficult to uncover the silver that has absorbed its aura. Just then, the Shadow Division returned from their mission to capture the Deputy Minister of Justice, Jiang Zhang, bearing not entirely favorable news. We report to Your Majesty, Jiang Zhang was found hanged in his home last night. That we only discovered this upon breaching the inner courtyard of the Jiang residence. The Jiang estate has now been sealed, and the Jiang family is being escorted back to the Ministry of Justice. Jiang Ziyang's body is currently lying outside the imperial city, and the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division are conducting an examination. What? Jiang Zhang is dead. The ministers were all taken aback. The court descended into chaos, uncontrollable and rife with confusion. The sudden news of Jiang Zhang's demise significantly substantiated the notion that there was something amiss with the case. At that moment, a pair of young individuals entered from the back. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division have arrived. The two appeared quite youthful, perhaps in their 20s, yet their true ages were unknown. Both were cultivators of considerable rank. The Demon Suppression Division was the most unique institution within the Great Qian dynasty, with its officials holding a status comparable to that of esteemed scholars. The various sects and families within the Great Qian dynasty were subject to its regulation. The relationship between the Demon Suppression Division and the Great Qian Dynasty resembled a partnership that on ordinary days. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division rarely attended court, functioning more like an internal sect supported by the dynasty, tasked with handling cases involving demons and monsters. We are the deacons of the Demon Suppression Division, Lu Yang and Su Weiniang, and we pay our respects to your majesty, the two stated. Before entering the imperial city, we confirmed that Jiang Xiang had not been enchanted by the Fox clan, but the lingering aura of demons remained on him, albeit obscured by talismans. Yi Hongyu nodded slightly, then directly issued a decree for Jiang Xiang as punishment, sentencing him to the extermination of his entire clan and confiscation of his estate. Not a single official dared to advocate for him. They all fell silent, knowing that colluding with demonkind was an unforgivable crime within the Great Qian Dynasty. Jiang Xiang's suicide only served to spare him from harsher penalties. The young man inquired further, "Your Majesty, did you summon us to verify this criminal?" It was evident how unique the Demon Suppression Division was. Even these two seemingly ordinary deacons maintained an air of composure before Yi Hongyu, showing no signs of nervousness in the court. Indeed, Yi Hongyu affirmed, the two did not shy away and approached Lu Fu directly. Jiang Bei wished to observe their methods, but unfortunately, Lu Fu had distanced himself too much while adjusting his trousers, leaving Jiang Bei unable to see the two deacons. However, the conclusion came swiftly. This individual has indeed been subjected to the enchantment of the Fox clan. There is no doubt, the theft of the silver was indeed the work of demons. Subsequently, news from the Ministry of Justice confirmed that the remaining individuals had also been enchanted. As the court session concluded, the ministers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Hongyu decreed that the Demon Suppression Division would assist Jiang Bei in thoroughly searching for the stolen silver in the northern part of the city. However, this did not entirely alleviate Jiang Bei's predicament. That on one hand, due to the earlier imperial edict, Jiang Bei was compelled to take full responsibility for this case. That on the other hand, he was merely inferring that the silver was likely hidden in the northern part of the city based on some unreliable details. He could not ascertain its exact location, although the possibility was quite high. The military order was a last resort he had devised after much contemplation. Only by establishing a specific search area would the Demon Suppression Division cooperate. Even fixing the search solely to the northern region had already darkened their expressions considerably. The vast imperial capital had a considerable northern area, which exceeded the search range of the spirit-tracking beasts, necessitating a gradual search. Yet, he had no alternative, as his monitoring division was responsible for the entirety of the northern part of the city. Upon hearing Yi Hongyu's orders, the two deacons of the Demon Suppression Division displayed no favorable attitude towards Jiang Bei. They had been unwittingly thrust into a predicament, forced into overtime. Jiang Bei would still need to lead the Demon Suppression Division's prized spirit-tracking beasts in the northern part of the city. And merely contemplating this made him feel irritable. Standing before the Grand Hall, Jiang Bei stretched comfortably. Although circumstances were gradually tilting in his favor, no one dared to approach him to extend greetings. The reigning empress was a tenacious individual who would not rest until her goals were achieved. If she did not eliminate Jiang Bei and Yi Ningxuang this time, what would happen next? However, this was perhaps advantageous, allowing Jiang Bei some respite, free from a need to engage in hollow pleasantries with these officials. When he had arrived, he had followed closely behind Yi Ningxuang. Yet now, Yi Ningxuang stood beside him, her gaze complex as she regarded him. "My lady, why do you look at me so? Is there a flower on my face?" Jiang Bei suddenly turned, smiling. Yi Ningxuang's eyes revealed a hint of panic. "Who is looking at you? Who is your lady? Scoundrel!" She turned her head away, no longer looking at Jiang Bei. He chuckled softly, though it did not ease his tension. Yi Ningxuang bit her lip, and after a while, she looked back at Jiang Bei, her large eyes filled with curiosity, asking, "How are you so certain that the silver is hidden in the northern part of the city?" Chapter 35. Finally satisfied, I guessed. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. "Then, how could you dare?" Yi Ningxuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Bei. "Are you questioning my audacity to issue a military order?" Jiang Bei chuckled. Yi Ningxuang fell silent, merely nodding in a daze, increasingly unable to comprehend this man. Jiang Bei stated, "Regardless, Today marks the last day, and if I cannot locate the silver, I am as good as dead. I might as well take the chance. After all, with the assistance of the Demon Suppression Division, what if it truly is hidden in the northern part? Do you not understand the principle of the darkness under the lamp? Yi Ningshuang was utterly speechless. Demons committing crimes. They are demons. Do they truly resort to such petty tricks? Indeed, it was a guess, but there was some basis for it. Jiang Bei shook his head, feeling that this case was resolved far too easily. Furthermore, the act of demons stealing silver seemed rather absurd. Having lost one batch of silver, did they not have another batch forthcoming? Yi Hongyu would never allow the royal family's fortunes to collapse and impact the foundation of a nation. She could easily allocate some funds from the imperial treasury as silver for the royal family, and even if she only distributed 3 million taels, it would earn her the gratitude of the royal family. To a significant extent, the silver represented the closeness of the royal family's ties to the dynasty. It was no longer merely a matter of how much silver was involved. It signified the emperor's assistance in stabilizing their fortunes. Thus, regardless of whether the silver could ultimately be recovered, it would not significantly affect the royal family's fortunes at most. It would incur slight damage, but would never jeopardize the dynasty. Rather, it would enable Yi Hongyu to gain complete control over the royal family. While it may pose a minor detriment to the royal family, it would greatly benefit Yi Hongyu's grip on the dynasty. In contrast, what use would the Qingqiu Fox clan and the northern barbarian tribes have for silver? The barbarians are in dire need of sustenance to replenish their vitality, yet food pales in comparison to the prospect of descending southward to conquer the Great Qian and directly siphon the essence of the populace. Meanwhile, the cunning fox spirits harbor intentions to disrupt the dynasty, their covetous eyes fixated on the true essence of those from esteemed sects and noble families who practice cultivation. If the dynasty's fortunes were to crumble, Yi Hongyu would be too preoccupied with her own affairs to concern herself with either party. It appears that these speculations, though mere conjectures from Jiang Bei, may indeed reflect the fundamental motives of the adversary. By considering matters from the perspective of the other side, the likelihood of misjudgment diminishes significantly. Thus, the actions of the demon clan in pilfering the treasury are fundamentally misguided. What are you contemplating? Asked Yi Ningshue, observing Jiang Bei's furrowed brow, unable to suppress her curiosity. Nothing, Jiang Bei replied with an awkward smile. After the court session, he did not hasten to depart, for he still awaited the emergence of the venerable Wang Du, his very life hinging upon this esteemed figure. Oh, Yi Ningshue noted his lack of enthusiasm, mistakenly believing he was gambling with his fate and filled with worry. Yet an inexplicable sense of doubt lingered. Having reached this juncture, was there still a need to gamble? Even if he could not redirect the case back to the Demon Suppression Office, he could still seek her assistance as a catalyst. Given his evident intelligence, he must surely recognize that he had been consistently displaying weakness before the Empress, and another instance would not make a difference or perhaps he never intended to shift the case away. As if to confirm her suspicions, the subsequent scene unfolded. Ah, what a splendid phrase. A solitary heart seems to betray. Emerging from a hall were an elderly man and a youth, the elder's gaze icy and filled with ire as he strode directly towards Jiang Bei. Yi Ningshue had previously encountered the elder. With great respect, she performed a bow. The newcomers were none other than Wang Du and Tang Jinxiao. Why Yi Ningshue was taken aback. Were these two truly approaching Jiang Bei? It seemed so, as they halted before him. But what had Wang Du just uttered about a solitary heart seeming to betray? Junior Jiang Bei pays his respects to the esteemed teacher. Jiang Bei also bowed respectfully, a humble smile adorning his face. Humph. Wang Du scoffed. I cannot accept your address of teacher. Jiang Bei then turned to greet the now servile Tang Jinxiao. Brother Tang, I hope all is well. Why Yi Ningshue was momentarily stunned. Did he know Tang Jinxiao? Tang Jinxiao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Du before responding to Jiang Bei with a cupped fist salute. Jiang Xianzong, Wai Yi Ningshue was utterly bewildered. Tang Jinxiao referred to Jiang Bei as Xinqing. What on earth had this scoundrel done that she was unaware of? Hadn't he merely been napping in the city watch during the day and at the brothel by night? Wang Du was now exceedingly displeased. Infuriated, in fact. Merely laying eyes on Jiang Bei made him yearn to go home and smash a few tables in frustration. Last night, he had been incensed at the thought that such a talented youth might perish inexplicably due to the Empress's schemes. Which is why he had come today, brimming with righteous fury. He had even contemplated the potential repercussions of his forceful intervention in court affairs, yet he was willing to confront the Empress to protect this prodigy. But what was the outcome? He felt as though he had struck his fist against a pile of cotton. No, he had not even managed to throw the punch before it was stifled. Today, he had merely come to observe a performance in court, and, ironically, the star of the show was meant to be him. Especially when he had planned to make his move, Jiang Bei had already laid out a bed of thorns right where he intended to land. And then it had nothing to do with him at all. The most dreaded scenario had come to pass. He had truly come to play the role of a mere spectator, returning as he had arrived. As for whether Jiang Bei's survival was due to his own merit or the result of Wang Du's forceful protection before Yi Hongyu, Wang Du secretly preferred the former. He did not wish for a talented individual to be shackled by a debt of gratitude for his life. Yet he had conveniently forgotten one crucial detail. It was precisely the poem Gung Lu Zi that Jiang Bei had composed last night. He felt his intellect being once again ground beneath the weight of Jiang Bei's poetic prowess. Time rewound 15 minutes. Why Yi Hongyu had commanded the court to adjourn. Everyone gradually exited the grand hall, leaving only Tang Jinchao and Wang Du behind. Others, eager to engage in conversation with Wang Du, were deterred by the murderous glare emanating from him. What does he mean? What is Jiang Bei truly up to? Does he genuinely not grasp the purpose of my visit? Wang Du seethed. His pent-up anger had to find an outlet. And it could only fall upon the unfortunate Tang Jinchao. Cold sweat trickled down Tang Jinchao's forehead as he felt his nascent righteous energy being repeatedly cleansed by his teacher's sage-like aura. Teacher, what do you mean by what? Wang Du's eyes widened. The student had only just thought of a possibility. Could it be that? Tang Jinchao's expression shifted suddenly, and he quickly amended. Student was merely speaking casually. Teacher, do not take it to heart. Wang Du demanded. Speak. Tang Jinchao struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally saying after a long pause, do you think that Jiang Xinqing's poem Gung Lu Zi from last night has already indicated a stance? Wang Du observed Tang Jinchao's lips moving, likely uttering some rather harsh criticisms. Yet what could he do now? Teacher, you're the one who sought out this provocation. After conversing with Jiang Xiansheng, the line-gathering thoughts and furrowing brows. A solitary heart seems to betray was, in essence, a rejection of our assistance. Yet we seem to have failed to comprehend it, not considering his state of mind at that moment. Tang Jinchao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He could see Wang Du's lips moving even faster now, the corners of his mouth twitching as expected of one capable of composing such pure and noble works. I had already surmised he did not require our aid. I merely came to observe how he would extricate himself from his predicament. Wang Du scoffed. Only you remain in the dark. I brought you here today simply to impart a lesson. Very well. Whatever you say is what it is, for you are the teacher, and I am but a student. After a lengthy pause, the teacher-student duo finally exited the grand hall. From a distance, they spotted Jiang Bei standing alone. And the momentary anger that Wang Du had managed to suppress flared up once more. Look at that smug smile on his face. Is he mocking me? Very well. Splendid indeed. Wang Du's expression grew frigid as he clapped his hands repeatedly, causing Ningxue beside him to hold her breath in fear. No one had ever witnessed Wang Du in a fit of rage. Today, she truly opened her eyes to Jiang Bei's antics. Was that poem Gung Lu Zi penned last night? It kept me awake all night with its melancholy, Wang Du sneered. Upon hearing this, Ningxue abruptly turned her gaze towards Jiang Bei. Had he composed lyrics for the courtesan again last night? A lamenting piece at that. Jiang Bei's lips twitched, left momentarily speechless. Observing this, Wang Du finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 36. O Father above. Jiang Bei admitted indeed, it was composed by me. That a bitter smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, Tang Jinchao began to recite. Against the deep autumn, the bitterness of parting, countless nights filled with wind and rain, and tears listening, heart-wrenching glimpses, As the lamp dims and the light wanes, he recited with fervor, making one wish to silence him. Tiske, exquisite words, exquisite indeed. As expected of Lord Jiang, this piece rivals the purity of A.I. Lianxia. It articulates the sorrow of the women of the brothel parting from home. Capturing their feelings of separation from their perspective, Tang Jinxiao exclaimed, applauding vigorously, his face brimming with admiration for Jiang Bei. Indeed, Yi Ningxue's countenance darkened further, her gaze piercing through Jiang Bei. Wang Deru exchanged a glance with Tang Jinxiao. You performed admirably, my boy. Your teacher is quite pleased. Jiang Bei felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down. He dared not turn his head, primarily because he had no way to explain himself. Surely, he could not say that he had penned this lamenting piece in the brothel to woo Tang Jinxiao. Could he? Would Yi Ningxue believe that? Humph. Before long, Yi Ningxue allowed a soft hum. Yet Jiang Bei sensed the simmering fury within her. Women, after all, are prone to jealousy. Although they were officially a couple, their union had been sanctioned by the emperor through formal rites. Teacher, Ningxue must return to the clan affairs office. I am afraid I cannot remain by your side. Yi Ningxue performed a respectful bow. Very well. Attend to your matters. Jiang Derun and I have matters to discuss. Wang Der nodded with a smile. Once Yi Ningxue departed, Jiang Bei regarded the elderly figure before him with a complex gaze. And then there was this grandson, reciting poetry in front of Yi Ningxue, clearly demonstrating his good memory. Jiang Xiansheng, do not take offense. I simply couldn't help but express my admiration upon encountering the author. Tang Jinxiao lamented sorrowfully, had it not been for the uncontainable smile playing on Tang Jinxiao's lips. Jiang Bei might have almost believed him. I cannot accept your address of Xinxing. Jiang Bei scoffed, echoing Wang Deru's earlier words back to him. Young Jiang, you certainly can. Wang Deru suddenly shook his head. You likely do not yet grasp the true purpose of our visit today. Jiang Bei replied, I had an inkling, but to assist Wang Deru in making this pretense more polished, I respectfully bowed. I am but a foolish junior. Please enlighten me, esteemed teacher. In this setting, addressing the other party as teacher was indeed not an issue. Even if Wang Deru suspected Jiang Bei was merely flattering him, he felt immensely gratified within oh, not deceive me. You must have an inkling. The original intent of my visit today was to secure your safety. Yet who could have anticipated that you would establish a military decree yourself? Wang Deru shook his head, while Jiang Bei offered a foolish smile. Wang Deru posed the same question, asking how he could know that the tribute silver had yet to be transported from the north of the city. I am rather curious, he remarked. I guessed. Jiang Bei replied with a grin. It's dark beneath the lamp that he reiterated the explanation he had prepared for Yi Ningxuang to Wang Deru. As expected, Wang Deru's expression changed dramatically. You dare to set a military order based solely on speculation. Are you not afraid that if the tribute silver is not found, the emperor will sentence you to death? He implored, please, sir, save my life. Jiang Bei bowed deeply, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. At the very least, Wang Deru recognized that Jiang Bei was genuinely seeking his assistance. However, he pondered the necessity of such an act. That I came here today to protect you. Yet you insist on establishing a military order, and after doing so, you turn to me for salvation. I cannot fathom the reasoning behind this unnecessary endeavor. Why not directly leverage my influence to push the case back to the Demon Suppression Department? His gaze toward Jiang Bei grew increasingly complex, his voice grave. What is truly going on? Jiang Bei replied, Do you have some time to spare today, sir? I would be grateful if you could accompany me to the city supervision office. If you're interested, we could also take a stroll in the northern part of the city. Wang Deru considered this. There was no urgency at the Taishue, and he could defer the matter of recruiting new students. As for lecturing the new scholars, that too could wait. That he smiled and nodded. Since I have some free time, lead the way. Before long, Jiang Bei joined Wang Deru in his carriage, and the three of them returned to the city supervision office. The Demon Suppression Department needed to return to prepare, as they were set to search the entirety of the northern district and would require the spirit-seeking beast. Yi Hongyu had already issued orders, and it was likely that the Demon Suppression Department would not dare to delay. Naturally, it was improbable that there were any spies within their ranks, though there might be some on the court. However, It was too late to consider transferring the tainted silver now. Did they truly think the demon suppression department was inept? Who would dare act under their very noses? During this time, Jiang Bei patiently awaited at the city supervision office. Seeking Wang Duru's help, pray tell, what is the matter? Why do you suddenly require my assistance? Wang Duru inquired as he took his seat, while Jiang Bei dutifully poured tea for the esteemed scholar. This case is rather peculiar, but with the demon suppression department involved, I presume uncovering the tribute silver should not pose a significant challenge. Jiang Bei casually remarked, if you possess such confidence, why do you still seek my aid? Wang Duru questioned, bemused. Are you still trying to maintain your bravado? He scoffed. Furthermore, this is our first meeting. What gives you the assurance that I would save your life? Over the years, countless officials have been used as pawns and have perished due to power struggles. What makes you so special? Merely because you composed 2 fine pieces for the courtesan bureau. You must be unaware that I have always despised such disreputable places. Wang Duru found Jiang Bei's actions of establishing a military order only to later beg for his life utterly perplexing. Moreover, he had just brazenly claimed that the military order was not an issue. Regardless, he thought it prudent to intimidate him first. This young man was quite cunning. Jiang Bei fell silent, while Wang Duru remained patient, sipping his tea as he awaited Jiang Bei's next words. Meanwhile, Tang Jinchao, sitting nearby, was casting anxious glances at Jiang Bei, feeling quite impatient. What the teacher said is true. Elder brother, you ought to say something. Jiang Bei felt utterly helpless. However, he recognized the validity of the sentiment. His connection with this elderly scholar stemmed solely from the fact that he was aware of the 2 essays he had penned. What was he to do? Observing Tang Jinchao, Jiang Bei seemed to grasp something. Was it about fostering camaraderie? After much contemplation, he concluded that preserving his life was paramount, and thus he respectfully inquired, Sir, may I ask how many students you have taught in total? Countless, Wang Duru replied with a sense of pride. Jiang Bei pressed further, do you have any direct disciples? Indeed, Wang Duru responded, but there have not been many who have been able to remain by my side. In the last 200 years, perhaps only 100 or so become my direct disciple. One must not only possess exceptional talent, but also endure my trials. Tang Jinchao puffed out his chest proudly, proclaiming himself one of the most outstanding among them. Wang Duru cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Bei, likely surmising what he was thinking. Saving a student? Sorry, but first one must pass the test, but I shall not disclose what the test entails, which will surely vex you, forcing you to present those 2 poems to annoy me. Jiang Bei pondered a moment longer before asking, Sir, have you established a family? Do you have any offspring? Wang Duru appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Jiang Bei often frequented the courtesan bureau. Thus he admonished, I am a solitary man, never having married, nor do I have any descendants. The pursuit of the sacred path is the loftiest aspiration of us literati. You, young man, possess some talent. Wang Duru raised his teacup to take a gentle sip, rather unhurried. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Jiang Bei suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, Adoptive father, please accept my bow. Wang Duru was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he spat out the tea he had yet to swallow. If he were to spray it directly, it would undoubtedly land on Jiang Bei's face. To take tea that moment, he instinctively turned his head to avoid the mishap. Unfortunately, Tang Jinchao was standing right there. Thus, Tang Jinchao was left utterly bewildered, his expression a mixture of dismay, unable to voice the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Indeed, Jiang Bei's actions had left him stunned. He meant to cultivate a relationship, not to declare himself as a son on the spot. Nonetheless, it was undeniably impressive. Wang Duru had already risen to his feet, looking down at the kneeling Jiang Bei, and urged, as literati, we kneel to heaven and our parents. Why do you kneel before me? Teacher, Tang Jinchao interjected, he just addressed you as adoptive father. Wang Duru shot him a fierce glare. Tang Jinchao, wiping the water from his face, looked as if he was ready to challenge him to spray him again. Wang Duru, not wishing to engage further, sighed softly, Jiang Bei, regardless of the circumstances, please rise. Is there not a better way to express your thoughts? Truth be told, Wang Duru felt somewhat softened by the kneeling. He paused before reluctantly saying, I will ensure your life is spared. The title of adoptive father is unnecessary. Jiang Bei then stood up, grinning widely. You are a great scholar of this era. Your word is your bond. Wang Duru feigned displeasure. Now, can we discuss the matter at hand? What is the reason behind all this? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bei confessed, during my 2 nights in the courtesan bureau, I indeed did not engage with the courtesan. Wang Duru's surprise was palpable, as his regard for Jiang Bei soared rapidly. Could it be that your visit to the courtesan bureau was truly for the purpose of investigation? Jiang Bei nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. Before my visit to the courtesan bureau, I had not met Lu Fu, nor was I aware that Lu Fu and the others had fallen prey to the fox spirit's enchantment. My sole intent in visiting the courtesan bureau was to ascertain whether my health was genuinely in jeopardy. Wang Duru's gaze sharpened. This young man sought to save his own life, yet he spoke not of the case itself, but rather of his health issues. Wait a moment, that if there were health concerns, one would need to consult a physician. Could a courtesan provide medical assistance? Why then did he turn to himself for help? Jiang Bei continued, recently, I have indeed experienced some peculiar changes in my health. On the day the imperial edict was issued, I consulted a physician, but he claimed there was no issue. However, there is a possibility that I may have lost 2 of my souls. What? Wang Daru leaped to his feet, his gaze fixated on Jiang Bei. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. A shock can indeed cause the heavenly soul to leave the body, but I have never heard of the spirits being able to depart. Even upon death, the spirits linger for 7 days before departing. Have you been dead for 7 days? Wang Daru's expression was one of complexity. Jiang Bei. Before he could respond, Wang Daru's brow furrowed once more. The world is replete with wonders, yet why, if you have indeed died, would only 2 spirits be missing? Thus I do not believe this. Hence, I went to the courtesan bureau. Jiang Bei smiled wryly. According to the physician, it is likely I have lost the corpse dog and sparrowine spirits. The loss of the corpse dog leads to sleepless nights filled with dreams, making it difficult to confirm. However, the loss of the sparrowine would be evident at the courtesan bureau. Despite the courtesan's fine figure and exquisite features, I felt no interest whatsoever. Tang Jinchao was so taken aback by Jiang Bei's revelation that he had forgotten to wipe his face dry. Utterly stunned, it was hard to fathom that one could visit the courtesan bureau without engaging in any activities. That would surely be quite uncomfortable. Moreover, he had gone twice. Mr. Jiang, you are indeed a role model for us. Wang Duru's gaze had shifted entirely. Such reasoning indeed shed light on certain matters. He shook his head repeatedly, astonished by what he had heard. Do not fret, sir. I should have a few months left to live. However, after that, I shall rely entirely on you. Jiang Bei stated despondently. Wang Duru's brow furrowed, unwilling to expose Jiang Bei's fabrications. Even if he had lost 2 spirits, it would not lead to such a swift demise. And those spirits were not directly detrimental to one's health. Jiang Bei was well aware of the old man's thoughts. He suddenly asked, Sir, you are well versed in the ways of the world, given that I have inexplicably lost 2 spirits. When do you believe I might lose the 3rd or 4th? I would like to be mentally prepared in advance. This inquiry caused Wang Duru's expression to shift dramatically. He immediately rose to his feet. Indeed, how could it possibly be that 2 souls were lost without reason? Fortunately, the loss of these 2 souls does not significantly impact one's life. It merely means the inability to revel in the pleasures of the pleasure bureau and a restless night's sleep. However, to lose all 7 souls would render one unable to live a good life for long. Please grant me some time. I shall diligently consult the ancient texts and perhaps uncover the method to restore these souls. Wang Duru stated earnestly. He gritted his teeth and added, If all else fails, I shall take you to meet that old wretch at the demon suppression office. That it was evident that Wang Duru was genuinely anxious this time. Just then Yu Yang entered. Lord Jiang, this Yu Yang has come in, utterly dumbfounded. Who has he encountered? Wang and Jiadaru, what is he doing in this dismal office of the Supervisory Bureau? And there is also Tang Jinchao beside him. Has he just washed his face? Lord Jiang, the personnel from the Demon Suppression Office have arrived and are waiting outside the Bureau. Yu Yang regained his composure and hurriedly said, bowing respectfully to Wang Duru, Esteemed master, I shall accompany you. Wang Duru rose, his expression grave. You, young man, possess quite the audacity, daring to pressure the empress with mere conjecture, compelling her to command the demon suppression office. During court, Jiang Bei had remained tight-lipped about how he was so certain that the official silver was located north of the city. Adhering to the principle of aiding others thoroughly, Wang Duru did not mind making an extra trip. Although Jiang Bei claimed that the case might not amount to much, he was bound by military orders to follow along and assess the situation. He would never admit to being curious himself. "Thank you for your assistance, sir," Jiang Bei accepted without hesitation. Having become embroiled in the case of the demons, with so many uncertainties, he feared further complications might arise. With this esteemed figure by his side, his mind would be considerably more at ease. Before long, the group exited the supervisory bureau and encountered the two waiting individuals from the demon suppression office, namely Lu Yang and Su Wenying, who had also made an appearance at the court assembly. "The spirit-seeking beast has been brought. However, I wonder where Lord Jiang intends to take us to locate the official silver?" Lu Yang inquired coldly. They held not a shred of goodwill towards Jiang Bei. They were brought along with a spirit-seeking beast without even being provided with evidence, and all they were told was the vague direction of north of the city. The northern district was vast indeed. Wang Duru looked at Jiang Bei with considerable interest. Surely they could not wander aimlessly like headless flies with the personnel and beasts from the demon suppression office in the northern district. Surprisingly, he was correct. Jiang Bei awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem. If I knew where it was, I wouldn't have needed to enlist both of you and the spirit-seeking beast, would I? Let us search the northern district at a leisurely pace." After all, Deqian was a realm of cultivation, where everything adhered to grandeur. The area of just the northern district was comparable to the expanse within the fifth ring of a capital city in another world. Moreover, the range within which the spirit-seeking beast could search was limited to a radius of merely 3 kilometers. It was not a matter of traversing the northern district from south to north, and then from east to west. They would need to guide the spirit-seeking beast meticulously across the entire northern district. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group changed dramatically. Wang Daru felt his legs weaken and hastily remarked, "I suddenly recall that there are matters to attend to at the academy." "Sir, you are destined to become a sage. How can you speak so lightly?" Jiang Bei replied with a slight smile. Wang Daru opened his mouth but could not find the words. Although he had 100 grievances against Jiang Bei, the latter's assertion of becoming a sage was undeniable. Wang Daru gritted his teeth. While it was improbable that they would actually traverse the entirety of the northern district on foot, even sitting in a carriage would prove quite taxing, seeing that Wang Daru had nodded in agreement. The two from the demon suppression office dared not voice further objections, though their gazes towards Jiang Bei grew even colder. Jiang Bei could only smile wryly. This was precisely why he was reluctant to place his life in the hands of the demon suppression office. Initially, he had considered attributing all the credit for solving the case to them, hoping to establish a connection. Surely, there would be an opportunity to meet the legendary head of the demon suppression office in the future. However, what grounds would they have to assist him in restoring those two souls? That remained unknown. But now it appeared that the expedition had not yet begun successfully. Instead, he thought it better to take full advantage of Wang Duru. "May I inquire what function the spirit-seeking beast serves?" Jiang Bei asked. "You need only lead the way. We have already allowed the spirit-seeking beast to smell the scent of the fox demon. If there is indeed the scent of a fox demon within its searching range in the northern district, it will alert us," Lu Yang answered. Frustration etched on his face, but he then glanced at Su Wenying beside him. Jiang Bei followed suit. Su Wenying had arrived holding a box, presumably containing the spirit-seeking beast. Su Wenying shot Jiang Bei a fierce glare before placing the box on the ground and opening it. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Soon, a small, white, fluffy creature poked its head out of the box, resembling a pure white raccoon, its gaze slightly dazed, clearly having been enjoying a sound sleep within the box. It then emerged from the box, surveyed its surroundings, and instantly transformed from its previous lethargy to exuberance. Su Wenying cradled it in her arms, her expression one of deep reluctance, her gaze towards Jiang Bei filled with resentment. As if he were the devil who had stolen her precious treasure. Is this truly necessary? Jiang Bei struggled to comprehend. Ultimately, if they could indeed uncover the official silver, the Demon Suppression Office would surely receive a reward. In other words, overtime would also yield substantial compensation. Were the individuals of the Demon Suppression Office truly so indifferent? Did earning a little extra feel akin to taking half their lives? Such trivial matters could provoke such ire? Time was of the essence, with merely a day and a half remaining. How could they not hurry? Wang Duru waved his hand decisively and led Tang Jinshao onto the carriage. However, Jiang Bei noticed that the two showed no inclination to move. Even Lu Yang sighed towards Su Weiniang and the spirit-seeking beast cradled in her arms. They then proceeded forward, yet the carriage they had arrived in remained behind, that a large question mark flashed through Jiang Bei's mind. "Aren't you taking the carriage?" He could not help but inquire. Lu Yang halted, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at Jiang Bei with a fierce intensity, as if ready to unleash a fist upon him at any moment. "Well, do as you please." Jiang Bei laughed awkwardly and turned to hop into Wang Duru's carriage. Inside the carriage, when Jiang Bei broached the subject again, Wang Duru burst into laughter, explaining that the spirit-seeking beast suffered from motion sickness. The slightest jolt would send it to sleep. And oh wonder, when Jiang Bei first glimpsed the white fluff ball, it appeared so drowsy. It had likely dozed off during the journey to the supervisory bureau. After a moment's pause, Wang Duru continued, "This little fluff ball is a treasure of the Demon Suppression Office, dearly cherished. The personnel from the office were already reluctant to bring it out for work, let alone undertake such arduous tasks. You were indeed correct. You have truly offended the Demon Suppression Office this time." Jiang Bei secretly grimaced. This was something he had not anticipated. Time was limited, and the search in the northern district was set to commence immediately. Jiang Bei occasionally discreetly lifted the carriage curtain to glance at the two individuals, and the beast following behind. It was indeed no easy feat. Look at how pained those two are. They cannot ride in the carriage, and they cannot even hold the fluff ball that if they swayed it in their arms, it might fall asleep. Thus, they could only lead it along, allowing it to run on the ground. Furthermore, with its short legs, while a person could take 2 steps, it would take an eternity for its 4 little legs to catch up. After running for 10 minutes, the fluff ball might be thrilled to finally be out and frolic. However, after an hour of running, it would plop down, exhausted and unwilling to move. After another 2 hours, its eyes would glaze over, moving mechanically like a zombie. Yet that fluff ball was surprisingly clever whenever it encounters a downhill slope. It will roll itself into a ball, careening forward without fear of injury. For Lu Yang will have already dashed ahead to catch it and place it back on level ground to continue its run. Before nightfall, the once adorable and naive white ball of fluff had transformed into a black coal-like creature. Within the Duke's residence, Yi Ningxuang rose from her seat and gazed out the window. The sky had turned pitch black. There's still no news. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over her. She could not fathom why Jiang Bei insisted on establishing a military order, yet from her perspective, his actions were indeed advantageous for her. If they ultimately uncovered the missing stipends in the northern part of the city, then Yi Hongyu's plans to eliminate her would be thwarted, and the royal family would not fall under Yi Hongyu's control. Such an opportunity would be hard to come by again, affording her precious time to develop her own schemes. Conversely, whether she chose to push the case onto the Demon Subjugation Division or let Wang Duru handle it, neither option was flawless. The imperial edict had already been issued, and Jiang Bei ultimately failed to resolve the case. She would still have to show weakness to Yi Hongyu. After all, she and Jiang Bei were bound by marriage, and she was the one holding sway in the imperial clan court. Moreover, the royal stipends could not be delayed any longer. She had no choice but to plead with Yi Hongyu to approve the stipends for the royal family. Beyond Jiang Bei's military order, the Demon Subjugation Division could not possibly scour the streets with the spirit-seeking beast. That it was equally implausible for them to recover the stipends in a short time, as the Demon Subjugation Division had to consider Yi Hongyu's political maneuvers. She recalled Jiang Bei's demeanor in court that day, her mind filled with the image of that man standing resolutely before the civil and military officials, as if shielding her from harm if you truly managed to retrieve the stipends. Yi Ningxuang murmured. Yet her gaze fell upon the paper before her, where the words of a poem, Gung Luzi, to autumn's depth, were inscribed, one she too cherished dearly. However, it was pen for the courtesan. Why, Ning Shuang's voice faltered as she took several deep breaths, clenching her fists. If you cannot recover the stipends, then perish. I shall not concern myself with you. But the girl's melancholy came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Throughout the night, Ning Shuang sat vacantly by the window, occasionally glancing at the Alien treatise and the poem. As dawn broke, she had not even attended the morning court. She wished to await news at home, yet none had arrived. With 5 hours remaining until the deadline of the imperial edict, Ning Shuang whispered, her hope dwindling further. Originally, her intentions in taking a husband were merely to acquire a shield. Yet who could have predicted that he would be ensnared in such a predicament? The imperial family is notoriously merciless, and Ning Shuang understood this principle all too well, that if he were merely a useless and complacent son-in-law, it would be bearable. Yet he unexpectedly displayed remarkable talent and capability, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Why, Ning Shuang slowly rose, feeling an urge to take action. Pushing open the door, the sunlight stung her eyes painfully. Time flew by, and it seemed as though it was already noon at that moment. A servant burst into Ning Shuang's courtyard, eyes brimming with excitement. Princess, Jiang Bei has found the stipends. Chapter 39. First, claimed some interest. Jiang Bei and his 2 companions were faring well, seated in the carriage, either sleeping or eating. Yet the 2 members of the Demon Subjugation Division and the black hole creature were enduring a most miserable ordeal. The northern part of the city was vast, and with the Empress's decree, they dared not rest. Even though these 2 were already established cultivators, true 9th-grade chi refiners, they could not withstand such exertion. They had to rely solely on their legs to traverse the entirety of the northern city. Fortunately, the awakened Wang Duru exerted himself. Through the infusion of his sage-like energy, the 2 men and the beast felt invigorated, their heads clear and legs unburdened. Even the black hole creature was yelping energetically, startling everyone as they thought it had caught the scent of a fox demon. With their efficiency at its peak, they truly had a chance to scour the northern city thoroughly. Yet, just when they least expected it, the spirit-seeking beast emitted a strong warning. On Yang Street, it began to howl again. The 2 members of the Demon Subjugation Division could not help but gasp. If it had not been for their repeated confirmations that Wang Duru had not used his sage energy on the creature, they would hardly have believed it, for Anyang Street was the residence of the noble families, including the Duke's residence, where Ning Shuang resided. The black hole creature was clearly eager to abandon this arduous task, wishing to fly and direct these oblivious humans to the source of the scent. But at this moment, it was not wise to act rashly. With Wang Duru present, Jiang Bei was naturally unconcerned about any potential counteraction from the other side, even after more than a day of searching without being followed. However, one could never be too cautious. Brother Tang, please assist me in gathering some manpower, Jiang Bei humbly requested. Of course. Tang Jinshao waved his hand, casting a glance at Wang Duru. Wang Duru understood, and with a flick of his fingers, he commanded, swiftly. Tang Jinshao's speed rivaled that of a frenzied, spirit-seeking beast. Before long, a large contingent arrived. Members from the cabinet, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, and even a swarm from the Demon Subjugation Division rushed in. Upon seeing the black hole creature on the ground, yowling and barely restrained, they could hardly recognize it. Soon, they all cast furious glares at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei recoiled. Your precious creature only enjoys rolling around. Do not blame me for its condition. Jiang Bei, at that moment, an excited and familiar voice reached Jiang Bei's ears. He turned to see Ning Shuang, clad in a flowing lavender gown, her hands lifted to hold up her skirt as she hurried towards him. The previous night's pent-up longing erupted with fierce intensity upon hearing that Jiang Bei had found the stipends. She drew closer. Ning Shuang's eyes glimmered with unshed tears of joy. Come, let us go see the stipends, Jiang Bei said with a smile, as if reassuring her that everything would be all right. Why, Ning Shuang nodded gently. At that moment, she seemed to notice the gathering of ministers and noble families around them, all gazing at her in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Ning Shuang and her son-in-law appeared to share such a close bond. Why, Ning Shuang's face flushed crimson, as if a secret had been exposed, leaving her embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. Jiang Bei took the initiative to grasp Yi Ningxuang's hand, feeling her tremble slightly. "There are so many eyes upon us," he whispered. "You are aware that people are watching." Yi Ningxuang shot him a glare, lightly stepping on his foot. "Ouch!" Jiang Bei winced, drawing in a sharp breath. Why, Yi Ningxuang? Feigning innocence. Now that the stipends have been pursued, shouldn't there be some reward? Jiang Bei chuckled. Yi Ningxuang rolled her eyes, contemplating before finally nodding. "This shall not be a precedent." Jiang Bei could not help but laugh. "This little girl has shielded you from an enormous trouble. Is it unreasonable to claim some interest first? Are the stipends truly here?" Yi Ningxuang asked softly. "Not certain. I merely caught the scent of the fox demon, not the scent of silver," Jiang Bei replied with a grin. Why, Yi Ningxuang's expression froze. Jiang Bei addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed together to investigate." Yet, a trace of caution lingered in Jiang Bei's gaze. Within the towering walls of the estate, would the source of the fox demon's scent indicated by the spirit-seeking beast lead to the stipends? The black hole creature took the lead. Before long, they arrived at the main gate of the estate. As they approached, everyone began to grasp the situation, but upon seeing the three large characters hanging above the door, they collectively gasped. "Oh, not say they." Even Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback. "Princeton?" Yi Ningxuang's eyes widened in shock. How could the stipends possibly be within the Prince An's residence? Just as everyone hesitated, Jiang Bei commanded, "Surround Prince An's residence." Unfortunately, no one heeded his command. Although he was the one responsible for the stolen stipends case, he held no other authority. The expressions of the Minister of Justice and the Minister of War shifted dramatically. If Prince An was not the thief of the filthy silver, they would all be in serious trouble today. Wang Duru stepped forward, decisively proclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Do you not understand? Surround Prince An's residence." With that, the officials who had arrived with troops reluctantly issued the orders, for they dared not disregard Wang Duru's words. The interior of Prince An's residence was soon thrown into chaos. No one knew what was transpiring in broad daylight. As the illustrious Prince An's residence was besieged by 1,000 troops, a middle-aged man emerged, still bleary-eyed and clearly having just awakened from a deep slumber. It was Prince An. "Yi Jingyu, sir," he said upon seeing Wang Du, hastily bowing in greeting. "Prince An Yi Jingyu, do you confess to colluding with the demon race?" Wang Dara wasted no time in accusing him outright. "What nonsense is this?" Prince An was taken aback. How could he be accused of colluding with demons upon waking from sleep? "You cannot throw baseless accusations. Prince An, we are investigating the case of the missing stipends." Yi Ningxuang interjected, her brow furrowed. "With that spirit-seeking beast present, there is no possibility of error. Even if no stipends were stolen from Prince An's residence, the scent of the fox demon is undeniable. You cannot extricate yourself from this. Do not be deceived by its seemingly adorable and naive appearance. Resembling a small coal ball, it is a formidable tool of the demon's subjugation division." Although Yi Ningxuang had not previously encountered him, she was well aware of the notorious reputation of the spirit-seeking beast. "Have you investigated the stolen salary and traced it back to my royal residence? Are you Jiang Bei? Did you order them to surround my royal palace?" What audacity! Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit. How much more so a dignified prince? Just as he was indulging in an afternoon nap, he was startled awake by such an incident. A servant rushed in to inform him that the Ministry of War, the Supreme Court, and the Demon Suppression Division had jointly besieged the royal palace. He initially feared that his past conspiracies of rebellion had been discovered, so frightened that he dashed out his chamber without even putting on his trousers. And this is the result? With a light huff, Wang Duru's voice resonated, accompanied by a pointed finger, sending a beam of white light directly into the forehead of Prince An. Consequently, with a grand gesture, Prince An continued to bellow, "I have never colluded with the demon clan. Not even if you, sir, came in person, nor even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive. Would I ever conspire with them?" Under the dictates of sincerity, it was impossible for Prince An to utter falsehoods. Moreover, it was exceedingly rare for any member of the royal family to have the audacity to collude with demons. The fortune of the royal family stemmed from the dynasty's favor towards the imperial bloodline, and should any member conspire with demons, it would utterly ruin their fortune. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Jiang Bei furrowed his brow. The military orders had already been established. If he could not uncover the salary, his life would be forfeit. At present, he could not afford to concern himself with which prince stood before him, and commanded directly. Enter Prince An's residence and search for the salary. Prince An, Yi Jingyu, obstructing the investigation of the Demon Suppression Division. Subdue him and keep him under strict surveillance. You dare, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Prince An's eyes widened in disbelief. His hidden silver far exceeded 900 million. Back in the day, he had too much money to burn and had even contemplated rebellion. How could he lack silver? The anger of the Demon Suppression Division's Liu Yiyang was palpable, his hands trembling with rage. You have been like a donkey to us for an entire day and night, and now you still use us as a shield. Chapter 40. An odd outcome, Uncle Princeton. As long as you have not colluded with the demons, Ningxuang will naturally not make things difficult for you, Yi Ningxuang remarked coolly. After all, she still held the position of the royal family's decree. Upon hearing the command, the officials could only muster their courage in advance. Feigning an intention to detain Prince, and the prince's eyes darted as he suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Having grasped the situation, he realized that trying to obstruct these individuals today would surely be futile. And the charge of hindering the investigation of the Demon Suppression Division was a grave one. The few officials who had approached Prince and were forced to halt. They were mere pawns and dared not act forcefully against him. Yi Ningxuang frowned. Jiang Bei had pursued the case to this extent. Even if the spirit-seeking beast led them here erroneously, she had to pave the way for the truth today. At this moment, numerous officials had already entered in an orderly fashion, gazing at the opulent Prince An's residence, unsure of where to begin. This was a veritable prince, the biological brother of the late emperor. Moreover, there had never been a historical precedent of a prince colluding with demons. Such an act would warrant execution and confiscation of property. Prince An stepped forward, his eyes brimming with flattery. Ningxuang, this royal residence was bestowed upon me by your grandfather. You must not act recklessly. Yi Ningxuang replied sternly. Uncle Prince An, the Demon Suppression Division is conducting an investigation, and the spirit-seeking beast is present. You would do well to cooperate today. Naturally, I shall cooperate. Uncle Wang is not one to engage in obstinacy. Prince An waved his hands repeatedly. However, my royal residence is rather extensive. It may not be convenient for you to search. I shall accompany you and guide the way. Furthermore, Uncle has never colluded with the demons. Even if I must meet my demise, I deserve an explanation, do I not? Yi Ningxuang, feeling helpless, glanced at Jiang Bei. Let him accompany us, she decided. Jiang Bei nodded. Yet upon entering Prince An's residence, the little black kobold became even more animated. Its nose twitched as it detected scents, heading straight for a nondescript row of two-story buildings in the backyard, completely disregarding Prince An's guidance. The crowd hurriedly followed. Prince An's expression shifted. That was where he concealed his silver. How could this little creature have such a keen sense? Wait! Prince An suddenly obstructed the crowd. Even as Yi Ningxuang wished to consider Prince An's status, her anger flared. Uncle Wang, if you dare to hinder the investigation any further, do not blame Ningxuang for being merciless. Prince An recoiled in fear. With no recourse left, even if his hidden silver were to be discovered, it would merely be confiscated. After all, those were matters of the past. He had never truly rebelled. If Yi Hongyu truly no longer cared for the royal family, she would not risk execution by confiscating her own home. However, collusion with demons would undoubtedly lead to the death penalty. This time, Prince An dared not obstruct any longer and obediently followed behind. Yet he was somewhat perplexed. The crowd did not head towards the building that housed the silver. Had the spirit-seeking beast gone astray? This row of small buildings was typically used as storage for the royal residence's books, miscellaneous items, and other inconspicuous belongings. In truth, there was an underground level beneath this row of small buildings. But there was no passage leading to it from within. These were secret chambers. Only a handful of individuals were aware of the existence of these secret chambers, all of whom were Prince An's trusted confidants for decades. Even his consort was unaware. The underground secret chamber was where the precious treasures were stored. Over the years, he had amassed calligraphy, antiques, jade, and, Most importantly, silver and spiritual crystals for cultivation. This chamber containing silver was situated directly beneath the third small building. Yet, now the spirit-seeking beast had ventured towards another small building. Princeton had already prepared for the worst. They might discover the secret chamber below. Recalling this, Princeton sighed inwardly, without the spirit-seeking beast leading the way. These individuals would not dare to turn his royal residence upside down. The officials had already completely encircled the row of small buildings. "Your Highness, please open the door," Jiang Bei urged, casting a glance at the fidgeting prince, and, very well, I shall open it," Princeton hurriedly replied. "Steward, do hurry and unlock the door for Lord Jiang." The door to the small building swung open, revealing a modest hall filled with bookshelves brimming with tomes. This royal residence's small buildings are merely used for storing miscellaneous items. As you can see, there is truly nothing of value within. Princeton chuckled foolishly. Before he could finish speaking, the black coal ball of a spirit-seeking beast dashed into the small building. It flew low to the ground, not pausing in the hall, and immediately headed towards a side chamber. Prince Anne's expression remained unchanged. This side chamber, too, was merely filled with books. However, to his surprise, the spirit-seeking beast sniffed vigorously at the side chamber's entrance. Its eyes suddenly brightening. With its front short legs lifted off the ground, it stood upright, clawing at the wooden door. It was still too small to reach the door handle, and though it tried to push it open, it did not budge. Impatiently, it turned its head to the others who had yet to catch up, one paw scratching at the door while the other gestured insistently. The little white creature indicated that the scent was indeed within. The members of the Demon Suppression Division gasped in astonishment. Princeton was utterly bewildered. In fact, he stepped forward enthusiastically, volunteering to assist the spirit-seeking beast in opening the door. And then, Princeton was left dumbfounded. He stood frozen, wide-eyed, taking in the scene before him. The group that followed him also stood in shock, gazing through the modest door at the breathtaking sight within. This side chamber was expansive at this moment. The room was nearly filled with identical large chests. These chests cluttered the entire room, stacked nearly 2 meters high. Some of the lids were even ajar, as if to ensure that no one would miss the fact that they contained silver ingots. The sight was dazzling. Jiang Bei, however, was quicker to react, soon emerging from his stupor. After all, the side chamber contained silver, not paper currency. He strode directly into the side chamber, fixating his gaze on the chests filled with salary. Around these chests, several conspicuous white hairs lay scattered, glimmering white, evidence left behind by the fox demon after stealing the salary that night. Simultaneously, the little black coal ball had climbed atop the towering chests. Proudly surveying the astonished crowd, it was as if they had awakened from a dream. The commotion in Anyang Street had attracted the attention of many noble families, who rushed over upon hearing that Jiang Bei had located the salary. Upon witnessing this scene, their expressions darkened. "Why, Jingyu? How dare you? What do you have to say for yourself now? The one who stole the salary is you, colluding with demons to steal the salary, undermining the royal family's fortune and disrupting the national fortune of the great Qian dynasty. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." The noble families erupted in accusations, hurling insults when it came to the issue of salary. There were no relatives, no friends. Anyone who dared to steal the salary was a butcher, severing their lifeline. Even the officials glared fiercely at Princeton, for their own fortunes were now at risk. 2. Only Wang Deru regarded Jiang Bei with suspicion. He had just utilized the sincerity incantation on Princeton, and the latter could not possibly lie. If he had not colluded with demons, then why had the salary appeared in his residence? Indeed, Prince Anne's reaction was equally fervent. "Impossible. This cannot be." Princeton shook his head vigorously, his legs losing strength as he collapsed at the entrance of the side chamber, dragging himself backward. "I have never colluded with the demon clan. I did not steal the salary. I know nothing. I know nothing." Princeton cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, an extraordinarily piercing voice echoed from outside the small building. "The Emperor has arrived." Chapter 41. Summary of Clues. Jiang Bei and the others stepped out of the small building, while Princeton, Jingyu, was escorted out by soldiers on either side. His legs trembled weakly. Were it not for their support, he would have been unable to move. Upon seeing Yi Ningxiu, he, as the uncle, fell directly to his knees, lamenting, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have never colluded with the demon race. Never." Yi Hongyu cast a dispassionate glance at Prince N and commanded, "Where is the Demon Suppression Division? It can be easily determined whether Prince N Yi Jingyu has conspired with the demon race." Members of the Demon Suppression Division stepped forward. This time, Jiang Bei finally understood their testing method. Holding a green stone that appeared far from ordinary, Prince N desperately exhaled several breaths towards it. Yet the stone remained utterly unchanged. They then summoned the spirit-seeking beast, which sniffed around him before shaking its head. The absence of the demon's scent on him indicated that he had not been in contact with the demon race for some time, nor had he been enchanted by a fox demon. At least not in recent days. Nevertheless, Prince N remained the prime suspect. Just because he had not recently engaged with them did not mean he had not in the past. Take him away. Confine him to the house of the clan, and await further action, Yi Hongyu declared coldly. Prince N cried out in injustice. But at that moment, no one paid him any heed, with the evidence being irrefutable. He was left speechless. Surely, it could not be that the demons, aiming to harm such a minor prince, had deliberately stolen silver and hidden it here. A relieved smile spread across the faces of the court. The nobles and even Yi Ningxiu. The case was finally cracked. The silver had been found, and everyone felt a sense of ease. Only Jiang Bei, however, remained with a furrowed brow, his state more tense than when he had searched the northern part of the city. "What troubles you?" Yi Ningxiu observed Jiang Bei's unusual demeanor from the back of the crowd. He should have been at the forefront, basking in the accolades of the officials. Should he not? "It's nothing. Just a feeling that something seems amiss," Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head. Just as he suspected, everything had gone too smoothly. The silver truly lay in the northern part of the city, had the demons committed the crime, only to be solved by a mere mortal and a spirit-seeking beast. Jiang Bei found a place to sit at the back of the crowd. No one paid him any mind. As the high-ranking officials accompanied Yi Hongyu into the small building to inspect the silver, "Something still feels odd?" Yi Ningxiu, having put away her smile, settled beside Jiang Bei. "What seems odd? Isn't it a good thing the silver has been uncovered? You've solved the case, found the silver, and Yi Hongyu won't hold anything against you. In fact, you might even be richly rewarded." Though her words were truthful, an inexplicable hint of jealousy tinged them. Jiang Bei helplessly shook his head, massaging his temples to ease his nerves. Observing this, Yi Ningxiu refrained from speaking further, knowing that Jiang Bei's thoughts might be quite chaotic at the moment. Suddenly, Jiang Bei rose, shaking his head vigorously. "No, something is definitely wrong. Are you overthinking?" Yi Ningxiu felt a tightening in her chest. If previously she had deemed Jiang Bei a fool, she no longer held that view. Witnessing Jiang Bei in such a state, even with the silver before them, she inexplicably became tense. "Throughout this ordeal, I have merely done one thing, and regardless of who had taken my place, they could have accomplished it as well. It is as if this credit was simply handed to me on a silver platter." Jiang Bei suddenly stated, "What do you mean?" "I discovered that Lu Fu's testimony differs from those of the others," Jiang Bei declared solemnly. "Have you not noticed how ridiculously simple this theft case has been solved?" Too simple, indeed. Simple. Just then, Wang Duru and Tang Jinshao approached, having not realized Jiang Bei was missing until now. They had assumed he was busy boasting to his new bride. "You think this case is simple?" The two of them nearly burned out their CPUs with that remark. They had been present in the court when the matter was discussed. They exchanged glances, feeling as if their intelligence had been trampled upon. A surge of indignation welled up within Wang Duru. Jiang Bei greeted him. He then continued to explain to Yi Ningxiu, "I met Lu Fu only once, yet I obtained the clue that the silver was taken by the demon race. Although it was merely an inference, with the Demon Suppression Division present, it could easily be verified that in other words, the person who cracked this case could have been anyone. Lu Fu's information was practically delivered to me on a platter. Any official with even a slight understanding of the political landscape could have inferred the anomalies surrounding the northern tribes." Lowering his voice, he continued, "They did not aim to target you or me." Ultimately, the disaster fell upon him and Yi Ningxiu's shoulders. Yi Hongyu simply sought to eliminate the two of us. while Jiang Bei had previously entertained the notion that perhaps Yi Hongyu had orchestrated the entire scheme. He deemed that possibility almost non-existent. But you deduced that the silver remained in the northern part of the city. Yi Ningxiu interjected hastily. She still believed Jiang Bei was overthinking. Not everyone could arrive at such conclusions. Wang Duru's ears perked up. Indeed, this brat has yet to reveal to me how he made that deduction. With just some conjectures, he dared to issue a military order in the court. Jiang Bei shook his head with a wry smile. Even if I hadn't deduced it, what difference would it make? The silver was placed in Prince An's estate by the demons. Since Prince An has not conspired with the demon race, would he dare to secretly harbor such silver? Certainly not. Yi Ningxiu shook her head. If one day Prince An were to suddenly discover an abundance of silver in his home, he would have no doubt that he was being framed by the demon race. Under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly seek an audience with Yi Hongyu to clarify matters and cooperate with the investigation. He would never dare to hoard it. As a dignified prince, he had no need for such risks over a mere sum of silver. Thus, Jiang Bei declared, the demon's intent in committing this crime was never truly about acquiring this silver. Then what do they truly seek? Jiang Bei responded directly. Their goal is to sever the royal family's fortunes, thereby destabilizing the foundations of the dynasty, in conjunction with a scheme to infiltrate and undermine the Deqian. This is an overt conspiracy, now that the silver has been recovered and returned to the royal family. It appears the demon's plan has failed. However, objectively speaking, the silver would eventually find its way back to the royal family. The demon's plan would ultimately falter, merely a matter of time. Yet Yi Ningxiu remained in shock. Just now in that side room, I saw white fur, fox fur. Jiang Bei suddenly stated, I saw it as well. Wang Duru nodded in agreement, surmising that this was the trace left by the demons on the night of the silver's theft. Jiang Bei lifted his head, looking at Wang Duru as if he were a fool. Wang Duru's expression shifted, while Jiang Bei's lips twitched in embarrassment, realizing that his gaze was indeed quite impolite. Clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness, Jiang Bei said, Your words are profoundly insightful. He nodded repeatedly, but he posed a question. Is it not possible that these few strands of fur were deliberately left by the fox demon? Does the fox demon have a peculiar illness? After stealing the silver, would it pluck 2 of its own hairs for you to smell? Wang Duru scoffed. Why is it impossible? Jiang Bei chuckled. What? Wang Duru momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Setting aside who had transported the silver to Prince An's estate that night, would it not be odd for such fur to appear on the most conspicuous box? Moreover, as they departed, would they not glance back? Jiang Bei retorted. Tang Jinshao scratched his head. Although he was decent at learning, he lacked somewhat in analytical skills. After listening to Jiang Bei's explanation, he still felt puzzled and asked, So, are you suggesting that these strands of fox fur were intentionally left behind by the fox demon to lead the Demon Suppression Division's spirit-seeking beast to follow? Precisely, Jiang Bei nodded. Tang Jinshao was left dumbfounded. Gentlemen, princess, have you not been curious as to why I dared to assert that the silver lay in the northern part of the city? Jiang Bei suddenly inquired. The two of them, along with Tang Jinshao, nodded repeatedly, astonished by Jiang Bei's audacity to issue a military order based solely on conjecture. It is due to the fortunes at stake, although the silver had been stolen. The royal family's fortunes did not collapse, Jiang Bei elucidated. Chapter 42. His logic is quite persuasive. Can you truly discern fortunes? At this moment, Wang Duru was genuinely astonished. Jiang Bei nearly let slip that incredulous gaze again. But thankfully he restrained himself this time. Sir, how could I possess such abilities? Jiang Bei chuckled bitterly. I have merely overheard that if a person's fortunes were to wane, they would inevitably be affected by that loss. That is indeed correct, Wang Duru affirmed. The theft of the silver would lead to the depletion of the royal family's fortunes. Thus, during the poetry gathering at the brothel administration, I decided to test it. Jiang Bei lamented. How did you test it? Wang Duru began to mechanically play along, his frustration mounting as he observed Jiang Bei's composed demeanor. Why Iliang Chun? Jiang Bei uttered the name, the first son of the Yin king. Beside him, Yi Ningxiang remarked that she was in quite high spirits, affirming that Jiang Bei's visit to the teaching bureau was indeed for the purpose of investigating a case. Jiang Bei elucidated that at the poetry gathering, This Liangshun and a talented individual named Zhang Chunxing each composed a Night Lotus poem themed around the courtesan. This does not imply anything definitive. After all, he is the son of the Yin King. And it is entirely normal for one of such stature to exert pressure on a scholar in the teaching bureau, Wang Duru countered with a shake of his head. Yet, an epiphany struck him. So you crafted the ode to the lotus to suppress Yi Liangshun? To ascertain whether he has been affected by fortune and thus become irritable. That is indeed intriguing, but to judge fortune based on this seems somewhat far-fetched, given that you are merely a minor official of the 6th rank in the City Supervision Bureau. Wang Duru shook his head once more. Jiang Bei sighed in resignation. Thus, I enlisted Wei Daong, the brother-in-law of the Jing King, who has not hesitated to discipline those aristocratic scions who abuse their power. Yi Ningxiang was taken aback, her mind conjuring an image of Wei Daong, whom she had encountered years ago when he had beaten an aristocratic youth, an incident that had escalated to the ancestral court. Where her father had intervened, he was indeed a formidable force. You employed Wei Daong to intimidate Yi Liangqin. Yi Ningxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Jiang Bei chuckled, giving a nod of approval to Yi Ningxiang. My clever wife. Why Yi Ningxiang was left utterly speechless, astonished by the cunning methods of that scoundrel. And then, continue, Wang Dru urged, exasperated, as this young couple indulged in their display of affection. If the stipend has already been transported away, it implies that the aristocratic fortune must be dwindling. And under the influence of fortune, Yi Liangshun would undoubtedly mock Wei Dayong's poetry. Yet he did not, perhaps recalling the past when he had suffered at Wei Dayong's hands. And thus he yielded, Jiang Bei explained. Wang Duru and Tang Jinxiao exchanged glances as you dare to conclude, based solely on this, that the stipend still resides within the imperial capital, still in the northern part of the city. If it were solely on that basis, I would not dare to issue a military order, Wang Duru remarked. Jiang Bei shook his head, but this case is too peculiar. The clues appear to be presented to me on a silver platter, compelling me to draw conclusions. Wang Duru, though possessing ample knowledge, found himself at a loss, for he had never investigated a case before. Listening to Jiang Bei's discourse, he felt quite vexed, yet could not suppress his curiosity. Wang Duru glanced at Tang Jinxiao. You ought to take the lead. Do not leave everything for me to inquire about. That it is rather embarrassing. Do you not understand? After all, having been by Wang Duru's side for so many years. The teacher-student duo shared a tacit understanding, where a mere glance sufficed. Tang Jinxiao felt an overwhelming chill in his heart. Not me again, he directly questioned. But that does not seem right. What seems amiss? Jiang Bei inquired, puzzled. If the case is so straightforward, then according to your analysis, does it not imply that the demon clan is merely creating chaos for no reason? Tang Jinxiao scoffed. They exerted such effort to steal the stipend only to hand you the clues? Leaving the stipend untransferred in the northern part of the city, do they wish for you to discover it and claim credit? Do you think you are the protagonist of a story where the antagonists are devoid of intelligence? Tang Jinxiao regarded Jiang Bei as if he were a fool. Excellent. Wang Dru silently applauded this line of reasoning. Tang Jinxiao glanced at his teacher, signaling him to remain calm, as he had further points to make. Jiang Bei fell silent, waiting for Tang Jinxiao to finish before addressing him. Indeed, Tang Jinxiao continued, then according to your logic, does it not imply that Princeton is truly an unfortunate soul? The demon clan could have simply left the stipend with any household. Could they not? And the strands of fox demon fur on the silver were merely left behind to attract the spirit beasts, lest the scent dissipate. Indeed, Princeton must be a most unfortunate fellow. If the officials investigating the case are too foolish to consider such possibilities, then Princeton's role is merely to return the stipend to the aristocracy. Based on my conjecture, Princeton likely does not lack for the over 9 million taels of silver and would not resort to embezzlement. Jiang Bei asserted. Tang Jinxiao remarked. The atmosphere became heavy with contemplation. He turned to Wang Duru. Teacher, what should we do? His arguments are quite compelling. I find myself unable to counter them. You must intervene personally. Wang Duru returned a reassuring gaze, indicating to watch him. With a cold smirk, he began, Yet the demon clan's objective lies in the aristocratic fortune, seeking to diminish it and thereby influence the fate of the great Qian dynasty. Surely the recent unrest among the northern barbarian tribes cannot be mere coincidence. Their scheming, does it not affect the fortune of the aristocracy? Tang Jinxiao, filled with admiration, acknowledged his teacher's direct approach to the crux of the matter. He then cast a sardonic glance at Jiang Bei. You are quite the talker, yet how will you respond to this? You claim that Prince Sin is merely unfortunate, but you cannot suggest that the demon clan is wreaking havoc simply out of good spirits. Can you? At this moment, Yi Ningxiang's brows furrowed in thought. Indeed, as Jiang Bei stated, the case appeared deceptively simple, yet the involvement of the fox demon rendered the situation exceedingly peculiar. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Bei. What you say bears merit. Regardless of whether the stipend is recovered or not, it will not affect the fate of the great Qian. Jiang Bei nodded. As for the reason behind the demon clan's actions, I am pondering that as well. He sighed, his brow furrowed. Were it someone else, they might have already been ingratiating themselves before the empress, lamenting the difficulties of unraveling the case, eagerly awaiting rewards. Is this not the very conclusion you reached? That Princeton could be an unwarranted victim, while the demon clan creates chaos to provide you with an opportunity to earn merit, leaving the silver, gleaming and tangible, as if it were not real. Tang Jinxiao continued to regard Jiang Bei with the incredulity reserved for the foolish. Brother Tang, do you also suspect that the stipend is counterfeit? Jiang Bei queried, his face marked by skepticism. How curious. Can you truly entertain such a notion? Tang Jinxiao replied with confusion. What do you mean? Chapter 43. The stipend is a forgery. The silver in that small building is fake. Upon uttering these words, not only was Tang Jinxiao flabbergasted, but Wang Duru too stood aghast, their minds reeling as if their cognitive faculties had momentarily failed them. That was over 9 million taels of silver, a veritable mountain of wealth. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Were they blind? Had even Wang Duru unwittingly fallen under the enchantment of the demon clan? What is happening? As the ancestral fox demon of Qingxiu emerged, Wang Duru glared at Jiang Bei, his expression unmistakably demanding a cogent explanation. Yi Ningxiang, equally anxious, turned to Jiang Bei, unable to comprehend how the stipend could possibly be fake. Then what sin attracted the spirit beasts? Jiang Bei queried. Naturally, it is the scent of the fox demon. Wang Duru replied without hesitation. Jiang Bei retorted, that is obvious. If it were not the scent of the fox demon, what else could it possibly be? He could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. Are you suggesting that the spirit beasts were drawn to those strands of fox demon fur, rather than the scent left behind when the stipend was stolen? Yi Ningxiang inquired, her brow knitted. Correct, Jiang Bei affirmed. Is there truly a distinction? Wang Duru scratched his head, perplexed. Tang Jinxiao inwardly sighed, recognizing that his teacher's pretense of profundity was the best course of action at this juncture, as it would easily expose their intelligence. Jiang Bei's expression was complex. After all, his very life depended on this prominent figure. He turned to Tang Jinxiao. Mouthpiece, it is your turn to step up and restore your teacher's honor. Tang Jinxiao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Wang Duru shot him a sideways glance. What has suddenly possessed you? It simply cannot be fake. Tang Jinxiao retorted defiantly. If it were indeed counterfeit, then where is the real silver? How could the demon clan have forged such a vast quantity of false currency? Wang Duru seemed to awaken from stupor, nodding vigorously. Jiang Bei then asked, Sir, I have one more query that eludes my understanding. Wang Duru stroked his beard, maintaining an air of calm. Speak freely. If the stipend is indeed counterfeit, then the outcome would be that the emperor distributed over 9 million taels of silver to the aristocracy, only for the demon clan to have switched the genuine silver with forgeries upon recovery. Did I in such a scenario, would this not impact the fortune of the aristocracy? Wang Duru paused, taken aback. There had never been such a precedent throughout history. How utterly bored must the demon clan be to resort to such tactics? After a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. There would certainly be an impact, but it would fall woefully short of the demon clan's aim of manipulating the aristocracy's fortune to influence the destiny of the great Qian. For the aristocracy, the mere presence of the stipend sufficed. They were indifferent to the amount, as the stipend merely served as a conduit between the aristocracy and the forces of fate. So, do you still believe the stipend to be counterfeit? Tang Jinchao scoffed. Jiang Bei shook his head. I do not know, but the truth will soon reveal itself. He rose and walked towards the small building, closely followed by the three others at the tea that moment. Yi Hongyu stood before the small structure, surrounded by numerous high-ranking officials and noble members of the royal family, all adorned with relaxed smiles. Clearly, no one genuinely cared about the details of the case. The matter had been resolved, the salaries had been recovered, the royal family's fortune remained intact, and the stability of the dynasty was assured. This was the outcome they had all desired. Why Yi Hongyu, in her ruthless ambition for power, had amassed a significant portion of the fortune, leading to the current state of the dynasty. They dared not voice their anger. Yet the royal family could not endure further chaos, as for how the case was solved in Jiangbei. They held no curiosity nor desire to know. When did Lord Jiang arrive? Someone inquired upon spotting Jiangbei's arrival. I was feeling somewhat unwell earlier and took a moment to rest. Jiangbei casually fabricated an excuse. At this moment, Yi Hongyu also turned her gaze towards Jiangbei and his entourage of four. I pay my respects to the emperor, Jiangbei said, bowing. Every time he beheld that woman, turmoil stirred within him, compelling him to suppress his hatred as best he could. Lord Jiang need not be overly courteous, Yi Hongyu replied, her indifference palpable. Now that the salaries have been recovered and the case concluded, I wonder what reward you seek, Lord Jiang. Jiangbei internally cursed her ancestors for generations. A reward something you can simply grant me. Yet outwardly, he wore a facade of trepidation that I would not dare to request a reward. Serving the emperor is already an honor for me, Jiangbei responded, suppressing his disgust. Ironically, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Yi Hongyu's eyes. The assembled ministers began to express their admiration for Jiangbei, with some even suggesting rewards for the empress, such as a sum of 100,000 in silver. Suddenly, Jiangbei interjected, I dare to suggest that the salary case may not yet be fully resolved. I believe there are discrepancies with the salaries. What? The collective reaction was one of astonishment. Even Yi Hongyu's expression reflected confusion as she questioned Jiangbei's assertion. I am merely speculating, Jiangbei replied, rising to approach the boxes of salaries that had been removed from the small building. He opened one of the boxes, revealing the glimmering silver, which shone even more dazzlingly under the sunlight. Jiangbei picked up a silver ingot and examined it closely, noticing a tiny hole at its base. The crowd chuckled. What issues could there possibly be with this salary? Does Lord Jiang believe we are blind? This glistening silver is clearly genuine. Could it be that demons committed the theft and replaced the silver with counterfeit? Someone mused. What purpose would that serve? The demons aim to destroy the royal family's fortune to undermine the nation's foundation. But even if the salaries were swapped, the impact would likely be limited. The total of 972,000 taels of salary has been accounted for. Could the demons have known that the emperor was concerned for the royal family and thus distributed an additional 30%? Jiangbei refrained from disparaging the officials. Many among them had already attained the status of cultivators. Thus, under what circumstances could the genuine salaries be deemed fraudulent and fundamentally undermine the royal family's fortune? Jiangbei understood that when all possibilities are eliminated, the last remaining conclusion, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. He steadied himself, scrutinizing the ingot in his hand, and then turned to a nearby soldier. May I borrow your dagger? Jiangbei drew the sword from the soldier's waist and placed the salary ingot on the ground, striking it forcefully. The ingot split in two. The crowd, filled with doubt, gazed at the interior of the severed ingot. In that instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 44. The True Conspiracy of the Demons. The interior of the ingot was unlike its exterior. Upon being cleaved, it was discovered to be filled with a bluish-white metal. Initially, there seemed to be no anomaly, as the bluish-white appeared before them. Yet it was evident that the silver was indeed counterfeit. They were left speechless, unable to comprehend why the demons would go to such lengths to prepare such an enormous quantity of false silver. However, before they could grasp the implications, the bluish-white metal rapidly developed a layer of dark gray substance upon exposure to air. This sight sent shivers down the spines of many officials. What is this? Even the noble members of the royal family began to tremble. And no matter what, this cannot possibly be anything good. This is azure gold, the purest form of azure gold, an astute minister exclaimed. Even Yi Hongyu's expression turned as cold as frost upon witnessing this scene. Jiang Bei focused on the bluish-white metal, recognizing that its rapid oxidation in air produced a grayish-white substance. Lead. The ramifications of lead were severe. Such an extravagant amount, even if distributed among the royal families, could result in each family receiving hundreds of thousands of taels. This was indeed a deadly substance. The small hole at the base of a silver ingot had been deliberately created to accommodate the lead inside. The counterfeit silver would not significantly impact the royal family's fortune. However, what if this counterfeit silver was infused with lead? Such a vast quantity of lead could lead to lead poisoning among the noble families. In another world, lead was described as a severely harmful heavy metal element, representing one of the gravest environmental pollutants in human civilization. Thus, this was the ultimate conspiracy of the demons, for no one would care about how the case was resolved. When everyone witnessed such a favorable outcome, would the investigating official reflect on the unreasonable aspects of the case? Certainly not. He would be preoccupied with enjoying the forthcoming rewards in that moment. All the noble families gazed at the exposed grayish-blue azure gold with trepidation. Even Yiningshuang was not exempt from this fate. The demon's aim was to completely obliterate the fortune of Deqian. They could hardly incite chaos within the royal family. For Yi Hongyu would undoubtedly intervene. Even if the salaries were lost, they could be replenished once more. Could they steal a second time? But what if a significant problem arose with the royal family's very foundation due to the salaries? Even if the noble families did not perish from lead poisoning, the royal family's fortune would begin to unravel. Irreparably damaged, by then, the salary case would have long been resolved, and no one would think to connect it with the salaries. All eyes would be focused on one point: the wrath of heaven. The fortune that Yi Hongyu had consolidated would be stripped from the noble families, and her subsequent attempts at reparations would be futile. Under the wrath of heaven, this would incite a desperate backlash from all the noble families. Either Yi Hongyu would perish, or the entire royal family would be consumed by the backlash of their own fortune. Much like the tragic demise of Prince Fu, would Yi Hongyu be able to withstand such a fate? The royal family is the foundation of a dynasty. In any realm, a ruler must secure the support of the royal family. A compromise salary would utterly destroy the royal family and prompt them to unite against Yi Hongyu. Jiang Bei recognized this truth. However, Yi Hongyu's rise to power had already thrown Deqian into turmoil, with bloodshed rampant, all under the banner of Jianghua. What would happen if there were another more severe backlash from the royal family? What fate awaited the innocent commoners? Furthermore, the northern tribes remained watchful, waiting to conspire with the fox demons of Qingqiu to devour the flesh and blood of Deqian citizens. Additionally, Yiningshuang would also become one of the victims of this conspiracy. He could feign ignorance, allowing Yi Hongyu to reap the consequences of her actions. But even though Jiang Bei longed for revenge against Yi Hongyu, he could not sacrifice so many innocent lives for his own selfish desires. If he were to do so, he would truly become a butcher. After much contemplation and clarity regarding the consequences, Jiang Bei chose to reveal everything before all present, while Yiningshuang stared at Jiang Bei in a daze. Even Wang Deru and Tang Jinqiao regarded Jiang Bei with a much more complex gaze, and one inquired how Jiang Bei had come to this realization, for at that moment, they all understood the ins and outs of the demon's conspiracy. They simply overlooked other factors when they saw the immediate benefits. This is human nature. Exclamations of awe echoed throughout the crowd. Especially among the noble families, their gazes towards Jiang Bei were akin to that of the savior. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. They had narrowly escaped death. Jiang Bei continued, there should be a portion of genuine salaries among these. The demons likely did not anticipate that the emperor would allocate an additional 30% for the royal family. Thus, the remaining salaries should be nearby. As the demons have no use for these funds, he picked up a silver ingot and examined it, flipping it over to show the others the small hole at the bottom. Those with such holes have been infused with azure gold, making them easily discernible. That moment, a loud crashing sound erupted from within the small building. Perhaps the shocking revelation had rendered the officials responsible for moving the salaries momentarily frozen. Their legs trembling, they felt as though they had already fallen victim to the poison of the azure gold. Instinctively, they stepped back, leaning against the bookshelf to steady themselves, inadvertently triggering a mechanism leading to a hidden chamber. "Your Majesty, there's a hidden chamber below." Someone ventured down to investigate and soon returned to report. The hidden chamber is filled with mountains of silver and scrolls. These silver ingots are not stored in boxes. "Bring them out." "Yes. After all, there are only so many boxes which the Demon Clan has utilized to store these counterfeit salaries. Who would have the leisure to find additional boxes for the genuine salaries? Thus, it is only natural that they would choose a nearby location for storage. Even if Princeton were to discover the silver in the hidden chamber later, the case of the salaries would have long been resolved, and he would undoubtedly keep the silver for himself. In fact, he might not even have the chance to realize it before succumbing to lead poisoning. Before long, the small mountain of silver was transported out of the building and placed in the vacant space ahead. However, the others had already developed a psychological aversion to the salaries. As they gazed upon the silver, cold sweat trickled down their backs, as if they believed that the genuine silver was also tainted with the same malice. The counterfeit azure gold was to be destroyed, while the authentic silver would be counted and distributed among the royal family that Yi Hong Yu commanded, and then promptly departed from Prince Anne's residence. Many members of the royal family were inclined to suggest that they should forego the salaries altogether. Yet they could not bring themselves to voice such thoughts. Their expressions were a complex tapestry as they surveyed the silver. Wang Zhu and Tang Jinchao, the teacher and student, took a carriage back, claiming they would delve into ancient texts. However, it was apparent to Jiang Bei that they had both been deeply affected by today's events. Inside the carriage, the two exchanged silent glances. Why was it that, despite the clues laid out before them, they could not extract the truth directly from Jiang Bei's lips? The sensation of having one's intellect ground into the dirt was most unpleasant for this. Jiang Bei could only silently apologize to the two of them. Jiang Bei and Yi Ningxuang bid farewell to the ministers. Yi Ningxuang's princess residence was nearby, and she had not arrived by carriage. At this moment, they walked side by side. Occasionally, Yi Ningxuang would glance ahead, then steal a sidelong look at Jiang Bei, as if meeting this man for the first time. There's something on my face? Jiang Bei seized the opportunity to turn his head suddenly, locking eyes with Yi Ningxuang. Chapter 45. What reward should he receive? Yi Ningxuang was evidently startled, taking 2 steps back. After a moment, she exhaled, haughtily declaring, "Could you not be so startling? What's the big deal? Will it cost you a piece of flesh?" Jiang Bei. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxuang's gaze toward Jiang Bei grew bolder, no longer requiring her to steal glances. How could one describe that gaze? It was filled with curiosity, as though she were attempting to pierce through his very soul. Jiang Bei felt a shiver run down his spine. This nominal wife of his conveyed a sense of composure. Or to put it another way, emotional stability, making her an ideal companion. She appeared unfazed by Yi Hong Yu's schemes, which could either indicate a certain naivety or perhaps that she was biding her time, plotting something of her own. What could it be? Revenge against Yi Hong Yu? Jiang Bei refrained from speculating further. At this moment, Yi Ningxuang's mood was exceptionally buoyant. The gloom that had shrouded her for days was lifted. The case of the salaries had spanned 3 entire days from inception to conclusion, and no one knew how she had endured. She had even contemplated confronting Yi Hong Yu with her still immature powers. Yet reason had prevailed, reminding her that despite consolidating most of her father's strength in just a month, she remained far too weak, that Yi Hong Yu's own power was formidable, and she had firmly grasped the dynasty's fortunes, rendering her untouchable. Moreover, she currently could not count on the support of the royal family, as the princes had been thoroughly intimidated by Yi Hong Yu's methods. Little did she expect that Jiang Bei, whom she had regarded as a mere pawn, would provide her with such a significant surprise. He had indeed uncovered the truth behind the case, aiding her through this perilous ordeal. But what reward should she bestow upon him? A reward? She had never promised him anything. Who sent him to the brothel, and why did he spend 2 nights with the courtesan? Even if it was for the sake of investigating the case. Who knew whether he had actually been with that courtesan? Yet he had composed poetry for her. 2 pieces. Would he continue to use the excuse of visiting the brothel to write poetry for the courtesan? If such verses circulated, she would inevitably be seen as a renowned wronged wife in the capital, even without any overt expressions of her feelings. Regardless, she had not promised him a reward, so it could not be considered a betrayal. But then again, Yi Hongyu had issued a decree. Jiang Bei had solved the case and retrieved the salaries, and since it was done in such a manner, even if Yi Hongyu were not a decent person, the imperial edict had been issued. How could she possibly renege? As for her husband, who had aided her in unraveling the case, why should others receive rewards while she remained silent? Would that not reflect poorly on her own capabilities? Hey, Jiang Bei, what reward do you desire? Yining Shuang suddenly halted and inquired. What? Jiang Bei was taken aback. Forget it. Yining Shuang's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and without further ado, she lifted her skirt and dashed toward her home. Jiang Bei could only chuckle helplessly. If not for her being in her 20s, one might mistake her for a child, explaining why she had been so easily bullied by Yi Hongyu. That it was a pity he had missed this opportunity for revenge against Yi Hongyu. As for the reward mentioned by Yining Shuang, he would need to ponder that at the very least, he sensed her guilt for having inadvertently implicated him in this case, and she had considered stepping in to help him escape this predicament. Yining Shuang had defended him before the court, standing alongside him in the face of the officials. This alone was enough to touch Jiang Bei. When one has suffered greatly, even a small gesture of warmth can help them forget much of their pain. In his youth, Jiang Huai had been taken up the mountain by Yi Hongyu, sparing him from frosty demise. Thus, had he not truly perished at Yi Hongyu's hands, he might have remained steadfastly devoted to her. Now, beneath the tragic death of Prince Fu, Yining Shuang, who clung desperately to thoughts of revenge, found refuge under Jiang Bei's protection amidst Yi Hongyu's machinations. The dynamics were similar. Jiang Bei strolled leisurely toward home, yet he did not feel any sense of relief from having solved the case. Before he had pried open that ingot of counterfeit silver, he had merely harbored suspicions. The essence of his doubt lay in the disbelief that the demon clan had undertaken such extensive preparations, crafting an enormous batch of azure gold. If that were indeed the case, even if everything unfolded according to their designs, would they willingly watch the great Qian dynasty descend into chaos? Certainly not. They would undoubtedly stir the pot from within the dynasty, perhaps even within the capital, accelerating its collapse. Otherwise, why would Yu Lian make an appearance? Yining Shuang felt lighter. After all, she had genuinely extricated herself from Yi Hongyu's schemes, an opportunity that would not easily present itself again. However, Jiang Bei found himself thrust into the spotlight. Having thwarted the demon clan's plans, he had undoubtedly earned their ire. Until the Qingqiu Fox clan was completely uprooted, he would not be able to feel at ease. They had no moral obligation to confront him openly. Should their mood strike them, they might send a pair of demons to do him harm, leaving him with nowhere to weep for his misfortunes. Without strength, Jiang Bei sighed inwardly. Given the precariousness of his own life, what could he hope for in terms of power? To preserve himself from the hatred of the demon clan, he would have to maneuver cleverly. Perhaps by engaging with Yi Lian. It seemed he would need to find time to visit the brothel again, to comfort her and extract information, but ideally after those two spirits were replenished. On the other hand, he must also navigate the political landscape. He awaited the court meeting scheduled for the next day. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Jiang Bei reclined in a chair in his courtyard. Exhausted from overexertion, compounded by a day and night of searching in the northern part of the city, he felt utterly drained. Yet, sleep eluded him. Jiang Bei could not help but sigh, wondering how Wang Duru was faring with the case files. His life depended on ITAS for Yi Hongyu's rewards. Jiang Bei had not even considered them. Such notions were repugnant to him. Yet, to his surprise, not long after he arrived home, the princess's residence became increasingly lively. "Prince, the princess is waiting for you in the main hall. Many guests have arrived." Why Yining Shuang's maid hurried over. Named Qingyuan, she was Yining Shuang's personal maid, having grown up together with her, sharing a close bond. Perhaps the rush had caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Jiang Bei stretched leisurely and replied unhurriedly, "Lead the way." Yes, Qingyuan seemed eager to look back repeatedly, urging him, "Prince, please hurry. Many guests are waiting for you. You are the main attraction today." When her gaze met Jiang Bei's, She momentarily faltered. If he truly captured the princess's heart as her personal maid, she would eventually have to serve Jiang Bei as a concubine. Gazing at Jiang Bei, she noted not only his tall and handsome stature, but also his intelligence and capability. The news of Jiang Bei solving the case had spread throughout the princess's residence. In the eyes of everyone there, this prince was no longer a mere wastrel, but rather a remarkably formidable figure. They all understood that Jiang Bei, a sixth-rank official, had attained his position through the princess's influence. However, it was entirely possible that, due to this case resolution, he could elevate himself to a fifth-rank official. It is not merely a matter of rank or official position. Rather, it is the respect garnered by his capabilities. He is by no means a worthless individual relying on his noble connections. The sheer number of distinguished guests visiting today speaks volumes. Upon entering the main hall, Jiang Bei observed Yi Ningxuan already engaged in receiving the arriving guests. This evening, the Duke's residence held no banquet or similar festivities. These individuals had come of their own accord to express their gratitude, each bearing gifts of varying significance. Among them were several familiar faces, some recently encountered at the Wang residence, while others were known from the court. Notably, the elderly gentleman who had persistently harassed Jiang Bei during court sessions was also present, grinning widely, his face adorned with wrinkles reminiscent of wild chrysanthemums blooming by the roadside. "Dear uncles, please refrain from questioning Ningxuan. I am equally in the dark regarding the details of this case," Jiang Bei remarked. Why Yi Ningxuan, feeling fatigued from managing the guests, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Bei outside the hall. "The principal is here now. You may direct your inquiries to him," she announced. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. The Duke had arrived. The elderly gentleman, puffed with pride, stepped forward. Young Duke, I sense your potential during our last court assembly. You remained composed and eloquent despite my challenges." Jiang Bei thought to himself. How does he remember? Eloquent is a term used to belittle. Chapter 46. The conflict between the royal family and the emperor. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Wang," Jiang Bei said, his eyelid twitching. "Old scoundrel, if your literary prowess is lacking, refrain from spouting nonsense. Do you even grasp the meaning of eloquent?" A middle-aged gentleman clad in opulent attire interjected, visibly displeased that it should imply clarity of thought and meticulous reasoning. Indeed, it is my ignorance that leads to such folly." The elder chuckled, unperturbed. At that moment, Yi Ningxuan approached Jiang Bei and introduced him. "Jiang Bei, allow me to present to you His Highness, the Prince of Huai, and His Highness, the Prince of Yu." This truly gave Jiang Bei the impression of meeting the distant relatives of a bride, although all present were men. Their chatter was incessant. Jiang Bei greeted each in turn, well aware that they were not there to forge familial ties with him, the so-called worthless son-in-law. Their interest lay in the details of the salary case and its potential ramifications. Once the introductions were concluded, Jiang Bei recounted the entire saga of the salary case, emphasizing the nature of lapis lazuli and the perils posed by the counterfeit salaries once they fell into the hands of the royal family. While he did not explicitly mention that lead poisoning could be lethal, they had gathered some knowledge prior to their arrival. Thus, the situation stands, Jiang Bei concluded with a smile. Following this, they posed several inquiries, leaving only the sound of drawn breaths in the hall. They comprehended that this salary theft incident was a meticulously orchestrated maneuver by the Demon Clan aimed at the entire royal family, nearly leading to their complete annihilation. However, as they absorbed this revelation, their expressions turned icy. Jiang Bei had poignantly remarked during his discourse, "Fortuitously, I have the emperor's trust. He entrusted this case to a mere sixth-rank official like myself, allowing me to fulfill my duty and uncover the truth that I owe him. It was a stroke of luck that afforded him the opportunity to showcase his abilities, unbeknownst to him, whether intentional or not." His words resonated profoundly with those among the royal family who had narrowly escaped obliteration. Yi Hongyu's motive for assigning the case to Jiang Bei were to eliminate Yi Ningxuan and consolidate control over the royal family. Had anyone other than Jiang Bei been investigating, the case might have been resolved long before tracing the counterfeit salaries, let alone a lowly, sixth-rank official. Could one not yearn for the empress's favor? The potential consequences were unfathomable. Due to Yi Hongyu's selfish desires, the entire royal family and, consequently, the realm of Deqian were nearly doomed. Yet, they were acutely aware of Yi Hongyu's tactics, leaving them with only the choice to seethe in silence. Regardless, the seeds of division between the royal family and the emperor had been sown, signaling a perilous development. Jiang Bei could relinquish his vengeance against Yi Hongyu at the cost of the entire Deqian. Yet should the discord between the royal family and Yi Hongyu escalate, leading the royal family to shed blood to eradicate Yi Hongyu, he would find satisfaction in that outcome. Prince Huai, you must heed Jiang Bei's timely warning. They seemed to awaken from their stupor, emerging from their dazed awe. I was merely struck by a sense of dread. Had it not been for the Duke's wisdom, the royal family might have faced utter ruin. Prince Huai remarked with a cynical glance at the surrounding royal princes. Your Highness, please exercise caution in your words, one of the princes urged. Caution for what? Prince Huai feigned ignorance. Were it not for the emperor's clarity of judgment and his appointment of wise officials like the Duke to handle the case, we would indeed have succumbed to the demon schemes, he continued. I hastened here upon hearing that the salary case had been resolved. Although the emperor promised a reward for you, we cannot merely stand by idly. Can we? The assembly of royal princes exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to Prince Huai's sentiments. What followed was the gift-giving segment, wherein each gift box was unveiled, revealing an array of rare treasures. Jiang Bei accepted them without hesitation. Understanding that this was the royal family stance, his role was solely to investigate the case. These princes were not there to curry favor with him. Even if there were rewards, they would ultimately come from Yi Hongyu, the true head of the royal family, whose bounties carried significant weight. Yet, they had still come and prepared such lavish gifts. Rest assured, Duke, at tomorrow's morning court, we shall advocate for you to the emperor. They chuckled. I anticipate the emperor's decree will arrive shortly. It seems you will no longer need to devise ways to infiltrate the court. Morning assemblies are truly not for the likes of us. And I detest rising early. After bidding farewell to the many princes, the eunuch bearing the imperial edict arrived, summoning Jiang Bei to attend the morning court the following day. Jiang Bei and Yi Ningxuan returned to the main hall. Yi Ningxuan, seated with her chin resting on her hands, occasionally glanced at the gifts and then at Jiang Bei, curiosity flickering in her heart. She had said nothing to him, yet he consistently managed to excel in every endeavor. Today, he had even planted the seeds of animosity toward Yi Hongyu in the hearts of the royal princes. Did he not realize the consequences of an entire dynasty where all noble families united against the emperor? Was this truly an unintentional act? A man so astute could not possibly overlook how his words might provoke the noble families. Did he not understand that he had taken on this case precisely because Yi Hongyu sought to eliminate her? His claims of having won the emperor's trust, did he not reflect on his daily actions since assuming office? The current royal family was exceedingly weak, desperately needing a leader to rally against Yi Hongyu. The noble families yearned for Yi Hongyu's self-incrimination and abdication. Such a scenario was their utmost desire. Yet alas, it was unattainable, and no one dared to be the scapegoat. And she, too, required time. Lost in thought, Yi Ningxuan stared blankly at Jiang Bei. Has my charming visage captivated you, my lady? Jiang Bei teased, waving his hand before her eyes with a playful smile, while Yi Ningxuan snapped back to reality, shooting him a resentful glare as she retorted. At times, I truly wish to rip your heart out and see if it is black. My heart for you, dear lady, is as pure as the heavens can attest. Jiang Bei replied earnestly. While Yi Ningxuan huffed. The celestial testament amounts to you preferring to compose love verses for courtesans in the pleasure quarters rather than. She trailed off, momentarily stunned. What on earth are you saying? At this rate, you will become a jilted wife, right for whomever you wish, she declared, haughtily departing. Jiang Bei could only watch in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Wang Duru, who had long since returned to the Grand Academy, was thoroughly exasperated. His actions had left Tang Jinxiao utterly dumbfounded. In the afternoon, the new students at the academy eagerly awaited Wang Duru's lecture, thrilled at the prospect of meeting the legendary scholar. Yet he did not show up. Retreating to his study instead, he stared at the jade table for an extended period, finally putting his hands down, feeling a pang of regret. He smashed several watermelons with his bare hands before he and his disciple began to eat and converse. Teacher, why are you so upset? Is it really worth it? It was just a minor clash of wits. ISNT, maintaining a calm mindset, what you taught us, Tang Jinshao queried, puzzled by Wang Daru's reaction. Given his decades of experience with his teacher, he had never seen him so agitated. Who would have thought that the young lad truly solved the case? How can I protect him now? How can I bring him to the Grand Academy? Wang Daru fumed, smashing yet another watermelon. Tang Jinshao scrutinized Wang Daru with a discerning gaze. What does this look? Wang Daru exclaimed. Teacher, I haven't said anything yet, Tang Jinshao replied, startled, then shrugged. But this seems quite manageable. Doesn't it? Chapter 47. Wang Daru's enlightenment, at least in the eyes of the world. The talents of Jiang Bei are undoubtedly commendable, that a piece titled On the Lotus and another named The Water Clock are enough to keep someone like Wang Daru awake at night. Even if that rascal from Jiang Bei frequents the brothel, what of it? These two works were penned for the courtesans. How many talented scholars have only found their genius in times of adversity? It could be said that Jiang Bei, encountering a courtesan, was inspired to create masterpieces, a plausible explanation, albeit a stretch. Even under such circumstances, Wang Daru contemplated whether he might coax Jiang Bei to the academy for guidance and mentorship. To his astonishment, the lad was visiting the brothel for an investigation. Spending a delightful night with a courtesan was merely to assess his own health. Wang Daru was deeply moved, yet he found himself outsmarted. How could he not be vexed? He was a loss for good ideas, so how could he expect his incompetent student to devise any? Wang Daru's gaze grew increasingly profound, as if he were attempting to see through Tang Jinshao. The latter felt a sudden tightening in his chest, instinctively swallowing hard. Teacher, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. However, Wang Daru's expression remained unchanged. If Tang Jinshao could not articulate his reasoning today, he would surely be dismissed. Recently, the worker responsible for cleaning the quiet room at the academy has fallen ill. That I believe that place would be quite suitable for cultivating one's character. Why not spend a few days there to clean? Wang Daru suggested nonchalantly. Tang Jinshao's expression shifted dramatically. That wasn't that quiet room, just a privy. As for being unwell, if the teacher thought he was unwell, how could he possibly be well? Cold sweat instantly dripped down his back. And he hurriedly replied, Teacher, please calm down. Allow me to analyze this for you. Speak, Wang Daru commanded. Teacher, what do you believe Jiang Bei values most? Tang Jinshao posed a question that indeed illuminated something for Wang Daru, his eyes brightening as he realized it was undoubtedly his own life. That is certain, Tang Jinshao continued. So, do you truly have a means to help him regain those two lost souls? Wang Daru pondered for a moment before responding. I have a certain degree of confidence, but I must ascertain where to begin. Furthermore, it is impossible for him to recover those two souls solely through the assistance of others. I can only restore the form, not the essence. Though Tang Jinshao did not fully grasp the implications, he understood the gist. Jiang Bei must strive on his own. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Isn't that settled then? Teacher, what is your ultimate goal in bringing Jiang Bei to the academy? Wang Daru's eyes widened. What else could it be? Such a gifted individual naturally has the opportunity to tread the path of the sage. Tang Jinshao chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Therefore, teacher, you must make Jiang Bei aware of the academy's merits and the benefits of being beside you. Only then will he wholeheartedly commit to you and the path of the sage. Wang Daru inhaled sharply, as if the sage of literature had opened a window in his mind. Enlightened, Wang Daru exclaimed. With my assistance, I can stabilize the remaining 5 souls, but to restore the 2 he has lost, he must engage in the cultivation of the sage's path alongside me. Precisely, magnificent. Wang Daru finally smiled, then narrowed his eyes, angrily commanding, What are you waiting for? Go fetch me the text regarding souls. Tang Jinshao. The following morning, Jiang Bei rose from his slumber, feeling groggy. Truth be told, since losing his corpse dog soul, it was as if he could not adjust to the time difference, feeling utterly miserable. Sleepless nights and lethargic days plagued him. This morning's audience was a struggle. Even visiting the brothel provided only temporary relief. It felt as though his body itself resisted the idea of sleep at night. unless he could truly bind that enchanting night lotus to his home, exerting her charms upon him daily. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside, startling Jiang Bei. For his small courtyard had no servants, he had never been one to employ help. He preferred not to be treated like a servant himself. "Lord, the princess has sent Qingyan to assist you in dressing. Morning court is approaching." A nervous, slightly trembling voice reached his ears. Draped in a sleeping robe, Jiang Bei opened the door, his eyes heavy with sleep. Stifling yawns one after another, Qingyuan stood before him, momentarily taken aback by his appearance. "Lord, what has happened to you?" Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. I can manage my own grooming." "What of the princess? Does she not require assistance?" Qingyuan replied. "The princess is already prepared and is waiting for you in the hall." Goodness, this young lady, Yining Shuang, has grown so considerate. It was quite surprising. Ultimately, Jiang Bei declined Qingyuan's offer to assist. Having undergone military discipline, he needed no more than 3 minutes to wash and dress before stepping out of his room. Upon entering the main hall, he was met with a look of astonishment from Yining Shuang. "So soon? Qingyuan just mentioned you were still asleep." After the official salary case concluded, Yining Shuang's demeanor towards him had noticeably improved, willing to interact on equal footing. Last time they attended court together, they had not received an imperial summons, but this time there would be no need for stealth. He could ride in his own carriage. Yet, even so, she had sent Qingyuan to assist him and waited for him to join her for court. This was a clear signal. While Jiang Bei had not anticipated any rewards from Yining Shuang, he certainly relished the perks of their relationship. "Naturally, I wouldn't want to keep my lady waiting," Jiang Bei smiled. "Such a smooth-talking scoundrel." Yining Shuang huffed, her face flushed, but a smile tugged at her lips as she stood to leave. "Hurry. If we are late for court and the emperor questions you, I will not take responsibility." At the entrance to the imperial city, they discovered a crowd had already gathered. Upon seeing Jiang Bei, many greeted him enthusiastically, although they were mostly 4th and 5th rank officials, alongside noble families who had not yet visited the princess's residence. As for high-ranking ministers, Jiang Bei's status was still insufficient for interaction. Moreover, it was inconvenient. The empress sought to eliminate Yining Shuang, and, as the prince consort, Jiang Bei was also among those targeted. Yet he had just achieved a significant merit. Presently, the empress's stance remained unclear, making it difficult for them to express their opinions. Today's morning court would serve as a barometer of her intentions. Throughout history, the thoughts of emperors have always been inscrutable. No one could ascertain what Yi Hongyu truly contemplated. Did she harbor gratitude for Jiang Bei's intervention, or did she still resent him for thwarting her plans? Among those ministers who could closely observe the empress's political maneuvers, the latter was likely the prevailing sentiment. Regardless of Jiang Bei's abilities, his identity conflicted with the empress's objectives. Only those talents who could be utilized for personal gain were deemed worthy of investment. Those that could not be employed, if not eliminated, would pose endless troubles. Yet, this did not hinder the noble families from befriending Jiang Bei, as they were direct beneficiaries. "I have heard of Lord Zhang's investigation. Truly divine," one exclaimed. To maintain composure in such circumstances, not letting the emperor's rewards cloud his judgment, and reflecting upon the motives behind the disturbance, concluding that the official salary was a ruse. Impressive. It is no exaggeration to say that Lord Jiang has shielded our noble families from a great calamity. As the crowd expressed their admiration, the ever-intrusive Wang Du made his appearance once more. "The teacher has arrived." Numerous officials and royal family members bowed in deference. Wang Du nodded slightly. Though lacking the fiery anger he had displayed during their previous encounter, his demeanor remained as icy as ever. As he approached, Wang Du scrutinized Jiang Bei, appraising him up and down for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Haha. Chapter 48. Yi Hongyu's stance. Wang Du, rising early to attend court instead of resting at home. Jiang Bei immediately grasped the situation. The old man must have found texts regarding souls, and perhaps his life was truly salvageable. Yet that icy chuckle sent a shiver down Jiang Bei's spine. "Teacher," Jiang Bei stammered. "Follow me," Wang Daru said coolly. Jiang Bei was left dumbfounded. What did this old man mean? Was he merely pretending to be aloof, or was it truly hopeless? Jiang Bei felt his mind might be failing him to as for the people of the city gate. Upon witnessing Jiang Bei being led away by Wang Du, they refrained from approaching, recognizing the latter's demeanor, and proceeded into the imperial city to await the court session. Only Yi Ningxuang remained, standing in place, casting furtive glances toward Jiang Bei. "Teacher, please, just tell me, am I going to live or not?" Jiang Bei finally lost patience and respectfully inquired. Wang Du chuckled. "Teacher, I am still young, unlike you, who has weathered many storms. This life of mine has only just begun to stabilize." Jiang Bei's expression was one of despair, as if he believed his fate had already been sealed. Wang Du chuckled again, though inwardly he was elated. Who would have thought that Tang Jinchao's seemingly foolish suggestion would bear fruit? Just a few snickers had left Jiang Bei, so frightened he appeared to have lost his spirit. If he were to reveal now that there was indeed hope, would Jiang Bei not be so overjoyed he might faint? Jiang Bei appeared to be in a state of utter trepidation, yet inwardly he was smirking. This old rascal dared to toy with me so brazenly in the morning. Just look at the glint of scheming triumph in his eyes and the barely contained curve at the corner of his mouth. It spoke volumes. However, this also indicated that his life was indeed in safe hands. Wang Du, the foremost scholar of our time, truly lived up to his reputation. The old man had his own burdens, and this morning's theatrical collaboration was merely the due of a junior. "Sir, please speak." Jiang Bei clutched Wang Du's sleeve, his legs trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. Observing Jiang Bei in such a state, Wang Du felt an overwhelming sense of delight. His spirits buoyed. The shadows of the past few days, when his intellect and talents had been trampled, were dispelled. "As scholars, we should—" Wang Du began, but was swiftly interrupted by Jiang Bei. "Sir, I understand, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." Jiang Bei nodded vigorously. "But let us first discuss the matter of my survival before we delve into the Tao, shall we?" Wang Du fell silent, profoundly shaken. Had this young man truly revered the Tao to such an extent? What, then, was his purpose today? Wang Du gazed intently at Jiang Bei, suddenly feeling a pang of remorse. Seeing Jiang Bei's anxious demeanor stirred his compassion. Jiang Bei slapped his forehead, questioning his own sanity. Why invoke a line from the Analects at such a moment? Wasn't he that merely provoking Wang Du? There was still hope? Wang Du declared, "After the morning assembly, accompany me to the Taishua. I shall complete your 2 missing souls." "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Jiang Bei bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Here the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Wang Du mused as he strode into the imperial city. That moment, Yi Ningxuang stealthily approached. With a swift pat on Jiang Bei's shoulder, she inquired with a penetrating gaze, "What were you discussing just now? Why did you not show such respect to the sir during our last encounter?" Jiang Bei turned, momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with mischief. That requires a lengthy explanation," he replied leisurely. "Which part?" Yi Ningxuang asked, puzzled. "It all begins with my first encounter at the Jia Fangxi with that courtesan. When I felt unwell, go to hell," she retorted. "Can't you let a girl finish her thought?" As their banter continued, Jiang Bei realized they were running late for court. Drawing a deep breath, he knew that whether he could extricate himself from the demon clan's death list hinged significantly on this morning's assembly. Upon entering the imperial city, officials were already lined up outside the grand hall, and the atmosphere inside was lively, filled with the laughter of nobility engaged in conversation. Wang Du stood prominently at the forefront, unfazed by the prospect of being a spectacle once more due to Jiang Bei. Initially, he had not intended to be present among the officials. He simply wished to hear the final verdict on the case, given its implications for the Empress's power plays, despite his detachment from court affairs. He was not ignorant of the intricacies involved. Yet for the sake of that saying, he positioned himself at the forefront to protect Jiang Bei. Aside from him, the 2 officials from the Demon Suppression Office had also arrived, clearly intending to conclude the matter of the embezzlement case. Jiang Bei and Yi Ningxuang hurried to the Grand Hall, and just as they settled in, Yi Hongyu emerged from the opposite side of the dragon throne, her striking white hair drawing immediate attention. Despite having resolved the embezzlement case the previous day, her demeanor remained cold and unyielding. "Sir," she acknowledged Wang Du before commencing the day's assembly. This time, there was little preamble. The old Duke of Huai stepped forward without delay. Your Majesty, I report. The case of the stolen tribute has been resolved, and the funds have been recovered. In summary, the message was clear. The nobility was highly satisfied with Jiang Bei. And as the reigning emperor, he was obliged to reward him according to the decree. Throughout this, Jiang Bei discreetly observed Yi Hongyu's micro-expressions, eager to discern her stance on a subject that had both undermined her schemes and assisted in thwarting the demon clan's grand plot. Did she prioritize the latter or the former? Initially, her expression remained unchanged as she listened indifferently to the Duke's account of the nobility's sentiments regarding the embezzlement case. However, when the Duke concluded with a request for the Emperor to bestow a significant reward upon Jiang Bei, she visibly bristled, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. She did not require the nobility to instruct her, to think that merely due to a tribute and because of the Duke's rank, he presumed to dictate terms to her on the court. Jiang Bei's heart sank. Based on his understanding of Yi Hongyu, it was clear that she placed greater importance on the former. In her eyes, his contributions were negligible. He had merely fulfilled his duty as a minister, yet he had inadvertently thwarted her ambitions to eliminate Yi Ning Shuang and dominate the nobility, leaving the latter in a position of unexpected strength. With Yi Hongyu's madness looming and the looming vengeance of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Jiang Bei felt as though he might not need to wait until his 7 souls were fully restored before being seated at the table. Before Yi Hongyu could speak, Jiang Bei interjected, Your Majesty, regarding the stolen tribute case, I have additional remarks. He turned to the Duke, exclaiming, Your Grace, your words are misguided. I played no significant role in this case. Nor do I aspire to the Emperor's reward. The court erupted in astonishment. Minister Jiang, why do you say this? Yi Hongyu asked, her tone measured. Countless officials turned their gazes upon Jiang Bei, some understanding, yet many were perplexed. The previous day had seen a considerable uproar regarding the case, with even the prince of confined to the House of Clan. News of Jiang Bei's involvement in the investigation had spread widely, garnering much praise. Yet today, he was rejecting an imminent reward. Reports indicated that the nobility had visited the princess's residence, and he had graciously accepted their gifts, despite having disrupted the empress's schemes. He had nonetheless achieved a considerable, publicly recognized accomplishment. Yi Ning Shuang regarded Jiang Bei with surprise, her heart swelling with joy. Well done. You've refused Yi Hongyu's reward. You've shown wisdom. When we return home, I shall reward you handsomely. Even Wang Duru was momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't he help but feel a sense of admiration. He should have anticipated this. Jiang Bei truly valued his life above all else. Jiang Bei respectfully asserted, In this case, I merely fulfill my duty, uncovering a few leads, while the remainder was simply assisting the Demon Suppression Office in their investigation. The 2 officials sent by the Demon Suppression Office, along with the spirit-seeking beast scouring the northern city, deserve the highest commendations. The Duke remained perplexed, furrowing his brow. Minister Jiang, but had you not alerted us, the nobility would have fallen victim to the demon clan's cunning. He sought to hold Jiang Bei accountable. The empress's machinations were aimed at controlling the nobility, and Jiang Bei had nearly become a sacrificial pawn. Since ascending to power, Yi Hongyu had relentlessly suppressed the nobility, who had long harbored discontent. Now, through Jiang Bei, they finally had a means to vent their frustrations. Jiang Bei felt a chill in his heart. Old man, don't implicate me. The higher one stood, the harder one fell. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and he hastily clarified, The demon clan provided the clues to me. My actions were merely a reflection of the court's clarity. Even had I not deduced the tribute's location in the northern city, it would eventually have been discovered. The revelation that the tribute was counterfeit was prompted by Sir and Brother Tang's insights, which I merely vocalized. Sir prefers to avoid disturbances and has no desire for fame or fortune. Jiang Bei shook his head with a wry smile. However, as I pursue the Tao, I must base my actions on integrity. I would not dare deceive the Emperor, nor would I presume to claim credit for your achievements. This encapsulates the essence of the stolen tribute case. I merely fulfilled the most basic duties expected of the city watched. I do not seek rewards. My duty is to alleviate the Emperor's burdens. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze shifted once again. now focused on Wang Du. They were well aware that the Sir Jiang Bei referenced was none other than Wang Du himself. Wang Du's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this really related to me? It indeed was. He recalled that it was Tang Jinshao who first proclaimed the tribute to be counterfeit. Yet, something felt amiss. Ultimately, he decided it was best not to dwell on it. This impudent fellow, when it came to his life, was utterly unyielding, even willing to forego rewards. Wang Du couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Bei's words are indeed accurate. I can attest that it was Tang Jinshao who first raised the alarm about the tribute's authenticity. Yining Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She silently applauded Jiang Bei's cunning. Brilliant! This maneuver was truly exceptional. This rascal had thwarted Yi Hongyu's schemes, yet she did not consider Yi Hongyu a virtuous figure. By declining the reward, he had certainly made the right choice. By attributing the credit to Wang Daru, he was not merely shifting accolades. He was placing Wang Daru at the center of the storm. Could Yi Hongyu take action against Jiang Bei, or even the nobility? But would she dare to challenge Wang Daru, a cornerstone of the dynasty? She certainly lacked the audacity. Not only has Yining Shuang come to a realization about this matter, but the high-ranking officials present are also no fools when it comes to the intricacies of the situation, particularly in matters of power and strategy. Should Jiang Bei choose to align himself with Prince Huai today and accept the rewards, they would merely regard him as a simpleton who, blinded by immediate gains, stands alongside the royal family, thereby incurring the wrath of the empress. However, he remarkably remains level-headed, deflecting the credit in such circumstances to preserve his own position. He is but a minor figure, having accomplished a trifling task in this case. Moreover, enlisting the esteemed Wang Daru to speak on his behalf is grounded in the pursuit of the righteous path, which serves as a means of self-preservation. In the future, should the empress contemplate any actions against Jiang Bei, it is likely she will have to consider Wang Daru as well. Today, he is addressed as Sir. But tomorrow, might he not be called teacher? Perhaps merely calling him teacher would not suffice. Should he not directly be referred to as foster father? When Chief Minister Zhang Yinqing gazes upon Jiang Bei, a hint of admiration inevitably flickers in his eyes. It is rare to encounter a young man with such a mindset. He even begins to suspect that Jiang Bei's background might be akin to Yining Shuang's, his family tragically perishing at the hands of Yi Hongyu. Possessing the acumen to discern the political landscape, yet unwilling to side with Yi Hongyu at this juncture, the case has reached a definitive conclusion. The two from the Demon Suppression Division, upon observing Jiang Bei, find their resentment alleviated somewhat. In this case, the Demon Suppression Division claims primary credit, rewarded with 100 Ling crystals. Yi Hongyu states this matter flatly, then turns her gaze toward Wang Daru. What further rewards should be bestowed? A century ago, I was already a first-ranked Duke of Literature, and the family is disinclined to alter their position. Wang Daru replies with a smile. The emperor need not trouble himself. I have long since grown indifferent to titles and rewards. It would be better to allocate these resources towards the construction of the Imperial Academy. Very well, then let us grant the Imperial Academy 1,000,000 silver taels, to be distributed at your discretion, sir. Yi Hongyu concedes that I am deeply grateful for the emperor's bounty. Wang Daru bows slightly. Jiang Bei, the chief of the City Supervision Division, has diligently fulfilled his duties in this case, promptly uncovering crucial clues and facilitating the search for the Demon Suppression Division salaries. He is awarded 10,000 taels of silver. Thank you for the emperor's generosity. After the court session, Jiang Bei's back is already drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, all has gone smoothly. Not only has he diverted Yi Hongyu's attention, but he has also successfully elevated Wang Daru's status, although Jiang Bei understands that the old man is indifferent to such matters. However, he must still apologize afterward. The crisis stemming from Yi Hongyu has temporarily been averted. The dialogue from today's court is likely to reach the demon clans at that time. He will gauge the sentiments of Ilian before making further plans. Yet, to Jiang Bei's surprise, many high-ranking officials above the third rank take the initiative to greet him as they depart, including the Chief Minister Zhang Yinqing. This leaves Jiang Bei both flattered and astonished. Upon reflection, it makes sense. He is deeply entangled in Yi Hongyu's political maneuvers, and these officials are no fools. As neutral observers, they can clearly see what he seeks as for the truth of the matter. Who can truly discern? Perhaps it is mere luck. Jiang Bei feigns trepidation. Then, he turns to Yining Shuang and smiles. My dear, how much silver did you spend to arrange my residence last time? No reward without merit. This time, I just so happen to have earned some money. I shall return it to you. Not a penny more, just exactly 10,000 taels. To why Yining Shuang chuckles, this time even accepting Jiang Bei's address without resistance. So, I just received a reward of 10,000 taels, and I must give it all to you? Jiang Bei's eyes widen. In truth, that residence cost her 13,000 taels, in the capital, where every inch of land is precious. 13,000 is hardly extravagant, barely passable. Yet she's determined to reclaim the 10,000 taels of silver given by Yi Hongyu. Enough, enough. Jiang Bei waves his hands repeatedly. Observing his discomfort, Yining Shuang's mood brightens further, and she feigns ferocity, saying, You are quite perceptive. She then skips away, as she still has the distribution of salaries to manage at the clan affairs office. Jiang Bei chuckles silently. You two seem to have a good relationship? A voice suddenly interjects from the side. Jiang Bei turns to see Wang Daru emerging, and he hurriedly bows respectfully. Sir, please forgive the younger generation for my evasive behavior in the court. No need to be so petty. I am not so small-minded. Wang Daru waves his hand casually. Moreover, you have brought 1,000,000 silver taels to the Imperial Academy. He continues, however, I must say your connection with the Princess Minghua has surprised me greatly. Jiang Bei's eyelids twitch involuntarily. How can this old man be so inquisitive? Wang Daru lowers his voice. Your two essays at the Courtesan Bureau have astounded the entire capital, and even the Princess Minghua has become a figure at the center of controversy. Described as a resentful woman in seclusion, the talented Jiang has quite the romantic flair, devoted to the courtesan while neglecting his delicate wife at home. The question remains, how will you, Jiang the talented scholar, address this? Jiang Bei. Wang Daru grows increasingly animated. When shall you next visit the Courtesan Bureau to compose poetry? I too wish to behold the talent of Jiang the Great. Jiang Bei feels several black lines form on his forehead. He claims to be magnanimous. Yet here he is, seeking to provoke him for not consulting him beforehand about court matters. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei is quick on the uptake, bowing deeply. Understood, sir. I shall return and explain to my wife that it was you who wished to see me compose poetry at the Courtesan Bureau. Wang Daru's smile freezes. I never said such a thing. He snorts coldly, then claps Jiang Bei on the shoulder, lifting him as if he were a chick. Come, follow me to the Imperial Academy. He then quietly commands, Rise to the Imperial Academy. In an instant, it feels as if a flash of light has passed, and Jiang Bei finds himself standing at the gates of the Imperial Academy. Jiang Bei is astonished. What kind of ability is this? It is far more outrageous than the cultivators he has seen flying through the air. Although the Imperial Academy is not far from the Imperial City, it is still several kilometers away. How could they arrive in the blink of an eye? Wang Daru, noticing Jiang Bei's shock, remains unfazed. This is the power of the literary path. It requires one to reinforce their own righteous spirit to manifest such command. Wang Daru seizes the opportunity to elaborate. As scholars, we pursue the righteous path, cultivating the noble spirit within our hearts, and all the miraculous powers we wield stem from within. Upon returning to Wang Daru's study, Jiang Bei's mind is in turmoil that on one hand, he faces the imminent issues concerning his own body. On the other, he is genuinely astonished by Wang Daru's capabilities. Although he suspects the old man of showing off, he cannot help but feel a swell of emotions. Once inside, Wang Daru suddenly inquires, upon seeing the grandeur of the Imperial Academy, What are your thoughts? Jiang Bei struggles for an answer, but finds himself at a loss. Wang Daru then muses, You possess talent, yet the righteous path is far more complex than you imagine. We scholars. Wait. Jiang Bei suddenly interrupts, realizing something. So, one must first possess talent to cultivate the literary path. Naturally, Wang Daru nods, looking at Jiang Bei with a mix of awkwardness. This question is quite foolish. Jiang Bei. It's over. What talent does he possess? Everything has been copied, seeing that Wang Daru is about to teach him what the righteous path is. Jiang Bei hastily interjects, Sir, shall we first discuss my life? One must have life before one can pursue the righteous path, correct? Wang Deru ponders this for a moment and nods. Indeed, I was a bit hasty. However, the groundwork has been laid. Next, he will demonstrate what it means to defy fate and alter one's destiny. This impudent lad will have no lingering worries and will surely devote himself wholeheartedly to the righteous path. Tian Zhao Kai, he calls out. The next moment, Tang Jin Zhao enters, cradling a stack of ancient texts that appear quite aged. Take a look. These books are records concerning the soul and spirit, Wang Deru casually remarks. Jiang Bei swallows hard, staring at the stack of books that nearly obscures Tang Jin Zhao's head. Is it common for scholars of this era to read so quickly? Fortunately, Tang Jin Zhao proves to be a reasonable person. Offering a wry smile, teacher, Brother Jiang has yet to cultivate the righteous path. By the time he finishes reading, it may well be a month later. By then, he may not even have a life left. Jiang Bei silently facepalms. While his observation is accurate, it is rather disheartening. Very well, Wang Deru waves his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with such minor details. He continues, it is said that humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yet within these numerous texts, there is no record of anyone losing their spirits first. The soul is the yin within the yang, while the spirit is the yang within the yin. Both must coexist to maintain balance. Now that you have lost 2 spirits, the yin and yang are unstable, making it easier to attract malevolent forces. Jiang Bei. He struggles to comprehend, yet it seems he understands that his situation is unprecedented. Sir, you say you can save me? Jiang Bei presses on. Indeed, I can stabilize your soul and reconstruct your 7 spirits. Wang Deru responds in a calm tone, though the implications of his words nearly overwhelm Jiang Bei. What? Reconstruct the 7 spirits? Jiang Bei's mouth drops open in astonishment. This is truly incredible. Wang Deru is pleased with his reaction and adds, to restore your spirits, you must diligently cultivate the righteous path, using your own righteous energy to compensate for the loss of these 2 spirits. However, shaping them anew is not overly complicated. He glances at Tang Jin Zhao. Tang Jin Zhao immediately interjects, Brother Jiang. Although this text does not record how to restore spirits and reshape them, with teacher's righteous energy, it should be well within reach. However, the teacher can only shape you, yet cannot truly restore your lost essence. If the teacher were to lose 2 essences, he could effortlessly replenish them himself, but he is incapable of doing so for others. Wang Deru shook his head in disapproval. Jin Xiao, such words are misguided. How could a teacher ever lose his essence? Tang Jin Xiao, filled with trepidation, replied, Teacher, your reprimand is justified. It is the student Tang who has been presumptuous. Please punish me for my transgression against my teacher. Wang Deru waved his hand dismissively. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide this time. Jiang Bei, watching the display between the teacher and student, felt a sense of foreboding. He realized he might not survive. Ultimately, it seemed that Wang Deru could only secure his own existence, with no possibility of further losing his essence, barely managing to live for another decade. However, to regain those 2 essences, he would have to rely on himself to cultivate this elusive holy path. If only he possessed the requisite talent, he might accept it, treating a dead horse as a live one, but the truth was, he did not possess such talent. These difficulties left Jiang Bei at a loss for words. Wang Deru cleared his throat, interrupting Jiang Bei's tangled thoughts. He too perceived Jiang Bei's struggle. Fear not, Jiang Bei. With your intellect, should you remain steadfast in the holy path, you will undoubtedly achieve success. Even if it is but a minor accomplishment, it would suffice to restore those 2 essences. Wang Deru found it perplexing that upon hearing this, Jiang Bei's expression grew even graver. Is it really that simple to achieve minor success? He inquired. Teacher, might there be alternative methods aside from this? If the younger generation is lacking in knowledge and fails to achieve minor success after a decade, would there not be a fallback? Jiang Bei forced a smile. Wang Deru nodded in understanding. Do you wish to abandon the holy path? He chuckled. That would be akin to the millions of cultivators in this world, practicing their arts and divine abilities, where achieving minor success becomes somewhat easier. But Jiang Bei's excitement was doused as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon him. But while achieving minor success in arts and divine abilities may be easy, if one does not cultivate the spirit, a cultivator aiming to reshape their spirit must ascend to another level. Jiang Bei was left bewildered. After hesitating for a moment, he rephrased his question. Is there a more direct method? One that can restore my essences outright? Wang Duru gave him a knowing glance. Tang Jinshao immediately chimed in. Indeed. Jiang Bei, have you ever heard of the holy body? Chapter 51. The function of the divine bone, the holy body? Jiang Bei's voice instinctively rose several octaves. This startled both Wang Duru and Tang Jinshao, were taken aback by Jiang Bei's sudden reaction. And no matter how adept he was at concealing his emotions, he could not contain himself this time. Having been reborn, even in his previous life, he would not have reacted so strongly upon hearing those two words. Yet here, with Wang Du, the stakes involved his very life. He understood well what the holy body represented. No one knew it better than he did, for in his past life as Jiang Huai, he was a possessor of the holy body, a rare constitution deemed a waste body. In this era, no one knew how to develop and mold such a waste into a true holy body. The atmosphere in the study shifted oddly. Wang Duru and Tang Jinshao exchanged glances, occasionally stealing looks at Jiang Bei, their silent communication laden with unspoken words. Tang Jinshao hesitated to speak, primarily because Jiang Bei's current demeanor was exceedingly peculiar, his complexion oscillating between red and pale, appearing quite alarming. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Bei took a deep breath. Just moments ago, his thoughts had been in disarray. He had even believed that only by becoming a holy body could he compensate for the two essences he had lost. Was this some cruel jest from the heavens? The constitution was innate. How could it be formed through later efforts? He cast a puzzled gaze at Tang Jinshao. Brother Tang, please be forthright. How does the holy body relate to my lost two essences? I seek a method to restore these essences through external means. Tang Jinshao, unfazed by Jiang Bei's intense reaction, clarified. The holy body possesses an exceptionally robust physical form. Even if undeveloped, I trust you have some understanding of the holy body? Jiang Bei nodded, not denying it. He concurred with Tang Jinshao's assertions that in this era, while the holy body could not cultivate, it remained impervious to ailments. Tang Jinshao continued. In the ages long past, when the world had yet to change, the great beings still possessed the means to cultivate the holy body that was the strongest form of cultivation. If a holy body reached its zenith, even without divine abilities, its physical form alone could render one invincible. Jiang Bei gasped in astonishment. While he had contemplated the might of the holy body, he had not imagined it could be so terrifying. Moreover, the holy body had one outstanding advantage. It was exceedingly strong and radiant, capable of countering all malevolent entities even at a rudimentary level of maturity. This was the holy body. Yet in this age, it had become a rarity, and even if one were to emerge, there would be no means to cultivate it. Tang Jinshao shook his head with a bitter smile. Such an extraordinary cultivation constitution had languished in this era, a significant loss for the cultivation world. More tragically, in this age, the holy body had been derogatorily labeled a waste body. Brother Tang, does this mean that in order to restore my two essences through external means, I must refine a holy body? You mentioned that such bodies are rare. Jiang Bei sighed in resignation. He wondered if the remains of the holy body could suffice. If so, he would not hesitate to seek an opportunity to stealthily visit the Tianxin sect and locate his remains. Tang Jinshao was taken aback. Have you not considered the implications of what you just said? Jiang Bei, are you aware of the transformations a holy body undergoes upon maturation? Wang Duru interjected, continuing to deliver heavy blows to Jiang Bei's hopes. Jiang Bei shook his head. Wang Duru patiently explained. The divine bone, a mature holy body, also known as the divine body, is characterized by the emergence of the divine bone upon its maturation. Historical records state that there were once fully matured holy bodies whose skeletal structures glimmered with golden light, towering several meters high. This divine bone is the core of the holy body. Yet even in the ages long past, few ever obtained it. The reason is simple. Maturing a holy body is exceedingly difficult, and once achieved, it is fiercely guarded and nurtured by various factions. The divine bone can only be extracted when the holy body is just beginning to mature, before the two have fully fused. Such occurrences have been scarce over millennia. Yet, this very event has transpired in your life after thousands of years. Jiang Bei suddenly grasped something, his head snapping up to stare blankly at Wang Du, who was stroking his beard, his expression a mix of mirth and intrigue. "Teacher, surely you do not mean to suggest that." Jiang Bei's voice faltered, his pupils dilating in shock. "Indeed, should you wish to restore those two essences with external means, only the divine bone of a holy body can accomplish that," Wang Daru affirmed. In his heart, he believed Jiang Bei would immediately feel disheartened upon hearing such an almost unattainable method, thus abandoning it and focusing on cultivating the holy path instead, achieving minor success in a decade. While challenging was not impossible, furthermore, with the limited time available, pursuing external means was nearly unrealistic. Yet Wang Daru's smile gradually faded as he realized Jiang Bei was genuinely contemplating the possibility of using the divine bone to restore his two essences. How could this be? Wang Daru's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop from their sockets. "Jiang Bei, what on earth are you thinking?" Tang Jinshao exclaimed, "You cannot possibly be considering using the divine bone to restore your essences. Can you?" Jiang Bei shook his head, offering no response. Wang Daru stated directly, "The 3 souls and 7 essences are innate. No external object can truly restore a person's essences. Even the divine bone cannot restore essences. Yet the divine bone, being of pure yang, can amalgamate the 3 souls and 7 essences into a singular whole. While it may not render one invincible like a fully realized holy body, it would sufficiently elevate the strength of the spirit to an extraordinary level. So, does that mean with the divine bone, I can only refine 5 essences? Would I not still be short 2 essences?" Jiang Bei inquired, perplexed. Wang Daru appeared reluctant to delve into such matters, pondering where one might procure a divine bone. However, seeing Jiang Bei's earnest demeanor, he replied, "The remaining 5 essences, when fused with the 3 souls through the divine bone, will form an exalted divine soul. As for the 2 missing essences, simply enhancing the spirit's power would suffice to restore them. Moreover, what are the exalted divine soul with only 5 essences? It would be far superior to an ordinary 3 souls and 7 essences. But what relevance does this hold for you?" Wang Daru could no longer suppress his urge to shatter Jiang Bei's illusions. Even if you were a naturally gifted holy body, there is no means in this age to help it mature. Or do you truly believe you can find this divine bone? Jiang Bei remained silent. In truth, he had a concrete lead. Chapter 52. The change of dynasties' divine bone was firmly in the hands of Yi Hongyu. However, he found himself unable to ascertain the current state of his divine bone and whether it had potentially been merged with Yi Hongyu. The significance of the divine bone was so extraordinary. After all, Yi Hongyu had taken years to obtain it, and it could hardly be regarded as a mere plaything. Why indulge in such futile fantasies? At present, he was incapable of even fostering the maturation of the sacred body, let alone locating the divine bone. Even in the distant past, no one would deliberately cultivate a sacred body solely for the extraction of the divine bone, as it would certainly invite the wrath of the entire cultivation community. What to speak of now? Jiang Bei pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Master, aside from refining the soul, what other uses does the divine bone possess?" Wang Daru regarded Jiang Bei with a deep gaze. Realizing that despite his lengthy explanations, the young man had seemingly absorbed none of it was as if he had steadfastly resolved to seek out the divine bone. To be honest, Wang Daru could not comprehend Jiang Bei's unwavering obsession. "Rest assured, I am merely inquiring. Where could one possibly find the divine bone?" Jiang Bei replied with an innocent smile. Ultimately, he understood that he would have to cultivate the sacred path alongside the master. But he was simply intrigued by events from tens of thousands of years ago. Although this explanation felt somewhat strained, it was at least reasonable. Wang Daru nodded, casually opening a book and accurately locating the section concerning the divine bone. Jiang Bei focused intently on the text. Wang Daru patiently elucidated, "The divine bone can be integrated into one's being, yet the enhancement it provides is solely in terms of the soul, aside from unique cases like yours. Few would attempt to merge with the divine bone. It can be seen as a treasure born from the sacred body. Those who obtain it may refine it to enhance their strength. Yet it is seldom done, as it is a waste. The divine bone also serves as a medium for cultivation, as the spiritual energy passing through it undergoes maximal purification. While listening to Wang Daru's explanation, Jiang Bei's gaze remained fixed on the books above. He was still unaware of Yi Hongyu's intentions behind stripping him of his divine bone, but it likely pertained to this third possibility, utilizing it as a medium for cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have urged him to procure cultivation resources so soon after acquiring the divine bone. Evidently, she simply wished to swiftly experience its effects. Tens of thousands of years ago, there had been no sovereign reigning over an era. It was a time when sects were in constant contention, and while there was still strife today, at least on the surface, all were subject to the rule of the Qiandai in that era. A divine bone had indeed emerged, igniting a bloody storm throughout the cultivation realm, merely because Wang Daru pointed to a line in the text. Jiang Bei inhaled sharply. The divine bone could consolidate the fortunes of the sect. Those who bore the sacred body were inherently individuals of great fortune, leading lives free from calamity. Among them, only a small fraction could mature into a sacred body, which was particularly favored by the heavens. In the core of the matured sacred body, the divine bone, was a treasure cherished by the heavens, making it an infallible method to refine one's fortunes. Jiang Bei's understanding deepened why Yi Hongyu had originally shown little regard for the position of sovereign. Yet now, she sat firmly, employing various means and strategies to gather the sect's fortunes to herself. What was her ultimate goal? Jiang Bei realized that this woman would stop at nothing for the sake of her cultivation. Yet, what are the fortunes of the dynasty in her own cultivation? Sir, can a sovereign consolidate the fortunes of a dynasty? Jiang Bei suddenly asked. Why would a sovereign still need to consolidate fortunes? Once one becomes a sovereign, the fortunes of the dynasty naturally accrue to them, Wang Daru replied, puzzled. Jiang Bei hesitated for a moment before rephrasing his inquiry more directly. Can a sovereign refine the fortunes of the dynasty for their own cultivation? Upon uttering these words, Wang Daru's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible, he stated emphatically. After several deep breaths, he calmed his frayed nerves and lowered his voice, saying, Do you know what dynasty preceded the Qian dynasty? This question struck at Jiang Bei's knowledge gap. He instinctively searched his mind for historical information about this world. Regrettably, it seemed as though the history prior to the founding of the Qian dynasty had been obliterated, leaving no trace. This shouldn't be the case. Jiang Bei still retained knowledge of the first emperor of the Qian, named Yi Outyin, who was born amidst constant calamities, and the classic tale of starting with a bull and ending with a nation. He could sense the difficulties surrounding the establishment of the Qian dynasty, yet he could not recall how it had come to be. From whom had Yi Outyin seized control of this realm? Before the Qian, there existed the Dezhou dynasty. Wang Daru murmured that Dezhou dynasty. A massive question mark flashed in Jiang Bei's mind, yet he understood that these two concepts were not akin to the feudal lords of his previous life, where a lord's rule was termed a dynasty, whereas an emperor's rule was called a sovereign dynasty. Indeed, Dezhou is a sovereign dynasty, while the Qian is merely a dynasty, Wang Daru affirmed. Nodding, the collapse of the sovereign dynasty gave rise to the dynasty. This is the natural order of things. What is the distinction? Jiang Bei inquired, perplexed. I have not experienced the grandeur of sovereign dynasty, Wang Daru replied. It is said that beneath a sovereign dynasty, fortunes can manifest, aided by the heavens in the dynasty's development. However, for a dynasty, each sovereign must first consolidate their fortunes before ascending to power. Additionally, there are significant internal differences between dynasties and sovereign dynasties, the most notable being the ratio of cultivators. Dynasties still rely on mortals as their foundation, whereas sovereign dynasties, even if they cannot achieve universal cultivation, still possess a substantial proportion. Jiang Bei could not help but gasp. Did this mean that a sovereign dynasty could be likened to a large sect, favored by the fortunes of heaven and earth? Not at all. Above sovereign dynasties, there are immortal dynasties. Wang Daru shook his head. Jiang Bei furrowed his brow tightly. How could such a formidable entity as the Dezhou dynasty possibly collapse? How could Qian's ancestors rise from mortal status to challenge a sovereign dynasty? According to your words, even if the Dezhou dynasty faltered, there should have been a process, at least a regression to the status of a dynasty, right? How could it have been directly replaced by the new Qian? Wang Deru fixed his gaze on Jiang Bei and slowly replied, because the last emperor of the Dezhou dynasty sought to refine the fortunes, the manifested fortunes of the sovereign dynasty rebounded, leading to the entire dynasty's collapse almost overnight. Thus, the ancestors of the Qian received the favor of fortune and established the Qian dynasty, and your ignorance of the Dezhou's existence is only natural. It has long become a taboo in people's discourse. Jiang Bei fell silent, staring blankly at the ancient text before him, which still spoke of the sacred body and the divine bone. Yet his mind could not find peace. It was as though he had grasped the corner of a larger truth, but could not fully unveil it. He gently leafed through the ancient tome. Observing this, Wang Deru refrained from interrupting Jiang Bei's train of thought. Feeling somewhat bewildered, this young man, who cherished his life above all else, was now inquiring about such matters. Had he even delved into the fortunes of dynasties? Moreover, he seemed particularly invested in the significance of the divine bone. At that moment, Jiang Bei suddenly lifted his head, his pupils dilating in shock as he pointed to a passage in the text. Sir, if a sovereign were to obtain the divine bone and utilize it as a medium, could they refine the fortunes of the dynasty for their own use? Chapter 53. The true purpose of the ascending sovereign. This time, even Wang Deru hesitated. He was utterly bewildered by the multitude of questions this young man posed. What on earth were these inquiries? While questions could be unconventional, they must not venture into the realm of the absurd. Yet, in order to solidify this young man's resolve on the sacred path, Wang Deru earnestly pondered the matter. After a lengthy pause, he finally nodded. Theoretically, it is indeed feasible. Jiang Bei's breath caught. He could surmise the truth. Yi Hongyu sought to refine the fortunes of the dynasty. It was no wonder Yi Hongyu had been so eager to exploit the royal lineage, allowing the fortunes of the royal family to collapse back into the dynasty itself, even resorting to the machinations of the demon clan. Everything suddenly made sense. He had always perceived himself as merely a pawn in Yi Hongyu's game of strategy. From the beginning, he had been used as a shield by Yining Shuang, ultimately thwarting Yi Hongyu's plans. Previously, he had thought that no matter how mad Yi Hongyu might be, she would not harbor such animosity towards him after he had disrupted the demon clan scheme, preserving both the royal lineage's fortunes and the dynasty's stability. The noble lords and ministers in the court had also misjudged the situation, believing Yi Hongyu to be a normal sovereign, merely reacting with anger after a temporary setback in her schemes. But in that moment, Jiang Bei realized that not only had he been mistaken, but everyone had been wrong. Her initial desire to consolidate the fortunes of the dynasty was merely to imprison Jiang Huai, her servant. Yet now that Jiang Huai had perished at her hands, what purpose did the dynasty serve? Yi Hongyu's goal was never to become a sovereign. She had never cared for that position or for the countless citizens of Qian. Her true aim was to refine the fortunes, integrating them into her cultivation. Thus, even if the demon clan's scheme succeeded, it would ultimately benefit Yi Hongyu, as the royal lineage bled. A portion of the dynasty's fortunes would inevitably collapse. Yet another portion would be consolidated into Yi Hongyu's being. The more fortunes she gathered, the greater the benefits she would reap from refining them. A chill coursed through Jiang Bei's body. What would the consequences be? According to the master, the last emperor of the Dezhou dynasty had nearly caused its collapse overnight in his attempt to refine the fortunes. What if the dynasty's fortunes were to be refined instead? Jiang Bei's voice trembled. I do not know. No one knows. Wang Deru shook his head without hesitation. Jiang Bei fell silent, aware of Yi Hongyu's intentions. Yet what was the point? It was either that the countless citizens of the Qian dynasty would bleed rivers due to the collapse of their fortune, or that Yi Hongyu, the emperor, would perish. If given the choice, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. His feelings towards this woman were solely rooted in hatred, but wishing for Yi Hongyu's demise was no simple task. She possessed terrifying strength that even the leader of the Tianxian sect could not contend with. Moreover, she was currently the emperor of the Qian dynasty, wielding control over a significant portion of its fortune, rendering even the royal family speechless in their anger. However, upon contemplating this, Jiang Bei's gaze suddenly brightened. He seemed he still had time. Sir, does this mean that in order to refine the dynasty's fortune, one must first gather sufficient fortune? Jiang Bei suddenly inquired with excitement. Indeed, that is the case, Wang Duru nodded. Refining fortune cannot be a matter of processing a portion today and gathering more in a few days. It requires a seamless execution. Jiang Bei's heart finally found some semblance of peace. Although the royal family was currently under pressure, it still existed. Each emperor, upon ascending to the throne, invariably required the support of the royal family. For they were the very foundation of the dynasty. Should an emperor prove to be inept, the royal family could unite to compel the emperor's abdication. Furthermore, apart from the offspring of the previous emperor, the noble families would also vie for the throne, competing over fortune. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, there would inevitably be friction and conflict among the royal families prior to the ascension of a new emperor, though it would not result in rivers of blood. However, this time, Yihongyu ascended without regard for the royal families, oppressing them to the brink of ruin, resulting in the demon clans scheming against the royal family. So that was it. Everything became clear. Fortunately, through this fortuitous encounter, he had managed to safeguard the royal family. Yihongyu, being a person who would not rest until her objectives were met, would first need to eliminate the royal family to maximize her interests before beginning to refine the fortune. This meant that his Tongshan bone was still in her possession, not yet absorbed or refined by her. You constantly ask these peculiar questions. What do they have to do with your life? Wang Duru teased. What? Has your thirst for knowledge grown so intense that you no longer care for your own life? Jiang Bei's lips twitched, if one disregarded the fact that Yihongyu had acquired the Tongshan bone. His inquiries were indeed rather odd. That I am merely curious. That Tongshan bone is indeed formidable. Jiang Bei chuckled awkwardly. Naturally, Wang Duru snorted. Observing Jiang Bei's eyes darting about, Wang Duru had an unsettling premonition. What was this lad scheming? Jiang Bei was indeed plotting something against Wang Duru. Regardless, he could not allow Yihongyu to succeed. He had to protect the royal family. After all, Yiningxiong was also a member of the royal family. Currently serving as the family's decree officer, the leader of the royal house. If the royal family fell, she would be the first to suffer a fate akin to that of the late Prince Fu. Moreover, for the sake of his own life, he needed to reclaim the Tongshan bone from Yiningxiong. Thus, this esteemed scholar before him was the crucial ally he needed to cling to. Sir, how should I cultivate this sacred path? Jiang Bei suddenly asked respectfully. This took Wang Duru by surprise. For a moment, he could hardly comprehend how this lad had attained enlightenment so abruptly. He had prepared numerous arguments to sway him. Furthermore, this was not ideal. He had thought he needed to first demonstrate what it meant to reshape the 7 spirits for Jiang Bei to be entirely devoted. Wang Duru was momentarily stunned. Then, Tang Jinshao beside him suddenly pinched Wang Duru's thigh forcefully, exclaiming, Teacher, is this really the time to be dazed? Wang Duru nearly howled in pain, but, upon seeing the eager gaze of Jiang Bei, he suppressed his discomfort and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Very well. Follow me to cultivate your character and refine your essence through the literary works of the De Qian's many scholars, thereby imparting teachings to the masses, earning their acclaim, and establishing a foundation for your aspirations. Following that, I shall help you reshape the 7 spirits. Then you must accompany me to pay homage before the statue of the sage of literature, using your talents to initiate your path to enlightenment, and perhaps even invoke extraordinary phenomena in the process. Jiang Bei nodded earnestly. I rely entirely upon you, sir. But as for me, I have but one request. Feel free to speak. Wang Duru waved his hand grandly. As long as this lad is willing to dedicate himself to my teachings, I would accept 100 requests without hesitation. Jiang Bei's eyes reddened, evidently recalling some unpleasant memories. Wang Duru's expression grew serious, devoid of jest, understanding that the request Jiang Bei was about to make would be of utmost importance to him, regardless of the cost. He would find a way to fulfill it, ensuring that this lad could devote himself fully to the path of literature in the future. In that moment, Wang Duru was even resolute enough that if Jiang Bei outright demanded the Tongshan bone, he would go to great lengths to procure it, Jiang Bei clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fervor. Wang Duru's demeanor was tense, and he growled, "Speak it boldly. Fill the sparrowine spirit to its fullest." The rest was inconsequential. Wang Daru stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Jiang Bei's fervent gaze. He could surmise what this wretched lad was recalling, nearly spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Yes, oh, he was still fixated on the experiences at the brothel. The thought of becoming this brat's support in dominating the brothel made Wang Duru feel a wave of discomfort. However, the words had already been spoken, since the reshaping of the seven spirits was to commence. The sparrowine spirit was naturally an essential element that could not be bypassed. Thus, even if this spirit was fully formed, what of it? The distinction between completeness and incompleteness was merely a matter of time and quality. Enough, enough, Wang Duru shook his head repeatedly. Rest assured, Sir will assist you in reshaping the seven spirits, and you shall follow me diligently in the pursuit of literary mastery, provided that the sage of literature is truly willing to acknowledge me. Jiang Bei declared solemnly. Wang Duru disregarded the latter half of his statement. With his talent, it would be a disgrace not to invoke some extraordinary phenomena when paying homage to the sage of literature, let alone any question of acknowledgement. I shall be frank with you. You possess only 5 spirits. Originally, the plan was to redistribute the power of these 5 spirits into 7, but if you desire a complete sparrowine spirit, the remaining 6 spirits shall inevitably weaken. Jiang Bei nodded decisively. Any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards the brothel. Maintain clarity of mind. Do not dwell on that brothel matter, Wang Duru bellowed suddenly. Jiang Bei held his breath, knowing Wang Duru was about to take action. Wang Duru extended a hand, tapping 8 positions around Jiang Bei, then directing his finger to Jiang Bei's brow. A vast surge of the sage's righteous energy erupted from within him, enveloping the space between Jiang Bei and Wang Duru. In that expansive study, a violent gale manifested out of thin air, a cacophony of howls filling the air. Wang Duru's expression twisted, his white hair billowing as if facing a tempest. Yet, remarkably, this inexplicable wind did not disturb the ancient tomes upon the table, nor did it affect Tang Jinxiao, who observed Wang Duru's incantation. He could see that moment. Jiang Bei felt something within his body gradually being stripped away. There was no pain, only the sensation of the bond between his soul and body weakening until it vanished entirely, as if he were being kneaded into a singular mass by the tempest. Fusha, Tunziai, Faidu, Chui, Chen, Shurgo, Cain, the 7 spirits returned to their rightful places. Wang Duru spat out the word sparrowine with palpable resentment. Was that all there was to it? Jiang Bei opened his eyes, still yearning for more, staring blankly at Wang Duru, who was now pale and gasping for breath. Wang Duru's lips twitched, muttering something incomprehensible. Tang Jinxiao discreetly turned away, pondering whether the teacher's words were particularly scathing, and if he were to cast a glance, whether he should act as a mouthpiece or remain silent. Yet, even when Wang Duru had previously invoked the sage's power to impress the new students, he had not appeared in such a state. Do you think reshaping the 7 spirits is simple? In the Deqian dynasty, there are but a handful of individuals capable of aiding you in that endeavor, Wang Duru exclaimed in exasperation. Jiang Bei nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, then quickened his pace, pecking at the air like a chick at grains. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes brightened. Sir, was that righteous energy you just employed the sages? Jiang Bei marveled. No wonder. You have long since attained the sage's righteous energy. It's no wonder you were able to complete the reshaping of the 7 spirits with such ease. I am deeply impressed. He had thoroughly grasped Wang Duru's temperament. Though the old man shunned fame and wealth, he relished a few compliments. Since he was bound to struggle on the literary path, Jiang Bei figured it prudent to offer some sweet words first. However, he mustn't provoke him. Humph, Wang Duru snorted coldly, ignoring Jiang Bei, yet the smirk gradually curling at the corners of his mouth spoke volumes. Now, follow me to pay homage before the sage of literature. After a brief pause, Wang Duru did not wait for Jiang Bei to decline, but instead seized him by the nape of his neck, lightly commanding, "Rise to the hall of the sage of literature." After all, he had promised to make an appearance in this world. One must cultivate the literary path through talent. And without talent, how could one gather righteous energy? If one could merely appropriate these verses and have them regarded as one's own intellectual prowess, that would indeed be a remarkable stroke of fortune. Thereafter, he would need to engage in no other pursuits, simply transcribing the ancient poetry he had previously learned day in and day out. Let alone achieving sainthood, ascending to immortality would surely be within reach. Yet, such unrealistic musings are best set aside. Jiang Bei awaited the commands of Wang Duru, and in response, they instantaneously transported themselves to the temple of the literary sage. However, an awkward scene soon unfolded. "Teacher, shall we not make use of our legs instead?" Tang Jinchao, standing nearby, couldn't he help but rub his forehead, perhaps in response to the teacher's recent exertion in reviving Jiang Bei's 7 souls. Wang Duru's veins bulged with indignation at being so mocked by students. "Sir, while the art of instantaneous travel is indeed impressive, it cannot be employed excessively." Jiang Bei hastily interjected. Wang Duru remained silent. The instantaneous transition from one location to another undoubtedly had its advantages, yet also bore significant drawbacks. We risk overlooking the beauty of the journey. This pursuit of the literary path, so esteemed by the grand scholars of the Academy, is something the younger generation wishes to experience more fully. Jiang Bei spoke with deference. This time, Wang Duru's dignity was restored. "Well said," he nodded, subsequently releasing Jiang Bei from his grasp. "You must earnestly savor the splendor of the literary way, for you shall eventually embark on this journey yourself." Wang Duru chuckled. "In that case, I shall refrain from casting spells." Jiang Bei's entry into the academy had already stirred considerable excitement in the last decade. Only Tang Jinchao had enjoyed the honor of being directly accompanied by Wang Duru. Now, with the arrival of another capable individual to compete for attention, it was clear that Jiang Bei possessed exceptional talent. The morning at the academy was, after all, consumed with the affairs of new admissions, leaving few students wandering about. Consequently, the rumors began to spiral outlandishly. It was said that the moment this individual entered the academy, the noble chi above stirred and trembled. Undoubtedly, a talent of earth-shattering proportions. Moreover, it was rumored that he was tall, youthful, and remarkably handsome. Clad in official robes, he appeared to have emerged from the court after the morning audience. Wow! If that's the case, the young ladies will surely be wide awake. Wealthy and talented. Before long, they gathered outside Wang Duru's study, each holding a book, pretending to read, yet somehow ended up here, remarking on how splendid the scenery was, thus deciding to linger a while longer to absorb the sage's noble aura. As Jiang Bei stepped outside, he was met with the collective gaze of hundreds. Wang Duru, upon witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. However, after a moment's contemplation, he recognized it as a fortuitous turn of events. Before the literary sage, with such a multitude of onlookers, it could serve as an excellent foundation for Jiang Bei's pursuit of the literary path. He beckoned the assembled crowd closer. "Allow me to introduce you all. This esteemed Jiang Durun is the recent author of a discourse on the lotus in the tuning of the nightingale, Jiang Bei. Today he has come to pay homage to the literary sage. If you wish to observe, feel free to accompany us. It has been 2 centuries since I have seen a scholar capable of invoking such celestial phenomena." Chapter 55. The beginning of social death, typically. Human death is delineated into 3 stages. The first stage is biological death, defined by the cessation of heartbeat and breath. The second stage is social death, where acquaintances gather for the funeral and the deceased fades from social relationships. The third stage occurs when the last person who remembers you departs this world, marking the final death of a person. However, some individuals inexplicably leap directly from the first stage of death to the second stage of social death without experiencing the former. For instance, Jiang Bei, in the present moment, accompanied by hundreds of students from the academy, under the guidance of Wang Duru and Tang Jinchao, he made his way towards the temple of the literary sage. Jiang Bei's heart sank further into despair. He could almost envision the scene of his social demise, yet he dared not confront it, especially not with so many witnesses. He had always been sensitive and thin-skinned. His intention was to provoke Wang Duru to some extent, Yet he had not anticipated that Wang Duru would lead him straight into a realm of social death. How could he possibly pay his respects to the literary sage under such circumstances? Along the way, Wang Duru cheerfully explained, "Jiang Bei, there is no need to be anxious. Those who wish to pursue the literary path must traverse this step. It is the literary sage's affirmation of each student's quest for knowledge. Given your talents, even if the sage does not reveal his presence through celestial signs, it is still quite extraordinary. Historically, scholars could forego material gain, yet they could not escape the pursuit of fame. To achieve prominence in the literary realm, public recognition is indispensable. The fact that so many students from the Academy accompany you today is indeed a joyous occasion. I trust they will share this spectacle with others." The more Wang Duru elaborated, the colder Jiang Bei's heart grew. He was acutely aware of his lack of talent. If he were to display his abilities before the statue of the literary sage and fail to elicit any response, what then? Would that not be exceedingly embarrassing? Yet in this world there is never merely the most embarrassing situation, only one that can surpass it. The students of the Academy were not without their penchant for gossip. Their curiosity ignited. Indeed, these individuals, who often gathered to discuss poetry and literature, could not resist the temptation to engage in recent rumors. For instance, when Wang Du mentioned a discourse on the lotus and the tuning of the nightingale, the crowd was astonished. Jiang Bei's literary talent was undeniably exceptional. As for the origins of these poems, the Ministry of Music, upon hearing these two pieces, they were struck with awe, yet they soon discovered they were written for the courtesans of the Ministry of Music. Nevertheless, they had also heard that Jiang Bei was a formidable figure, having visited the ministry to investigate a case. Moreover, he had completely unraveled the schemes of the demon clan, even discerning the hidden treasures they had prepared. This endeared him to many students of the Academy. Thus, although no raucous debates had yet erupted, tensions were escalating. The topic of contention was simply whether these two masterworks were written about himself or for the courtesan. A 50-50 split, perhaps, sir? Will you not intervene? Jiang Bei mustered the courage to inquire. He could almost feel the eyes of several young ladies behind him, sparkling with admiration as they gazed at his silhouette. The issue was that his identity as a county magistrate was hardly a secret. What a splendid era, where even a married man could be the subject of such interest. What could he possibly do to halt this? Within the walls of the Academy, they could not engage in physical confrontations, so let them be. Wang Duru stroked his beard and chuckled. The procession arrived at the temple of the literary sage. The discussions among the rear remained unabated. Nearly all present were embroiled in the debate, divided into factions, each unwilling to concede to the other. The commotion escalated, almost reaching the foot of the statue. "Very well. Do you all seek an answer?" Wang Duru stood at the entrance of the temple. Addressing the crowd of hundreds behind him, a young man clad in scholar's robes stepped forward respectfully, stating, "I beseech the esteemed instructor to enlighten us. I believe that Jean de Rennes' two compositions, the tuning of the nightingale, were likely penned for the women of the Ministry of Music, expressing their misfortunes and grievances. However, a discourse on the lotus must surely be an allegory of himself." Wang Du turned to face the opposite side, that a woman also stood, and declared, "It is well known that the courtesan of the Ministry of Music is named Yilian. Why then do you insist on making wild conjectures? To write for the courtesan is indeed to write for the courtesan." The crowd nodded in agreement. Wang Duru smiled, and Tang Jinxiao mirrored his expression. They seemed to relive their own youthful days. Wang Duru spoke lightly. "You see, allow me to clarify. This is not merely a discourse on the lotus that Jiang de Rennes wrote for himself. The tuning of the nightingale is equally exquisite, also written for himself. You may wish to return and examine the first half of that poem closely." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Yet the modest Wang Duru had already turned and entered the temple, with Tang Jinxiao following closely behind. Jiang Bei, however, found it difficult to move his feet. He clearly observed, after the initial shock, the fervent gazes directed towards him by the students, filled with intense admiration. They may not comprehend the intricacies of courtly rivalries, nor Wang Duru's determination to safeguard Jiang Bei. Yet when they considered Jiang Bei's perspective on the phrase "lonely heart seems out of place," they all felt a profound shock. What a strange sensation it was. Perhaps it was simply that neither party had considered that the tuning of the nightingale could also be about him. Jiang Bei once again offered silent apologies to the two literati from another world. But now, what was to be done? Observing the scene akin to a fan meeting, Jiang Bei felt tears welling in his eyes. Yet, ironically, Wang Duru's intentions were benevolent, aiding him in laying the groundwork for his path in literature. This was an indispensable step on the journey, one that he had already taken even before stepping fully into the literary realm. There was no other in this world, no way to replicate it. Even Wang Duru himself had begun his journey with humility from the ground up. Jiang Bei held back for an extended moment, ultimately unable to utter a single word. He merely waved to the fervent students and turned to flee into the temple of the literary sage. We bid farewell to Jiang Xiansheng. The crowd of hundreds shouted in unison, causing Jiang Bei to stumble in surprise. Upon entering the temple, he was greeted by the sight of a stone statue towering 3 zhang high. Draped in a long robe, one hand clutching an ancient scroll, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, in front of the statue stood Wang Duru and Tang Jinchao, their backs turned to the entrance. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Wang Duru slowly turned his head. Well, he raised an eyebrow at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei fell silent, thinking that this old fellow surely did not expect him to express gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed teacher, for paving the way." Wang Duru chuckled, saying, "You ought to engage them in conversation outside, sharing your reflections during your moments of entrapment, and recounting the sentiment you felt when Tang Jinchao pointed out a path for you. In addition to imparting wisdom, it would be splendid to earn their admiration for your scholarly talents." The younger generation found themselves a loss for words, increasingly perplexed. They had never anticipated any tangible outcome from today's encounter. Yet, it was evident that Wang Duru was in no haste for Jiang Bei to commence his homage, nor did he shy away from the looming statue of the sage of literature. He began to elucidate the nuances of paying respects to the statue of the sage of literature, emphasizing that merely kneeling and banging one's head would not suffice. One must devise a method to showcase their scholarly prowess to the fullest. Jiang Bei inquired, "What do you suggest?" Wang Duru explained. "Generally speaking, there are 2 options. The first is to compose a poem on the spot as an offering, and the second is to recite one of your past masterpieces." Jiang Bei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. At this point, Wang Duru paused, his expression turning awkward as he glanced at Jiang Bei. However, he realized the issue at hand. Spontaneously composing a poem was rather precarious, as one could falter at any moment. If the poem failed to gain the sage's approval, it would be disastrous. Yet, the poems Jiang Bei had previously composed were all crafted in the pleasure quarters, intended for the courtesan, regardless of their content. It was undeniable that they were dedicated to the courtesan, was it not? This seemed inappropriate. Wang Duru furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to trust him once more, considering his previous 2 pieces had been created in a moment's notice. "Sir, does the statue of the sage truly possess spirit?" Jiang Bei asked in hushed tone. "Indeed, it does. The statue has stood in the Taishui for over a millennium, having become the very foundation of the institution," Wang Duru affirmed. "When the statue was sculpted, a fragment of the sage's righteous spirit was infused within it. Is it possible that the sage has an affinity for the pleasure quarters?" Jiang Bei mumbled. "What did you say? The pleasure quarters?" Wang Duru was still lost in thought, reflecting on how the statue had illuminated the path of literary enlightenment for countless students over the years, and thus did not catch Jiang Bei's words clearly. But suddenly, the statue of the sage emitted a surge of overwhelming righteous spirit. The sage was enraged. Even Wang Duru's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Do not speak ill of the sage." Jiang Bei retorted, "Is it really conceivable that a man wouldn't enjoy such places? That seems quite difficult to believe." He cast a sidelong glance at Tang Jinchao, whose gaze was evasive. "Look, isn't it evident? This future candidate for the position of the Taishui's sacrificial wine cannot escape the custom either." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bei's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Sir, do you believe I should compose a poem on the spot? But I feel somewhat nervous. Perhaps it will be better to pay my respects another day. I could visit the pleasure quarters tonight to seek inspiration." Wang Duru was rendered speechless. Could it truly be this way? Did he not see that the sage had already manifested? Jiang Bei had inadvertently provoked the sage's wrath with his mention of the pleasure quarters, yet he proposed to return another day. What kind of reasoning was that? No, Wang Duru shook his head resolutely, rejecting the idea. But Jiang Bei claimed to be nervous. How could one compose a good poem in such a state? Wang Duru hesitated. He raised his gaze to the imposing statue of the sage. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, perhaps it would be wiser to recite one of your previous works before the statue, even if it does not showcase your talents as effectively as a spontaneous piece. It would surely be better than faltering under pressure. He conceded reluctantly. Very well, Jiang Bei replied with a slight smile, stepping forward. After all, the statue contained only a fragment of the sage's righteous spirit. Surely it wouldn't upend him in front of Wang Duru. Sir, which piece should I read? Jiang Bei inquired. At this juncture, Wang Duru wavered. Considering the sentiments of the moment, he undoubtedly preferred the lotus, but was acutely aware that it was a quintessential lament of the boudoir. The sage, embodying righteousness, would hardly appreciate such sentiments, particularly not one emanating from a mere statue with only a sliver of the sage's spirit. After a moment of inner turmoil, Wang Duru finally decided. Select the lotus. Jiang Bei clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood, sir. Wang Duru instructed, commence your homage to the sage. Jiang Bei approached the statue, proclaiming, I, Jiang Bei, the consort of the county princess, have come today to pay my respects to the sage of literature. The righteous spirit within the statue stirred slightly, but it was not alarming. As the saying goes, the impoverished pursue literary endeavors while the wealthy seek martial prowess. The path of martial arts is often more accessible than that of literature, provided one possesses the financial means. With sufficient resources, achieving a certain level of skill is not insurmountable. However, the literary path is entirely contingent upon one's talent. Not only must one possess the requisite talent, but one must also cultivate a profound sense of righteousness within themselves. Thus, scholars often endure hardships. It is entirely normal, even for those compelled by circumstances to become consorts. Though a consort of the county princess, Jiang Bei holds a higher status among consorts. Yet, what is there to be proud of? Is this truly a status worth boasting about? Wang Duru exhaled, relieved to see that the sage showed no concern regarding Jiang Bei's status. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei had already knelt before the statue, declaring, Today, in homage to the sage, I present a composition entitled The Lotus, created in the pleasure quarters. Wang Duru was taken aback. No, I asked you to recite a poem, not to narrate how it was created. Is that something to be shared? Can the sage even listen to that? Yet, Jiang Bei continued unabated, swaying back and forth as if oblivious, inciting Wang Duru's frustration to the point where he nearly rushed over to kick him away. Wang Duru's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but since the homage had already commenced, he could not call for a halt. Such was the custom of the sage's hall. Jiang Bei thought to himself, Forgive me, the literary path truly eludes me. He began, at the mid-autumn poetry gathering held by the pleasure quarters. You may not know that it was the day the courtesan made her debut. You understand what a courtesan is, right? The most beautiful lady of the pleasure quarters. Even without revealing her face, merely playing a tune from behind the curtain rendered the guests utterly spellbound. Upon speaking, their very bones would melt. Moreover, this courtesan was a maiden, making her first appearance that day. Whoever could claim the top prize of the poetry gathering would naturally win her heart. I could manage a few verses myself. The Lotus was composed under such circumstances, surpassing all competitors and allowing me to step into the courtesan's chamber. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. The courtesan's name was Yelien, and that day's poetic theme was dedicated to my beloved. Among water, land, grass, and trees, the flowers I cherish are abundant, that I alone adore the lotus that emerges untainted from the mire. Cleansed by the clear water, yet not seductive, upright and straight, neither sprawling nor branching, fragrant and pure, standing tall, pleasing to the eye yet not to be vulgarized. Wang Duru, at some point, found himself seated on the ground, staring blankly at Jiang Bei as he recited the lotus. He could feel the overwhelming righteous spirit of the sage within the statue surging. Although he too possessed a semblance of righteous spirit, the essence was fundamentally different. This was the first time Wang Duru had so intuitively grasped the sage's terrifying might. Even a mere fragment of righteous spirit could easily subdue him. Looking at Jiang Bei, he felt utterly helpless. The situation was beyond salvation. Had he not mentioned that paying homage to the sage required a certain finesse? Was there no awareness of what should or should not be said? Why must he speak of the pleasure quarters? Why must he disclose the process of composing the poem? Why mention the courtesan's name? Did he think the sage would be unaware? Although Wang Duru recalled Jiang Bei's own words about pursuing the path of the sage with sincerity as the foundation. Without deceit, he couldn't help but feel this was all wrong. Jiang Bei concluded his recitation. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, a dense cloud cover blotting out the sun over the expansive grounds of the Taishu. Thunder rumbled as lightning flashed, converging above the sage's hall. An extraordinary phenomenon. Indeed, a cosmic anomaly had transpired. Jiang Daren's talents had evidently stirred the sage. Such an extraordinary sight had never been witnessed before. Truly, Jiang Daren was remarkable. Outside the sage's hall, the students who had been waiting all knelt in reverence, paying their respects to the sage. If it were possible, who would not yearn for cultivation in his current condition? Although Wang Duru had utilized extraordinary means to help him reshape his 7 souls, eliminating the possibility of losing them, he was left with at most a decade or so to live. To cultivate alongside a senior like Wang Duru would be akin to having a master. What a splendid opportunity! The only regret was that Wang Duru walked the literary path, a path Jiang Bei knew he could not traverse. He would take it one step at a time. While the road of martial arts was challenging, there remained a glimmer of hope. Above the Taishu, the oppressive black clouds seemed poised to descend at any moment. After reciting the lotus, Jiang Bei suddenly felt a jolt. Instinctively looking up at the sky, it seemed as though a phantom robed in white had appeared above the sage's hall, poised to flatten it with a step. Fortunately, it ultimately withheld its descent. The clouds soon dissipated. Wang Duru, who had collapsed to the ground, slowly rose, his legs trembling. He regarded Jiang Bei with a complex expression. Sir, was that the manifestation of the sage? Jiang Daren's talents truly elicited a cosmic anomaly. Tang Jinchao, standing nearby, expressed his surprise as if he were completely oblivious. Wang Duru opened his mouth, speechless. Indeed, a cosmic anomaly had occurred, but something felt amiss. In his day, such cosmic anomalies were harbingers of auspiciousness. However, let us consider this matter with a degree of leniency. To provoke the sage to such a state is indeed unprecedented. Wang Duru yearned to exchange a few more words with Jiang Bei, yet deemed it wise to refrain given the circumstances. His unfamiliarity with the situation left him apprehensive of being misconstrued by the sage. As he exited the hall of the sage, the overwhelming turmoil within him finally began to dissipate. Observing the hundreds of scholars kneeling in submission, he could not help but let out a resigned sigh. Slowly, he made his way towards his study, wearied and in need of a brief respite. Yet he had not ventured far when Jiang Bei emerged. Upon Wang Duru's departure, Jiang Bei felt it unwise to linger in the hall of the sage. As he stepped outside, a chorus of voices greeted him. We pay our respects to Mr. Jiang. Wang Duru halted abruptly, spinning around in astonishment. Before him lay a sight that nearly caused his heart to falter, a multitude of students from the academy bowing deeply to the newly emerged Jiang Bei. Wang Duru stood in stunned silence. Was this how one showed reverence? What was Jiang Bei to them? Had he imparted wisdom or nurtured them? Why did they bow to him? Did they not acknowledge me as I left? Both Wang Duru and Jiang Bei were taken aback by this unexpected display. Was there an underlying misunderstanding? Wang Duru could only watch as the students surrounded Jiang Bei, escorting him away, scarcely glancing in his direction. Teacher Tang Jinchao silently approached Wang Duru, his eyes filled with complexity. Do not address me as teacher henceforth. I am unworthy, Wang Duru declared. Tang Jinchao remarked with a sense of awe. Mr. Jiang is indeed a remarkable talent. Wang Duru turned sharply, his eyes aflame with fervor, startling Tang Jinchao. What is the meaning of this? That was an outburst of heavenly anomalies. That was the anger of the sage. With that, Wang Duru swept away in indignation. In the afternoon, Jiang Bei, having engaged in frivolous banter with the students, was finally released. He arrived at Wang Duru's study. feeling it necessary to bid farewell. Upon knocking and entering, he was met with the impassive gazes of the two scholars within. The smile on Jiang Bei's face faltered. "What brings you two to await me?" Tang Jinshao replied. "We have been waiting for you for quite some time." Wang Duru's rage ignited, as if pent-up fury had finally found its release. "So you do choose to return? How was it? Did you enjoy being regarded as a teacher?" Jiang Bei responded, "There is nothing more unsettling than an abrupt silence." Wang Duru found himself at a loss for words. After all, Jiang Bei had spoken with sincerity and honesty. If he were to be faulted, it would be for his inquiry regarding whether the sage was aware of what a courtesan was, followed by a considerate explanation. Tio claimed that Jiang Bei had erred seemed far-fetched. Yet to assert that he had done nothing wrong would jeopardize Wang Duru's own moral compass. Jiang Bei, with a knowing smirk, understood that if he failed to elucidate the matter today, this irascible old man would be inclined to revert him back to the 5 spirits he had only recently molded into 7. He lamented, "Might I inquire what the sage values in the assessment of scholarly disciples? Is it talent or character?" "Both are essential," Wang Duru replied gravely. "However, in terms of character, I have relayed the origins of my poetry honestly. There is no deception.as for talent," Jiang Bei began. "There is no possibility of deceit, merely a potential for misdirection." Wang Duru fell silent, a dawning realization striking him with force. He leapt from his desk and approached Jiang Bei with urgency. Grasping his wrist, his countenance grew increasingly troubled, shaking his head in disbelief, murmuring, "It cannot be. This is impossible. Teacher, what troubles you?" Tang Jinshao, now bewildered, had never witnessed his mentor in such a state of disarray. As he approached, Wang Duru seized his hand, gripping his wrist tightly, brow furrowed in concentration, before turning his gaze back to Jiang Bei. "Why is there not a trace of righteous spirit within you?" he questioned, utterly perplexed. At these words, Tang Jinshao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. How can this be? The celestial phenomena had manifested. This signifies that the sage has acknowledged Mr. Zhang's talent. Why then is there no righteous spirit within him? Could it be that his exquisite piece was addressed to a courtesan, leading the sage to deny Mr. Zhang's scholarly merit? Generally speaking, after a period within the academy, new students would be organized to pay homage to the sage's likeness, after which the sage would bestow enlightenment upon them, allowing the initial righteous spirit to take root within them. Of course, it was possible for one to cultivate this spirit without the homage, albeit with greater difficulty. Achieving local accolades, such as becoming a scholar, could also result in an innate cultivation of righteous spirit. Yet, regardless of whether they were students at the academy or local scholars, they could not harness this righteous spirit to rival the abilities of supernatural practitioners through literary mastery. One must at the very least attain a certain rank. Over the years, even the most obtuse students would possess a modicum of righteous spirit after paying homage to the sage's likeness. Those possessing talent akin to Jiang Bei's would have an abundance of this spirit, and it would be exceptionally pure. This was Tang Jinshao's conviction, yet he was astounded to find that Jiang Bei harbored not a trace of it. Tang Jinshao was perplexed. There must be a solution. There must be something amiss, Wang Duru asserted firmly. Jiang Bei felt deeply moved. It was akin to a student who consistently ranked first in examinations, yet whose parents would still strive to ensure he pursued academic excellence, seeking out tutors for supplementary lessons. More often than not, they would direct him towards practical skills, hastening his entry into the workforce. However, in the current situation, he was the one deemed unworthy of support. The sage would not even consider guiding him, yet Wang Duru remained resolute in his refusal to concede. Jiang Bei felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Gentlemen, please do not fret. Perhaps I am simply not suited for the path of scholarship." Chapter 58. Another Jiang Bei. Wang Duru abruptly turned, his eyes fixed intently upon Jiang Bei. "The ability to compose works such as On the Love of Lotus and the Ticking of the Clock is testament enough to your talent. How can you possibly claim to be unsuited for the scholarly path?" Jiang Bei lamented. "Am I to explain that I hail from another world, where I retain the exquisite works of my ancestors? What talent can I claim? Yet the sage does not acknowledge me, nor does he permit me to pursue the scholarly path." Jiang Bei spoke with resignation, presenting the facts as they stood that a lack of talent is simply a lack of talent. Can one be more discerning than the sage himself? This argument finally swayed Wang Duru, who sank into a chair, gently patting the armrest, as if mourning a great loss, exclaiming, "What a tragedy!" Jiang Bei cast a glance at Tang Jinchao. Exchanging a knowing look, truly, Wang Duru's ability to interpret unspoken words was unparalleled, and with a nod, Tang Jinchao conveyed his understanding. With that, Jiang Bei took his leave that he still had to return to the monitoring city office, where his subordinates awaited him to deliver the rewards from the morning's audience, all eager for the spectacle of one rising to prominence while lifting others along with him. As for Wang Duru, he found himself at a loss, entrusting the task of soothing to Tang Jinchao. Once outside the academy, Jiang Bei felt a sense of lightness. Especially after replenishing his spirit, he felt akin to an exuberant puppy. His thoughts consumed with the affairs of the office of courtesans. Tonight, a visit to the office was imperative, ahem. It was not for the reasons one might presume, but rather to discuss matters pertaining to that enchanting woman. The schemes of the demon clan had been thoroughly unraveled, and the ensuing events would surely be complex. The demon clan had mobilized a staggering quantity of azure gold and silver in their conspiratorial efforts against the Great Qian. Enlisting the aid of the northern barbarian tribes, could they idly witness the royal family descend into chaos? If Yi Hongyu proved to be a competent ruler, would she not endeavor to stabilize the situation and uphold the crumbling dynasty? Naturally, such a scenario was implausible. They would undoubtedly exploit the influence of azure gold and silver over the royal family, inciting unrest within the imperial capital. All of this was foreseeable to the onset of the tribute silver incident. The leaders of the demon clan must have been overjoyed, for the female emperor had unwittingly turned this affair into a means of suppressing the royal family, entrusting it to an inept novice. Yet, unforeseen complications arose. The meticulously crafted scheme had been thwarted by a mere sixth-rank official, a scapegoat. That realization must have stung. Although Jiang Bei had attributed all merits to the Demon Suppression Office and placed Wang Duru in the spotlight, he himself had merely played a minor role, receiving a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. However, matters concerning one's life could not be approached with conventional reasoning. These demons were not even human, let alone possessed of human sensibilities. Would they simply retreat home, seething with discontent? That was out of the question. Demons are not bound by humanity. If they felt slighted, they would surely retaliate. Thus, if they sought to vent their frustrations, there had to be a target for their ire, and by unfortunate chance, Jiang Bei was likely the one designated for their wrath. Jiang Bei silently rubbed his forehead as he made his way back to the monitoring city office. Lord Jiang has returned. Lord Jiang has returned. Upon arriving at the designated location, the guard at the entrance appeared as though he had seen a ghost, desperately sprinting toward the courtyard of the monitoring city division. Jiang Bei remarked, "Is it truly that alarming?" In no time, a throng of individuals burst forth from within the monitoring city division, their faces alight with exuberant smiles, led by none other than Wei Daong. Even those with connections had arrived, their demeanor towards Jiang Bei radiating genuine respect. Having connections alone is inconsequential, but possessing both connections and capability is indeed worthy of admiration. Most importantly, this esteemed Lord Jiang is willing to walk amidst the common folk. "Make way, everyone! Make way!" Shortly thereafter, voices erupted from behind, panting heavily, clearly indicating that they had not taken their journey lightly. "Lord Jiang, you have returned. Please share your insights with us. Have we achieved great success at the monitoring city division?" The brothers can hardly contain their excitement. "Let us discuss this inside," Jiang Bei chuckled. Once Jiang Bei recounted the events from the court that morning, Yu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he lowered his voice. "What? The emperor only granted you 10,000 taels of silver." Jiang Bei nodded, as for the accolades. The monitoring city division had no claim to them. In fact, Jiang Bei felt no obligation to the members of the division, considering they had contributed nothing. Yu Yang, bustling about, was indifferent. The events of that night at the brothel were the finest reward for him. "This is far too little." Yu Yang couldn't help but shake his head, unable to comprehend why Jiang Bei insisted on downplaying the merits. "We must look forward. If we take the credit, What will happen when the demon clan seeks retribution? This humble monitoring city division cannot withstand such a threat. Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Wei Yuyong suddenly grasped the situation. Hiss! Wei Daong beside them gasped in astonishment. Jiang Bei and Yuyong turned to him, surprised that he had managed to catch on so quickly. Brother Jiang, 10,000 taels of silver. That's enough for 500 visits to the brothel. Over a year. Wei Daong exclaimed, visibly shocked. Good heavens, you're even calculating that. Jiang Bei smirked, yet this resonated deeply with Yuyong, who rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Now that this case is resolved, when shall we pay another visit to the brothel? There's no time like the present. Let us go tonight. Jiang Bei replied with a slight smile. After bidding farewell to Yuyong and Wei Daong, Jiang Bei made his way back to the rear courtyard of the Monitoring City Division's office, reclining slightly in a lounge chair. The information he had gathered during his visit to the academy was overwhelming, and the implications were profoundly unsettling, leaving him unable to calm his thoughts in the short term. Jiang Bei had no doubt that Yi Hongyu would act as such. However, given his current physical condition, how should he commence his cultivation? How could he reclaim his divine bones? Just contemplating these matters sent his mind into a tailspin. Jiang Bei found himself in a state of confusion, unable to untangle his thoughts, which seemed to plunge into an abyss of darkness. He was momentarily frozen, as if ensconced in a void, where everything he beheld was chaos. How could it be that just a moment ago he had been troubled over his future in cultivation, only to now find himself in such a surreal scene? Jiang Bei initially suspected he was simply exhausted and, upon closing his eyes, drifted into slumber. Was this a nightmare? Such dreams could easily instill a sense of insecurity, with the surroundings appearing boundless, yet his awareness remained acute. However, at this juncture, Jiang Bei felt as though he had become utterly unmoored, with little left to care about. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Bei understood that this was not a dream. Nearby, a figure abruptly materialized, an exact doppelganger of himself, clad in black, with flowing red hair, his complexion pale as a freshly painted wall, devoid of any hint of color. His eyes were pitch black. Devoid of whites, he gazed intently at Jiang Bei, furrowing his brow, and suddenly inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 59. I am your father. Jiang Bei felt a chill run down his spine. How was he to respond to such a question? Moreover, the appearance of this figure was utterly bewildering. What on earth was this chaotic realm? Was it perhaps a manifestation of his own consciousness? Most likely. What identity did this figure possess? Why had he appeared within Jiang Bei's consciousness? And how was he able to engage in dialogue? And who are you? Jiang Bei retorted defiantly that I. The figure's brow furrowed deeply, as if ensnared in a quandary, unable to provide an answer. Jiang Bei's heart raced with anxiety. This red-haired doppelganger appeared far from benevolent. What kind-hearted individual would possess such a demeanor? He began to speculate on a possibility. Perhaps the original host had been on the verge of being possessed during a moment of turmoil, only for Jiang Bei to fortuitously arrive at that precise moment. Had he inadvertently usurped the opportunity of some powerful entity intent on possession? Yet this red-haired doppelganger certainly did not resemble anyone else's image. If he were indeed a target of possession, could he truly manifest in this form? And why would such a being desire to inhabit the life of someone so lacking? Or was it that this powerful entity had a peculiar penchant for being a son-in-law? None of it seemed logical. Finally, the red-haired doppelganger abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on Jiang Bei. Brimming with desire, a chill crept down Jiang Bei's back, as though he were about to be devoured by this creature. Indeed, he suddenly licked his lips and cackled. I am your demonic soul. Jiang Bei thought, what other secrets does the original host harbor that I am unaware of? Yet, in his memories, aside from his fixation on cultivating that particular technique, he seemed to have engaged in no particularly abstract pursuits. Oh, how had this demonic soul come into existence? In the next moment, however, Jiang Bei seemed to stumble upon a revelation. Since arriving in this body, he had been deliberately avoiding that technique, considering its dubious origins. After all, the previous host had devoted considerable time to it, exhausting his resources without yielding any substantial results. Most crucially, the technique had ultimately led to the original's demise through demonic deviation. However, in retrospect, Jiang Bei's heart sank. That technique was, in fact, focused on the cultivation of the soul. But from where had this demonic soul emerged? Was the technique itself inherently flawed, or had it birthed this entity as a consequence of the original's demonic deviation? Such inquiries were impossible to ascertain. Surely, he could not engage in conversation with this demonic soul. The mere act of it staring at him was quite unnerving. Nevertheless, it was certain that the existence of this demonic soul brought him no benefits. Furthermore, given the way it fixated on him, it clearly regarded him as a potential meal. If he were indeed a demonic soul, what would pique its interest? His 3 souls and 7 spirits. If he were not mistaken, it was his 2 spirits that had been consumed by this very creature. Suddenly, the demonic soul inquired, "I have answered your questions. Now it is your turn to answer mine." "Who are you?" This question caught Jiang Bei off guard. Was this demonic soul genuinely polite? "Who am I?" Jiang Bei echoed, gazing at the soul. "You devoured my 2 spirits, and now you ask me who I am?" "I am your father." The demonic soul shook his head. "I have no parents," Jiang Bei replied. "All right, I meant no offense. So you are an orphan? How did you come to be without parents, and what sustenance did you rely on to grow?" Jiang Bei's anxiety began to mount. Perhaps he could glean some information about his own body through this exchange with the demonic soul. Perhaps he could recover his lost 2 spirits without relying on external means or cultivation. After all, his life was the most precious asset. The demonic soul once again fell into a lengthy contemplation. He shook his head. "I do not know, but I understand that I require the consumption of essence spirits to grow." Jiang Bei forced a stiff smile. "Then that settles it. You consumed my 2 spirits, thus granting you your independent consciousness and the ability to converse with me. Therefore, as your sustainer, am I not your father?" With the 2 spirits already lost, he could only engage with this seemingly inept demonic soul, seeking answers through their dialogue. Was there a possibility that he could consume this demonic soul, allowing his 2 spirits to return to him? But how would one consume a soul? While he was not the type to shy away from a confrontation, the act of devouring a being was indeed beyond his capabilities. The demonic soul remained frozen in place. Yet he did not refute Jiang Bei's assertion, thus indirectly acknowledging it. However, he insisted stubbornly, "I have no parents. Demonic souls are born of the nether." Jiang Bei sighed. "Let us not dwell on these trivial details. They only serve to confuse." He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Yet the demonic soul's brow furrowed once more, shaking his head repeatedly. "Strange. I still lack essence spirit power. I have only consumed 2 spirits. And I should not yet be able to awaken." He gazed at Jiang Bei, questioning in confusion. Jiang Bei appeared to have unraveled the mystery. This demonic soul would lurk within his consciousness, devouring his 7 spirits until they were completely consumed, at which point the demonic soul would usurp his position. However, unexpectedly, today, Master Wang had directly reconstructed his 7 spirits using the righteous essence of a sage, leaving remnants of that essence within his soul as a form of protection. After all, the righteous essence could counteract all malevolent forces. And no matter how powerful the demonic soul, it was but a nascent entity and could not contend with the might of the sage's essence. Consequently, the demonic soul was unable to continue consuming his essence spirits and was thus forced to awaken. Jiang Bei understood. "Why can't I sense your soul anymore?" The demonic soul grew increasingly agitated. His expression contorting in frustration, he advanced toward Jiang Bei step by step. Before Jiang Bei could react, the distance between them shrank to within 3 meters. Yet, in the next moment, a radiant white light erupted from Jiang Bei's entire being. The demonic spirit resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring away in a backward flight. Upon rising, the spirit gazed at Jiang Bei with a visage filled with terror, exclaiming, "What is this?" "The righteous aura of a sage." Jiang Bei offered a faint smile, mimicking the demeanor of the sage of literature, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, complemented by a radiant white halo that symbolized the sage's virtue. Indeed, creating an impression of authenticity. The demonic spirit, as if startled, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the ether. Jiang Bei clicked his tongue, realizing this was truly unexpected. Although he comprehended how he had lost those 2 souls, he was now aware of yet another trouble that could jeopardize his life. Jiang Bei slowly regained consciousness. Only to discover that the day had waned, he rose and called upon the long-waiting Yu Yang and Wei Daon. It was time to head to the Bureau of Music. Today, they would undoubtedly strike like a dragon. Within the Duke's residence, Qing Yuan was recounting to Yi Ningxuan what she had heard today. Your Grace. The Duke has made quite a name for himself at the Imperial Academy today. He went to the Imperial Academy after court? Yi Ningxuan inquired, puzzled. After court today, she had returned to the House of Ancestors. Hearing Qing Yuan's words, she realized that Jiang Bei had gone to the Imperial Academy with Wang Daru after court. But what could he possibly accomplish at the Imperial Academy? Could it be that another masterpiece of poetry had emerged? For whom was it written? Indeed, Your Grace, the students at the Imperial Academy said that today the Duke, accompanied by the Master of Rites, paid homage to the statue of the Sage of Literature. The Duke's ode to the lotus summoned the manifestation of the sage, resulting in a celestial phenomenon. Yi Ningxuan gasped in shock, standing abruptly, her eyes filled with astonishment. The manifestation of the sage, a celestial phenomenon. Where is he now? Yi Ningxuan exclaimed. Qing Yuan, unsure, shook her head, explaining that she had heard this news while out shopping in the afternoon. Your Grace, the Duke has once again gone to the Bureau of Music. A woman clad in black suddenly appeared. Startling Qing Yuan. Yi Ningxuan clenched her teeth, torn for a moment, before decisively slamming her hand on the table. Prepare the carriage. We shall also go to the Bureau of Music to enjoy some melodies. Chapter 60. The Imperial Academy has concluded. Yi Ningxuan's chest heaved with anger. She knew this scoundrel had a penchant for the Bureau of Music. Yet he had the audacity to claim it was for the sake of investigating a case. Moreover, he had asserted in the court that he had never laid a finger on the courtesan of the Bureau of Music. I believe you. Not at all. He had gone there 2 consecutive nights. And now, with the case just concluded, he had rushed back to the Bureau of Music. Why should it be that only men are permitted there, while women are barred? What of her being a woman? She too enjoys listening to a charming tune. Your Grace, do we truly intend to venture into that disreputable place? Qing Yuan anxiously inquired, fearing Yi Ningxuan was acting on a moment of anger. Yi Ningxuan clenched her fists, seeking justification. What disreputable place? The Bureau of Music was founded by our ancestors and falls under the Ministry of Rites, responsible for music and dance. How does it become a disreputable place in your words? But that's only the surface. Who is unaware of what lies in the backyard of the Bureau of Music? It is essentially an officially sanctioned brothel, a consensus among all. Qing Yuan glanced at her furious mistress, shrinking her neck, too intimidated to retort. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Academy, in the Master of Rites study, since Jiang Bei's departure, Wang Daru and Tang Jinxiao had been staring at each other in bewilderment. What is this all about? I cannot fathom it. Wang Daru sighed heavily. Compared to this morning, Wang Daru appeared a decade older, though the exertion from helping Jiang Bei restore his 7 souls had indeed taken its toll. More so, the exhaustion stemmed from accompanying Jiang Bei to pay homage to the statue of the Sage of Literature. Jinxiao, you have always been astute. Help me analyze why this is happening, Wang Daru implored. Master, are you not putting me in a bind? If even you are perplexed, how could I possibly know? Wang Daru retorted impatiently. Useless. You cannot even comprehend such a simple matter. Tang Jinxiao mused. Could it be that the sage deemed Zhang's talents too mundane, tainted by the aura of the Bureau of Music, unworthy of the path of literature? Wang Daru shook his head. That is a possibility, albeit a slim one, though what distinction is there between high and low in talent? Tang Jinxiao questioned, is there truly no distinction? Otherwise, why would the sage manifest in anger? Sensing Wang Daru's disapproving gaze, Tang Jinxiao shivered and thought better of it. Considering his teacher's current mood, Wang Daru, exasperated, struck the table, yet restrained his strength, questioning, what of Jiang Bei? We could always take him to pay homage to the sage again on another day. Tang Jinxiao gasped. Today was his first visit. The manifestation of the sage nearly expelled Jiang Bei. Are you truly contemplating a second visit? I do not know where Jiang Bei is gone. Tang Jinxiao averted his gaze. Noticing the look in his teacher's eyes, Tang Jinxiao quickly added, he likely returned to the supervisory city after paying homage, and at this hour should be heading home. After all, Jiang Bei has a lovely wife waiting for him. Wang Deru's voice turned somber. "Do you dare deceive your teacher?" Tang Jinchao trembled, instantly exclaiming, "The Bureau of Music!" He must have gone to the Bureau of Music. This time, it was Wang Deru who appeared puzzled. "What? How can you be so certain?" Today, the master just completed the restoration of his soul. Jiang Bei could do nothing in the courtesan's chamber. Feeling stifled for 2 nights, tonight, he will undoubtedly ride forth, striking like a dragon. Wang Der nodded, finding his reasoning sound. Suddenly rising, he declared, "Let us go to the Bureau of Music." "What?" Tang Jinchao nearly fell to the ground. Bewildered, questioning master, "Where are you going? If you can go to the Bureau of Music, why can't I?" Wang Der scoffed, "I am but over 300 years old, hardly ancient. I wish to see what delights the youth find in the realm of romance and revelry, and to understand why Jiang Bei's poetic talents can only be displayed in the Bureau of Music. Did he not tell me he wished to showcase his talents there? Humph, does he truly think I am easily intimidated?" Tang Jinchao shuddered at the thought, realizing that what had once been deemed a disreputable place was now referred to by his teacher as a realm of romance and revelry. It was over. Everything was over. Not only was Jiang Bei at risk of being caught by the teacher, but the Imperial Academy itself was doomed. He and his teacher both understood that the celestial phenomenon Jiang Bei had invoked in the Hall of the Sage was not an extraordinary spectacle, but rather the wrath of the sage. However, the other students remained oblivious. They had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Therefore, nearly all of them concluded that it was indeed a celestial phenomenon, a testament to Jiang Bei's overwhelming talent. As a result, this news spread like wildfire in the span of a single day, while it had yet to reach the ears of every scholar in the imperial capital, at least within the Imperial Academy. It had become widely known. Thus, the issue arose that it was well known that Mr. Zhang's favorite haunt was none other than the Bureau of Music. Furthermore, both of his representative works had originated from there. With the case resolved, he certainly deserved to indulge himself at the Bureau of Music. Today, not only had Jiang Bei gained notoriety at the Imperial Academy, but the Bureau of Music had also become a celebrated venue for exceptional works. That night, throngs would undoubtedly flock to the Bureau of Music to catch a glimpse of Jiang Bei. How many students could withstand the allure of the Bureau of Music's enchanting women? He had nearly succumbed to temptation just 1 night prior. And now, the teacher was also heading to the Bureau of Music. If all went as anticipated after tonight, a great many students would surely face dire consequences. As the Bureau of Music opened its doors for the night, it bustled with excitement. The moment the doors swung open, the elderly matron was taken aback by the throng of guests in scholars' robes gathered outside. Collecting the entrance fees, she could hardly contain her delight. Since the Mid-Autumn Poetry Festival, business had flourished day by day. The Bureau of Music had no rigid fee structure. Its revenue relied entirely on the entrance tickets purchased by patrons, each costing 50 taels of silver for food and drink, the AS for whether guests would choose to stay overnight, that depended on the mutual intentions of the young women and their patrons. Should the patrons be taken to the inner courtyard, the young women would naturally receive additional rewards from the Bureau of Music, albeit only a few dozen taels. Whether patrons were willing to bestow extra for a night of revelry depended on the young women's ability to touch their hearts. These rewards would not be shared with the Bureau. Shortly after the doors opened, the matrons sensed something amiss. Not only were there an unusually high number of patrons, but their quality surpassed that of previous nights. Typically, those who frequented the Bureau of Music were lavishly dressed nobles and second-generation science. True scholars and talented individuals were a rarity. The majority of scholars were impoverished, saving for ages just to afford a single visit to the Bureau of Music, let alone offering additional rewards to the young women. But tonight was different. The majority of patrons were, astonishingly, young men and women clad in scholars' robes. Yes, not only men, but women as well. Having spent years in the Bureau of Music, the matron could see through the disguises of young women dressed as men with a single glance. This was peculiar indeed. The matron's heart raced with apprehension. Could it be that her humble Bureau of Music had somehow attracted the students of the Imperial Academy? It is well known that the venerable Wang Deru, who has held the esteemed position of ritual liquor master for 2 centuries, harbors a deep disdain for the sordid realm of the Jiaofeng Sea. Yet, These young scholars, clad in Confucian robes and effortlessly producing 50 taels of silver as entry fees, leave her momentarily perplexed as to their sources of wealth beyond the Thai college. Although the students of the Thai college do not hold official titles, it does not imply a lack of stipends. Every student fortunate enough to enter the Thai college receives a monthly scholarship starting at several dozen taels. This ensures that these scholars are spared the burdens of financial hardship. For it is often said that the learned are impoverished while the martial are affluent. Many of these students hail from modest backgrounds. Yet today, to pay 50 taels to behold the talents of Mr. Jiang is a trifling matter. However, the peculiarities do not cease there. Generally, upon reaching the entrance, one would pay the fee and proceed inside. Delays could easily result in missing prime seating for the performances of opera and dance. Yet tonight, while numerous guests have paid their dues to enter, many linger outside, clearly not hesitating over the 50 taels, but rather awaiting companions. Before long, a rather opulent carriage halts at the entrance of the Jiaofeng Sea. A trio of spirited individuals disembarks and strides confidently towards the main door. The guests gathered at the entrance turn their heads, their gazes fervently fixed upon the foremost figure, the deputy magistrate. Upon seeing the visitors, promptly comprehends the situation. Chapter 61. The indecorous elder. Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. The multitude of guests lingering outside eagerly approaches, extending courteous greetings to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei's smile is somewhat stiff. Their fervent adoration seems acceptable in the public sphere, somewhat satisfying to the vanity. Yet why must they call out to him in such a place? Today, Mr. Jiang has summoned celestial phenomena at the hall of the literary sage, his scholarly prowess eliciting admiration. In centuries past, none but the ritual liquor master himself has invoked the manifestation of the literary sage upon learning of Mr. Jiang's fondness for the Jiaofeng Sea. This realm of romance and revelry, where he has produced great works, we have come in search of inspiration. The leading young man states respectfully. Jiang Bei inwardly clicks his tongue. Is it possible that the literati of this era can rationalize their visits to such establishments so articulately? It is truly commendable. The remaining students of the Thai college nod in agreement, acknowledging the words of their leading scholar. One individual adds, we have also heard that each time Mr. Jiang visits, great works are born. Today, we too wish to test our luck, for it would be a fortunate occurrence to witness a masterpiece unveiled. The crowd nods in unison, their expressions earnest. The deputy magistrate, an elderly woman standing aside, has her mouth agape in realization. They all understand. This esteemed Jiang has gone to pay homage to the literary sage at the Thai college. He has even summoned the manifestation of the sage, resulting in celestial phenomena. No wonder the business at the Jiaofeng Sea is thriving tonight. It is all thanks to this Lord Jiang. In other words, Lord Jiang has ventured to the Thai college to promote the Jiaofeng Sea, effectively bringing the institution along with him. Now is not the time for dawdling. The deputy magistrate swiftly regains her composure, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Lord Jiang, please. The Night Lotus has awaited your presence for many days, especially over the past 2 days, where she has been unable to eat or drink. Jiang Bei thinks. Is it not true that this enchanting woman, Night Lotus, is in a foul mood due to the thwarted schemes of the demon clan? While there may be a sliver of truth that his interference in the demon clan's plans contributes to her conflicted feelings, it is unlikely to be a significant factor. Under the deputy magistrate's gentle insistence, Jiang Bei enters the grand doors of the Jiaofeng Sea. Notably, no fees are collected. Even Yu Yang and Wei Daong, closely following Jiang Bei, are regarded as attendants and are also exempt from payment. A glance exchange between Yu Yang and Wei Daong reveals their admiration. Setting aside the privilege of entering the Jiaofeng Sea without charge is something they could never achieve in their lifetimes. As the deputy magistrate had anticipated, upon Jiang Bei's entrance, the guests gathered outside fervently pushed their way in, evidently anxious to secure a seat close to Jiang Bei, eager to witness his poetic genius up close. Stacks of silver notes accumulate, and the deputy magistrate's mood is exceptionally buoyant. Tonight at the Jiaofeng Sea, despite the addition of numerous tables and chairs, the venue cannot accommodate the throngs of guests. Jiang Bei's first visit to the Jiaofeng C coincided with the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, marking a peak in patronage. His second visit, prompted by the emergence of a love for Lotus poem, directly boosted the Jiao Fong Ci's GDP, causing a doubling in guest numbers. And now, this third visit promises to surpass even the previous one. The expansive courtyard, filled to the brim with tables and chairs, cannot contain the multitude of guests. Eventually, the courtyard is nearly overflowing, and newcomers find it increasingly difficult to find a place to stand. Yet the guests outside continue to surge in. The deputy magistrate contemplates the necessity of expanding the Jiaofeng Sea, pondering how best to cling to Jiang Bei's coattails. Simply waiving the entrance fee is insufficient. She must also enlist Night Lotus's assistance to ensure that Lord Jiang enjoys nightly revelries. Yes, tomorrow she shall discuss this matter with her. After all, the women of the Jiaofeng Sea have undergone rigorous training, well versed in the art of pleasing and comforting weary men. Otherwise, would these guests seek merriment within the Jiaofeng Sea? Furthermore, it is rumored that Jiang Bei is but a county prince, summoned by the illustrious Princess Mingyi. In other words, he possesses merely the title of a county prince, if all goes according to plan. He likely has yet to even lay eyes upon the proud princess. As she ruminates, two more figures approach, prompting the deputy magistrate to brighten with delight as she hurries forth to greet them, raising her voice as if to ensure all within the courtyard hear. Young Master Tang has also arrived. The smile on the deputy magistrate's face is unwavering. In her eyes, Jiang Bei is a blazing new star. While the renowned Tang Jinshao, a promising candidate for the next ritual liquor master, has long been the object of admiration in the literary world, Tang Jinshao's smile appears somewhat strained as he nods slightly. Soon after, the ritual liquor master notices the elderly gentleman accompanying Tang Jinshao. With hair as white as snow and a considerable age, what brings him to the Jiaofeng Sea? Such an indecorous old man. Though he dons a Confucian robe, appearing respectable, once in the rear courtyard, he is more impatient than a monkey. She has encountered many who appear refined yet behave otherwise. However, being in the company of Tang Jinshao suggests he carries some semblance of status. The deputy magistrate quickly dons a smile and addresses the esteemed elder. This way, please, Wang Tu. Not even a smile offered to the gentleman. Meanwhile, Tang Jinshao reaches into his robe to retrieve silver notes for the entrance fee, only to be gently rebuffed by the deputy magistrate. Young Master Tang, you are not diminishing my worth, are you? Your presence at the Jiaofeng Sea elevates its prestige. You must not put me in such a position. The deputy magistrate's voice rings loudly, as if fearing the guests inside are unaware that Tang Jinshao has also arrived, and even more so, that he is a distinguished guest of the Jiaofeng Sea, entitled to free entry. Indeed, this is the case. Particularly those students of the Tai College who have already entered are astounded, realizing that Tang Jinshao, who appears so refined, also frequents the Jiaofeng Sea. Moreover, he does not need to pay. Truly, he is a paragon for us all. Upon reflecting on the 50 taels they just spent, they feel a pang in their hearts. Yet what can be done? Ultimately, their talents and fame pale in comparison to his this moment. Very few guests remain outside, and with Tang Jinshao leading the way, the elderly gentleman following him becomes inconspicuous. However, any who notice him instinctively turn to flee. What is this? Jiang Bei, the ritual liquor master, has arrived. They have no time to spare in greeting him at the Jiaofeng Sea's entrance. As for the students within the courtyard, they can only offer their silent condolences to those remaining outside. The winds are fierce. Meanwhile, the singing and dancing performances have yet to commence, but the atmosphere is steadily growing lively. For the many students of the Tai College, it feels no different than returning home. Every passerby is a familiar face, merely a change of setting from their encounters at the Tai College. Yet, as the maidens of the rear courtyard emerge to attend to these scholars, a wave of embarrassment and excitement sweeps over them. Several have already been captivated, their hearts ensnared by the charms of the maidens accompanying them, leading them to believe they may not return home tonight. Seated at the forefront, Jiang Bei finds himself flanked by maidens on either side, with someone behind him tenderly massaging his shoulders. Such is the ease of life. The scholars at his table are aflame with enthusiasm, especially when they lock eyes with the maidens beside them. feeling their own talents rise to their heads. No wonder Jiang Bei can produce remarkable works at the Jiao Feng Si. I, Li Zhao, propose a toast to Mr. Jiang. One scholar rises, raising his cup in reverence. With such a leader, the atmosphere ignites entirely, and all present in the courtyard are swept up in the fervor. Rising to their feet to toast, we raise our cups to Mr. Jiang. Yet, as the saying goes, what flourishes must eventually decline at tea that moment. Tang Jinshao, with unyielding resolve, steps into the courtyard. The multitude of students within, aware that Tang Jinshao is waiting just outside, immediately greet him. Brother Tang, Chapter 62, 30 Years of Change. Within the grand courtyard of the Jiao Feng Si, the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch with Tang Jinshao's arrival. Jiang Bei symbolizes a rising star, while Tang Jinshao stands as the revered deity of their generation. The unfolding of events often takes one by surprise. Just as no one could have anticipated that Tang Jinshao was fond of frequenting the Jiao Feng Si, it was even more unexpected that the esteemed Mr. Jijiu would make an appearance. The very moment Tang Jinshao stepped into the scene, an elderly man with hair as white as snow entered slowly, a warm smile adorning his face. Today, Wang Deru too was present. Not as a mere guest, but with the intention of enjoying a leisurely chat with Jiang Bei in a place where this young man relished showcasing his talents. He was also curious to see what merit could possibly be found in this sordid locale. However, upon entering, Wang Deru surveyed the guests within the Jiao Feng Si courtyard, and the mocking smile on his face instantly froze. His mind felt a bit dazed. Had he truly come to the Jiao Feng Si? Or had he returned to the Tai Shui? Yet, gazing upon the familiar faces and the young ladies accompanying them, Wang Deru seemed to find his answer. In the next moment, a wave of confusion washed over him. Meanwhile, the students felt a chill run down their spines, as if a thorn had lodged in their throats. Tang Jinshao could not help but rub his forehead, watching the teacher whose teeth were gritted in anger, and then glancing at Jiang Bei, who was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Oddly enough, he too felt an urge to chuckle. Jiang Bei could no longer contain himself. What kind of farce was this? A classic scene of a primary school teacher catching students in a nearby internet CAF during their midday break. Hey, drinks. Why are you all just standing there like fools? Wait, isn't that Mr. Jijiu? He's here too. Hurry, someone, make arrangements for Mr. Jijiu. Where is the deputy of the Jiao Feng Si? Jiang Bei shouted. Wang Deru retorted, why are you shouting so loudly? As if everyone doesn't already know that the Tai Shui's Jijiu has come to the Jiao Feng Si. The deputy, an elderly woman, was originally at the entrance counting silver notes, beaming with delight as she anticipated a bountiful night. Suddenly, she heard Jiang Bei calling for her to arrange something for Mr. Jijiu. Was he asking for toast? Surely, she must have misheard in this world. Unless everyone had gone mad, how could a distinguished scholar from the Tai Shui appear in the Jiao Feng Si? Was it possible that today, Mr. Jijiu had brought along the students from the Tai Shui for a team-building exercise at the Jiao Feng Si? Thus, the deputy entered, upon seeing a courtyard filled with neatly lined-up scholars, all silent and the atmosphere palpably tense. Only Jiang Bei at the forefront bore a smile, as if he were reveling in the spectacle. Something seemed amiss at the entrance. Blocking her path were none other than the recently arrived Tang Jinshao and the old man. Although the deputy held an official position, being merely a ninth-rank official, she had no standing to meet Wang Deru, the foremost civil official of the current dynasty, let alone the qualifications to attend court. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable shiver ran through her. Ino waited. Deputy, why are you just standing there? The courtyard is full, and you should hurry to find a table for Mr. Jijiu to take a seat. This time, the deputy heard clearly that it truly was Mr. Jijiu. Just her luck, the elderly man turned to look at her at that moment, and she felt the aura of sage-like righteousness emanating from him. Terrified, the deputy dropped to her knees and exclaimed, I pay my respects to Lord Jijiu. I shall prepare the table and chairs at once. In truth, there were no tables and chairs left in the Jiao Feng Si. With so many guests present, all spare seating had long been occupied. And no need to trouble yourself, deputy, a young scholar named Li Zhao said, mustering his courage, and swiftly darted to the side with remarkable speed. The deputy's smile was not much more pleasant than a frown as she hastily assisted Wang Duru toward the main seat. "I can walk myself." Wang Duru shot her a glance, his voice cold and dismissive. Upon approaching, Wang Duru lowered his voice, gritting his teeth as he uttered a few words. "You had better provide me with an explanation for today's events." Jiang Bei, taken aback, responded, "What? How is this my concern? I didn't bring these scholars here." Wang Duru clenched his fists. "Are all these present your students?" Jiang Bei feigned ignorance. Wang Duru, trembling with rage, retorted, "What else could it be, since they are indeed your students? Is it not reasonable? They share a bond with you, perhaps sensing your intention to seek amusement at the Jiaofeng Sea tonight. Hence they accompanied you." Jiang Bei chuckled. Wang Duru's mouth curled into a scowl once more. Jiang Bei smiled slightly and turned to the deputy. "Let the music play and the dance commence. With Mr. Jijio in attendance tonight, the young ladies must put forth their utmost effort. If Mr. Jijio is pleased, there shall be generous rewards." After Jiang Bei finished speaking, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. Nearby, Yu Yang and Wei Daong, their faces flushed, struggled not to laugh. Now that the mood had improved, the music and dance began, allowing everyone to finally laugh heartily. "Gentlemen, why do you laugh so joyfully?" Wang Dara suddenly turned, recognizing that these two were surely brought by Jiang Bei. Cough, cough. Yu Yang coughed, quickly explaining, in response to Mr. Jijio. "I recalled some amusing matters." Wei Daong added, "Me too." Wang Duru's gaze turned cold. "What is so amusing?" Yu Yang, somewhat shy, replied, "Tonight Xiao Dai finally allowed me to fulfill my wish and delve deeper from behind." Wei Daong chimed in, "Me too." Wang Dara let out a cold laugh. "Are you two perhaps of the same ilk?" Wei Daong replied, "Naturally, Xiao Dai." Wang Dara was feeling rather uncomfortable with a group of scantily clad women before him, swaying and twisting. What was there to behold? However, now that it was clear Wang Duru was also here for enjoyment, surrounded by numerous ladies from the Jiaofeng Sea, the scholars quickly forgot this detail. "Look at those moves, absolutely splendid. Do ensure the amplitude is even greater." This was akin to being caught in an internet CAF by a teacher, only to find that the teacher wasn't reprimanding you, but instead had taken a seat at a nearby computer. Even if the situation was a bit tense, one couldn't let the internet fees and the impending victory go to waste. As one dance concluded, culminating with a lady executing a perfect split, someone excitedly stood up to applaud. Dressed in scholar's robes, Wang Duru lifted his head to see who it was. Not one of the Tai Shui students. Although the Tai Shui scholars constituted the vast majority tonight, it was impossible for the Jiaofeng Sea to be entirely monopolized by them. He thought to himself, after all, Tai Shui students wouldn't engage in such behavior. Wang Duru's demeanor softened a bit. However, night had already fallen. Not everyone possessed Wang Duru's keen eyesight, and the students from Tai Shui, who had been holding back their emotions all evening, could only see someone garbed in scholar's robes. Coupled with the shock from the previous performance, one after another, they began to rise. "Bravo!" Jiang Bei finally lost his composure. Puffed. Wang Daru's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he lowered his voice and said coldly, "Are you mocking me?" "No, no. How would a junior dare?" Jiang Bei shook his head vigorously, swearing that his respect for Wang Duru was entirely genuine. Wang Duru sneered. "Remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river." Jiang Bei's expression turned peculiar. "Do not underestimate the elderly and the poor." Wang Duru continued to sneer. "I am not poor. You may mock me today, but do not blame me for laughing at you in the future when calamity befalls you." Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. He was a free spirit, having nearly lost his life, all thanks to this old gentleman's protection. What was there to discuss about mockery? After the dance concluded, another deputy responsible for the performances took to the stage to fulfill the role of host. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the esteemed Mr. Jijio of the Tai Shui." Applause erupted. "Let us also welcome young Master Jiang, young Master Tang, and all the talented scholars." As the applause gradually faded, the deputy continued, "In the past 2 visits, young Master Jiang has left behind exquisite works of poetry, attracting many talented individuals. Tonight, the Lady Yu Lian awaits in her chamber, but one wonders, does young Master Jiang have any verses to unlock the door to Lady Yulian's room? Before she could finish, a voice of alarm rang out from the entrance where the reception deputy stood. The county princess? Staring blankly at the token in her hand and then at the figure before her. She fell to her knees, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Princess Mingwei." Yi Ningshuang regarded the scene with a smile frozen on Jiang Bei's face and indifferently stated, "Rise. This princess is merely here to listen to some melodies and to admire the talents of poets." Suddenly, Wang Daru stood up beside Jiang Bei. Of course, young Master Jiang has already made arrangements with me. He called out with a hearty laugh that I have brought many students from the Tai Shui to witness young Master Jiang's brilliance. The Jiaofeng Sea truly is an extraordinary place. Ha ha ha. Chapter 63. Please begin your performance. At this moment, Wang Daru felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The shadow of the Tai Shui scholars gathering in the Jiaofeng Sea lifted. The expression on Jiang Bei's face, which had been one of anticipation, seemed to have been mirrored on Wang Daru's. Moreover, Wang Daru's clever maneuver effectively explained the presence of the Tai Shui scholars at the Jiaofeng Sea. Surely, tomorrow, the literary world would hold the Tai Shui in even higher esteem. In the past, they might have criticized Wang Daru for being old-fashioned, considering he had openly condemned those talented individuals who frequented the brothels and Jiaofeng Sea more than once. They frequented filthy places. However, in this present day, Wang Daru is willing to mingle with the common folk, accompanied by the students of the Tai Academy, all to witness firsthand the recent sensational poetry of Jiang Bei. Surely by tomorrow, this news will spread like wildfire, leaving the literary circles of the imperial capital utterly astounded. Even if Jiang Bei were to craft a masterpiece rivaling the Ode to the Lotus, it would pale in comparison to the shock of this revelation. The appearance of Princess Mingwei adds a dramatic flair to today's gathering at the Jiaofeng Sea. When Yi Ningshuang graces the scene in her flowing gown, all the guests are left in a state of disbelief. Though the students of the Tai Academy hold Jiang Bei in high esteem, their knowledge of his background remains limited, especially since it is only today that he has captured the attention of the literary sage, manifesting extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. Many talented individuals often come from humble beginnings. It is worth noting that several students at the Tai Academy are also sons-in-law by circumstance. The whispers about his perceived weaknesses and tragic past are indeed shameful. Thus, while some at the Tai Academy are aware of Jiang Bei's connection to Princess Mingwei, the majority remain oblivious, as this information has not circulated widely. Moreover, historically, women visiting the Jiaofeng Sea have had a singular purpose: to claim their husbands. Yet, the Jiaofeng Sea is not the Tai Academy. Princess Mingwei is no Wang Daru. Her presence will not evoke the same chilling effect among the students. When Yi Ningshuang makes her entrance, the atmosphere momentarily freezes, but soon, the students of the Tai Academy begin to murmur amongst themselves, although some are unaware of the relationship between Jiang Bei and Yi Ningshuang. Understanding friends quickly enlighten them that, in an instant, Jiang Bei becomes the focus of attention once more. Furthermore, the host's earlier invitation for Jiang Bei to compose poetry for the Night Lotus Maiden, along with Wang Daru's mention of Jiang Bei's invitation to the Jiaofeng Sea, leaves no room for doubt. Wang Daru would not deceive them, would he? Therefore now, esteemed talent Jiang, please commence your performance. Jiang Bei feels a tingling unease as he gazes at the distant, icy countenance of Yi Ningshuang. A flurry of questions races through his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Why has Yi Ningshuang suddenly come to the Jiaofeng Sea? What is her purpose? Does she truly not care about her reputation? While he is indifferent, he cannot help but worry that when word spreads tomorrow, Yi Ningshuang may be branded as a jealous woman. Jiang Bei stares blankly at Yi Ningshuang. She seems quite pleased with his expression, striding forward with an imposing aura, causing guests to instinctively hold their breath, as if breathing itself were a sin. Before long, she reaches Jiang Bei's table, casting a glance at the still-dazed Yu Yang. Why Yu Yang jolts upright, instantly exclaiming, "Your Highness, please, take a seat here." Why Yi Ningshuang, too indifferent to even nod, sits down, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Bei. Meanwhile, the attendant Xiao Dai, who had been by Yu Yang's side, dares not linger, quickly moving to stand beside him, casting a puzzled look in his direction. However, As Yang now looks at Jiang Bei, his eyes are filled solely with astonishment. The man who has compelled Yi Ningxuang to come to the Jiafangxi personally. He can hardly fathom how Yi Ningxuang could act in such a manner. There is only one possible explanation. Jiang Bei has captured her heart. This has led her to harbor immense resentment towards the Night Lotus courtesan, prompting her to brave the stigma of jealousy and come here. In contrast, Jiang Bei will likely emerge as the foremost son-in-law of the imperial capital by tomorrow. Yu Yang silently give Jiang Bei a thumbs up. High praise indeed. Your home flag remains unyielding while the outside flags flutter. My lady, what brings you here with such leisure today? To the Jiafangxi. Jiang Bei asks helplessly. Of course, I came to see my husband compose poetry. I regretted not witnessing your previous two performances. Yi Ningxuang replies softly. Yet only Jiang Bei can perceive the murderous glint in her eyes. Jiang Bei falls silent. It is the first time Yi Ningxuang has referred to him as her husband. He could never have imagined the profound impact of thwarting the demon clan's schemes and preserving the royal family, thereby breathing new life into Yi Ningxuang's existence. Originally deemed a useless individual by her, Jiang Bei has single-handedly propped up the crumbling walls above her head, forcibly intruding into her heart. Yet the past, his stays at the Jiafangxi, and composing exquisite verses for the courtesan, she could easily dismiss as if they had never occurred. Following the resolution of the silver case, she had contemplated getting to know this man anew. If there were a chance, she would not mind earnestly nurturing this union. Indeed, if the timing were right. She envisioned Jiang Bei as her ally in seeking vengeance against Yi Hongyu. Yet now, all of this is shattered by Jiang Bei's third visit to the Jiafangxi. Let's not forget how significant today is. It marks the conclusion of the silver case. On such a day, Wu and T1 wish to share joy with the courtesan. There are limits to what one can endure. Thus, even if she bears the reputation of a jealous woman tomorrow, she must come tonight and make a grand entrance while at it. Jiang Bei slowly raises his head, opens his mouth, yet is at a loss for words. He is, after all, a somewhat traditional man, even if the societal norms of this era favor men. He never intended to engage in anything untoward with the courtesan. That courtesan is not merely a woman. She is a fox demon. Yet, these matters are beyond his ability to articulate to others. If the Night Lotus were captured or eradicated, he would be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Qingqiu Fox clan. Conversely, if he could maintain a favorable relationship, he might glean beneficial information from the Night Lotus, at least ensuring his own safety amidst the Demon Clan schemes. His visit today was intended to ascertain the Demon Clan's stance following the silver case. Yet, these thoughts are solely his own. He never anticipated that his presence at the Jiafangxi would so profoundly agitate Yi Ningxuang. Clearing his throat, Jiang Bei lowers his voice. There is a reason for my actions. Your presence here may draw unwarranted attention. You should return. I will explain later. Tonight, he could use this opportunity to gauge the Night Lotus's attitude toward him, but if she merely views him as a tool, he could easily turn the tables and expose her. Aligning himself with Yi Ningxuang to clarify his innocence, asserting that he sought only self-preservation. Wang Duru could also corroborate that he had indeed not engaged in anything with the Night Lotus. Dreams don't count, do they? As for the possibility that the Night Lotus genuinely regards him as a lover, while that possibility exists, it is infinitesimally small. Why Yi Ningxuang's unwavering gaze upon Jiang Bei reveals a shift from jest to sincerity. The anger in her heart dissipates, replaced by an inexplicable stirring. Could it be true that there is a reason for his actions? Has she indeed been a bit reckless today? Yet, the silver case is indeed concluded. Even if her method of dissuasion is exceedingly far-fetched, Yi Ningxuang, in her inner turmoil, chooses to believe him. Should Jiang Bei fail to provide her with a satisfactory explanation by tomorrow, she will ensure he pays dearly. Yi Ningxuang gives a slight nod. Seeing this, Jiang Bei is taken aback. She actually believes him? Suddenly, Yi Ningxuang recalls something, lowering her voice coldly. Do not compose poetry for that courtesan again. Jiang Bei, is this girl still upset over those two poems? Just as Yi Ningxuang prepares to leave, a graceful figure emerges. Her beauty, so exquisite it defies exaggeration. Even those who have never seen her face would willingly believe this is indeed the Night Lotus. Night Lotus Maiden, what brings you out? The host on stage, Shu Cheng, exclaims, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 64. This enchantress is love-struck. The host on stage is utterly stunned by the day's unfolding events. If he had to choose the most shocking moment, it would undoubtedly be the entrance of Princess Mingwei. Should Jiangbei, from this day forth, find himself unable to visit the Jia Fangxi due to her presence, it would represent a tremendous loss for the establishment. Yet he had just witnessed how, under Jiangbei's few words, the piercing gaze of Princess Mingwei softened, her expression becoming complex yet gentle. She even began to rise, indicating that Jiangbei has indeed managed to hold sway over her. Despite arriving at the Jia Fangxi, this grand princess is willing to agree to leave first. Having spent years at the Jia Fangxi, Shu Qing knows well that whenever a woman arrives to confront her husband, it often results in a scene of utter chaos. Today, however, is a first in history. Moreover, she is a princess. If they can manage to send her away peacefully, the gathering can continue. But just as this critical moment arises, the Night Lotus appears. In the past, no matter what transpired, the Night Lotus never personally emerged to attend to guests in the front courtyard. Why has she chosen to do so today? Moments earlier, upon Jiangbei's arrival at the Jia Fangxi, the Night Lotus had already been informed. She was also aware that the Demon Clan schemes had been thwarted, rendering subsequent arrangements meaningless. For now, the elders of Qingqiu have yet to issue further commands. Everything that transpired during the morning court session could not escape the Demon Clan's notice that Jiangbei's actions in court, deflecting credit, are known to the Night Lotus, as she recognizes him as the mastermind behind the disruption of the Demon Clan's machinations. What will the elders decide to do next? Does she still need to remain undercover at the Jia Fangxi? It is likely necessary. After all, considerable effort has been expended to position her here, especially in the art of deception, concealing her presence to elude the keen senses of the discerning individuals within the Demon Suppression Division. Throughout the day, Yilian found herself in a state of profound confusion, particularly at the moment Jiangbei appeared in the Bureau of Courtesans. Her emotions became exceedingly intricate. How should she confront him? What was his purpose for coming today? Was he merely to share his recent joys with her, or to recount how he unraveled the emolument case? Yilian felt that she might not be able to maintain her composure. Standing by the small window, gazing into the courtyard, she could discern the expressions of everyone beneath those peach blossom eyes, glimmering with a bluish-green light. Unconsciously, she began to ponder what their encounter would look like tonight. The antics of Jiangbei, if placed in another realm, would surely lead to his ruin at the hands of women. Could one truly secure a house and a carriage solely through words? Yet, in this world, the talents of a scholar are the ultimate trump card, especially among these wayward women, it must be said. Who could blame this fox spirit for her peculiar affection for calligraphy and paintings? Surely, someone must compose poetry for her to inscribe. By mere coincidence, Jiangbei had penned 2 pieces for her, both capable of stirring profound admiration and quickly circulating throughout the imperial city, rather than being mere trifles. Coupled with Jiangbei's rustic love declarations, it could be said that no one could resist. Even Yilian, inevitably, found herself deeply enamored after just 2 brief encounters. Upon learning that the conspiracy surrounding the emoluments had been exposed, Yilian's first thought was not of vengeance, but rather of the elders in Qingqiu. If they commanded her return to Qingqiu, how would she ever see Jiangbei again? Then, contemplating other matters only brought her vexation. Why must a talented individual, who had captured her heart, also become an adversary? Even if by sheer chance he was a scholar from the Taishui and the Demon Suppression Division took the lion's share of the credit, he could not entirely escape culpability, as he was indeed the investigator. Yilian, mired in such complex sentiments, observed the magistrate take the stage, inquiring whether Jiangbei had any poetry to knock upon the door of the chamber. Then came the unexpected arrival of Yi Ningxiang. Following that, the scholar suddenly stood, declaring that Jiangbei had indeed come to the Bureau of Courtesans to compose poetry. Moreover, he had brought along numerous students. Yilian, moved, redirected her focus back to Yi Ningxiang. Thus, she rose and exited the small building to the main courtyard, forgoing her veil in order to compete with Yi Ningxiang. Before Yi Ningxiang could rise from her seat, she was taken aback by Yi Lian's sudden appearance. Causing her to plop back down, with an icy glare directed at Yi Lian, she seemed to challenge her. What audacity! You, a mere courtesan, dare to provoke me. Their gazes clashed, as if electric currents had ignited between them. Jiang Bei felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had only just managed to placate Yi Ningxiang, who had promised to allow him to explain in the morning. Now, Yi Lian had re-emerged. But in the next moment, Jiang Bei felt a shiver run through him, his pupils dilating. If Yi Lian had indeed shown herself due to Yi Ningxiang, it indicated jealousy. And what was the cause of that jealousy? It could only stem from his rustic declarations of love, and the two magnificent pieces he had penned. Another crucial factor was that this jealousy was rooted in Jiang Bei's disruption of the demon clan's conspiracy. Were it not for that, Jiang Bei's role would merely have been to refine Yi Lian's persona as the courtesan, for how could even a courtesan neglect her guests? With Jiang Bei present, should she refuse, she could easily claim that her tastes had been spoiled, and the Bureau of Courtesans would not hold Yi Lian accountable. It would be a case of hunger marketing, driving those talented individuals to madness. Whether those talented individuals would indeed go mad, Jiang Bei did not know, but he felt he was on the verge of insanity. This demoness, could she truly be a romantic fool? Little Miss Yi Lian, I pay my respects to your highness. Standing upon the platform, Yi Lian gracefully offered a bow to Yi Ningxiang, expressing her regret for not having welcomed her upon her arrival. Not waiting for Yi Ningxiang's response, she straightened up, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a provocation. This Yi Lian, a mere courtesan, dared to challenge a princess. The guests collectively gasped. A dramatic confrontation between the mistress and the concubine had commenced. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned to observe Jiang Bei and Yi Ningxiang. Thus arose the question, would Jiang Bei compose poetry today or not? Many had heard Yi Ningxiang disallowing Jiang Bei from writing for the courtesan. Yet today, the scholar had come expressly to witness Jiang Bei compose poetry on the spot. Young Jiang, how do you feel? Wang Duru, reveling in the spectacle, suddenly inquired. Jiang Bei, infuriated, took several deep breaths, struggling to respond to this old man who seemed intent on throwing him into the fray. How about we compose a poem based on our current sentiments? Wang Dara chuckled, stroking his beard. Jiang Bei exhaled deeply, thinking that Wang Duru was at least reasonable for not insisting he write another piece for Yi Lian. What are your thoughts? Yi Ningxiang suddenly interjected, her gaze icy as if it could pierce through flesh. Even a clay figurine would have its temper. How much more so this princess? Yet, regardless of her status or aura, within the Bureau of Courtesans, she had already found herself at a disadvantage. Jiang Bei took a sharp breath, feeling even more intimidated than when he had first entered. Having a lady by my side is naturally quite delightful. Jiang Bei managed, forcing a smile. And what of Yi Lian? The once poised Yi Lian suddenly grew anxious. After asking a question, she rushed 2 steps forward, gracefully leaping down from the platform to approach Jiang Bei. The lady accompanying Jiang Bei immediately stood, yielding her position to the courtesan. Thus, at the table, Jiang Bei found himself flanked by Yi Ningxiang on his left and Yi Lian on his right. Trapped in the middle, he felt utterly powerless. He had to bear the weight of Yi Ningxiang's murderous gaze while simultaneously avoiding the captivating looks from Yi Lian. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, especially with Wang Duru seated nearby. The aura of a sage seemed to suppress all malevolence. Did Yi Lian not fear exposing her foxtail? A glance at Wang Duru revealed his excitement. Utterly oblivious to any peculiarities with Yi Lian, young master, Yi Lian suddenly spoke, her voice soft and affectionate, her eyes sparkling with light. Did the magistrate truly say you would compose poetry for me tonight? Jiang Bei's lips twitched as he caught sight of Yi Ningxiang's eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arms, one to each side, as if fearing a brawl might erupt between Yi Ningxiang and Yi Lian at any moment. My lady, this is a demoness. You cannot best her. Taking a deep breath, he realized that escaping this situation unscathed was impossible. He sprang to his feet, slamming the table. Everyone, behave yourselves. Chapter 65. Is there a problem with visiting the Bureau of Courtesans? Before traversing into this world, He had been a detective, he had investigated cases and interrogated mortals. Suddenly erupting like this, it was enough to instill fear in anyone that why Yin Ningxiang looked astonished, pursing her lips. Choosing to ignore him, curious about what he would say next. Meanwhile, tears glimmered in Yilian's eyes. The guests collectively gasped, shocked by his audacity. Wang Daru's gaze sparkled with excitement. Jiang Bei took another deep breath, stating, "First and foremost, I never claimed I would write poetry for Miss Yilian tonight." The tears in Yilian's eyes became even more pronounced, as if they could spill forth at any moment. Resembling a forsaken young girl, Jiang Bei then turned to Yi Ningxiang, feigning dissatisfaction. "I mentioned, whatever issues arise, we shall discuss at home. As a man, what is wrong with visiting the Bureau of Courtesans? What is wrong with it? Is there a problem? At home, I'm merely a son-in-law. Can't I enjoy a taste of tenderness here?" Yi Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback, her nose tingling. He was blaming her for not providing him with tenderness at home. This was something Jiang Bei had not anticipated. What on earth was she thinking? Shouldn't she be furious? How could a mere son-in-law have the audacity to confront a princess? Shouldn't she simply rise in indignation? He intended to stay the night at the Bureau of Courtesans, deftly extracting information from Yilian, and then return home in the morning to explain to Yi Ningxiang, allowing the matter to pass. How had it escalated to this point? Such misfortune. As for Yi Ningxiang's presence at the Bureau of Courtesans, was it purely due to her anger over his nominal position as her husband visiting the establishment? Or was it jealousy? Given the circumstances, it seemed to be the latter. Jiang Bei had not perceived himself as the object of affection, but in this situation, even if he wished to remain humble, he could not help but feel a sense of self-importance. Why Yilian could at least provide a flimsy excuse, claiming she was unable to tolerate the rustic declarations of love from another world. If given the chance, he would want to ask Yi Ningxiang what her motivations were as well. Yet the reality was glaringly apparent. Jiang Bei felt as though he had boxed himself into a corner. He settled back down, lowering his head, massaging his temples, overwhelmed by confusion, observing the precarious tension between the two women, one who might erupt at any moment, and the other who could dissolve into tears. Both managed to maintain their composure, though neither was willing to yield. "Young master, what troubles you?" Yi Lian inquired, leaning closely to Jiang Bei, her arm entwining with his, her two assets brushing against him incessantly. Seeing this, Yi Ningxiang's anger flared. She quickly grasped Jiang Bei's other arm, anxiously asking, "My husband, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I should escort you home?" Jiang Bei, beside him, Wang Daru clapped his hands and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha ha! In my humble opinion, young friend Jiang must have had an epiphany and intends to compose a poem." The atmosphere instantly became lively. The vast majority present were students from the Tai Academy. Their purpose for visiting the teaching bureau tonight was not merely to watch a play, but to witness Jiang Bei's poetic prowess. Jiang Bei silently lifted his head and glanced at Wang Daru, thinking, "Old rascal, you still choose to stir the pot at this moment." Yi Ningxiang's eyes sparkled with interest. However, Yi Ningxiang felt somewhat flustered and at a loss. For Wang Daru was akin to the final arbiter in this situation. Jiang Bei slammed his palm on the table and then turned to look at Yi Ningxiang, but why Yi Ningxiang stared blankly at this scene, her face pale as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering in front of such an audience. Jiang Bei had chosen the courtesan over herself. Tomorrow, not only would she bear the label of a jealous woman, but she would also become the subject of gossip, a woman spurned by a mere son-in-law, undoubtedly the most tragic princess in the history of the Deqian dynasty. He couldn't compose anything. Jiang Bei said nonchalantly, "You clearly promised me." Wang Daru retorted, exasperated. Jiang Bei fell silent. Crafting an on-the-spot poem was not beyond his capabilities. In fact, he could easily say that the day he composed a verse for Yi Ningxiang, it was during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He could then use the bright moon as a theme and create another piece. Wasn't Su Shi Shui Jiao Gutu a perfect choice? After all, Yi Ningxiang's title was Bright Moon. But what significance would that hold? Aside from elevating Wang Daru and the many students of Tai Academy to the status of celestial beings, it would do nothing to aid his precarious life. He could not cultivate the literary path. Moreover, His life was more firmly grasped in the hands of this Yining Shuang. He could not afford to offend her. How to defuse the situation in the most stable manner became the true test. He needed Yining Shuang to willingly depart from the teaching bureau, while he remained behind for a heart-to-heart conversation with Yi Lian. Yet accomplishing such a feat seemed nearly impossible. Jiang Bei's thoughts whirled chaotically. Finally, his eyes gradually narrowed. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Although today's incident stemmed from him, it was Wang Deru who played a significant role in exacerbating the situation. Meeting Jiang Bei's meaningful gaze, Wang Deru suddenly sensed something was amiss. But Jiang Bei had already spoken. "Sir, you may be disappointed today. You witnessed today's events. Even if I truly possessed a poetic masterpiece, it would be impossible to present it." He shook his head with a wry smile. "What merit do I possess that could inspire the princess and the enchanting Miss Yi to be captivated?" Caught in a dilemma, how could he compose poetry? "What are you so entangled about?" Wang Deru instinctively followed the conversation. Then he realized he seemed to have fallen into Jiang Bei's trap. Jiang Bei offered a sorrowful smile. "Look, they are all prepared." Jiang Bei lamented. "Although I am a prince, I am merely a son-in-law. The princess, though admirable, is not someone I can aspire to. I am fully aware of my own limitations." This statement was heartfelt, prompting Wang Deru to shake his head. "Do not belittle yourself. Your talents likely surpass even those of my younger self." Upon hearing this, the students in the teaching bureau erupted in astonishment. This was not mere flattery. Even the female students disguised as males were now gazing at Jiang Bei with envy. Young, handsome, and exceptionally capable, and his talents were acknowledged by the esteemed scholar. Even the presence of the literary sage manifested. If it weren't for the fact that they were not as skilled as these two, they might have considered joining the fray. Why Yining Shuang found herself at a loss for words. Feeling as though something was lodged in her throat, that he truly still cared. Jiang Bei took a deep breath and sighed. "I simply do not wish to reach that point." "What point?" Wang Deru felt as though he was enveloped in mist. Moreover, this mischievous lad did not appear to be feigning his emotions. What point was he referring to? Jiang Bei raised his head to gaze at the dark night sky. This sentiment may one day become a cherished memory. But by then, it will be too late to regret. Why Yining Shuang remained rooted to the spot. It felt as though he had said everything, yet nothing at all. What did he truly mean? Did he not wish to reminisce about this moment in the future? Yining Shuang sensed she was beginning to understand. Jiang Bei was subtly conveying that he once envisioned a life of mutual support and growing old together after marriage. Yet, regrettably, it was her indifference that had pushed him away. "Yining Shuang, what have you done?" On the very first day of their wedding, you hastily purchased a small courtyard for him to move into. As a result, he had directly relocated to the teaching bureau, and you chased after him relentlessly. Yining Shuang's complexion turned ashen. She could only blame herself for everything. Slowly, she lifted her head and gazed at Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei. She didn't know what to say to salvage a relationship that seemed poised to slip through her fingers at any moment. Jiang Bei had been observing Yining Shuang's demeanor. He felt a sense of relief, for he knew he had already succeeded halfway today. Chapter 66. Distasteful manipulation. Yining Shuang might possess a touch of arrogance and a hint of dominance. However, her status and upbringing shaped her accordingly. Jiang Bei simply did not wish to continue living like in Zhonghua, where he had to bow and scrape. He desired a more equitable existence. Yet, as a mere son-in-law, how could he speak of equality? He could strive to become capable. Aside from being able to recite some poetry, he possessed skills acquired through work. Moreover, he held vast knowledge from another world, a fundamental understanding of the development of 5,000 years of history. Although this realm was one of cultivation, it was undeniable that commoners formed the foundation of a dynasty, and he understood how to enhance their lives. He aimed to reclaim his divine bones, take revenge on Yi Hongyu, and preserve the Qian dynasty, safeguarding this hard-won second chance at life. He even aspired to assist Yining Shuang in becoming the new empress of Qian. His ambitions were many, yet all hinged upon establishing an equal relationship with Yining Shuang. To foster such a relationship depended on today. He needed not only to resolve today's issues, but also to ensure that his future marriage would be equitable. Thus, merely diffusing Yi Ning Shuang's anger was far from sufficient. He required her to reflect on their marriage herself. He maximized the goodwill Yi Ning Shuang had developed towards him due to the recent salary case. It was somewhat shameless, yet it represented the best opportunity. You wish to compose poetry? Wang Deru suddenly stood up, eyes fixed on Jiang Bei. Repeating the line he had just spoken, this sentiment may one day become a cherished memory. But by then, it will be too late to regret? He was momentarily stunned. Were you standing years later, reflecting on today? You and Wang Deru paused, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Ning Shuang. Jiang Bei fell silent. Those two lines had indeed slipped out casually. Why not complete it? What happened to the preceding lines? Where did they go? Wang Deru urged anxiously. Jiang Bei pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There are none. It was merely an inspired utterance. The previous lines, regarding Zhuang Zhou's dream of a butterfly and Wang Di's spring heart entrusted to the cuckoo, had no relevance in this era. He did not believe he could replace those two lines with mere improvisation. Alas, alas, alas! Wang Deru sighed heavily 3 times, slapping his thigh. As a result, everyone overlooked Yi Ning Shuang's flustered demeanor. Her heart was in turmoil. She dared not even glance at Jiang Bei. She had been too willful, never truly understanding how to be a good wife, nor had she properly confronted her marriage with Jiang Bei. Her eyes had been clouded by hatred since her father's tragic death in the ancestral hall. Marriage had merely served as a shield, a way for her to show weakness to Yi Hongyu. Whether her husband was Jiang Bei or someone else mattered little. But now, things were different. Jiang Bei was no longer perceived as a useless man in her eyes. He was special. That line, this sentiment may one day become a cherished memory, but by then, it will be too late to regret. Echoed in Yi Ning Shuang's heart, shattering her composure. She had to change it to the very least. She could no longer regard Jiang Bei's identity as a son-in-law as a reason to diminish her own worth. Had it not been for his assistance, how could she have navigated this situation so easily? She needed to return and contemplate deeply. She could not allow Jiang Bei's words to come true. If this development continued unchecked, that line of poetry might one day apply to her in decades to come, which would be even more appropriate. Yi Ning Shuang staggered to her feet, wordlessly moving toward the exit. A splendid poem! A splendid poem! Just that one line was enough to leave a profound impact. Tang Jinshao similarly expressed admiration. At this moment, everyone gradually regained their senses. Yet when they looked at Jiang Bei again, they were astonished to find that Yi Ning Shuang had vanished from his side. Huh! When did she leave? Wang Deru had been observing the entire time, astonished within. This mischievous lad. You claimed he had composed poetry. Yet he only uttered one line. But if he said he had composed poetry, he had indeed produced one line. Could it be that the teaching bureau was truly a remarkable place? Moreover, just that single line had caused Yi Ning Shuang to leave in a daze, no longer competing with the courtesan, and no longer fixating on Jiang Bei's presence at the teaching bureau. It was as if she had acquiesced. The departure signified Yi Ning Shuang publicly permitting her husband to visit the teaching bureau. What a pity that it was only that one line. Wang Deru offered a bitter smile, stating that before poetry and verse, no matter how splendid a performance might be, it is but fleeting clouds. However, rest assured, esteemed sir, I shall honor my promise. When inspiration strikes, I shall compose a complete poem. Jiang Bei spoke with reverence. Wang Deru paused, momentarily stunned, even contemplating that it was entirely unnecessary. Yet with Jiang Bei's pledge, the eyes of the students from the Academy of Tai surged with even greater brilliance than when they first heard that line of poetry. Did this not suggest that they could visit the Jiafangxi under the pretext of admiring the talents of Jiang the Great? The maidens of Jiafangxi had certainly opened the doors to a new world for them. Moreover, even if some students were already betrothed, they could not help but reflect upon Jiang Bei's resounding declaration. What harm is there in a man of stature merely visiting Jiafangxi? As scholars, we must stand resolutely. Jiang, a mere son-in-law, could command the esteemed Princess Mingyue with such prowess. How could I falter? The smile on Yi Lian's face was radiant, her arm entwined tightly with Jiang Bei's, completely unperturbed by the gazes of others. Even if the elder from Qingxiu were to arrive now, she would not shy away, for at that moment, Jiang Bei had unequivocally chosen her over Yi Ningxuang. Observe how Yi Ningxuang departed, utterly despondent, while Jiang Bei showed no inclination to console her. The man she admired had indeed lived up to her expectations. That line of poetry had also left her in a daze for quite some time, albeit her interpretation diverged significantly from Yi Ningxuang's. From Yi Lian's perspective, Jiang Bei was unwilling to relinquish their bond for the princess, fearing future regrets. The rivalry between the two women had culminated in an unexpected conclusion. Upon realizing that Jiang Bei would not compose poetry, Wang Dru, too, took his leave, knowing well that he could no longer manage the aspirations of the Academy's students. Truly, Jiang Bei possessed a remarkable talent for intrigue. Although Tang Jinqiao felt a profound reluctance, he too followed Wang Dru, eager to experience the essence of the tenderness Jiang Bei had spoken of, which had inspired such poetry amidst his turmoil. This young man's talents were indeed rare in the world. On the way back to the academy, Wang Dru couldn't help but reflect as he shifted perspectives, viewing from Jiang Bei's, Yi Lian's, and finally Yi Ningxuang's angles. Each offered a starkly different insight. Teacher, Mr. Jiang is caught in a dilemma today. Yet to extricate himself and view his poetry from the perspective of decades hence is truly admirable. Tang Jinqiao remarked earnestly. Wang Dru halted, glancing at Tang Jinqiao, momentarily taken aback. Then, with a complex gaze, he shook his head. Jinqiao, in comparison to Jiang Bei, you are still rather inexperienced. The evening at the Jia Fangxi concluded, and the performances had finally drawn to a close. Many of the academy students, charmed by the maidens, found themselves entering their chambers that, of course, disputes over a maiden had erupted, with competitive displays of talent occurring frequently. Jiang Bei felt a swell of emotion. This era was indeed splendid, emphasizing loyalty and commitment. Jia Fangxi was quite agreeable, as there was no worry of incurring great costs only to gain nothing, for both parties had entered this arrangement with mutual needs. There was no fear of being deceived by the maidens that he cast a complex glance at Yi Lian, who leaned against him, her body seemingly devoid of bones, while Yi Lian lifted her head to meet Jiang Bei's gaze. Her cheeks slightly flushed and softly inquired, "My lord, should we not take our rest?" Chapter 67. The long night. Jiang Bei's pupils widened in shock. This enchantress seemed somewhat amiss tonight, in the past two encounters. She had patiently awaited him in her modest abode. Yet this evening, she had ventured out, evidently spurred by Yi Ningxuang's arrival. Jiang Bei was certain that even from the courtyard, she could perceive the happenings in the front yard. Another query loomed. Despite the collapse of her kin's schemes, how could she still harbor feelings of jealousy towards Yi Ningxuang? Most importantly, she was now actively inviting him to retreat for rest, rather than behaving like the typical maidens of Jia Fangxi, who would show understanding and urge him to comfort Yi Ningxuang first. Jiang Bei's experience with women was limited, yet he grasped that this was decidedly unconventional. What was her intention? He suppressed his inner turmoil and gently nodded, taking Yi Lian's hand as they proceeded towards the back courtyard. This time, Yi Lian was noticeably eager. They moved in perfect harmony, bypassing the first and second floors and heading straight to the third floor's chamber. Yi Lian, leading the way, halted as she reached for the door. Turning her head, her eyes brimmed with affection yet bore a hint of complexity, manifestly due to the matter regarding the silver. "Why, lord, why did you choose to stay today?" Yi Lian suddenly asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bei replied, "There is no particular reason. I merely wish to avoid future regrets. Even though you, Miss Yi, are deeply entwined with Jia Fangxi, and I'm merely a guest, I remain steadfast in my choice." Yi Lian's gaze softened further, the complexity within her gradually dissipating. However, as a princess, she quietly shook her head, realizing that Jiang Bei had effectively severed her retreat. He had stated clearly that being ensnared in Jia Fangxi was of no concern to her. She then rephrased her inquiry. "But she is your wife, is she not?" Jiang Bei shrugged, responding lightly, "Merely in name. I shall likely be relocating from the princess's residence in a few days. Y. Ilian, taken aback, followed up with, is it because of today's events that your nominal wife intends to cast you out? It seemed the steadfast choice Jiang Bei had made would indeed come with a significant price. Yet, why could he speak of these matters so nonchalantly? Given the circumstances, Yi Lian was perplexed. Jiang Bei understood this was the crux of the evening's interaction. The emotional nature of this enchantress would dictate how their evening would unfold, that a well-crafted response could alleviate the need for him to extract information. She might unwittingly reveal her own secrets. A poor reply, however, might lead to a swift dismissal. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bei shook his head. You have misjudged, Miss Y. Lian's surprise deepened. Oh, Jiang Bei chuckled. My departure from the princess's residence is not due to tonight's events. Rather, I've already acquired a small courtyard elsewhere. Why, Ilian's mouth fell agape in disbelief. My lord, Yu Jiang Bei chose to speak truthfully, recalling that when Yi Ningxuang had recently married, she had indeed been quite assertive, already securing a small courtyard for him to move into. Furthermore, regarding the 1,000 taels of silver gifted by Yi Hongyu this morning, he had given it all to Yi Ningxuang to settle the housing payment. Presently, to state the reality, they were in a state of mutual independence that Wei Lian had not anticipated such a layered backstory. Jiang Bei gazed at her with deep affection, stating, I believe that once I have achieved a significant accomplishment and validated my talents, I can petition the emperor to assist you in leaving Jufeng's side. Wei Lian paused, her expression shifting to one of heartfelt emotion. After all, every woman newly assigned to Jia Fengxi harbored the grandest dream of escaping it. As time passed, that dream morphed into an unattainable wish, one she dared not even contemplate. Yet if someone made such a promise, it was only natural for her to exhibit some degree of gratitude. How could the emperor possibly agree? Even if you and the princess's relationship is strained, you are still a nobleman, are you not? This reflected Yi Lian's sense of despair. He will, for the emperor seeks to counter the royal family, and Yi Ningxuang is now at the helm. The emperor requires capable subjects, yet this capable subject cannot be the husband of Yi Ningxuang. Wei Lian appeared outwardly calm, yet internally she was profoundly astonished. Jiang Bei was indeed not the ineffectual figure portrayed in the court today. He had discerned the emperor's intentions regarding the royal family. She hurriedly opened the door, cautioning, My lord, beware of eavesdroppers. We must not speak of such matters carelessly. She winked playfully, adding, Let us converse inside. I am quite curious about these matters concerning the royal family and the court. Once inside, the two did not indulge in excessive entanglements. After shedding their outer garments, they reclined upon the bed. Wei Lian nestled against Jiang Bei's chest, her bright almond-shaped eyes gazing at him with ardor, waiting for him to share his tales. Jiang Bei was acutely aware that his time was limited. The decisions made tonight must yield maximum value. Where should I begin? He mused, gently brushing Yi Lian's nose with his finger, smiling. Why not start from the very beginning? The night is long, and my lord need not rush. After all, Yi Lian shall eventually belong to you, she replied, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Bei swallowed hard, pondering whether he had truly become a charmer. This woman, clearly of the demon kin, still elicited instinctive responses from him. Even in hunger, crossing species was out of the question that in this world, I am but a modern-day Su Xian, he thought. Then let us begin with my first audience in court. He smiled, patting Yi Lian's pert rear end, provoking a shy squeak from her. Since the night is indeed lengthy, I shall take my time. So, is it true what the world whispers, that the demon kin are in turmoil? Indeed, Jiang Bei nodded, followed by a series of straightforward analyses, pondering how this enormous calamity had befallen him and subsequently articulating his suspicions regarding Yi Hongyu's intentions towards Yi Ningxian. Wei Lian lowered her voice and remarked, I have also heard some rumors within the teaching workshop, suggesting that before the empress ascended, she consolidated the fortunes of the royal family, leading to the tragic demise of the Fuwang at the hands of the Zhongrenfu. Is it possible that the empress aims to eradicate the roots of this issue? Otherwise, how could a princess be elevated to the pinnacle of the royal family if the young master fails to resolve this case? then Yining Xuan would undoubtedly be in peril. Jiang Bei nodded in agreement, refraining from divulging deeper insights. No one could fathom Yi Hongyu's true objective of refining the destiny of the Deqian kingdom. Jiang Bei feigned surprise and inquired, "Such matters have even reached the ears of the teaching workshop?" Yilian stuck out her tongue, adding, "Well, I merely offered my conjecture. It seems we share mutual understanding." "For I too have speculated along those lines." Jiang Bei chuckled, and to express his delight, he gave a clap, thinking it a shame not to seize such an opportunity. The sensation was truly delightful. "You are incorrigible," Yilian teased, gently tracing circles on Jiang Bei's chest. Although these thoughts were not mere conjecture but rather facts, Jiang Bei's words brought her immense joy. Jiang Bei felt his heart melting. Were it not for the fact that the lady nestled in his embrace belonged to the demon race, he might have found it difficult to maintain restraint. How splendid this era is, where having multiple wives is deemed perfectly normal. Yet in the next moment, Yilian suddenly grew anxious, exclaiming, "But young master, having thwarted the demon race's scheme, could it be that you have offended them?" Jiang Bei was inwardly astonished. It seemed that the demoness could no longer suppress her emotions. However, he pondered whether her reaction was somewhat hasty. Chapter 68. When resolute, even one may curse themselves. Yining Xuan did not travel by carriage. As if devoid of spirit, she walked alone down the street, with the carriage trailing behind her. Throughout the journey back to the princess's residence, she uttered not a single word. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she entered her room. Qing Yuan stood at the entrance, her expression urgent, conversing with a few other maidservants. "What has happened to the princess? She seems like a completely different person upon her return. Moreover, why has she returned alone? Where is the royal steed? Why has the tea come back with her? I just want to check at the entrance, and the royal steed's carriage has not returned. Could it be that he has once again stayed overnight at the teaching workshop?" Inside the room, Yining Xuan sat by the window, her shoulders gently trembling that a woman clad in black appeared abruptly behind her. Her tone, typically aloof, now filled with concern, calling out, "Princess." When Yining Xuan turned around, she discovered two distinct tear tracks adorning her face. That why Yining Xuan was not a fragile woman. She had wept like a little girl at the Fu Wang's funeral. But that was for the empress and the royal family to witness. Yet, no matter how arduous the subsequent trials, she had not shed a single tear thereafter, not even when she was acutely aware of Yi Hongyu's intentions against her. If she were truly weak, how could she have consolidated the power of the Fu Wang and still harbored thoughts of avenging her father? Yet now, after a visit to the teaching workshop, she found herself in tears. Even though she had arrived at an understanding within her heart, the woman in black was utterly unwilling to believe it. "Has something transpired? Princess, did that Jiang Bei publicly humiliate you? I shall kill him." The woman in black declared with a serious tone. "No." Yining Xuan suddenly stood up, blocking the path of the woman in black. "Sistering, how long have you been in the royal residence?" Yining Xuan inquired abruptly. "Over 30 years. I held you as a child when you were born," the woman in black replied gently. "Yes, over 30 years. Sistering, you understand me best." Yining Xuan nodded softly. "Have I at times been excessively harsh? Have I been too indifferent to the feelings of others? Am I truly devoid of emotion?" These words were those spoken by that Jiang Bei. The woman in black clenched her fist. "No, it was not him. Those are my own thoughts. I seem to have indeed gone too far." Yining Xuan shook her head. "On the night of my wedding, I intended to cast him aside. Throughout this journey back, I have been contemplating matters from Jiang Bei's perspective. He was inexplicably entangled in the salary case, nearly losing his life, and given how I treated him, what right do I have to speak ill of him? What right do I have to impose demands upon him? Princess, you have merely been exhausted of late. Your spirit has been overly strained." The woman in black sighed inwardly. "Indeed, Jiang Bei possesses certain capabilities, but he is far from deserving of your excessive concern." "Is that so?" Yining Xuan suddenly raised her head. "Indeed," the woman in black affirmed with a nod. "You mean to say I should not be overly concerned about myself, sistering? Do you also think that I have indeed been excessive?" Yining Xuan asked, her voice trembling. The woman in black was taken aback. "No, I never said such a thing." Upon seeing Yining Xuan's tears cascading down once more, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. This was hopeless. Have I offended the demon race due to the salary case? Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head nonchalantly. I shouldn't come to that I did not single-handedly unravel the salary case. Nor was it solely my achievement that thwarted the demon race's scheme. Why, Ilian pursed her lips, remaining silent. I have heard today that the Emperor awarded the Demon Suppression Division with spiritual crystals and bestowed upon the Taishua 1,000,000 taels of silver. Yet only granted you a mere 10,000 taels, Ilian remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Yet I can deduce that all of this is due to your efforts. Ilian's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Jiang Bei felt a jolt within his heart, but quickly relaxed. From Yi Lian's perspective, she was unaware that he already knew of her identity as a fox demon. Her willingness to maintain such a stance was merely a reflection of her grievances regarding the meager sum of 10,000 taels. If I truly were to claim the credit, let alone whether the Emperor would begrudge me for my status as a princess, the demon race would not let me off easily, Jiang Bei chuckled. So you truly intend to share the credit? Yi Lian asked, her expression one of astonishment, her gaze complex. Jiang Bei smiled and replied, one cannot say that. Clearly, it was the demon race that provided the clues. And I merely relayed the information, relying on the spirit-seeking beast to track it down. Anyone could have accomplished that. As for ultimately discovering the azure silver, it was merely a momentary confusion regarding the demon race's motives. And I had a rough idea of their intentions, making it wholly unnecessary to go to great lengths. This case was resolved rather simply. Surely the demon race wouldn't be so considerate as to grant me credit simply because I had just assumed my position. Upon conducting a cursory analysis, he realized the possibility that the silver was counterfeit, and to his surprise, it indeed turned out to be false. He had conveyed a substantial truth, but left out the critical details. Fearing it might insult the intelligence of the demon race, Wai Ilian's gaze grew more intricate, yet she quickly regained her composure. Miss Ilian, what troubles you? Jiang Bei inquired with curiosity. He was well aware that his words might have struck a nerve. For she was indeed a demon, possibly one of the architects behind the scheme. Being accused of such a crime as being dispatched to the teaching workshop was not something one could take lightly. It could be said that for every carrot, there is a corresponding pit, and under the manipulation of the demon race, the original Yi Lian had been replaced by a fox demon. Such a subterfuge would not only deceive the ears and eyes of the Demon Suppression Division, but also prevent any exposure before Wang Duru. Given the elaborate scheme, it was evident that Yi Lian could not possibly be an ordinary little fox demon within the Qing Xiu Fox clan. Nothing much. I was merely a bit shocked. Yi Lian shook her head. Then she added, the demon race truly is remarkably foolish. After countless schemes and calculations, they failed to account for the most crucial element. This Jiang Bei was momentarily dumbfounded. Was the infatuation of love truly this exaggerated? Could one be so harsh as to berate oneself? He had merely intended to extract some information from Yi Lian and had not anticipated this outcome. Yet, Jiang Bei's objective had been achieved. Nevertheless, young master, you must remain vigilant against the demon race. Yi Lian asserted earnestly. Jiang Bei replied, puzzled, I have clearly shared the credit. Yi Lian placed a finger gently on Jiang Bei's lips, shaking her head with a look of deep concern. Young master, Yi Lian is merely speculating. Please, do share your thoughts, Jiang Bei urged earnestly. Wai Ilian felt even more touched, despite her current status as a mere woman of the teaching workshop. And Jiang Bei being a newly appointed official who had just achieved merit, he was still willing to listen to her wild speculations. She resolved to perform well and ensure her conjectures were precise. Yi Lian spoke softly. Young master, the demon race has gone to such great lengths. Their aim must be to shatter the royal family and bring the fortunes of the Qin kingdom crashing down. If that is the case, how could the demon race possibly allow the Qin kingdom to descend into chaos without stoking the flames from within? Jiang Bei's pupils constricted in shock. Did Yi Lian imply that there were numerous demon race members currently lying in wait within the imperial capital? But I have thwarted their scheme. Do they not now have anything to do? Yi Lian nodded gently, her gaze filled with approval. Young master, we are indeed on the same wavelength. She then inquired, thus, since these demons are now rendered incapable of acting, What do you suppose they will do before departing the imperial capital? I have thwarted the demon race's plots and achieved merit. Yet these demons, due to my actions, are unable to disturb the Deqian kingdom. They must certainly harbor resentment and seek to retaliate against me. Jiang Bei remained composed. Wai Ilian, with a face full of concern, remarked, "These demon clans dare not provoke the demon suppression department, nor do they wish to trouble the esteemed Wang Dru, so they can only turn their attention to you." My lord, he had already harbored this suspicion in his heart, but hearing it confirmed from Yilian's lips made him feel as though his life was once again in jeopardy. He had to cling tightly to this advantageous ally. With this thought in mind, Jiang Bei gently squeezed her pert posterior. Wai Yilian's face flushed, and she continued, "Before I was assigned to the teaching bureau, I had some exposure to cultivation. Unfortunately, my innate clumsiness hindered my progress. Moreover, the Yun province, where my father resides, is quite close to the Qingqiu region. The cunning of the Qingqiu Fox clan is far from simple. My lord has only considered the surface." Chapter 69. The spear emerges like a dragon. Consider this, my lord. If the demon clans intend to sow chaos in the great Qian, how could it possibly be so simple? The capital city is not only home to Wang Dru and a multitude of esteemed scholars, but also to the demon suppression department. Thus, relying solely on the demon clans themselves to swiftly instigate disorder in the great Qian is evidently insufficient. Yi Lian spoke softly. Jiang Bei's expression turned to one of astonishment. Then what else could they rely upon? Yi Lian appeared to ponder seriously for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Is it possible that, aside from the Qingqiu demon clan, there are other demonic entities at play? If they wish to disrupt the capital, they would naturally need to leverage the surrounding lands, mountain deities, and the city gods." That Wai Lian was merely speculating. She stuck out her tongue. This was hardly mere conjecture. In other words, the entire capital was now encircled by demon clans, biding their time for the influence of the blue gold and silver to take hold. And these demonic entities were rendered powerless solely because of him. He harbored no doubts about Yi Lian's words. Aside from the fact that this woman was indeed a member of the demon clan, Jiang Bei had never considered this angle before. He was still lacking in experience, while he had some aptitude for investigating cases. Matters of extraordinary power remained an enigma to him. Reflecting on Yi Lian's words now, indeed made sense. The demon clans had made such extensive preparations, having amassed millions of taels of blue gold and silver. Moreover, could a mere Qingqiu Fox clan truly shake the foundations of the capital? Did he really think the demon suppression department's enforcers and the esteemed scholars of the academy were mere decorations? Therefore, to instigate chaos in the capital, far more than just a few million taels of blue gold and silver would be required. Jiang Bei felt his throat dry, realizing that his life was once again in peril. Even Wang Dru might not be able to save him this time. With a serious expression, Jiang Bei stated, "Miss Yi Lian's conjecture holds merit. I shall exercise utmost caution during this period." To Wai Lian softly replied, "It is merely a small girl's humble guesses, not to be taken seriously." Jiang Bei shook his head solemnly. "No, your speculations are indeed quite reasonable. To reward you." This evening, Jiang Bei smirked, suddenly flipping over and pinning Yi Lian beneath him. The undeniable arousal he felt pressed firmly against her. "Come now, let us begin. Enchant me." Yet, what was expected did not transpire. Wai Lian gasped, her rosy face nearly burying itself between her ample bosom, her bright almond-shaped eyes daring not to meet Jiang Bei's gaze. My lord," Yi Lian murmured softly. Jiang Bei felt momentarily dazed. Had he not been enchanted? No, at such a moment, was he not supposed to drift into slumber to attend to more pressing matters? His previous efficiency had been remarkable. Just as Jiang Bei's mind was still in a state of confusion, Yi Lian suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist, their bodies pressed tightly together. The fullness of her chest against him caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Yi Lian's voice trembled as she implored, "My lord, please be gentle. I'm a bit weak these days." Jiang Bei thought. He was a man of family, and the one beneath him was not human. Yet, even as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Bei, who usually possessed excellent self-control, found himself utterly unable to restrain his desires. It was as if he had been drawn once more into a dreamlike enchantment. Yet this time he was fully aware that it was no illusion, that he was no novice to such enchantments, having experienced them twice before. At last, Jiang Bei's body seemed to move of its own accord. The spear emerged like a dragon. The delicate red undergarment was carelessly discarded upon the floor, their bare forms entwined upon the bed, rising and falling in a passionate rhythm. The sounds of gasps, soft cries, and pleas echoed throughout the pale pink boudoir. Behind the curtains, it was already deep into the night. The first round of their tug-of-war had finally come to an end.